Rebirth. In a vast expanse of the azure sky continent, within the realm of Bi Luo, the night was shrouded in darkness, with a chilling wind howling through the air. On the precipice of Panlong Valley, a piercing scream erupted, startling the birds and beasts that dwelled among the trees into a frenzied flight. Ah! A frail young girl lay prostrate on the ground, her abdomen pierced by a sharp sword, the blade embedded 3 inches deep, rendering her a mere shell of her former self. Shen Yueying. The girl's complexion was ashen, her vision blurring from the excessive loss of blood, rendering her nearly unable to discern the figure before her. Why? Do you want to kill me? Shen Yueying smirked coldly, placing her foot upon Yun Lan's head. You wretched creature, lie still. What a possessing dual spiritual roots. You are still beneath my heel like a dog. How dare a useless waste like you, incapable of cultivation, aspire to win the affection of Brother Yan? Such audacity! Yun Lan bit down fiercely on her lip, blood seeping from her mouth, the pain radiating throughout her entire being. She had trusted Shen Yueying implicitly, believing her to be a close friend. Yet, at this moment, her so-called friend was tormenting her, using the sword to sever her spiritual roots. Overwhelmed by profound regret, Yun Lan's fingers clawed at the ground, leaving a shocking crimson mark. Shen Yueying bent low, seizing Yun Lan's disheveled hair. Her gaze fixed on the bloodstains upon the young girl's face, she sneered, "It is time for you to descend into hell, Yun Lan. Being spurned by a paragon like Brother Yin is a privilege you should cherish. May you bless me and Brother Yin from the depths of the inferno." Yun Lan's consciousness faded, her eyelids heavy, devoid of the strength to even keep them open. You! Slap! Before she could finish her words, Yun Lan was ruthlessly kicked off the cliff by Shen Yuyao. Witnessing Yun Lan plummet into the abyss, Shen Yuyao stood at the edge, laughing heartily without restraint. With the thorn of Yun Lan removed, both the title of genius and her brother Yin would be firmly within her grasp. What a relief, truly exhilarating. The young girl's body crashed heavily at the bottom of the cliff, devoid of life. A glimmer of golden red light emanated from her chest, enveloping her form within its embrace. Under the radiance, the gaping wound in her abdomen, along with various other injuries, began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Cough! As the light dissipated, the seemingly lifeless Yun Lan suddenly opened her eyes. Where's this? Sitting up, Yun Lan surveyed her surroundings, and at that moment, countless memories not her own surged in her mind like a tidal wave. It turned out that she had been reborn. She was Yun Lan, the foremost assassin of the 25th century, who had perished due to the betrayal of a teammate during a mission. What she believed to be certain death had unexpectedly led to her soul being reborn in the body of a girl, sharing her name in this otherworldly realm. As Yun Lan stood, she absorbed the influx of memories swirling within her mind. Upon raising her gaze, she discovered herself beside a spring shrouded in white mist. The vapor danced around her, and as she inhaled the air, she detected the distinct scent of herbs. Before she could ponder further, she suddenly felt herself ensnared by a powerful current. In an instant, Yun Lan seemed to be drawn upwards, and the next moment she found herself plunging into the depths of the spring. Her neck was gripped tightly by a hand. "Who sent you here?" The voice of the assailant was chilling to the bone, the pressure on her throat intensifying. Yun Lan struggled for breath, acutely sensing the murderous intent, her heart racing as she exerted all her strength to break free from the grasp. As the mist before her gradually dispersed, a man came into view. His ink-black hair, damp and cascading over his shoulders, framed a bare upper body adorned with a necklace of glistening red gems. His visage was strikingly handsome, exuding an aura of danger, his deep-set eyes fixed upon her with an unwavering gaze. Regaining her wits, the young woman retaliated with a fierce kick aimed at the man's abdomen. Yi Wuming's cold eyes narrowed slightly as he deftly sidestepped her strike. Seizing the moment, Yun Lan pried his hand from her throat and swiftly ascended to the shore. In her flight, she did not forget to gather a few leaves from the bank, smoothing them with her thumb before hurling them toward Yi Wuming, who remained in the spring. The soft leaves transformed in her hands into lethal projectiles, their tips piercing toward Yi Wuming's chest with the force of a sharpened blade. It is said that one must strike when their foe is vulnerable. Dare choke me? I shall pierce you. Chapter 2: The Mysterious Man, Such Trivial Skills. Night Wooming exclaimed coldly, as the green leaves that had been thrust toward him disintegrated in the rich purple aura emanating from his being. The surrounding mist dissipated, and the maiden had long since vanished without a trace. The man's eyes narrowed as he raised his hand to caress his neck, realizing that the healing flame pearl he had painstakingly acquired had been snatched away by the girl. The flame pearl, an exceedingly rare medicinal treasure throughout the vast Songxiang continent, had cost him immense effort to obtain, even if he were to chance upon another in the future. The injury sustained would likely have already wrought irreversible damage upon his demonic soul. His palm still seemed to retain the delicate sensation of her skin, along with the mischievous glint in her eyes, which had certainly not escaped Nightwoman's keen gaze. What an audacious little girl of the human race. Master, your subordinate has arrived late. Please impose your punishment. A chilling wind swept through, and two figures appeared by the spring, kneeling on one knee with utmost reverence. Night Wooming rose from the pool, effortlessly donning a dark robe with a flick of his hand, as the moisture in his inky hair evaporated instantly. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing distantly, his voice cool and detached. The lack of vigilance indeed warrants a punishment. Choose between the eye of the storm or the frigid region. Upon hearing this, his subordinates, Yaofeng and Anlin, broke into a cold sweat. The eye of the storm and the frigid region were two realms of torment. A careless misstep could lead to a fate worse than death. Master, I have something to report, and I beseech you to listen, and grant mercy for my transgressions, Yaofeng said, lowering his head, his voice trembling slightly. Speak. Yaofeng hastily reported, I have discovered that a divine beast is about to be born within the Panlong Valley. The essence of this beast can alleviate your injuries. Yi Wooming's pitch-black eyes glinted with intensity. A divine beast's arrival? Indeed, the emergence of this divine creature has stirred the atmosphere, shaking the heavens and earth. Numerous human factions are already making their way to Panlong Valley to vie for the beast. I can procure the essence before they arrive. Suddenly, a girl's visage flashed through Yi Wooming's mind. He pondered whether this human girl would be drawn to the divine beast. If she were to venture to the valley as well, he could extract the beast's essence first, and subsequently avenge his loss of the blazing pearl by reducing her to ashes. After a moment, the handsome man curled his lips into a smirk, a chilling purple gleam flickering in his ink-like eyes. I shall seek out this divine beast myself. Your Excellency, Yaofeng and Enlin were taken aback. But your injuries? My wounds are temporarily suppressed. There is nothing to worry about. Yi Wooming replied. You too, continue your separate pursuits for Han Yuan's whereabouts. However, while you may escape severe punishment, lesser transgressions will still warrant consequences. After this matter concludes, you shall still face retribution. Upon hearing this, Yaofeng and Enlin felt a slight relief. As long as their master no longer held them accountable, they were content. At that moment, Yun Lan remained blissfully unaware that she had drawn the attention of a formidable entity. She had been running through a dense forest for quite some time, and only after confirming that no other presences lingered nearby did she finally pause to rest and attempt to untangle the chaotic memories swirling in her mind. From the memories of the original owner, it is revealed that this other world is known as the Azure Sky Continent, divided into the realms of the Azure Falls and the Yellow Springs. Currently, she finds herself in the Panlong Valley, situated within the Azure Falls. The Azure Falls is home to numerous nations and independent factions, among which the original owner was a young lady of the War God Mansion from the great nation of Lian. In this other world, strength is revered above all. Cultivation of spiritual energy is regarded as a lifelong pursuit. Spiritual energy is birthed solely from the spiritual root located within the lower abdomen, and the two coexist symbiotically. The vast majority of cultivators possess a single spiritual root, limiting them to the cultivation of only one attribute of spiritual energy throughout their lives. However, the original owner was endowed with the exceedingly rare dual spiritual roots. She lived up to expectations, advancing to a level 2 spirit master at the age of 12, and to a level 3 spirit master at 13, achieving a remarkable pace of 1 level per year. After reaching level 3, the original owner suddenly found herself unable to condense spiritual energy, transforming from a universally envied prodigy into a despised failure. Even a previously arranged engagement was annulled by her fiancé, in Ruyan, due to this unfortunate turn of events. Xinyuyao, the esteemed young lady of the Shun family in Lian, was the original owner's closest confidant. On this fateful night, the original owner, at Shun Yuyao's invitation, ventured into Panlong Valley in search of a miraculous herb rumored to restore her ability to condense spiritual energy. Yet, before she could find this elusive herb, she fell victim to her best friend's inhumane torment. Her spiritual roots were extracted, and she was cast down a precipice. Thus, filled with profound hatred, the original owner perished, and in her stead, the new consciousness embraced her body, leading to a rebirth. Chapter 3. Fusion. Yun Lan quietly absorbed the memories within her mind. After a moment's pause, she patted her chest and murmured to herself, "Since the heavens do not wish for my demise, I shall accept your resentment and bitterness and avenge you." An unusual aura seemed to linger in the air as Yun Lan uttered these words, gradually dissipating. With a soft thud, something fell to the ground. Yun Lan bent down to investigate and discovered a beaded chain, its pearls strung together by a thread as fine as a hair, smooth and lustrous like glass, shimmering in the darkness. This. Yun Lan hesitated for a fleeting moment, a striking visage of a handsome man flashing through her mind. Though their encounter had been brief, his face had left a profound impression. Could it be that in the struggle with that man, she had inadvertently pulled off his beaded chain? This chain could serve as a token for the price of his grasp around her throat. Rubbing her neck where his grip had hurt, Yun Lan let out a cold laugh and promptly severed the thread. The instant the thread broke, the pearls emitted a blinding radiance, startling Yun Lan into instinctively releasing her grip. The pearls floated in the void, and before Yun Lan could comprehend the situation, they swiftly merged into her body. A warm, yet not perilous, heat surged from her lower abdomen, an enchanting essence coursing through her entire being. Moments later, everything returned to normal. Yun Lan reached to touch her abdomen, bewildered by how the pearls had fused with her. Suddenly, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from afar, causing the ground to tremble. Yun Lan keenly lifted her gaze toward the distance, sensing a conflict brewing. Could it be the mysterious man she encountered by the spring pool? Now that she had inadvertently absorbed the pearls, perhaps he was still searching for her. She found herself unable to gather spiritual energy, and the valley was fraught with peril. Approaching carelessly would lead only to a dead end. She had to leave this place as swiftly as possible. Just as Yun Lan contemplated turning away, an unusual, intangible force firmly locked onto her. Narrowing her eyes, she took a few tentative steps, but it seemed that the force sensed her intention to depart and intensified its call. After much contemplation, Yun Lan ultimately abandoned her plan to leave and moved towards the source of the power. Crossing a thicket of trees, she could distinctly feel the force drawing nearer. The sound of rustling footsteps approached from a distance. Swiftly, she climbed a large tree, concealing herself amidst the dense foliage. Before her appeared a group of cultivators, led by a young man clad in resplendent brocade, accompanied by a maiden in a delicate yellow gown. Upon sighting them, Yun Lan's gaze turned icy, and Rian, the sole son of the revered general and Sichuan of Lianan Nation, was once betrothed to her predecessor. As for the girl beside him, she was none other than Shun Yuyao, the close companion who had severed the original owner's spiritual roots with a single strike. "Brother Yen, is the news of the divine beast's emergence true?" Shun Yuyao raised her eyes to meet the young man's, her expression one of innocent vulnerability. Could it be a rumor spread by some insignificant cultivator? And Rian gently shook his head. The fluctuations in energy are quite intense. The news is undoubtedly accurate. The divine beast has indeed appeared. Are you afraid? Feigning bravery, Shun Yuyao took his arm, smiling as she replied, "I am not afraid. I will do my utmost to assist you, Brother Yen." And Ru Yan's eyes flickered with a hint of tenderness as he gently tousled her hair, reassuring her. "All you need to do is take care of yourself. We have plenty of people with us this time. That divine beast may not even be our adversary. It is merely a pity that Xiao Lan could not join us. I have heard that within the Panlong Valley, there exists a miraculous herb capable of reconstituting spiritual energy. If Xiao Lan were to acquire it, she could undoubtedly reclaim her title as a prodigy." Shin Yuyao's gaze fell, her demeanor one of sorrow and melancholy. Upon hearing this, and Ru Yan's expression turned to one of disdain. "Why mention her? It's bad luck. The fact that Yun Lan cannot cultivate is well known throughout the entirety of Lian Kingdom. There will never be a day when she can reforge her spiritual energy. Nor will she ever be considered a genius again." Shin Yuyao subtly curled her lips, as if savoring a secret victory. "Yun Lan, can you hear me in hell? Brother Yin thinks you bring too much misfortune. With your dreadful fate, perhaps it would be better for you to be dead." A boisterous group passed beneath the trees, oblivious to the presence of another individual concealed above. Yun Lan listened intently to the exchange between Ru Yin and Shin Yuyao, unable to suppress a cold laugh. It seemed that a divine beast was soon to be born within the Panlong Valley. The recent sounds of battle, along with Ru Yan's team and even that mysterious man, might all be drawn here for the sake of this divine creature. As for the force that had targeted her, imbued with a potent spirituality, it was very likely a summoning from this divine beast itself. A fleeting thought crossed her mind as she observed Ru Yan and Shen Yuyao growing increasingly distant, a smile curling at her lips. Shen Yuyao and Ru Yan, you wretched pair still dare to aspire for the divine beast? After all you have done to me, I shall ensure you do not succeed. Chapter 4. The emergence of the divine beast guided by an unseen force, Yun Lan continued her journey forward. Before long, she arrived at a secluded cave. As she approached, a refreshing breeze, seemingly bestowed by nature itself, enveloped her. This air carried a subtle fragrance reminiscent of verdant foliage. Taking a deep breath, Yun Lan distinctly felt the spiritual root within her lower abdomen pulsating with warmth. The attributes of spiritual energy are categorized into 7 types: water, fire, wood, thunder, ice, light, and dark. If her intuition served her correctly, this essence belonged to the wood attribute. Among the dual spiritual roots of the original owner, it was the wood root that had awakened first. As Yun Lan cautiously stepped into the cavern, she discovered it was far larger and deeper than she had anticipated, with a singular path seemingly extending into the distance. The pull of the summoning force drew closer, prompting Yun Lan to quicken her pace. However, after only a few steps, she heard footsteps approaching from behind, and Ru Yan and her companions, upon nearing, were taken aback to find someone ahead of them. The girl appeared disheveled, her clothes marred by dirt and slightly tattered. Her hair was unkempt, and her face bore smudges, resembling someone who had just emerged from the depths of a pit. And Ru Yan wrinkled her brow in disdain, pointing imperiously at Yun Lan. Who are you? What brings you here? Shen Yuyu felt an inexplicable familiarity with this girl, yet could not recall where she had encountered her before. Yun Lan chose to ignore the inquiry. Prior to her arrival, she had taken measures to conceal her true identity, ensuring that Shen Yuyu remained oblivious to her resurrection. Seeing Yun Lan's lack of response, and Ru Yan's irritation grew. I am the son of the Grand General of the Lian Kingdom. Should you not kneel and pay your respects upon seeing me? Yun Lan could no longer contain herself. Do not harbor any delusions, thinking that donning a human guise will allow you to masquerade as a person of stature. Yun Lan's words left Ru Yan momentarily at a loss for a retort. To claim she was insulting her would be contradictory, especially after acknowledging the handsome appearance of the son of the Duke of the nation. This little beggar is indeed sharp-tongued. In a fit of anger, Ru Yan decided to unleash her spiritual energy, a surge of violet light emanating from her fingertips, directed straight at Yun Lan. Yun Lan deftly sidestepped the bolt of lightning-like energy, rendering it ineffective. She turned her head, casting a scornful gaze at Ru Yan. To Ru Yan's astonishment, this beggar possessed such remarkable agility. With a derisive laugh, Yun Lan resolved that engaging with such a person would not only dampen her spirits but also squander her energy in pursuit of the divine beast. And thus she continued on her path. Stop right there. The words of anger had yet to fully escape her lips when Shen Yuyao swiftly grasped Ru Yan's arm. Brother Yan, let us not concern ourselves with her. Finding the divine beast is of utmost importance. Prompted by Shen Yuyao's words, Ru Yan momentarily quelled her desire to reprimand Yun Lan, nodding in agreement. Indeed, locating the divine beast takes precedence. Let us proceed. With Yun Lan leading the way and Ru Yan's group trailing behind, they maintained a respectful distance. After a brief span, Yun Lan finally beheld the object deep within the cave, a pale spiritual beast egg, resting quietly upon a dusty stone platform, its shell dull and unremarkable. As Yun Lan surveyed her surroundings, she noted the lush greenery that radiated from the spiritual beast egg, spreading and taking root throughout the cave. With a vibrant scene visible at a mere glance upwards, Ru Yan and others hastily arrived, and upon witnessing the spirit beast egg, each of them wore a countenance of disappointment. Is this truly an egg of a divine beast? Surely not. How can it differ so drastically from other spirit beast eggs? It appears so utterly mundane. Furthermore, there were no guardian beasts or protective formations surrounding it. I have read in ancient texts that divine beast eggs are markedly distinct from ordinary spirit beast eggs. This cannot possibly be a divine beast egg. It is undoubtedly just a commonplace spirit beast egg. Ru Yan found himself momentarily stunned. Could it be that the true divine beast does not reside within this cave? Shen Yuyao's expression was equally grim, harboring thoughts of encountering a divine beast with a similar aura to her own. Amidst the swirling discussions, Yun Lan boldly stepped towards the spirit beast egg nestled deep within the cave. And Ruyan, fixated on Yun Lan's movements, interjected, "Hey, beggar, are you also here for the divine beast? This spirit beast egg is clearly incapable of birthing a divine beast. Do not waste your efforts." Indeed, it was this very spirit beast egg that beckoned her with a mysterious allure. With her eyes now open, she extended her hand towards the egg. And Ruyan and his companions watched Yun Lan's actions with derision, scoffing at her naivety. Not only was she a filthy beggar, but she also appeared to be an ignorant bumpkin. And Ruyan ceased his attempts to dissuade her, folding his arms with a demeanor of arrogance, as if he had already foreseen her impending failure. "I am quite eager to see what kind of inept spirit beast you will form a contract with." As soon as the words were spoken, the seemingly ordinary spirit beast egg suddenly emitted a crisp cracking sound. In Chapter 5, the contract, fine. Web-like fissures appeared on the surface of the egg, and its dull shell rapidly shed to reveal its original vibrant green hue. A brilliant green light erupted from within the spirit beast egg, enveloping Yun Lan entirely. What? And Ruyan and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Could it be that the egg contained a divine beast? In an instant, the crowd surged toward Yun Lan, desperate to prevent anyone else from seizing the divine creature. However, just as Ruyan and Shen Yuyao nearly reached Yun Lan's shoulder, a tremendous explosion resounded, sending a powerful wave radiating outward. Shen Yuyao, closest to the surge, was immediately thrown back. The others were also violently knocked to the ground, suffering varying degrees of internal injuries, while a few, sensing the danger, shakily attempted to flee. And Ruyan fixated on Yun Lan, at the center of the green light, watching helplessly as a massive contract formation began to manifest beneath her feet, his heart a tumult of envy and fear. It was too late. They had missed their chance. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he disregarded everything else and turned to dash toward the cave entrance, in his haste failing to notice Shen Yuyao, who lay unconscious nearby. At this moment, Yun Lan felt as though her consciousness had entered another realm, oblivious to all that transpired outside. She could only sense the intense heat radiating from the wood's spirit root in her abdomen, as a steady stream of power coursed through every meridian in her body. Suddenly, a crisp voice resonated within the space. "I am the divine beast of the wood element, the wood spirit flower demon. Today, I have come into existence, choosing my master, and binding a contract of equality with you. I shall serve my contract holder for a lifetime, unwavering in loyalty, until the contract holder's death and the dispersal of their soul." As the contract formation dissipated, Yun Lan's body gracefully descended from the void, leaving the atmosphere eerily silent. Those who remained, confident in their own strength, fixed their gazes upon Yun Lan, as if suddenly struck by realization. By heavens, did this beggar truly forge a contract with a divine beast? Who could have anticipated that the divine beast's egg would be a facade? Had we known, we would not have relinquished the divine beast so easily. Now that she is bound to the divine beast, rather than let her live, we might as well eliminate her here. Just as these thoughts lingered in the air, an unusual sound pierced through, and a tall figure emerged slowly from the rift in space. Clad in a dark, brocade robe, he possessed a visage so handsome it resembled that of a celestial being. Yet his aura radiated a formidable intensity. The moment Yun Lan opened her eyes, her pupils constricted sharply. It was he, the enigmatic man who had grasped her throat by the spring pool. The sudden appearance of Yi Wuming plunged the atmosphere of the cave into an icy stillness. The group's expressions shifted to one of trepidation. Although they were unfamiliar with this man, they could unmistakably sense the vast disparity in strength between them. Could it be that this little beggar had such a formidable ally? Yun Lan was oblivious to their thoughts, her mind ringing alarm bells. This man had recently fallen victim to her thievery. Should he recognize her now, he would undoubtedly take action against her. Since forming a bond with the wood spirit flower demon, she had regained a considerable amount of her strength, yet escaping the encirclement of these practitioners, along with this mysterious man who had intercepted her, seemed a daunting task. Clenching her fist, Yun Lan's mind raced as she contemplated every possible means of escape. At that moment, Night Wuming, sensing a stir within the cave, abruptly raised his hand. His long fingers reached out towards the practitioners before him, unleashing a formidable pressure that surged forth like a tempest. With a gasp, a group of practitioners succumbed to the overwhelming force, spewing blood in their wake. Meanwhile, at the cave entrance, Shen Yuyao, who had already succumbed to unconsciousness, was struck anew before she could regain her senses, blood seeping from the corners of her tightly shut mouth. Yun Lan's gaze flickered, a chill creeping down her spine as she felt the terrifying weight of the pressure. How audacious of these mere humans to dare kill the prey of the true master before them. Nightwing smirked mockingly, then shifted his attention to Yun Lan. An acute sense of danger enveloping her. Before she could react, the man materialized before her, gripping her neck with a vice-like hold. His voice frigid. "Hand over my blazing flame pearl." Yun Lan's face flushed crimson under his grasp. The blazing flame pearl? The very gem she had pilfered from him? Alas, it had already been absorbed. Tilting her head, she allowed a mocking smile to curl her lips. No matter how powerful this man was, what could it matter? She might not be able to defeat him, but if he sought her life, he would certainly have to pay a price. With swift movements, she thrust her knee upward, ruthlessly delivering a kick aimed at Yi Wuming's lower body. Chapter 6. The life-binding seal. A tempest of purple light surged in Yi Wuming's eyes, an eerie aura enveloping him. Yet, at the very moment he unleashed his fury, his expression shifted dramatically. He instantly released Yun Lan's neck and narrowly evaded the incoming kick. Cough, cough. Yun Lan retreated to a relatively safe distance, clearly observing a trace of crimson blood at the corner of his lips. Yi Wuming managed to stifle his cough, wiping away the blood with a cold, indifferent gaze fixed upon Yun Lan. Having recently bathed in the medicinal spring, his injuries, no matter how severe, should not have provoked such a reaction. Absorption? A flicker of surprise crossed Yi Wuming's eyes, his tone turning frigid. "Are you toying with me? The flame pearl bears my life-binding seal. A fragile human like you, upon attempting to absorb it, would inevitably suffer catastrophic consequences." Yun Lan's eyes darted as she realized the implication. The life-binding seal on the flame pearl entangled them in a certain relationship. Yi Wuming, seemingly coming to the same realization, contorted his face into an expression of utter dismay. Could it be that his earlier spitting of blood was not merely due to his old injuries, but rather a consequence of the seal's transfer? Any hint of malice toward her would trigger the seal's retaliation. Ha ha ha, serves him right. Seeing his grim countenance, Yun Lan understood the gravity of the situation and couldn't help but taunt him. Let him strangle her. Let him flaunt his power. Now, should he harbor any murderous intent, the life-binding seal would swiftly enforce the lessons of humility upon him. Nightwing cast a cold, sidelong glance at Yun Lan, saying, "Even though I cannot take your life now due to the limitations of my life-bound seal, the effects of that seal will gradually diminish if it remains detached from my true self for too long. When the time comes, taking your life will be but a mere trifle." Yun Lan, undeterred, responded with a carefree smile, "Then I shall strive to survive until that moment. Especially since I have just formed a pact with a divine beast. I cannot let it go to waste." Nightwing pondered. Has it truly been so long since I last visited the Bi Luo realm? This young girl exhibits no fear of me whatsoever. She has already attacked me twice and even seized my blazing orb, with the most pressing danger so absurdly and simply resolved. Yun Lan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She disregarded Nightwing and settled down cross-legged, contemplating the many uncertainties that still lay ahead regarding her bond with the divine beast. Clearing her throat, she murmured, "Would spirit flower demon?" As soon as the words left her lips, a green light flared to life beside her. Yun Lan turned to behold the wood spirit flower demon, petite and sprite-like, adorned in a soft white dress, with an exquisite crown-like hairpiece nestled in her flowing hair, which cascaded like ancient vines. "Master, I am here." The wood spirit flower demon twirled gracefully before Yun Lan, her small face devoid of expression, exuding an air of maturity beyond her years. Nightwing fixed his gaze upon the wood spirit flower demon. Indeed, the beast's essence had a certain efficacy in healing his old wounds. Alas, he was still a step too late. "Why did you summon me?" Yun Lan inquired directly, not shying away from Nightwing. The wood spirit flower fairy spoke softly. "Spirit beasts are classified into 4 grand tiers: spirit beasts, sacred beasts, divine beasts, and super divine beasts. I have inherited the majority of the powers from the previous generation upon my emergence. I was already of the divine beast caliber and possessed the memories bequeathed to me by my predecessor, thus I am well versed in the affairs of the world. Through these ancestral memories, I have come to know that you are the one I must choose. Aside from you, there exists no other in this realm with whom I can form a bond." "Why must it be me?" Yun Lan inquired, increasingly perplexed. "Because it is a promise made between your mother and me," the wood spirit flower fairy replied succinctly. Yun Lan was taken aback. Mother? It dawned on her that since the original host had gained consciousness, she had never encountered her biological parents. She had been raised by her maternal grandparents from the war god manor. To the original host, her parents were figures shrouded in mystery. The wood spirit flower fairy then turned her gaze to Yi Wuming, who stood nearby, Lord of the Demon Domain. Your essence was inadvertently absorbed by my master through the blazing flame pearl. Yun Lan raised her brow. Lord of the Demon Domain? Is that this man's identity? Yet, in the original host's memories, there seemed to be no impression of this individual. Yi Wuming fixed a cold gaze upon the wood spirit flower fairy, and after a moment, his lips parted. You seem unperturbed that your contract partner has absorbed the blazing flame pearl. At his words, the wood spirit flower fairy's eyes flickered slightly. Yi Wuming took measured steps toward the wood spirit flower fairy, his deep, melodious voice laced with an undercurrent of lethal intent. Originally, I intended to take your life, extract your beast core for healing purposes, and subsequently eliminate your contract partner, erasing all traces. However, now the precious beast Dan is lost, and due to the life-binding seal on the flame pearl, I cannot eliminate your contractee. Pray tell, how shall this debt be reconciled? Chapter 7. Lord of the Demon Realm. The wood spirit flower demon hovered in the void, saying, Lord of the Demon Realm, you have survived for millennia, possessing formidable powers. Few in this world can rival you. Only those you choose not to kill remain alive. Yet, you are injured, and no matter how powerful you are, as long as a weakness exists, you cannot claim invincibility. Yi Wuming gazed coolly at the wood spirit flower demon, a faint smile playing on his lips, non-committal in his response. The wood spirit flower demon continued. What if I told you that my contractee has the ability to heal your wounds? Would you still insist on ending her life? Yun Lan was momentarily taken aback. Yi Wuming's eyes flickered, his gaze sweeping over Yun Lan's delicate features before he scoffed. A mere waste without spiritual energy, incapable of cultivation, can heal my wounds? Do you take me for a fool? By what means should I trust you? His deep-set eyes narrowed slightly. She is the only cultivator in this world with both wood and fire spiritual roots capable of healing your injuries, declared the wood spirit flower demon. Will the Lord of the Demon Realm believe this reason? Yi Wuming raised his finely arched brow, his expression tinged with surprise. This human girl possesses dual spiritual roots. Yun Lan was equally astonished, as her second spiritual root had yet to be activated. How could the wood spirit flower demon so confidently assert her dual roots? A silence enveloped the cave. After a moment of contemplation, the handsome man cast a glance at Yun Lan and coldly stated, Very well, I shall grant her 3 years. If 3 years hence, she is still unable to remedy his wounds, he shall make her endure a torturous fate, worse than death. The wood spirit flower demon, witnessing that Yi Wuming had momentarily set aside his murderous intent, offered a faint smile. 3 years? Why wait that long? The chosen master possesses an innate talent that others could never hope to attain in their lifetimes. Ultimately, Yun Lan bestowed upon the wood spirit flower demon a name, Shaohua. The sea of consciousness, the spiritual realm of cultivators, serves as a reservoir for spiritual energy and a sanctuary for contracted beasts. When Yun Lan shifted her gaze back to Yi Wuming's face, she noticed that his previously somber and bloodthirsty demeanor had considerably calmed. Perhaps he realized that he could not sever the fateful bond nor harm her, and thus had no choice but to temporarily trust the words of the wood spirit flower demon. This line of thought filled Yun Lan with immense relief. Yi Wuming's eyes darkened, and suddenly, he produced an object from his bosom and tossed it towards Yun Lan. She caught it deftly and, glancing down, discovered a black and gold token inscribed with a majestic character for Ming. In times of danger, she could channel spiritual energy into the token, and he would be able to sense it. Since this young woman was bound to him by the fated bond, he would allow her to live well until the bond was severed. Once his injuries were healed and the bond dissolved, it would not be too late to exact vengeance. This thought flitted through his mind, and without further delay, Yi Wuming vanished into the cave with a mere sweep of his sleeve. Chapter 8. The God of War. Junfu Wang. Yun Lan felt utterly justified in abandoning the several unconscious individuals within the cave. Their fate mattered not to her. The God of War manor resided within Linha City, and at this hour, it still blazed with light. As Yun Lan had yet to fully enter the estate, an urgent and irritable female voice echoed forth. What are you standing there for? The young miss is so frail. Can she possibly escape from Lingyi City? Find her. Immediately find her. If you cannot locate the young miss, I shall have you minced to feed the spirit beasts. The moment Yun Lan heard this voice, her body instinctively shivered. The speaker was none other than her grandmother, the formidable matriarch of the War God Manor, renowned throughout Lian Kingdom as the female war god, Junfu Huang. Prior to the original owner's escapade to Panlong Valley, she had hastily pinned a note and scaled the walls under the cover of night. Little did she know that fateful departure would sever her ties with the war god manor forever. Standing beneath the tree, Yun Lan observed as a group of dark guards from the war god manor swiftly leaped into action. According to the original owner's memories, her grandmother, known for her formidable prowess as a cultivator, was one of the few relatives who genuinely cared for her. As Yun Lan took her steps into the war god manor, contemplating how to elucidate her clandestine departure to her grandmother, she was soon interrupted by an irate male voice resounding from within. Madame June, are you not merely a thief calling out to catch a thief? What danger could your granddaughter possibly be in? That worthless girl dared to take our Yu Yeo alone to Panlong Valley. Who knows what scheme she harbored in her heart? Had it not been for young master and informants, our Yu Yao might have lost her life. I advise you to cease your pretense and hand over that good-for-nothing. Only when Yu Yao awakens shall we kneel and apologize to her. With each increasingly arrogant statement, a glimmer of cold light flickered in Yun Lan's eyes. A middle-aged man, clad in an extravagant brocade robe, bore a face marred by excess flesh. His gaze fixated on her with an intensity that suggested he wished to devour her whole. Yun Lan chose to disregard him, directing her attention instead to the elderly gentleman with silvery hair in the courtyard. For reasons unknown, a sudden wave of emotion washed over her as she laid eyes on old Madame June, causing her nose to tingle with unshed tears. June Fu Huang nearly succumbed to the same sentiment, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. Had the circumstances not been so dire, she would have been tempted to deliver a couple of well-deserved punches to this troublesome man. Mr. Shun, witnessing the apparent disregard from the two, felt a surge of frustration. He strode towards Yun Lan, raising his hand with the intention of striking her. You wretched fool. I should never have permitted my daughter to associate with you. My daughter is a once-in-4,000 years prodigy, endowed with extraordinary talent. Now, she lies in a stupor, and you dare to feign innocence? I shall make you pay for this. Even with the formidable presence of June Fu Huang, the mistress of the war god manor, Mr. Shin showed no hesitation in his intent to harm Yun Lan. After all, it was a fact that his daughter had ventured to the Panlong Valley alongside Yun Lan. Who else, if not Yun Lan, could have brought harm to his daughter? Even June Fu Huang could not ignore her reputation in order to defend Yun Lan. As the slap was poised to descend, June Fu Huang finally intervened. Enough. Who dares to bully my granddaughter? With those words, she seized Mr. Shin's hand, which was about to strike, and forcefully flung it aside. I had refrained from speaking earlier out of respect for your family, but do not mistake my restraint for weakness. Regarding your daughter's fainting, Yun Lan has yet to clarify the circumstances, yet you hastily lay the blame upon her. What, pray tell, are your true intentions? Although Mr. Shun possessed formidable skills, he was nonetheless intimidated by the overwhelming aura emanating from June Fu Huang. With a defiant tone, he exclaimed, who else could it be if not her? Surely, she harbors jealousy towards my daughter and is deliberately seeking her demise. How else could a useless person like her emerge from Panlong Valley while my daughter cannot? Upon hearing this, June Fu Huang was consumed by fury. She was well aware of her daughter Lano's character. How could Lana possibly commit such despicable acts out of jealousy? Yun Lan, noticing her grandmother's change in expression, had no time to explain to the only elder who cared for the original owner of her body. Instead, she stepped forward and confronted Mr. Shin, saying, what did you just say? Useless? A flicker of disdain crossed Mr. Shin's eyes. Isn't that the case? You simply. Yet in the next moment, his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 9. What aspect of her could I possibly surpass? The young girl suddenly raised her hand, and a vibrant green light surged from her palm. As the green glow intensified, the trees within the war god manor rustled, their leaves swirling in a dance orchestrated by spiritual energy. Mr. Shin was utterly dumbfounded. This is spiritual energy. Not only Mr. Shin, but even June Fu Huang could not help but widen her eyes in disbelief. Lana, she can condense spiritual energy. Head of the Shin family, do you comprehend? Yun Lan retracted her spiritual energy and smiled brightly at Mr. Shun. Since my spiritual root remains intact, I can indeed cultivate spiritual energy anew. Thus you can no longer label me as useless. After all, the war god manor has bestowed considerable benefits upon your Shin family. That you would come here to casually insult me without fully grasping the situation is a sign of disrespect. I have shown you tolerance time and again out of respect for your elder status. However, tolerance does not equate to unbridled freedom. Moreover, you claim that your daughter is a once-in-4,000 years genius? In truth, your daughter merely basks in my glory, wielding power under my illustrious name. If we are to discuss genius, what aspect of her can possibly compare to me? Though Yun Lan wears a smile, her words become increasingly sharp, like daggers piercing deeply into Master Shin's heart. His face turned ashen with rage. Impudent. Yun Lan, do you not realize that I am your elder? How dare you speak to me in such a tone? It seems that Lady June has failed to properly educate you. What my grandmother imparts to me is of no concern to you, Yun Lan retorted, her smile fading as her gaze turned icy, locking onto Master Shun with a chilling intensity. Addressing you as the head of the Shun family is merely a matter of courtesy. Do not flatter yourself. No sooner had she finished speaking than a fierce wind swept past Master Shun's face. He felt a sudden sting on his cheek and quickly covered it, only to find blood seeping through his fingers. Turning to the Zetonwood pillar before him, he was astonished to see a green leaf embedded within it. Should one carelessly provoke the majesty of the war goddess residence, they must not blame us for our lack of civility. Yun Lan stood with her hands clasped behind her back, casting a cold, sidelong glance at Master Shun. This single gaze felt like the abyss staring back, sending a chill down his spine and causing cold sweat to pour forth. Ultimately, Master Shun departed in a state of furious arrogance, yet returned in trepidation. Upon shutting the door, Jun Fuhuang hastily pulled Yun Lan close, scanning her from head to toe, examining her thoroughly. Yun Lan permitted her beloved grandmother to scrutinize her, cooperating without reservation. Are you truly my Lano? Jun Fuhuang inquired, her eyes reddening, her hand resting gently on Yun Lan's shoulder trembling slightly. Yun Lan extended her arms and replied with a smile. If I am not your Laner, then who else could I be? Jun Fuhuang gazed at the radiant smile of the young girl before her, tears welling in her eyes. Years ago, her obedient granddaughter was indeed deserving of the title of genius. At the tender age of 13, she had become a third-tier spirit master, possessing the rare dual spiritual roots and extraordinary talent. Yet, one fateful day, her granddaughter could no longer summon spiritual energy, nor could she cultivate further. The prodigy was reduced to a mere waste, subjected to the ridicule of all in the Lian kingdom. Grandmother, why are you crying? Yun Lan asked, noticing the tears streaming down Jun Fuhuang's face. She grasped her grandmother's hands tightly. I can cultivate again. You should be happy. Jun Fuhuang wiped away her tears. These are tears of joy, my dear. I know that Laner is a rare talent, and fortunately, heaven has favored you. Unwilling to let such a gift go to waste. If your grandfather were here, he would be overjoyed as well. Upon hearing this, a wave of bittersweet emotions surged within Yun Lan. Her grandmother, Jun Fuhuang, and her grandfather, Yun Jingtang, were renowned for their deep affection in the Lian kingdom. They had met in their youth and forged a bond that led them to the battlefield together. Jun Fuhuang wielded a silver spear, vanquishing foes, while Yun Jingtang provided unwavering support from behind. He was the most respected alchemist in the realm. With Yun Jingtang's full cooperation, Jun Fuhuang had never known defeat, slaying demons and vanquishing Buddhas alike. However, a decade ago, during his cultivation, Yun Jingtang fell into madness, succumbing to his own turmoil, leaving this world. The war goddess lost her most formidable ally, descending from her pedestal of glory. Thus, the status of the war god manor in the kingdom of Lian gradually declined, year by year, to the extent that even the Shin family dared to intrude. Yun Lan gently patted her grandmother Jun Fuhuang's hand. Grandmother, do not be disheartened. I will diligently cultivate my abilities and restore the illustrious reputation of the war god manor throughout the kingdom of Lian. Very well, Jun Fuhuang replied, her eyes brimming with joy as she gazed at Yun Lan. My dear, how is it that you can suddenly gather spiritual energy again? Have you taken some sort of elixir? Yun Lan shook her head, a fleeting glimmer of something unusual passing through her eyes. I merely encountered some fortuitous events in the Panlong Valley. Do not worry, I am quite well. She was reaping the consequences of her actions. Yun Lan's tone abruptly turned icy. Grandmother, please instruct the guards of the manor to never allow Shin Yuyao to step foot inside again. Jun Fuhuang was momentarily taken aback. In the past, Lan Er shared a sisterly bond with Shin Yuyao, and now, this sudden change must indicate that something transpired in Panlong Valley. Chapter 10, Advancement Qing Song Academy. The foremost institution for high-level spiritual masters within the realm of Bi Luo has birthed many formidable individuals and annually selects gifted young talents. The age for enrollment ranges from 14 to 20. The original owner of this body is currently 15 years old and missed the opportunity last year due to an inability to resume cultivation. This year, she cannot let this chance slip away. Jun Fuhuang sighed. Indeed, the admissions examination is determined through one-on-one arena battles. However, as of yesterday, All eligible candidates have completed their registrations. Upon hearing this, Yun Lan raised an eyebrow, realizing she was a step too late. She pondered for a moment and snapped her fingers. Tomorrow morning, I shall personally visit Qingtsong Academy to request a spot in the examination from the elders of the academy. I surmise that the esteemed elders will consider my potential for recultivation and grant me permission to partake in the examination. Very well. Jun Fuhuang agreed readily, retrieving an object from the storage ring on her finger and handing it to Yun Lan. Later, should the academy elders refuse, present this to the dean. He will undoubtedly acquiesce. What Jun Fuhuang offered was a pristine white jade pendant. Yun Lan did not inquire further, accepting it as a symbol of her grandmother's identity, and tucked it away carefully. I understand. Thank you, grandmother. Meanwhile, the shadow guards responded respectfully, their hearts filled with curiosity. Are we to prevent Shen Yuyao from entering the War God Manor? If memory served them correctly, the young miss shared a close relationship with that esteemed Shen family daughter. In the dead of night, most of the lights within the War God Manor had been extinguished, leaving only a few guards patrolling with luminous pearls in hand. Inside her chamber, Yun Lan did not rest. Instead, she sat cross-legged on her bed, entering a meditative state for cultivation. Streams of soft green energy wafted in from outside, swirling around her being. She could feel the energy being absorbed by her with spirit root, transforming into warmth and an inexhaustible vitality. If she were not mistaken, these currents originated from the plants within the War God Manor, as her wood spirit root possessed the ability to extract the essence of flora. After an hour, Yun Lan opened her eyes and, upon quietly assessing her state, was astonished to discover that she had ascended from a level 3 spirit master to a level 5 spirit master. Leaping across 2 ranks, she swiftly rose from her bed and exited her room, making her way into the courtyard. Yun Lan stood before a grand tree, focusing her energy, and released it in a burst of verdant light that shot from her fingertips, piercing the trunk and creating a hole the size of a fist. She gazed at her hand, realizing that after her advancement, her agility had significantly improved. This bolstered her confidence in securing a spot for the examination at Qingtsong Academy. Congratulations on your advancement. Xiaohua emerged from the sea of consciousness, looking at her master with a sense of pride. Yun Lan turned her attention to Xiaohua. It is fortuitous that you possess inherited memories and are well-versed in worldly affairs. I have inquiries to make. Xiaohua nodded. Please, master, ask away. You previously mentioned to that lord of the demon realm in the cave that I possess both wood and fire spiritual roots, yet my second root remains dormant. How did you come to know this? Yun Lan inquired. Xiaohua replied softly, the attributes of a cultivator's spiritual roots are inherited from the more powerful parent. Your dual roots signify that your parents possess equal strength. Your wood root is inherited from your mother, while the fire root descends from your father. Yun Lan stroked her chin, her eyes narrowing slightly. So, you know who my parents are. Where are they now? Why do I have no recollection of them? Chapter 11. A narrow path of enmity. Xiaohua lowered her gaze slightly and shook her head. I am sorry, master. I cannot disclose information regarding your parents at this time. Yun Lan was taken aback by Xiaohua's response. What is the reason? She pressed her lips together, momentarily suppressing her inner turmoil. At the same time, she couldn't help but reflect that only by becoming stronger could she gain more influence in her endeavors. Otherwise, one would be suppressed by those more powerful, rendered utterly defenseless. Much like that lord of the demon realm. Speaking of which, who precisely is this lord of the demon realm? Yun Lan posed the next question. Yi Wuming. Demon clan. Yun Lan fell silent, lost in fleeting contemplation. The black golden token he had given her, adorned with the imposing character Ming, was, in fact, his name. She was aware that this alternate world housed numerous distinct races, yet she had never envisioned him as a member of the demon clan. Reflecting on Yi Wuming's air of unparalleled supremacy and unassailable nobility, it starkly contrasted with her preconceived notions of the demon clan. In the morning, Yun Lan bid farewell to Jun Fuhuang and set forth on her solitary journey to Qingtsong Academy. Conveniently located in Linha City, it was not far from the War God Manor. Yun Lan possessed an exquisitely delicate visage. Her pair of jet-black almond-shaped eyes sparkled with brilliance, her petite nose and naturally rosy lips rendered her a renowned beauty within the city. In the past, the people of Lian Kingdom would marvel at the grace and talent of this young lady from the War God Manor. Yet now, they merely scoff, deeming her a mere empty vase adorned with beauty. In a world where strength reigns supreme, what worth does mere beauty hold? Look, it's that incapable waste. What good is a pretty face? She is merely the little miss of the War God Manor, and yet such a renowned establishment has produced an unparalleled failure. If I were the War God, I would rather crash into a wall than face such disgrace. It is said that Yun Lan was once the pride of the heavens. How could she have fallen to such a fate? Truly pitiful. It is possible that the former god of war, having frequently graced the battlefield and engaged in countless slaughters, accumulated resentment from the spirits, thus casting a curse upon Yun Lan. Speaking of which, the renowned alchemist, Yun Jingtang, who was the husband of the god of war, also passed away several years ago, did he not? Humph, the god of war? Without the assistance of Yun Jingtang, what does she still represent as a god of war? As Yun Lan listened to the scornful remarks of passers-by aimed at her, her grandparents, and indeed the entire residence of the god of war, her gaze darkened with increasing chill. They may insult her, but to deride her grandparents in her presence is intolerable. Yun Lan subtly gathered her spiritual energy within her palm. At that moment, a carriage bearing the insignia of the royal family of Lian country approached, gliding past Yun Lan. The wind lifted the curtains of the carriage, and the occupant inadvertently caught sight of the young girl outside, exclaiming in alarm, "Yun Lan." This exclamation drew the attention of the bystanders. Yun Lan paused momentarily, retracting the spiritual energy that had begun to surge in her hand, and lifted her eyes towards the slowly halting carriage. A youthful gentleman clad in splendid brocade emerged from the carriage, accompanied by a young lady in a delicate yellow gown. Upon seeing these two, Yun Lan narrowed her eyes. Enthralling. Shen Yuyao. Shen Yuyu could scarcely believe her eyes. How could Yun Lan still be alive, standing there in Lingyi City? Had she not perished at the bottom of the cliff? Chapter 12. Ungratefulness. And Ruyan glanced sideways at Shen Yuyao, who was staring at Yun Lan with an expression akin to seeing a ghost. Yun Lan cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yuyao, her complexion still somewhat pale and weak. It had only been a night. Her wounds had not healed so swiftly. However, despite her injuries still not having healed, she did not take the time to rest properly. Early in the morning, she found herself sharing a carriage with Ruyan and disembarking in front of a multitude of onlookers. Yun Lan felt a slight discomfort in her heart, quickly realizing that it was likely an instinctive reaction of the original owner's body. The original owner had indeed harbored a fervent affection for Ruyan, one so intense that it became the talk of the town. Their engagement had been mutually arranged by the general's residence in the war god's manor. Yet, after the original owner could no longer cultivate, Ruyan grew disenchanted and came to break off the engagement, delivering a significant blow to the original owner, suppressing her inner discomfort. Yun Lan forced a smile and greeted Shen Yuyao brightly. "It has been a while, Sister Yuyao." Shen Yuyao's complexion paled further, her fingers instinctively clenching tightly. She was unwilling to believe the situation and hurried off to seek Ruyan. Biting her lip, countless thoughts raced through her mind. That sword had severed Yun Lan's spiritual roots and cast her down a cliff. Surely, there was no chance of survival. Could it be that she had received assistance from a powerful benefactor? Shen Yuyu managed to muster a faint smile as she approached Yun Lan. "Xiao Lan, are you all right? We agreed last night to go to Panlong Valley together to gather herbs, and in the blink of an eye, you vanished, leaving me quite worried." "Worried for me?" Yun Lan met Shen Yuyao's gaze, her smile devoid of warmth. "Did you not wish for my demise?" The moment these words escaped her lips, a wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, and Ruyan furrowed his brow, wondering if it was merely his imagination. Why did Yun Lan no longer exhibit the submissive demeanor she once had? Shen Yuyao's expression subtly shifted. "Xiao Lan, what are you saying? How could I ever wish for your demise? Our bond is as close as that of sisters from different families, and the entire Linha city knows it." Before she could finish her words, a fierce gust of wind swept toward her, followed by a sharp crack, leaving a vivid red handprint upon Shen Yuyao's face. With another resounding slap, the opposite side of her face bore a matching mark, perfectly symmetrical. Yun Lan stepped before Shen Yuyao, looking down at her with a piercing gaze. "Shen Yuyao, I still vividly recall the scene from last night in Panlong Valley when you conspired against me. Such a close bond as sisters. Who would wish to maintain a relationship with someone as malevolent as you? I once considered you a good friend, sharing everything precious with you, yet you destroyed my spiritual roots and cast me off a cliff. The term ingratitude perfectly encapsulates you." The young woman leaned slightly forward, bringing her face closer to Shen Yuyao's. "My grandmother, Jun Fu Huang, has led troops into battle numerous times, undefeated, earning the title of the God of War. Even the current emperor grants the God of War's residents due respect. Who gives you the audacity to flaunt your power here and cast aspersions upon the God of War's estate?" Yun Lan's words rang out with undeniable strength, resonating with everyone present. A chilling breeze swept through, leaving an inexplicable sense of discomfort among the crowd, especially those who had just insulted the god of war's residents, who now hung their heads in shame, reluctant to speak further. Shen Yuyao clenched her teeth in silence, bewildered by the sudden aura of confidence radiating from Yun Lan. Before Shen Yuyao could react, Yun Lan seized her hair with an astonishing force, declaring, "Do not rush. How you treated me in the past, I shall repay 100-fold in the future. Prepare yourself." The young girl's voice dripped with venomous hatred, causing Shen Yuyao's heart to race in panic. Instinctively, she turned to Enthralling, pleading, "Brother Yin, save me." Chapter 13. Overreaching Yun Lan shrugged off Enthralling's hand with a derisive laugh. "Are you feeling pity?" Enthralling supported Shen Yuyao, his tone icy as he asserted, "I believe Yuyao is incapable of such actions. Moreover, if what you claim were true, having lost her spiritual roots and plummeted from a cliff, she would have perished long ago and could not possibly emerge unscathed from Panlong Valley. Yet, here you stand, unharmed. Why fabricate such lies to publicly defame Yuyao?" Shen Yuyao leaned weakly against Enthralling, her cheeks swollen and bruised, exuding an aura of desolation. "Brother Yin, I suspect this is merely a misunderstanding. Xiaolan is not the type to resort to violence. Please do not blame her." Enthralling gazed down at Shen Yuyao's battered face, his brows furrowing in disbelief. "You are in this state, yet you still defend her?" Shen Yuyao bit her lip, tears of indignation shimmering in her eyes. Perhaps Xiaolan is distressed due to the dissolution of her engagement with you, which has caused her to act out." At her words, an inexplicable fury ignited within Enthralling, and he glared at Yun Lan, exclaiming, "Yun Lan, I have made it clear that I will not marry a mere ornamental vase incapable of cultivation, no matter how much you entangle yourself with this young master. The matter of the annulment has long been settled." Yun Lan cast a sidelong glance at Enthralling, her eyes reflecting the disdain one might reserve for a fool. The onlookers, eager for gossip, began to chatter about the former engagement between Yun Lan and Enthralling. "You shall kneel before this young master and apologize to Yuyao." Enthralling shielded Shen Yuyao behind him, glaring at Yun Lan with the fierce demeanor of a champion of justice. In stark contrast, Yun Lan stood with her arms crossed, a mocking smile gracing her lips, exuding an air of reckless defiance. "What if I refuse to apologize?" "You," Enthralling, incensed, unleashed a strike, unleashing a bolt of purple lightning energy aimed directly at Yun Lan's forehead, declaring, "You brought this upon yourself. Watch as this young master teaches you a lesson." After all, Yun Lan was merely a useless individual incapable of cultivation. There was no way she could evade this blow. Even if she were injured, he, the son of a national defense general, had ample resources to handle it. Enthralling had yet to devise a plan for how to punish Yun Lan, when suddenly, a shocking scene unfolded. The bolt of lightning struck Yun Lan. Yet she appeared completely unscathed. With a swift flick of her sleeve, she vanished from her original position and reappeared before Enthralling, raising her palm and delivering a powerful blow to his chest. Enthralling was sent staggering several paces back, his expression shifting dramatically as he coughed up blood. The crowd stood in stunned silence, incredulous. Had they truly witnessed this? Enthralling was a 5th-level spirit master, yet he had been so feebly overpowered by the so-called useless Yun Lan that he was left spitting blood. Yun Lan's icy gaze swept over Enthralling's pale face as she proclaimed, "You may be a 5th-level spirit master, but against another of the same rank. Your feeble strike cannot harm me." How utterly delusional. Upon hearing Yun Lan's words, Enthralling felt as if struck by lightning, her mind rendered blank. A 5th-level spirit master? But you were said to be unable to cultivate. Shen Yuyao clenched her teeth in silent fury. It was evident that Yun Lan had indeed regained her powers. Casting a glance at the sky, Yun Lan realized she could not afford to waste time with these two. Without offering any explanation, she strode forward, embarrassed in front of so many. Enthralling had no choice but to assist Shen Yuyao while casting a venomous glare at Yun Lan's departing figure. As the two prepared to leave in their carriage, the onlookers dispersed in a frenzy, eagerly recounting the astonishing scene they had just witnessed. It was indeed a momentous revelation that the seemingly useless young lady of the War God Mansion had resumed her cultivation. In a private room of the Bi Luo restaurant on East Street of Lingyi City, 2 young men sat by the window, having observed the unfolding events with keen interest. Their movements were swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation. The youth clad in immaculate white spoke, sipping his tea as he commented, "Quite impressive." He then turned his gaze to the young man in black seated opposite him. "What do you think, Yanxi?" The black-clad youth, gripping a long sword with a jet-black scabbard intricately engraved with elaborate designs, exuded an aura of chilling intensity even before drawing his blade. Yanqi squinted at Yun Lan's receding figure, his gaze sharp and discerning, towards the direction of Qingsong Academy. With a slight raise of his brow, Rongtanjun smiled gently. His voice warm. It seems that this enrollment examination will be more intriguing than ever before. Chapter 14. Qingsong Academy. Luo Yanqi glanced at Rongtanjun and inquired, "Do you think she is seeking an examination quota from the elders of Qingsong Academy?" Rongtanjun took a sip of his tea. This young lady from the War God Manor was once renowned for her exceptional talent, possessing a rare dual spirit root. However, for reasons unknown, she suddenly became unable to cultivate, and her spiritual energy could not coalesce, leading the people of Lian Kingdom to mock her as an unparalleled waste. I observed her earlier strike. There was a leakage of spiritual energy, which is entirely at odds with the rumors of her inability to cultivate, he added. Luo Yanqi remarked nonchalantly. Yun Lan moved swiftly, her agility significantly enhanced after her advancement, feeling no fatigue even after a lengthy journey. Qingsong Academy, the most prestigious top-tier institution in the Bi Luo realm, attracts countless prodigies each year, all vying to cross its threshold in pursuit of the elusive opportunity for admission. The Grand Academy is nestled within a lush forest, surrounded by towering mountains, with morning mist enveloping the azure waters of a tranquil pond, creating an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The main hall of the academy is centrally located, constructed from exquisite white jade and glass, flanked by verdant pines and cypresses, while a majestic structure rises behind it. A winding corridor stretches for 100 paces, with silver bells hanging from the eaves, chiming softly in the breeze. The sun casts its radiant light over the entire academy, which exudes an air of tranquility without sacrificing its dignified grandeur. Yun Lan stood before the entrance of Qingsong Academy, taking a deep breath and reflecting. This is indeed a splendid place for cultivation. It seems I have come to the right place. Who are you? What brings you to the academy? I have come to register for the entrance examination. Yun Lan replied with a crisp tone. The guard glanced at Yun Lan's frail figure and raised an eyebrow. The registration has already concluded this year. You shall have to wait until next year. Yun Lan remained unperturbed, offering a gentle smile. Could you kindly relay a message to the elders of the academy? Inform them that I am Yun Lan from the War God Manor. The War God Manor? The guard pondered for a moment, but did not dismiss Yun Lan. Then please wait here. I shall deliver your message. The guard swiftly turned and departed, leaving Yun Lan to await patiently. Before long, he returned, accompanied by two elderly gentlemen. These are the first elder and the second elder of the academy, he introduced. The first elder, clad in a silver robe, bore snow-white sideburns, exuding an air of ethereal grace. In contrast, the second elder was a middle-aged man in a black robe, sporting a handlebar mustache, with sharp eyes that hinted at a difficult temperament. You are the young lady from the War God Manor, Yun Lan? The first elder inquired, stroking his white beard as he regarded the youthful figure before him. Yun Lan respectfully performed a bow towards the two elders. Indeed, I have come for the entrance examination. The young lady from the War God Manor? You are the granddaughter of the War God, Jun Fuhuang? The second elder frowned, his gaze icy as it scrutinized Yun Lan. I have heard that you are incapable of channeling spiritual energy and thus deemed a waste. If you cannot cultivate, what business do you have at Qingsong Academy? We do not accept the inept. Yun Lan's lips curled slightly, undeterred by the second elder's words. Instead, she produced the pristine jade pendant bestowed upon her by Jun Fuhuang. Upon seeing the jade pendant, the grand elder's gaze flickered momentarily. He took the pendant into his hands, examining it meticulously for a considerable time before casting a glance at Yun Lan, heaving a soft sigh. The second elder, puzzled, inquired, Elder brother, is there some hidden significance to this pendant? Could it be that Yun Lan intends to bribe the academy's elders with merely a piece of jade? Chapter 15. The display of authority shaking his head, the grand elder replied in a measured tone, there is no hidden significance. This is merely a token of the pact between the academy head and the war god. A pact? Yun Lan questioned, perplexed. What agreement exists between my grandmother and the academy head? That is a tale from long ago, the grand elder continued. The academy head was once saved by the war god, and this jade pendant was a gift from the academy head to the war god at that time. The agreement stipulated that should the war god ever require assistance in the future, the academy head would not hesitate to oblige. With a sigh, the grand elder lamented. This pact has lingered for many years without fulfillment, yet I never anticipated that the war god would invoke it for such a matter, merely requesting that the academy make an exception for her granddaughter. Upon hearing this, The second elder's expression soured slightly. Throughout the entire realm of Bi Luo, countless young aspirants yearn to enter Song Academy, yet they are barred at the threshold due to insufficient talent. To accept such a seemingly incapable individual, unable to cultivate, could potentially tarnish the Academy's reputation. Yun Lan, astonished, could not help but lower her gaze to the jade pendant in her hand. She had previously thought of it merely as a symbol of her grandmother's identity, without delving deeper into its implications. To her astonishment, her grandmother entrusted such a significant token to her. The elder returned the jade pendant to Yun Lan, expressing with regret, in truth, "The dean has been in seclusion for many years. I cannot fulfill the agreement with the war god on his behalf." Sensing the elder's reluctance in his words, Yun Lan carefully stowed the pendant and nodded. "In that case, let us rely on strength to speak." With that, she stepped back several paces, opened her palm, and quietly summoned her with spirit root. A sudden, fierce wind howled past, causing the surrounding trees to rustle ominously. As a verdant glow began to coalesce in the young girl's hand, leaves encircled Yun Lan, infused with elemental energy, instantly transforming from delicate and soft to sharp and resilient as blades. "Go," Yun Lan commanded coldly, sending the green leaves hurtling toward the elder and the second elder. "Impudent." The second elder's expression shifted as he immediately waved his sleeve, a powerful gust redirecting the leaves' trajectory. A dull thud echoed as the leaves pierced into the tree trunk like weapons. The elder, astonished, approached the tree, plucking a leaf embedded in its bark. The leaf was taut, its tip glimmering ominously. "Vile girl, do you intend to harm us?" The second elder glared furiously at Yun Lan. Yun Lan retracted her spiritual energy and, with a semblance of respect, cupped her fists in a traditional salute toward the second elder, smiling as she said, "Since the elders do not trust Yun Lan, I must showcase some of my skills to earn your respect. I apologize for any offense caused earlier. I hope the elders can forgive me." Though she appeared to be apologizing to the second elder, it felt more like a display of intimidation. The second elder, filled with rage, was about to speak when the grand elder shot him a glance, then approached Yun Lan, his face unable to conceal his astonishment. "Yun Lan, my dear, when did you begin to cultivate spiritual energy again?" The grand elder's eyes brightened. "Raise your hand." Following his instruction, Yun Lan complied. The grand elder placed 2 fingers on her wrist, secretly probing. The more he examined, the more astonished he became. 15 years old, dual spiritual roots. 5th level spiritual master. Your mental strength has even reached the light rainbow realm. Splendid, splendid. Such extraordinary talent perfectly qualifies you for admission to our Song Academy. You may partake in the examination. Upon hearing this, Yun Lan smiled and replied, "I thank the grand elder. No need for thanks. I simply do not wish to relinquish such a prodigy to other academies." The grand elder's gaze softened as he looked at Yun Lan. "The enrollment examination is in 2 days. Only by achieving victory in the competition can you truly become a member of the academy. My dear, I wish you success." Chapter 16. She is too arrogant. Yun Lan noticed the grand elder's demeanor had completely changed, a smirk gracing her lips. Indeed, in this world where strength reigns supreme, only with a firm fist can one truly subdue those who belittle her. After bidding farewell to the 2 elders, Yun Lan made her way back. The second elder gazed intently at the girl's retreating figure before turning to the grand elder, perplexed. "Elder brother, Yun Lan clearly intended to harm us just now. Why did you prevent me from teaching her a lesson? At such a young age, she wishes to assert her dominance. If she truly enters the academy in the future, will it not cause turmoil?" The grand elder raised his hand slightly, signaling him to remain calm. "It is futile to govern through virtue in this world. She is astute, fully aware that our strengths surpass hers, and undoubtedly has devised a plan. Without any intent to harm us, she reveals her true capabilities openly, allowing us to perceive her genuine strength. With both courage and cunning, does she not embody the qualities of a true prodigy?" The second elder fell into silence for a moment. Still somewhat reluctant, he remarked, "While that may be the case, do you not think she is rather arrogant?" "Ha ha." The grand elder chuckled, stroking his beard. "There is a saying, youth without arrogance is a waste. Did we not exhibit the same exuberance at her age? I can discern that this girl possesses pride but is not conceited, coupled with her remarkable talent, given time. She may very well emerge as a genius towering above the masses." The grand elder's face beamed with delight as he began to anticipate the upcoming admission examination in 2 days. Yun Lan had spent 2 days at the War God Mansion, and the admission examination for Song Academy was about to commence. Jun Fu Huang initially intended to accompany Yun Lan to Qingsong Academy. But Yun Lan urged Jun Fu Huang to remain at the War God Mansion and await her good news. Numerous young aspirants entered Qingsong Academy one after another, waiting for the examination to begin. And Ru Yin and Xin Yuyao were both students of Qingsong Academy, yet they were seniors, attending merely to observe the examination today. Yuyao, how is your face? And Ru Yin inquired, gazing at Shun Yuyao, who was adorned in a light purple gown, her face concealed by a veil. Xin Yuyu caressed her face, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flickering in her eyes, yet her voice remained exquisitely gentle. Brother Yin, I am fine. That day, Xiaolan acted out suddenly, likely due to her ill temper. Please do not be angry. And Ru Yin still harbored lingering thoughts about that day when Yun Lan struck him, causing him to cough up blood, and could not help but snort coldly. Recently, rumors had been circulating in Linha City about Yun Lan's ability to cultivate once more, which greatly displeased him. A lowly, inconsequential young lady must have merely stumbled upon good fortune, receiving assistance from some esteemed noble, which enabled her to once again gather spiritual energy. If he were to marry, it ought to be a woman like Xin Yuyao. And Ru Yin felt exceedingly vexed. As the son of a general, he had been beaten to the point of bloodshed by a mere girl, losing face throughout Linha City. Xin Yuyao glanced at Ru Yin, whose countenance was extremely grim, and a smirk played upon her lips beneath her veil. You wretched person. What does it matter if you rise from the dead? Isn't it still my presence that Brother Yin concerns himself with? Young Master and Miss Shun. A passing male student observed the two and politely bowed. Xin Yuyao smiled at him. And Ru Yin, with an air of haughty superiority, raised his chin and cast a condescending glance at the student, declaring, no need for formalities. The student, filled with trepidation, lowered his hands. These two were prominent figures within the academy, and he could not afford to offend them, as he prepared to swiftly depart. And Ru Yin's keen eyes caught sight of a booklet in the student's hand. Wait, what do you have there? And Ru Yin took the scorebook and opened it, glancing through its contents, only to unexpectedly find a name inscribed within. Yun Lan? Wait a moment. Why is Yun Lan's name on the admissions exam score sheet? Chapter 17. Frame Xin Yuyao also spotted the name on the score sheet and exclaimed in astonishment. Yun Lan? She is here for the admissions exam? A male student cautiously observed the expressions on their faces and replied, yes, indeed. I heard from the academy elders that this Yun Lan is the young lady of the War God Manor, the granddaughter of the national goddess of war. Jun Fu Huang from Lian. Xin Yuyu gritted her teeth in frustration. How insufferable. Yun Lan participating in the admissions exam must be for a spot in the academy. She has been able to gather spiritual energy once more, indicating that her dual spirit roots remain intact. Even though she has been labeled a waste for 2 years, she could swiftly reclaim her reputation as a genius within the academy. Xin Yuyao clenched her sleeves, her eyes brimming with deep-seated envy. That night in Panlong Valley, she should have inflicted a few more wounds to ensure Yun Lan's demise. Yun Lan. And Ru Yin ground her teeth, her fists clenched tightly, producing a creaking sound. I never imagined you would dare to come to Qingsong Academy. You refused to tread the path to heaven and instead barge into hell, truly seeking your own demise. Upon witnessing Ru Yin's fierce desire to tear Yun Lan apart, Xin Yuyao's mind shifted, and she softly remarked, Brother Ru Yin, do not be angry. Xiao Lan can cultivate now. Her participation in the admissions exam is expected. Her voice was gentle, seemingly soothing Ru Yin. Yet every word stoked the flames of his fury even further. No, I cannot allow her to take the exam. And Ru Yin declared menacingly, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he recalled something. I remember the academy has various formations in place. Those who trespass shall undoubtedly meet their doom. Why not let Yun Lan perish within the formation? Upon hearing these words, Xin Yuyao smiled with a sense of triumph, feigning concern as she grasped Ru Yin's arm. Brother Yin, isn't this rather inappropriate? Although Xiao Lan has acted excessively, her crimes do not warrant death. And Ru Yin cradled Xin Yuyao's face in his hands and spoke deliberately. Yuyao, your kindness is excessive. Recall how Yun Lan treated you that day, how she slandered you. Are you still inclined to consider her feelings? You regard her as a sister, yet she has never held you in regard. Xin Yuyao's lips trembled as she gazed at Ru Yin with disbelief. After a moment, she took a deep breath and nodded gently. I understand, Brother Yin. But how can you be certain that Yun Lan will step into the formation? And Ru Yin tenderly stroked Xin Yuyao's hair, his eyes brimming with malice. Rest assured, I will make the necessary arrangements. We need not lift a finger. There are plenty of scapegoats willing to do our bidding. Xin Yuyao fell silent, her gaze lowered. concealing the flicker of coldness in her eyes. Meanwhile, having satisfied her hunger and rested well, Yun Lan set out on her journey. Upon arriving at Qingsong Academy, she discovered that there remained half an hour before the examination commenced. At this moment, the academy's gates were sparsely populated, as most of the younger candidates had already proceeded to the trial grounds to prepare. As Yun Lan entered the gate, a male student emerged, inquiring, "Are you Miss Yun Lan? What is it?" Yun Lan glanced at the earnest young man. The student replied, "The Grand Elder wishes to see you. Please follow me." Yun Lan raised an eyebrow, surprised that the Grand Elder sought her out at this hour. Yun Lan squinted her eyes, fixating on the male student. "Did the elder mention the reason for summoning me?" The male student's gaze flickered momentarily, then he donned an expression of innocence. "Well, the elder did not specify, merely instructed me to escort you there." "Is that so?" Yun Lan smiled faintly, a smirk barely concealed, as she took a step forward to follow him. The male student guided Yun Lan through the various corners of the academy, while she remained discreet, mentally cataloging every path they traversed. "How much longer must we walk?" Yun Lan inquired. The male student quickened his pace, then halted, gesturing towards a waterside pavilion in the distance. "Miss Yun, the elder requests that you wait over there." With that, he turned to leave. Yun Lan, quick-witted, grasped his arm and smiled. "Why the hurry? Since the elder has yet to arrive. Why not stay and keep me company while we wait?" Chapter 18. The Demon Soul. The male student's expression shifted abruptly. He swiftly shook off Yun Lan's grip and flicked his fingers, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy. Yun Lan gracefully evaded the energy, adjusting her stance to find a secure footing. However, in that moment of adjustment, her shoe seemed to tread upon something, and a fierce gust of demonic wind suddenly erupted. Yun Lan looked down to see the stone beneath her feet plummeting, while the surrounding trees began to collapse, transforming the entire scenery of the waterside pavilion into an unrecognizable chaos. The male student watched from a distance as Yun Lan sank, a smirk gracing his lips. As the saying goes, one receives payment to avert calamity on behalf of others. "Miss Yun, this is a formation set within the academy. Unless you possess the skill to break the array, you shall only meet your demise within. Do not blame me for your misfortune." Having spoken, he turned and departed. Yun Lan composed herself. Given her presence within the formation, panic was futile. Every formation possesses a focal point. Once this point is identified, the formation can be successfully dismantled. Yun Lan lifted her gaze, surveying the desolate and chaotic expanse before her. The pavilions and water pavilions were mere facades of the formation. The true realm of the array was likely everything visible to her at this moment, while Yun Lan continued her search for the focal point. In another realm, the realm of the Yellow Springs, the domain of demons, at the summit hall, Yi Wuming sat cross-legged upon an imposing chair crafted from the black blood of a Qilin, his eyes closed, enveloped in a rich aura of purple energy. After a moment, he abruptly opened his eyes, revealing irises that radiated dazzling violet light, overwhelming the heavens and the earth. "Master?" Yao Feng and Lin sensed that Yi Wuming had concluded his meditation and immediately rushed over, respectfully kneeling. Yi Wuming furrowed his brow. He could perceive a slight disturbance in his life-binding seal. Could it be that the human girl encountered trouble? This thought flickered through his mind as he swiftly separated a thread of purple energy. With his long fingers, he delicately stirred the energy, which surged outward from the summit hall at an imperceptible speed. Yao Feng raised his head, exchanging glances with Lin, contemplating whether the master was releasing a fragment of his demonic soul. "Have you completed the tasks I assigned?" Yi Wuming inquired as he rose, casting his eyes down upon his kneeling subordinates. "Yun Lan," he softly uttered, the name lingering in the air. "The reason why this young girl can absorb the blazing pearl remains unclear to my subordinate. However, she has lived in the war goddess mansion since childhood, her parents having been missing for many years. She was raised by the female war god of Lianan Kingdom, Jun Fuhuang, and the alchemist Yun Jingtang, without ever stepping foot outside Lianan. Hence, I suspect that she possesses a unique constitution that allows her to absorb the blazing pearl." Yi Wuming acknowledged this with a sound and then turned his gaze towards Lin. Lin clasped his fists and reported, regarding the whereabouts of Ha Yuan. "I discovered that he was last seen to the south of Longpan Valley. However, by the time I arrived, his aura had already vanished." Yi Wuming stood with his hands clasped behind his back, a veneer of chilliness gracing his handsome features. "Is that so? Very well. Han Yuan is cunning by nature, and his cultivation surpasses yours. Losing track of him was to be expected. If he could be so easily found." He would not be worthy of being the lord of this ghostly realm. Yao Feng and Yun Lan raised their heads and inquired, Master, shall we continue to pursue Han Yuan's trail? Yi Wuming, with a flick of his sleeve, coldly commanded, I must make a journey to the Bi Luo realm. You shall continue the search. Although he had separated a fragment of his demon soul to protect Yun Lan, he felt a twinge of unease. After all, her cultivation was far too low. Should she encounter any peril and sustain injuries, he would also suffer backlash due to the bond of his life seal. Thus, the only course of action was for him to personally seek her out. Chapter 19. Breaking the Formation at Qing Tsang Academy. Yun Lan was still immersed in her study of formation techniques. She searched extensively but could not locate the formation's core. As for why that male student sought to frame her, it was likely that the true mastermind lay behind him. Coincidentally, she recalled that both Ruyan and Shun Yuang were students at Qing Tsang Academy. A sigh escaped Yun Lan's lips as she shook her head, lamenting the situation. It seemed that even if she secured her place in school, Ruyan and Shun Yuang would undoubtedly conspire against her in the shadows. She needed to devise a permanent solution, perhaps on a moonless night, to preemptively eliminate her adversaries. A chilling glint flickered in her eyes as a rising tide of murderous intent surged within her. At that moment, the surroundings began to shift ominously, enveloped in mist, and she could almost hear the sound of blades slicing through the air. Instantly, Yun Lan summoned her spiritual energy, channeling her wood-type essence to shatter the invisible daggers hurtling toward her. Remaining in this perilous realm for any longer would only invite more unpredictable dangers. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a subtle warmth radiating from her lower abdomen. As she deftly evaded the ethereal blades while searching for a secure foothold, her agility was flawless. The heat from her spiritual core intensified, prompting her to frown slightly. Could it be that she had overexerted her energy moments ago? Suddenly, with a sharp crack, several withered trees seemed to spring to life, launching themselves at her. Yun Lan swiftly crouched and leaped to evade the piercing branches, delivering a powerful kick to topple one of the attackers. A sense of foreboding washed over her as a clear voice resonated by her ear. All spirits domain. A torrent of wood-type spiritual energy erupted from the young girl, overwhelming in force as the withered trees were reduced to mere splinters. Master, are you hurt? Xiaohua, her companion, emerged from her consciousness, anxiously darting toward Yun Lan. Yun Lan gazed at the debris strewn around her, somewhat taken aback. I'm fine. Xiaohua, was that power you just exhibited? Xiaohua, relieved to see her master unharmed, explained, the domain is a unique ability possessed by practitioners or divine beasts, particularly those of extraordinary caliber, obtained through rigorous training, serving as a symbol of identity. Naturally, since I have formed a pact with you, my master can also wield the universal domain. Yun Lan fell into a contemplative silence, shaking her head. The domain is an ability exclusive to divine and extraordinary beasts. This implies that if I were to employ the universal domain at this moment, it would reveal my bond with a divine beast. Such exposure would not bode well. Xiaohua was her trump card. She could not unveil this secret unless truly pushed to the brink. Yun Lan reached out to gently pat Xiaohua, surveying her surroundings before breaking into a smile. Thanks to you, I can decipher the formation. Due to Xiaohua's earlier invocation of the universal domain, the sheer force had obliterated the imagery within the formation, thereby revealing the location of its core. Yun Lan scrutinized the ground, where a colossal diagram of the formation appeared. This diagram was composed of tangible elements from within the formation. Every blade of grass, every tree, and even a speck of dust could contribute to the assembly when inserted at the correct angle, adhering to the established principles. From the cosmos emerged all things. The Taiji birthed the two primal forces, which in turn gave rise to the four symbols, and subsequently the 8 trigrams, perpetually generating life. Yun Lan picked up a stone, examined it briefly, and then skillfully hurled it forward. As the stone struck another massive rock upon landing, the latter shifted its angle, causing the formation to completely collapse. Indeed, the core of the formation was located right here. Beyond the whirlpool lies the water pavilion she last beheld before entering the formation. Yun Lan contemplated her route, realizing she had lingered within the array for far too long and must hasten to the Academy's trial grounds to partake in the examination. At that moment, she sensed someone approaching from behind, her brows furrowing as she swiftly inquired, "Who is it?" Chapter 20. Admission Examination. The surge of wood element spiritual energy rushed forth. Yet before it could fully reach the opponent, it dissipated instantaneously, as if striking against an invisible barrier. Yun Lan focused her gaze and beheld a figure clad in a dark robe, exuding an air of noble authority that demanded respect, with deep, somber eyes that hinted at desolation. Who else could it be but Yi Wuming? Gradually relaxing her stance, she approached Yi Wuming, asking, "What brings you here?" Yi Wuming lowered his gaze, observing her unscathed form, and replied coolly, "There was a fluctuation in your life-binding seal." Yun Lan pondered. Just moments ago, she had felt a slight burning sensation in her spiritual roots, realizing it was not due to excessive use of spiritual energy, but rather the influence of her life-binding seal. Yi Wuming then lifted his gaze, casting a sidelong glance at the chaos within the whirlpool, his eyes narrowing dangerously. "Has someone harmed you?" Yun Lan smiled lightly. "It's nothing. I have already broken the formation. This array cannot harm me." Yi Wuming remained silent. He had arrived moments earlier with the intention of forcibly shattering the array to rescue Yun Lan. However, witnessing her maneuvers within the formation ignited a curious desire to observe, leading him to pause and watch her every move. To his surprise, despite her low cultivation, she possessed an unusual and unpredictable set of skills. Moreover, she appeared to have the capability to dismantle the array. According to the investigations conducted by Yao Feng, this Yun Lan was merely a girl of about 10 years. The sheltered young lady, who seldom ventured beyond her front door, how could she possibly have the opportunity to master the art of breaking formations? She concealed her prowess, proving to be even more intriguing than he had anticipated. Yun Lan, having heard no response from him, inwardly scoffed at the arrogance of this lord of the demon realm. Nonetheless, a powerful individual, ranked just beneath the heavens, invariably possesses a distinctive personality. "I must hasten to the examination. Farewell." Yun Lan had no intention of lingering. But as she turned to depart, the man spoke again. "I shall accompany you." Yi Wuming flicked his sleeve, casting an inscrutable glance in her direction. Neither affirming nor denying his previous statement, "Let us proceed." Yun Lan, uncertain of Yi Wuming's intentions and pressed for time, reluctantly acquiesced. At the trial grounds of Qingtsong Academy, while Yun Lan was still devising ways to breach the formation, the enrollment examination had already commenced for some time. The vast arena, constructed from azure crystal, was impervious to blades and arrows. In the audience, Enruyan surveyed her surroundings, and upon realizing Yun Lan's absence, a smirk of triumph graced her lips. That wretched Yun Lan, no doubt ensnared in a perilous formation at this very moment. Shen Yuyao also failed to catch a glimpse of Yun Lan, her previously tense shoulders gradually relaxing. The formations within Qingtsong Academy were meticulously devised by the elders. The dangers within were far beyond Yun Lan's capability to unravel at will. To forcibly breach the formation would only lead to either death or injury. Yun Lan, though you narrowly escaped calamity in Panlong Valley, your stroke of luck must surely be at an end. Above the arena, 8 seats adorned with beastly visages awaited. The academy had 7 elders in attendance, of whom 5 were present to observe the enrollment examination today. These 8 seats were designated for the dean and the 7 elders to occupy at their convenience. The Grand Elder sat in the central seat, stroking his long beard while observing the contest on the stage. The next match was that of Yun Lan. The second elder, seated beside the Grand Elder, let out a disgruntled snort, eager to see what this arrogant young girl was capable of. The Grand Elder glanced at the second elder, about to speak, when an anxious mentor from the academy hurried over, leaning in to whisper a few urgent words. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's brow furrowed in concern. "What? Someone has intruded upon the wasteland formation." The mentor wiped the sweat from his brow, explaining that the patrolling academy guards had heard an explosion near the wasteland formation and, upon investigation, discovered that the formation had been breached. The second elder's expression turned to one of shock upon hearing the mentor's words. "The wasteland formation? That is one of the academy's lethal arrays. No student would dare to trespass." Without hesitation, the third and fourth elders, sensing the gravity of the situation, rose immediately. Just then, the current match on the stage concluded, and the referee recorded the scores in the ledger before announcing, "Next, Yun Lan will face Ling Qian. Please, Yun Lan and Ling Qian, ascend the stage and prepare for the contest." Chapter 21. Disappointment called by name. Ling Qian swiftly ascended the stage. However, her opponent, Yun Lan, was nowhere to be seen. A cacophony erupted from the audience, astonished that someone would forfeit such an important recruitment examination. The 5 elders also noticed the unfolding situation on the stage. The Grand Elder pressed his lips together, contemplating the implications of Yun Lan's absence. The second elder let out a heavy huff, proclaiming, "See, Elder? I told you this girl is simply too arrogant. Do you truly believe that the admissions examination of Qingsong Academy is a trivial affair? The other three elders were not present at the time and were unaware of the events transpiring between Yun Lan and the first and second elders. They merely found the name somewhat familiar. Yun Lan. Could it be that frail young lady from the war god's manor who cannot cultivate? The third elder, clad in a gray robe, glanced towards the first elder with confusion. Why would you allow an incapable individual to partake in the examination? The fourth and fifth elders exchanged glances, each reflecting astonishment in their eyes. She is not incapable. The first elder shook his head, his gaze returning to the arena. However, I too do not understand why she chose to forego the examination, especially since she had personally sought me out for a slot. At this point, a sense of disappointment inevitably filled the first elder's heart. He had held high hopes for Yun Lan's performance, yet if she opted out, it would signify her lack of regard for this significant test. Could it be that he had misjudged her? The second elder scoffed. I have always said she is excessively arrogant. She has completely disregarded us. That wretched girl, once I have the opportunity, I shall personally visit the war god's manor and ensure the war god teaches her a lesson about her foul temper. In the arena, the referee still awaited Yun Lan's entrance. He cleared his throat. Since Yun Lan has withdrawn from the examination, then this match. Before he could finish his sentence, a melodious voice suddenly rang out from the entrance. Who says I have withdrawn? Upon hearing the familiar voice, the first elder's eyes brightened. Everyone turned their gaze towards the young woman at the door. Yun Lan was adorned in a pristine white combat robe. Her long hair styled in a scorpion tail braid cascading down her back. She strode into the arena, her gaze fixed intently upon the vast stage before her. Finally, she cast a glance at Enrian and Shun Yuyao, who were seated side by side in the audience, and her eyes turned icy. Enrian and Shun Yuyao were taken aback, their faces etched with disbelief, staring at Yun Lan as if they had encountered a monster. What on earth? Yun Lan. Wasn't she supposed to be trapped within the desolate array? How could she have emerged? That desolate array was a deadly formation. How could it be breached so easily? Perhaps she had employed some form of magic to render herself invisible to others? With this thought, Yun Lan dismissed her concerns and, with a swift motion, leaped lightly onto the stage, bowing respectfully to the judge. Apologies for my tardiness, I am Yun Lan. The judge, observing the girl's composed demeanor, felt a sense of respect wash over him. This is a crucial examination. Please do not be late again. Yun Lan smiled noncommittally. Turning to take her position, her dark eyes gradually shifting towards the opposing contestant, Ling Qian. In that moment, the atmosphere became charged with tension. Ling Qian, taken aback by the aura emanating from Yun Lan, stepped back a few paces, struggling to regain his composure before snorting. You are Yun Lan? Yun Lan took a step forward and calmly declared, from the war god's mansion, I, Yun Lan, am here to challenge. The name war god's mansion resonated like a thunderclap, shaking the audience of students to their core. She was the infamous, talentless young lady of the war god's mansion. Chapter 22, a stunning revelation. The arena fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into raucous laughter. So she was the so-called waste. It all made sense now. At the tender age of 12, she ascended to the rank of a second-tier spirit master, and by 13, she had achieved the status of a third-tier spirit master. Yet, suddenly, the young lady of the war god manor, Yun Lan, found herself unable to condense spiritual energy. Wait a moment. Does our academy truly have a policy that permits the participation of inept individuals in the entrance examinations? It is utterly laughable. A mere ornamental figure incapable of cultivation. How dare she set foot in our Qingsong Academy? Such arrogance is beyond belief. Ling Qian, defeat the worthless young lady. Defeat the worthless young lady. Go, Ling Qian. She is surely no match for you. The chants of encouragement for Ling Qian echoed throughout the trial arena, as if everyone anticipated that Yun Lan would ultimately meet a dismal fate of being cast off the stage. Initially feeling somewhat apprehensive, Ling Qian's confidence surged upon hearing the cheers, and her gaze towards Yun Lan became imbued with haughty certainty. This contest holds no suspense. There is no way you can triumph over me. In contrast, Yun Lan appeared remarkably composed. Despite the cacophony of ridicule directed at her, she exhibited neither anger nor despair. The young girl lazily stifled a yawn and raised 3 fingers in a nonchalant manner. Ling Qian furrowed her brows. What does this mean? 3 moves. Yun Lan replied with a playful smile. I shall resolve this within 3 moves. Ling Qian. The students in the audience. As soon as her words fell, a deluge of sarcasm and derision ensued. Look at this incapable wretch who cannot even condense spiritual energy, audaciously making such bold claims. Who, pray tell, has bestowed upon her such audacity? The referee, with a solemn nod, announced, both parties shall cease at the designated point, refrain from utilizing auxiliary elixirs, and avoid inflicting fatal harm upon one another. The competition begins. Ling Qian swiftly produced her magic staff, a cold smile gracing her lips. Ling Qian, a level 4 spirit master. How dare a mere waste challenge me with the intent to defeat in 3 moves? Such arrogance. Allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm between us. Yun Lan reigned in her nonchalance and rebellious spirit, her gaze suddenly sharpening into something perilous. With a subtle shift, the young woman's figure vanished enigmatically before Ling Qian, leaving behind only an ephemeral trace in the air. Ling Qian, taken aback, wondered, what kind of technique is this? In that instant, she hastily swung her staff, unleashing fire elemental spirit energy that surged forth from the jewel atop her staff, roaring as it spread outward. Suddenly, several robust vines erupted from the ground beneath Ling Qian's feet, catching her off guard. She barely had time to evade, as the vines ensnared her legs with unyielding tenacity. A strange sound echoed, and like a specter, Yun Lan appeared behind Ling Qian, delivering a fierce kick to her back. With a thunderous crash, Ling Qian's body slammed onto the arena floor. The training ground, once filled with raucous laughter, fell into an abrupt silence, shrouded in an eerie stillness. Ling Qian spat blood, trembling as she pointed a quivering finger at Yun Lan. You are using sorcery. You are cheating. Sorcery? Yun Lan scoffed, a faint green luminescence enveloping her form. Behold clearly, this is what elemental spirit energy. Ling Qian's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Spirit energy? Not only Ling Qian, but the students in the audience and even the elders could not help but display expressions of astonishment. Is it not said that Yun Lan cannot cultivate? Yet, if she truly cannot, then from whence does this spiritual energy originate? In a swift motion, Yun Lan launched her second strike, leaving Ling Qian no opportunity to react. A gleam of green light flickered in her eyes as the vines surrounding her assumed an aggressive posture, resembling venomous serpents ready to strike. The vines moved with astonishing speed, snapping against Ling Qian's body with a resounding crack. A sharp pain surged through her, eliciting a cry of anguish. Before she could mount a defense, the vines attacked once more, lacerating her flesh with fierce winds that left a series of wounds in their wake. Blood splattered upon the arena, and the expressions of onlookers shifted from astonishment to sheer terror. With a thunderous thud, Ling Qian was hurled off the stage by the relentless vines. As promised, 3 moves were sufficient to secure her defeat, rendering a 4th unnecessary. Chapter 23. Tenacity. The referee stood dumbfounded by the scene before him, momentarily at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he swallowed hard and announced, Yun Lan wins. A profound silence enveloped the arena, so quiet that one could hear the softest breaths of those present. Yun Lan bowed respectfully to the 5 elders atop the platform, her voice steady as she spoke. Elders, I have achieved victory in this competition and regarding the admission slot. Before she could finish her statement, the Grand Elder interjected with a warm smile. The admission slot naturally belongs to the victor of the competition. You are a promising talent, and we at Qingsong Academy welcome all gifted youths. Yun Lan curled her lips in a charming smile, expressing her gratitude. Yun Lan thanks all the esteemed elders. With that, she turned and descended from the stage, making her way towards the entrance of the trial ground without hesitation. Knight Wuming stood by the gate, his gaze fixed on the girl who approached him with a gentle stride. The maiden smiled softly, her smile radiating like light, bright yet not blinding. Knight Wuming felt an inexplicable delight at this smile, finding it rather pleasing to the eye. Having exited the trial grounds, Yun Lan stretched lazily. Although the examination had unfolded in an unexpected manner, she had secured her place in the academy nonetheless. However, she found it curious that during her battle with Ling Qian, she had felt her spiritual energy release more swiftly than ever before. Could it be that she had touched upon the threshold of advancement? Knight Wuming seemed to perceive Yun Lan's confusion and remarked coolly, I sense that during your time in the killing array, a fragment of my demonic soul detached itself and attached to you through the binding of your true essence. Your rapid release of spiritual energy is entirely due to the influence of that fragment of my demonic soul silently at work. Yun Lan responded with a surprised sound, pouting slightly. So you mean to say that my victory in the competition was thanks to your assistance? Knight Wuming cast her a sidelong glance, his expression impassive. Even without my demonic soul, winning this competition would still be a mere trifle for you. Yun Lan nodded in understanding. If she wished to progress further on the path of cultivation, it seemed she needed to dedicate some time to enhancing her knowledge regarding spiritual energy and spirit master ranks. Nevertheless, it was evident that Night Wuming's act of giving her his identity token, detaching his demonic soul to protect her, and personally seeking her out at the academy reflected the profound impact the backlash of this true essence binding had on him. Were it not for the binding mark of her birth, such a profound and enigmatic cultivator would likely scorn the human academies and would never entangle herself in any manner with her. She must grow stronger. Only by becoming formidable can she remain composed in the face of adversity or when encountering cultivators more powerful than herself. Furthermore, she has not forgotten the 3-year pact she made with Yi Wuming. Yi Wuming could discern Yun Lan's fervent dedication to her cultivation, and the sternness on his countenance softened slightly. "Let us proceed," he declared. Yun Lan, perplexed, questioned, "Is there anywhere in this world that you cannot reach?" Yi Wuming replied with an air of arrogance, "Indeed, there is no place beyond my grasp." Yun Lan, exasperated, placed her hand on her forehead. "That is not what I meant." Yi Wuming misinterpreted her concern as worry over outsiders discovering their relationship. "I can conceal my form and aura, rendering even those of lesser cultivation unable to perceive my existence. Thus, there is no need for your apprehension. Moreover, I have something for you." Yun Lan was taken aback. He had something for her? In Chapter 24, titled Birth Mother Yun Qing, the admission token for Qing Tsang Academy would arrive at the war goddess residence within 2 days. Yun Lan noticed that Junfu Wang remained oblivious to the presence of Yi Wuming at her side, which surprised her slightly. The ranks of cultivators are categorized into spiritual master, great spiritual master, spiritual king, spiritual sovereign, spiritual emperor, and spiritual saint, with each major rank further divided into 10 minor levels. At 60 years of age, Junfu Wang had attained the 9th level of spiritual sovereignty, a position that firmly places her among the most formidable of the Lian Kingdom. However, Junfu Wang was unable to perceive even the slightest breath of Yi Wuming, which indicated that Yi Wuming's cultivation was indeed superior to hers. Yun Lan, maintaining a calm demeanor, cast a glance at Yi Wuming before reaching out to grasp Junfu Wang's hand, smiling as she said, "Of course it went smoothly. I have successfully secured my admission quota." Junfu Wang's eyes sparkled with joy. "Really? Indeed, it is true. How could Lanner deceive you? Good, good. Truly, she is my Junfu Wang's granddaughter." Junfu Wang gazed intently at the tender face of the girl before her, and after a moment, her eyes suddenly glistened with tears. Seeing this, Yun Lan quickly supported Junfu Wang, anxious as she inquired, "Grandma, why are you crying? Did Lanner do something wrong?" Junfu Wang gently shook her head, raising her hand to wipe away the tears that had escaped the corners of her eyes. "Grandma merely reminisced about your mother. When your mother was your age, she possessed the same youthful vigor, spending her days trailing after your grandfather, experimenting with herbs and learning the art of alchemy. In time, she did not disappoint your grandfather. She truly became an exceptional alchemist." Yun Lan fell into a thoughtful silence before softly asking, "Grandma, my mother? She is an alchemist?" The original owner's memories contained no recollections of her biological parents. Her understanding of them was limited to what she had heard from her grandparents. Her mother's name was Yun Qing, while her father's name remained unknown, leading the original owner to bear her mother's surname. Strangely, Junfu Wang and Yun Jing'ang had never encountered this mysterious son-in-law, which fueled their anger regarding Yun Qing giving birth to a daughter, as they believed Yun Qing had been heartlessly abandoned by a faithless lover. Later, Yun Qing entrusted her parents with the care of the original owner, and then departed from the war god manor, leaving her whereabouts a mystery to this day. Such actions, viewed through the lens of any parent, could only be deemed as the utmost filial disrespect. Junfu Huang reached out and gently ruffled Yun Lan's hair, saying, "Indeed, your mother has splendidly inherited your grandfather's alchemical talent. By the age of 23, she had already garnered a formidable reputation as a grade 8 alchemist. Lana, your primary spiritual root is of the wood attribute, a gift from your mother. Should the opportunity arise in the future, you may also delve into the art of alchemy." Yun Lan smiled and nodded. "Yes, I will strive to do my best." She instructed the guards of the manor not to approach her chambers casually under the pretext of her cultivation. "All right, there is no one else here. What exactly do you wish to give me?" In the courtyard, Yun Lan lifted her gaze towards Yi Wuming, who retrieved some books from a storage ring on his finger and tossed them to her. Yun Lan caught them steadily, flipping through the pages, her astonishment growing with each turn. Oh, are these cultivation manuals for wood elemental spiritualists? This fellow is voluntarily imparting to her the techniques needed for cultivation? Chapter 25. Are you having second thoughts? Yun Lan blinked, leaning closer to scrutinize him. What prompts such unsolicited kindness from you? As she edged nearer, Yi Wuming caught a faint whiff of her hair's fragrance, subtle and not overpowering. Instinctively, he took a step back, his gaze upon her growing profoundly enigmatic. Does this esteemed one need to extend such courtesies to a mere human? His tone and demeanor exuded an air of haughty superiority. Yun Lan let out a soft exclamation. Why did you send me the cultivation manual without any reason? Have you forgotten our 3-year pact? Yi Wuming shot her a cold glare. Your cultivation must be expedited to hasten my healing. Are you perhaps having second thoughts? Sensing the sudden shift in the Dark Lord's tone to one fraught with danger, Yun Lan rolled her eyes in exasperation. I will fulfill my promise to you, so there is no need for threats. With that, she turned her attention back to the cultivation manual in her hands, ignoring Yi Wuming entirely as she settled on a stone bench in the courtyard. Yi Wuming remained silent, casting a glance at Yun Lan who sat beside him. He was not fond of proximity. Those who had approached him with ill intentions in the past had met with grim fates. Even his subordinates maintained a respectful distance. Yet this girl, she unabashedly drew near, and to his surprise, he felt no displeasure at all. By the way, was your injury inflicted by an enemy? Yun Lan casually inquired as she perused the manual. Yi Wuming turned his gaze to her, his eyes icy, refraining from answering. Yun Lan's fingers delicately traced the pages. I recall at the spring pool in Long An Valley, I detected a strong medicinal scent. Given that you established a 3-year pact with me, it is evident that your injury is not only severe but also difficult to remedy. Yi Wuming's eyes flickered slightly. Her observations were quite astute. Realizing this, he chose not to conceal the truth from her. My injury has persisted for several years. An adversary struck with treachery, and I unwittingly fell victim to his icy poison. An adversary? Yun Lan raised her head, gazing at him in astonishment. At this moment, there is no need for you to know who he is. Sometimes, possessing too much knowledge may not necessarily be a blessing. After this, his figure completely vanished. In the afternoon at Qing Song Academy, shortly after the admissions examination concluded, the 5 elders promptly proceeded to the site of the desolate formation. Observing the devastation of the formation, the elders wore varied expressions. The desolate formation had not been deliberately destroyed. Rather, someone had breached the formation and escaped. The 3rd elder conducted an assessment and reached a conclusion. The 2nd elder furrowed his brow. Could it be that one of the students within the academy is responsible? Are there any students here skilled in breaking formations? The 1st elder raised his gaze towards the other elders. The 3rd elder pondered for a moment before shaking his head. If we speak of the most adept at breaking formations, it would undoubtedly be the Xuanji sect. However, there are no students in the academy who hail from the Xuanji sect. 4th elder, 5th elder, please investigate which students passed through this area today, the 1st elder commanded. Regaining his composure, the 4th and 5th elders immediately turned to conduct their inquiries. Not far away, Enruyan and Shen Yuyao stood in the pavilion, silently observing the elders' every action. How curious, considering the lethal nature of the desolate formation, no matter how capable Yun Lan might be. It seemed implausible that she could have escaped unscathed from such a deadly trap. Enruyan racked her brain, unable to fathom how Yun Lan had managed to emerge from the desolate formation completely unharmed. Shen Yuyao clenched her sleeves, the resentment in her eyes intensifying. Yun Lan, what kind of fortune do you possess that allows you to repeatedly escape from the brink of death? Chapter 26. Assassination. The more Enruyan pondered, the more he felt something was amiss. Ever since Yun Lan resumed her cultivation of spiritual energy, an increasing number of peculiar incidents had transpired around her. She had transformed into someone entirely different, as if 2 disparate beings inhabited the same body. Could it be that the Yun Lan he perceived was not the genuine Yun Lan at all? A vague sense of crisis began to swell within Enruyan. He was determined to uncover the truth behind this mystery. Brother Yan, what are you doing? Shen Yuyao looked at Enruyan in confusion. Upon hearing his words, Shen Yuyao felt a sense of relief wash over her. The experts of the general's manor were not to be trifled with. Regardless of the outcome of their endeavors, if this opportunity could be seized to eliminate Yun Lan, Shen Yuyao couldn't help but smirk, a sense of pride swelling in her heart. As night descended upon the war god manor, Yun Lan sat cross-legged on her bed, immersed in meditation and cultivation, surrounded by a dense aura of wood-type spiritual energy. After half an hour, the emerald light enveloping her intensified, and Yun Lan suddenly opened her eyes wide. She had ascended from a 5th-level spiritual master to a 6th-level spiritual master. Success. Yun Lan rose from her bed, exhaling a breath of stale air, and stretched her limbs. The swiftness of her advancement could be attributed to her formidable mental strength. She had discovered in the cultivation manual provided by Yi Wuming that cultivators could generate an invisible, colorless, and odorless force through meditation and other methods. This force was known as mental power, typically residing within the sea of consciousness. Possessing substantial mental power could expedite the cultivation process. Certain professions required even greater mental power, such as alchemists, weapon refiners, and beast tamers, among others. Moreover, mental power was categorized into 5 realms: light rainbow, cloud treading, void ascendance, ultimate creation, and wandering dragon. During her last visit to Qingsong Academy to plead with the Grand Elder for an examination slot, the Grand Elder had mentioned that her spiritual power had already reached the realm of light rainbow. Yun Lan walked into the courtyard, where the cool evening breeze greeted her. She settled on a stone bench, continuing to peruse the cultivation manual she held in her hands. Her 6th-level spiritual master cultivation was still insufficient. She needed to exert herself further. As Yun Lan focused on the manual, she lifted a cup of hot tea to her lips. Just as she took a sip, she sensed an unfamiliar presence approaching her courtyard, someone not from the war god manor. With a sudden burst of alertness, Yun Lan sprang into the air, hurling the white jade teacup at the intruder clad in black with astonishing speed. The black-clad figure, caught off guard by her vigilance, was struck squarely by the teacup and stumbled back with a muffled grunt. A cold glint flickered in Yun Lan's eyes as she clenched her fist, summoning green vines that surged forth from all directions, striking at her adversary like a dragon piercing through clouds. The assailant, realizing the imminent danger, swiftly released his spiritual energy, unleashing a torrent of crimson fire that incinerated the vines. The flames surged toward Yun Lan, filling the air with a searing heat. As the fierce wind mingled with flames swept toward her, brimming with lethal intent, Yun Lan narrowed her eyes. Fire countered wood, and the attack bore a deadly purpose. This assassin was indeed well prepared. Just as she contemplated how to evade the flames, a commanding voice rang out from beyond the courtyard. "Who dares to intrude upon my war god manor?" Jun Fuhuang charged in, wielding a silver-white spear with the speed of lightning. The spear radiated a more profound fire energy than that of the assassin, and wherever the blazing flames passed, a scorching airflow followed. Upon witnessing the emergence of Jun Fuhuang, the figure clad in black silently cursed his fortune. With a few deft taps of his toes upon the void, he intended to flee. Thinking to escape? Jun Fuhuang seethed with fury. This audacious little assassin dares to presume that the war goddess estate is unguarded? Tonight, I shall ensure that you cannot leave. Chapter 27. The turtled retreat. Just as the figure in black was poised to make his escape, Jun Fuhuang swiftly channeled her spiritual energy, unleashing a torrent of flames that cascaded forth like a torrential downpour. Barrier of fire. The assassin swiftly formed seals with his hands, summoning a radiant sphere of fire energy that enveloped him in a protective cocoon. With a cold snort, Jun Fuhuang brandished her silver-white spear, preparing to launch herself into the fray. Yun Lan, her gaze fixed upon the barrier, revealed a glint of murderous intent in her eyes. She intercepted Jun Fuhuang, grasping the spear with her other hand. "Grandmother, may I borrow your spear for a moment?" With that, she tightened her grip and, using the momentum, soared into the air. "Lana!" Jun Fuhuang gasped in astonishment. When had Lana learned to wield a spear? "You cowardly turtle, I shall see how long your barrier can protect you." Yun Lan concentrated all her strength into the spear, directing it towards the figure in black. With a fierce shout, the spear, imbued with a chilling aura, hurtled forth. The assassin sneered, "My barrier is indestructible, you could never." Before he could finish his boast, a sharp crack reverberated through the night sky. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief, and before he could comprehend the turn of events, the silver-white spear shattered his barrier, followed by an onslaught of gale-force winds that surged toward him. There was no opportunity for evasion. The long spear pierced through the barrier and deeply embedded itself into the shoulder blade of the cloaked figure. He spat out a mouthful of blood, propelled by the immense force that sent him flying. With a resounding thud, the dark-clad man crashed backward, the spear, infused with overwhelming power, impaling his body and lifting him high against the wall. Little did the cloaked figure anticipate that his assassination attempt would be thwarted, only to be countered by a young girl. With a perfectly measured force for a single strike, she demonstrated the principle of yielding against strength, proving that even the most unyielding stone could be pierced by a mere needle if the right force was applied. In her astonishment, Jun Fuhuang did not forget to send the guards to retrieve the cloaked man's lifeless body. Yun Lan wiped the blood from the spear's tip and returned it to Jun Fuhuang, stating, "It belongs to its rightful owner." Jun Fuhuang accepted the spear. Astonished yet elated, "Lana, what exactly?" "Grandmother, do not worry." Yun Lan playfully winked at Jun Fuhuang. "I possess the ability to protect myself." "Very well. Grandmother will not be concerned." Jun Fuhuang smiled as she placed her hand on Yun Lan's shoulder, a look of contentment shining through her weathered eyes. "I simply did not expect that our Lana would be a martial arts prodigy, capable of wielding even grandmother's formidable Jingong spear." Yun Lan smiled silently. She had once been the foremost assassin, adept in both firearms and melee weapons. However, she found it difficult to explain and chose instead to divert the conversation. The guards swiftly brought forth the cloaked man's corpse. Jun Fuhuang wiped the smile from her face and forcefully kicked the lifeless body. What a pitiful wretch, daring to intrude upon the war god's mansion. Death is too lenient a fate for him. Yun Lan, with her keen eyes, observed that the fabric worn by the cloaked figure was of no ordinary quality. "Grandmother, do you recognize where this assassin hails from?" The guard respectfully tore off a piece of the black-clad man's attire and handed it over. Jun Fuhuang examined the cloth, narrowing her eyes in displeasure. The General's Manor? The General's Manor. Chapter 28. Breaking into the Treasure Vault. Jun Fuhuang, in a fit of rage, tossed the fabric aside. The War God Manor and the General's Manor have always kept to their own affairs. Tonight, I shall demand an explanation from that old fool in Sichuan. With that, she stormed out of the manor, but Yun Lan once more obstructed her path. "Grandmother, please, do not be hasty. How can I not be anxious? Of all the people, the assassin from the General's Manor chose to intrude upon your courtyard to attempt your assassination. Such a clear target can only be intentional." Jun Fuhuang was both anxious and furious. "I suspect it is because I displayed my brilliance during today's entrance examination, prompting Ru Yin to doubt me and send an assassin from the General's Manor to test me." Yun Lan smiled faintly, though her eyes did not reflect the mirth. "Ru Yin is a student of Qin Song Academy. Our paths will inevitably cross, and enmity will arise. It would be best to leave him to me. And Ru Yin and that Xin Yu Yao have dared to conspire against me, insulting and belittling me. I shall ensure they pay a heavy price." Jun Fuhuang sighed upon hearing this. "I once thought Ru Yin to be a reliable individual, born into the General's Manor, aligned with us in the War God Manor against our common foes. I did not expect him to be no different from other young masters of noble families. It appears my judgment was flawed, nearly leading to your peril. Now that I have discerned his true nature, it is not too late. Rest assured, grandmother, I shall safeguard myself." Yun Lan gently reassured Jun Fuhuang, who finally felt at ease. After disposing of the bodies of the assassins, they departed the courtyard. However, could this midnight assassination event truly be concluded so simply? For Yun Lan, who harbors a vengeful spirit, the answer is a resounding no. Standing in the courtyard, her gaze coldly sweeping across the night sky, she called out, "Xiao Hua." "Master, I am here." Xiao Hua emerged from the depths of her consciousness, hovering gracefully in the air. "What is your command?" Xiao Hua, being a sentient divine beast, contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Within the General's residence lies a treasure vault, which conceals a rare spirit-gathering pearl. I sense your urgent desire for advancement, and this pearl possesses the ability to transform and gather spiritual energy. Originally, and Sichuan intended to bestow it upon Ru Yin. Should you acquire it, the spirit-gathering pearl may lend you significant assistance." The spirit-gathering pearl. Yun Lan nodded. It indeed sounded like a valuable asset. Noticing her interest, Xiao Hua added, "However, this treasure vault is not easily breached. It is safeguarded by the red lotus karma fire, an extraordinary flame capable of incinerating all it encounters, and it is laced with deadly poison, extremely perilous." Yun Lan narrowed her eyes, articulating each word with precision. And Ru Yin's abrupt dispatch of assassins to test me was no mere impulsive act. It is quite possible that today's attempt on my life was orchestrated by him as well. Since he desires my demise, I shall ensure he loses that which he covets the most. Before entering the Qin Song Academy, I must acquire the spirit-gathering pearl to gather my strength and subsequently resolve matters with Shen Yuyao. Yun Lan is a person of remarkable execution. acutely aware that opportunities and challenges are invariably intertwined. Though the Red Lotus Inferno is perilous, she harbors no fear. On a moonless night, with the wind howling, it is a time for murder and treasure-seeking. After a brief respite, Yun Lan stealthily departed under the cover of darkness, concealing her actions from Junfu Wang. The general's mansion stands to the north of Lingyi City, separated by a protective river. From Xiaohua, she learned that General Shichuan, a lover of exotic flora, has adorned the mansion with a multitude of plants, creating a vibrant atmosphere akin to a grand botanical garden. This offers Yun Lan significant advantages. In the cultivation manual bestowed upon her by Yu Wuming, she discovered a unique technique of a wood element spirit master, enabling her to manipulate plants while camouflaging herself within their verdant embrace, becoming one with nature. This is an excellent method for concealing oneself and evading detection. Chapter 29. The Red Lotus Inferno. Throughout her journey, Yun Lan deftly avoided countless guards patrolling the general's mansion, blending seamlessly among the foliage. She crouched atop a grand tree, her slender form shrouded by lush leaves, quietly stifling her breath to minimize her presence, as silent as the flora surrounding her. Cautiously parting the leaves before her, she observed her surroundings. Master, the guards within the mansion change shifts every incense stick's worth of time. You must reach the treasure vault within this window. In the depths of the mind, there resided the delicate and crisp sound of a flower. Prior to her departure, Yun Lan had already perused the internal map of the general's residence, her memory being remarkably keen. A single glimpse was sufficient for her to commit it to recollection. Patiently, she nestled in the tree for a fragrant span of time before she took action. The sky grew dim, shrouded in dark clouds that obscured the moonlight. At the moment when the patrolling guards turned to change shifts, a shadow swept by like a cool breeze. Holding her breath, Yun Lan rendered herself undetectable, concealed in the shadows. She lingered a while longer, ensuring the absence of peril before proceeding. The treasure vault was situated within the forbidden chamber of the general's residence. This chamber, devoid of patrolling guards, was nonetheless fraught with intricate mechanisms, impenetrable to the ordinary person. Yet, in the eyes of Yun Lan, who excelled in deciphering such contraptions, they seemed mere trifles. In a matter of moments, she successfully entered the forbidden chamber, where the treasure vault lay hidden, safeguarding the invaluable treasures of the entire general's estate. Before her stood an exquisitely ornate door made of exquisite mystic stone, equipped with a triggering mechanism. This mechanism was more complex than those outside the chamber, and Yun Lan toiled for a while before she could unravel it, thus breaching the second line of defense. As for the third line of defense, upon opening the grand door, she leapt into the concealed space beyond. Her gaze met with a dazzling array of golden light, an astonishing display of jewels. Countless treasures, both gold and silver, were heaped along the corridors of the hidden chamber, top-tier beast elixirs, rare herbs, and extraordinary flora, all present as if she had fallen into a treasure trove. The sight indeed broadened Yun Lan's horizons. Truly, the treasure vault of the National Protector General was replete with a considerable bounty amassed from various plunders. Yun Lan could not help but express a small sigh of admiration. As Xiaohua emerged from the sea of consciousness, she perched upon Yun Lan's shoulder, gazing at the myriad treasures laid out before them with an air of calm composure. Master, the general's manor possesses these riches. It is inconceivable that the war goddess manor would lack them. Let us press onward, since we have come this far. Apart from that spirit-gathering pearl, we might as well seek additional treasures advantageous to you. Yet, nothing here seems worthy of our attention. The most exquisite jewels undoubtedly lie deeper within. Yun Lan nodded and proceeded forward at a measured pace. Before long, a cerulean treasure box came into view. Positioned atop a prominently elevated black jade pedestal adorned with golden patterns, Yun Lan bent down to retrieve a gold coin from the ground, aimed it at the lid of the box, and with a sharp click, the lid sprang open, releasing a swirl of deep blue mist, within which a bead of ethereal green hue slowly spiraled, the spirit-gathering pearl. Xiaohua instantly recognized its significance. At that moment, Yun Lan detected a peculiar odor in the air. Her gaze sharpened as she focused on the ground, where a faint dark red hue glimmered between the cracks of the stone tiles. Suddenly, a searing, high-temperature flame mist erupted, enveloping the area in a blaze of fiery red interspersed with brilliant gold, reminiscent of blooming red lotuses, exuding an intoxicating yet perilous allure. The third line of defense in the treasure vault, the Red Lotus Inferno, had been unleashed. Chapter 30. The crimson web. Xiaohua clutched Yun Lan's garment tightly, her usually tranquil visage now shadowed with concern as she fixated on the flames. Master, be cautious. This is the Red Lotus Inferno. Under no circumstances must you let it touch you. Yun Lan nodded solemnly and swiftly retreated a few steps. The crimson flames of the Red Lotus Karma seemed to possess a sentient quality, as they almost vaporized, condensing into delicate threads that wove a tightly knit net of scarlet. Intent on ensnaring its prey, Yun Lan, sensing the impending danger, activated her agility with the swiftness of the wind, her movements artfully navigating through the intricate web of red lines. With each breath, her pace grew more fluid and graceful, while the searing flames failed to even graze the hem of her garment. Xiaohua, witnessing this spectacle, was astonished. How has my master acquired such extraordinary agility? The air crackled with the sound of taut threads, and the confines of the red net constricted further. Yun Lan, calculating her next safe landing, engaged in a battle of wits and courage against the Red Lotus Karma. She discerned that the flames altered their formation every 30 seconds. An opportunity had presented itself. The young maiden unsheathed a long sword, confronting the flames head-on. With a swift whoosh, blood-red threads shot forth like lightning, entwining around her blade. A sharp crack echoed as fissures marred the sword's surface. The searing heat surged towards Yun Lan, startling her into discarding the sword, which shattered upon impact with the ground. The Red Lotus Karma was indeed formidable. Master, be careful, Xiaohua exclaimed in alarm as the threads approached menacingly. Yun Lan's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, she bent low. Her braid, cascading down her back, failed to keep pace with her swift movement and was caught by the threads, causing the ends to unravel. The acrid scent of charred hair filled the air, as a portion of Yun Lan's hair was singed away by the Red Lotus Karma. Cold sweat beaded on her forehead as Yun Lan endeavored to calm herself, seizing the fleeting opportunity during the next formation shift of the red wire net. She propelled herself forward with utmost speed. Extending her hand, she swiftly snatched the treasure box containing the spirit-gathering pearl and tucked it securely into her embrace. Hurry! The red wire surged toward her, and Xiaohua's eyes widened in terror, her heart racing uncontrollably. Gritting her teeth, Yun Lan dashed fervently towards the entrance of the treasure vault. The crimson flames of the Red Lotus fire were perilously close behind. She could almost feel the searing heat threatening to scorch her back, causing beads of sweat to cascade down her body. Yet, in her desperate flight, Yun Lan was not content merely to escape with the spirit-gathering pearl. With keen reflexes, she deftly gathered several fire attribute herbs that caught her eye, stowing them away as she fled. If her memory served her correctly, Yi Wuming had mentioned being afflicted by cold poison. Though unfamiliar with the specifics of cold poison, she surmised that fire attribute herbs might prove beneficial in its treatment. After what felt like an eternity of running, Yun Lan finally beheld the exit of the treasure vault. The relentless pursuit of the Red Lotus fire was unyielding. The strands of the wire were taut to the brink, almost matching her pace in an instant. A sense of foreboding washed over her as her mind raced for a solution to evade the encroaching flames. Suddenly, the familiar sound of space tearing apart resonated. A dark figure emerged, Yi Wuming. He grasped Yun Lan's arm with one hand, lightly tapping the air with his toes, while his other hand rose, fingers splayed, as a black barrier rapidly expanded around him. With a resounding crash, the Red Lotus fire lunged at the barrier but was thwarted entirely by its formidable presence. Yun Lan was taken aback, her gaze meeting the man's stern expression. The Crimson Lotus of Inferno is said to possess the power to incinerate all. Yet it was astonishingly halted by a mere barrier. To what extent has Yi Wuming's cultivation reached? With an impassive expression, Yi Wuming cast a glance at the Crimson Lotus of Inferno before fixing a fierce glare upon Yun Lan. If you truly seek to perish, first allow this sovereign to heal your wounds, and then I shall extinguish your life with my bare hands. Chapter 31. Reclamation. His words, laced with barely contained anger, struck Yun Lan like a sudden blow, leaving her momentarily stunned. Yi Wuming observed the girl before him, who seemed momentarily lost in thought, and then shifted his gaze to her slender arm. In a moment of urgency, he had instinctively grasped her arm, and now he had yet to release her. Holding her delicate arm through a layer of fabric, Yi Wuming had never been so close to a girl before. An unnatural emotion flickered in the depths of his eyes, and with a hint of irritation, he let go of her hand. Yun Lan, however, did not dwell on this. She surmised that Yi Wuming had appeared due to the fluctuations of her life-binding seal, which had alerted him even from afar, leading him to believe she was in peril. Hence his swift arrival. She glanced again at the Crimson Lotus of Inferno beyond the barrier. Recalling how perilous the situation had been, Its sentience and dual offensive and defensive capabilities had nearly overwhelmed her. Had he arrived even a moment later, she might have met her end. This time, it was Yi Wuming who had saved her. Just as Yun Lan was about to express her gratitude, Yi Wuming suddenly interrupted her coldly. The might of the Crimson Lotus of Inferno is exceedingly tyrannical. Even my barrier can only provide temporary respite. Cracks began to emerge on the barrier, and the exit was tantalizingly close. Yun Lan clenched her fist, grasped Yi Wuming's arm, and turned to flee. As she tightly held onto his arm, a mixture of surprise and confusion flickered across Yi Wuming's handsome face. The door to the treasure vault stood firmly shut. Without hesitation, Yun Lan summoned the essence of the wood spirit, her eyes gleaming with determination, and several sturdy vines shot up from the ground, crashing against the door. With a thunderous roar, the exquisitely carved door was flung open by the vines. At that very moment, the barrier conjured by Yi Wuming could no longer withstand the force and disintegrated into dust, entirely devoured by the Crimson Lotus flames, which surged forward once more. The scorching wind swept toward Yun Lan, who moved with astonishing swiftness, her steps both uncanny and graceful, evading the flames time and again. Meanwhile, Yi Wuming, who had been silently observing her, found his gaze deepening with intrigue. This footwork, this agility, this skill. Was it truly the prowess of a mere girl in her early teens? Just then, a peculiar scene unfolded. The crimson flames flickered erratically, transforming from their otherworldly form into crystalline shapes, rapidly hurtling toward Yun Lan. She felt a searing sensation enveloping her body, prompting an involuntary groan as she halted, leaning against the wall to endure the pain. Fortunately, the burning sensation, as swift as it had come, dissipated just as quickly. By the time Yun Lan regained her composure, the crimson flames had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Instinctively, she searched her body and discovered a dark red crystal slipping from her sleeve. What is this? Yun Lan pondered, holding the crystal with a puzzled expression. Realizing that there was a knowledgeable presence beside her in the form of Yi Wuming, Yun Lan proactively extended the crystal stone towards him, inquiring, "What is this?" Upon merely casting a glance, Yi Wuming recognized the object, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is that the red lotus karma fire?" Yun Lan blinked, contemplating, "Wait, this crystal is the manifestation of the red lotus karma fire?" Little Flower fixed her gaze upon the crystal in Yun Lan's hand, seemingly grasping the situation. "Master, might I suggest you check for any injuries?" Upon hearing Little Flower's words, Yun Lan began to inspect herself, ultimately discovering a faint wound on her left arm, likely incurred during her recent escape. Blood oozed from the cut, which was fortuitously absorbed by the red lotus karma fire. It recognized her as its master and transformed from flames into a conveniently portable crystal that adhered to her. Little Flower made a swift conclusion without much deliberation. Yun Lan was taken aback. "Are you implying that the red lotus karma fire now fully belongs to me?" Little Flower nodded, a hint of delight gracing her petite face. "Indeed, once the red lotus karma fire acknowledges its master, it shall no longer pose a threat, and you may wield it at your discretion. Given that the red lotus karma fire is a rarity in this world, extremely difficult to obtain. If you harbor aspirations of becoming an alchemist, this fire would be an invaluable asset for your concoctions." Chapter 32. No request for your assistance cradling the crystal. Yun Lan pondered for a moment, then traced her fingertip across its surface. A dark red flame, laced with brilliant gold, erupted in response to her motion, swirling through the air before vanishing into nothingness. Yun Lan comprehended that this crystal was the very essence of the red lotus inferno. By channeling spiritual energy into the crystal, she could release the infernal flames contained within. It seemed that fortune favored her this night, as she could even acquire such a rare fire from this world. To claim she was not exhilarated would be a falsehood. She took out the treasure box containing the spirit-gathering pearl, and upon opening it, the pearl lifted gracefully from within. With the spirit-gathering pearl in her possession, the red lotus inferno had fortuitously come to her as well, along with the fire attribute treasures she had stealthily acquired. This treasure trove was indeed worth her visit. Yi Wuming gazed intently at the spirit-gathering pearl, realizing that she had risked her life to come here solely for this singular pearl. Yun Lan carefully stored the crystal and the pearl, then placed all the fire attribute treasures into Yi Wuming's hands. "These are for you. Take good care of them." Yi Wuming cast a glance at the items in his hands, and a flicker of light danced in his eyes. The nine-headed crimson flame beast Dan, fire spirit herb, and radiant sunstone, all were extraordinary treasures of the fire element. While they could not completely eradicate his cold poison, they would certainly assist in suppressing it. An indescribable emotion unfurled within Yi Wuming's heart, and he lifted his gaze to the young woman before him. Her black hair fell somewhat chaotically around her, the ends singed and curled by flames, and her delicate face bore several smudges of soot, giving her a rather disheveled appearance. Yet, her eyes shone brilliantly, akin to stars in the night sky. After a brief moment of eye contact, Yi Wuming awkwardly turned his head away, refusing to meet her gaze any longer. I did not ask for your assistance. In good spirits, Yun Lan chuckled, choosing not to hold it against him. Yes, it was my choice. Last time in Panlong Valley, I inadvertently took your flame pearl, hindering your ability to heal. Consider this a small token of compensation. You are magnanimous, so accept it graciously. At this moment, Yi Wuming's inner state cannot be described as entirely unperturbed. In this vast world, he possesses the unparalleled treasures. Anything he desires is within his grasp. Yet, no one has ever made him feel quite like her. This sensation is peculiar. Even the raging fury he felt moments ago has mysteriously dissipated. When the resonance of his life seal fluctuated, his first instinct was that she had encountered trouble. Upon his arrival, he discovered she was in the treasure vault, confronting the overwhelmingly fierce red lotus karmic fire. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Yi Wuming accepted Yun Lan's goodwill with a pleasant demeanor. With the red lotus karmic fire extinguished, the treasure vault posed no further danger, and Yun Lan and Yi Wuming departed in succession. Shortly after their exit, the guard squad outside finally sensed the anomaly, and numerous experts rushed towards the forbidden pavilion. In the dead of night, the general's residence was ablaze with light. Bustling with activity, concealed behind a tree, Yun Lan suppressed her presence, observing the chaotic scene of the general's residence, a cold smile curling her lips. And Rian, I trust you will cherish this grand gift I have bestowed upon you. Yi Wuming stood beside her, his hands clasped behind his back, the night breeze tousling his hair. He inquired, has someone in the general's residence provoked you? Do you require my intervention? No need. Yun Lan waved her hand dismissively, her tone casual. This general's residence is not worthy of you personally teaching them a lesson. I can handle it myself. Chapter 33. Go with the flow. Yi Wuming remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the profile of the young girl. You have dust, he remarked. Yun Lan was taken aback for a moment, then hastily raised her sleeve to wipe her face. The commotion within the general's residence grew increasingly tumultuous. Having had her fill of the excitement, Yun Lan turned to head towards the war goddess mansion. At this moment, at Qingsong Academy, and Rian was jolted awake from his slumber by the vibrations of a communication stone. He quickly activated it, and the anxious voice of a guard from the general's residence echoed through. Not good, young master. A thief has intruded into the treasury. Startled, and Rian sprang out of bed. The treasury? Is there any loss? As he entered, he was met with the furious reprimands of An Shichuan. Am I raising a bunch of good-for-nothings? Can't even catch a brazen thief? Get out. Hurry and search. Dad. And Rian rushed forward. I heard from the guards that the losses are severe. Upon seeing his son, An Shichuan's anxiety intensified. All the mechanisms in the Forbidden Pavilion have been compromised. The Red Lotus Inferno, which originally guarded the spirit-gathering pearl, has also vanished without a trace. And Rian's expression turned to one of disbelief. The mechanisms within the Forbidden Pavilion were intricate and tightly sealed. It was inconceivable for an ordinary person to bypass them. Yet, this thief not only evaded the watchful eyes of numerous guards to infiltrate the Forbidden Pavilion but also disabled all the mechanisms, managing to escape even under the relentless assault of the formidable Red Lotus Inferno. Young master, there is one more thing to report. And Rian felt an ominous premonition enveloping his mind. Could all of this somehow be connected to the War Goddess Mansion, or even to Yun Lan? Indeed, thank you. Yun Lan remarked thoughtfully, turning to approach Yi Wuming with sincerity in her tone. Yi Wuming, perplexed, inquired, Thank? For what? Yun Lan replied, When the Red Lotus fire attacked me. Did you not suddenly appear to rescue me? Had it not been for you, I fear I would have succumbed to the flames. Upon hearing this, Yi Wuming shot her a fierce glance. If you were to perish, where would I find another to mend my wounds? He continued, I saved you because your life is entwined with mine. Yun Lan pouted. This fellow was undeniably domineering. Dissatisfied? Yi Wuming observed her subtle movements, his tone shifting to one of displeasure. Oh, how could that be? You are the esteemed lord of the demon realm, above all others. Who am I to feel discontent? Yun Lan grasped the sleeve of Yi Wuming's robe, striving to conjure a semblance of flattering smile. Once she rises and becomes formidable, She would ensure this great demon would regret his treatment of her. The girl's compliance somewhat softened Yi Wuming's indifferent gaze. Yet as he noticed her audacious grip on his sleeve, an unnatural expression flickered across his handsome visage. Release my sleeve. All right, I shall let go. Yun Lan promptly relinquished her hold. She had come to realize that Yi Wuming was akin to a domineering and proud tiger. If ruffled, one must stroke his fur gently and offer a few sweet words, and he would soon relent. Chapter 34. Enrollment. The admission token for the Qingsong Academy finally arrived at the War God Manor. Yun Lan accepted the token. A verdant jade crystal emblazoned with the characters for Qingsong, cool to the touch and quite pleasant. With the token in hand, she was ready to embark on her journey to Qingsong Academy. Jun Fuhuang pressed an item into Yun Lan's hand, saying, "This is from your grandmother. Take good care of it." It was a storage ring. If one were to ponder what item in this world was the most sought after, yet also the most precious, it would undoubtedly be the storage ring. As Yun Lan gazed at the ring, a twinge of bittersweet emotion surged within her. Grandmother. Jun Fuhuang placed her hands upon Yun Lan's shoulders, gently patting twice, her eyes filled with profound pride. My dear Yun Lan is about to venture forth into the world. Though I have little to offer, remember, as long as you have needs, the War God Manor shall do its utmost for you. Always remember, the War God Manor stands steadfast behind you. The beloved companions of your had long since departed, her daughter and son-in-law were nowhere to be found. And now even her cherished granddaughter was set to leave the War God Manor. No matter how formidable Jun Fuhuang's reputation as the War God, in Yun Lan's eyes, she was merely a lonely elder yearning for the joys of family. All right, your grandmother will await you at the War God Manor. Jun Fuhuang beamed, pinching Yun Lan's cheek playfully and humming. I wonder which rascal has bewitched my daughter to elope without a word. Thankfully, Yun Lan is a sensible and obedient child. Upon forming a bond with the storage ring, Yun Lan discovered it contained a wealth of gold coins, crystals, and elixirs. In this world, both gold coins and crystals served as currency, while elixirs were of an even greater rarity. The time for parting had arrived. After bidding farewell to Jun Fuhuang and the guards within the manor, Yun Lan set forth towards Qingsong Academy. Upon arriving at Qingsong Academy in the afternoon, Yun Lan, holding her admission card, completed a series of enrollment formalities. The academy is divided into male and female dormitories, and Yun Lan proceeded to her single room, which was well equipped with personal items, complemented by a spacious courtyard abundant with plants. After organizing her belongings within the dormitory, she ventured out to explore the academy and familiarize herself with the surroundings. However, as she exited the dining hall, she unexpectedly collided with two individuals. Upon seeing Yun Lan, Shen Yuyao's expression momentarily twisted before she regained her usual grace. Xiaolan, you have arrived at the academy. She had learned just yesterday from Enruyan about the invasion of the general's treasury by thieves, resulting in the loss of numerous treasures. Most concerning was the fate of the general's skilled martial artist, sent to probe Yun Lan, who had since vanished without a trace. The fact that Yun Lan could walk into Qingsong Academy alive suggested that the formidable warrior had likely been discreetly dealt with by the War Goddess Mansion. Chapter 35. Sparring. Yun Lan cast a sidelong glance at Shen Yuyao, noting the brief, ferocious expression that had not escaped her keen observation. Do not address me so intimately. We are not acquainted, Yun Lan remarked with disdain. Shen Yuyu lowered her gaze, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Beside her stood another elegantly dressed young lady, her features striking and attire lavish. Sister Yao, who is this person? Chu Jiaojiao inquired, scrutinizing Yun Lan with raised eyebrows. In response, Shen Yuyu began to introduce her. This is. However, Yun Lan had no desire to engage with Shen Yuyao. Before Shen Yuyao could finish her sentence, Yun Lan turned away with an impassive expression. Shen Yuyao's face froze in surprise, while Chu Jiaojiao appeared somewhat displeased. What an attitude. Greetings, Sister Yao. You are, after all, a renowned genius within the academy. How could she treat you with such disrespect? Shen Yuyu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze lingering inscrutably on the retreating figure of Yun Lan. As she recalled Chu Jiaojiao's status, a cunning idea formed in her mind, and she smiled. That young lady is Yun Lan from the War God Mansion. Her temperament is typically like this, and I have grown accustomed to it. Chu Jiaojiao expressed her astonishment. She is that so-called waste of Lian Kingdom, Yun Lan? She was indeed unable to cultivate before, but now that she has entered the academy, it suggests she possesses some strength. Jiaojiao, you ought not to speak of her in such a manner. Chu Jiaojiao huffed disdainfully. What strength could a waste possibly have? I recently heard she made a remarkable impression during the admission examination, but I am eager to see what prowess she possesses to triumph in the contest. Sister Yao, do not be disheartened. If she speaks ill of you, I shall teach her a lesson." With that, Chu Jiao dashed out of the student cafeteria, pursuing the figure of Yun Lan. Shen Yuyao observed this with a cold smile, leisurely following behind. Yun Lan felt a twinge of hunger, pulling out a meat bun to nibble on while surveying her surroundings within the academy. She sensed the air currents swirling rapidly nearby. It seemed that the academy housed numerous formations, much like the one she inadvertently stumbled into last time. The movement of the air indicated that the formations were already in place. It would be wise to take note of their locations and avoid engaging with them unnecessarily. "Yun Lan, halt at once." A petulant voice called from behind, prompting Yun Lan to turn and see the young lady who had been standing with Shen Yuyao. "Is there something you need?" Yun Lan savored the last bite of her bun, her tone indifferent. Chu Jiao approached her, raising her chin with an air of haughtiness. "I am Chu Jiao, the esteemed daughter of the Chu family from Dongyu Kingdom. I have heard of your remarkable performance during the enrollment examination, and I wish to seek your guidance." "Seek my guidance?" Yun Lan replied with a faint smile that carried an air of mockery. "You?" Chu Jiao's eyes gleamed with disdain. "What are you afraid?" Yun Lan cast a glance at Shen Yuyao, who had followed closely behind, realizing that Shen Yuyao must have spoken to Chu Jiao about her. Sigh, why must some people voluntarily offer her such an experience? Yun Lan chuckled nonchalantly. "It is merely a spar. What is there to fear?" Chu Jiao pointed towards a nearby arena. "Let us battle on the stage. Whoever falls first shall be the loser." Without further ado, Yun Lan made her way to the arena. Chu Jiao's voice was sharp and her antics drew a considerable crowd. Soon, students gathered around the arena, including fresh newcomers and veterans eager for entertainment. "Isn't that the esteemed Lady Chu Jiao? It seems she is about to spar with someone. Wait, her opponent looks somewhat familiar. Haven't we seen her somewhere?" Unbeknownst to them, the challenger facing Chu Jiao was none other than Yun Lan, who had recently shone brightly during the enrollment examination. Yun Lan? The one from the War God Manor. Below the stage, numerous students peered curiously, anticipating the commencement of this bout. Chu Jiao was the first to leap onto the arena, beckoning Yun Lan with a finger, laden with provocative intent. Yun Lan, with a swift motion, stood upon the arena. Upon witnessing Yun Lan's audacity to accept the challenge, Chu Jiao's eyes glinted mischievously as she coldly remarked, "Since this is a contest of skill, why not raise the stakes a bit?" Chapter 36. The wager. Yun Lan sauntered to face Chu Jiao, her dark, piercing gaze unwavering. "How do you propose we wager?" Chu Jiao retrieved a crystal card from her storage ring, delicately pinching it between her fingers as she addressed the onlookers below. "Behold, this is a crystal card worth 100,000 gold coins, redeemable at any bank." A wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. 100,000 gold coins. Such a sum was indeed substantial, a testament to the wealth of a distinguished heiress. With a self-satisfied huff, Chu Jiao turned her gaze back to Yun Lan. "If you emerge victorious, this crystal card shall be yours." Yun Lan contemplated with a thoughtful expression, stroking her chin. "While I find myself not in dire need of funds at present, it would be remiss of me to refuse such a generous offer from Miss Chu." Chu Jiao's lips curled into a sardonic smile. "Let us not get ahead of ourselves. Should you lose, you must strip bare and stand upon this platform for a quarter of an hour." Gasps of excitement erupted from the students below. After all, Yun Lan was a renowned beauty within Linha City. The prospect of her standing exposed as a form of punishment was tantalizingly provocative. Yun Lan, unfazed by the proposition, nodded in agreement. Chu Jiao raised an eyebrow in surprise, clearly taken aback by Yun Lan's willingness to engage in this wager. Meanwhile, Shen Yuyao, standing on the opposite side of the arena, couldn't help but smirk. After all, a woman's honor was her most prized possession. If Yun Lan were to shed her garments, it would be tantamount to trampling her own chastity underfoot. However, with a swift change of tone, Yun Lan fixed her sharp, blade-like gaze upon Chu Jiao. "If you were to lose, what price would you pay?" Chu Jiao chuckled. "Yun Lan, I cannot possibly lose." "That is not necessarily the case." Yun Lan toyed with the braid cascading over her shoulder, a subtle smile gracing her lips. "What if the one who causes your defeat happens to be me?" "You." Chu Jiao was infuriated by her brazen and audacious demeanor. "Very well. What do you intend to do?" Yun Lan produced an object from her storage ring, delicately twirling it in her hand. "This is a third-grade Qingling pill. If you win, I shall present it to you with both hands." A commotion erupted from the audience, third-grade Qi-Ling pill, an auxiliary advancement elixir, a coveted treasure long sought after by countless cultivators. It was astonishing that Yun Lan was so generous, even utilizing the Qi-Ling pill as a wager. The moment Chu Jiaojiao laid eyes on the Qi-Ling pill, her eyes sparkled with excitement. As a fifth-level spiritual master, she was at a crucial juncture for promotion. If she could obtain this pill, "Miss Chu, do you accept this wager?" The young lady wore a beaming smile, her delicate features exuding an innocent and docile appearance. Yet the aura emanating from her compelled the students below to fall silent. In an instant, no one dared to utter a word. Chu Jiaojiao's expression darkened slightly, her fists clenched as she gritted her teeth. "Let us wager then. Who is afraid of whom? Then let the contest commence. Let it be swift and decisive." Yun Lan brushed away the impudent demeanor from her face, her entire being exuding an aura of utmost severity. "I detest being disturbed." As soon as these words escaped her lips, Chu Jiaojiao inexplicably felt a chill run down her spine. The afternoon sun beamed directly upon the arena, where the two young women stood in stark opposition, an electrifying duel on the verge of eruption. Chapter 37. What kind of decorum is this? Due to the theft that had occurred in the forbidden pavilion of the estate, he had pursued the investigation for 2 consecutive days, yet the outcome yielded nothing. Neither the inhabitants of the War God Manor nor Yun Lan had shown any signs of disturbance during those days. Coincidentally, today marked the day of enrollment for new students, and he intended to personally ascertain the authenticity of Yun Lan. "Young Masterin, you may be unaware, but there are individuals engaged in a sparring match over at the arena. We must hurry to join the excitement." "Indeed, young Masterin. This is far more intriguing than attending classes. Surely you are unaware of who the participants are?" And Ru Yen raised an eyebrow at the mention. "Sparring? Who is sparring with whom?" A male student leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "You are familiar with the Chu family, a wealthy merchant family from Dongyu Kingdom, right? Their young lady, Chu Jiaojiao, is set to spar with Yun Lan, who previously achieved remarkable success in the entrance examination. It is worth noting that this Yun Lan is a young lady from the War God Manor, and it seems she had a betrothal with you, young Masterin." Upon hearing this name, and Ru Yan's expression darkened, another male student waved his hand dismissively, grinning mischievously. "The sparring itself is not the focal point. The crux lies in the wager between them. The loser must strip naked and run through the academy. Yun Lan and Chu Jiaojiao are both stunning beauties, regardless of who disrobes. It would undoubtedly be a sight to behold." "Ah, young Masterin, why does your countenance appear so displeased? The outcome of Yun Lan's victory is not the crux of the matter, but should she suffer defeat? After all, she was once betrothed to Yun Lan by a formal engagement. If she were to lose, it would be utterly disgraceful for an unmarried woman to bear herself before such a multitude. Her reputation would be tarnished along with his. How utterly shameless of Yun Lan. How could she so blatantly disregard her chastity? Come." And Rian nearly spat this word through clenched teeth. He was determined to witness for himself what capabilities she possessed to triumph over Chu Jiaojiao. Under the blazing sun, the highly anticipated duel commenced on the arena. Below the platform, an increasing throng of students gathered to spectate. News spread like wildfire, and with the stakes so high, everyone was eager to discover who would emerge victorious. Chu Jiaojiao cast a glance at the sea of dark-clad spectators, and, upon meeting Yun Lan's calm and unruffled gaze, felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Yun Lan stretched her limbs. Having just finished a bond, it was time to engage in a bout to aid digestion. The young woman took a slight step forward, her delicate fingers gracefully beckoning, as vibrant green light surged around her, revealing her 6th tier wood elemental mastery. At this declaration, both Chu Jiaojiao and the students below were plunged into a profound shock. 6th tier elemental mastery? Just then, and Ruyan, arriving at the duel arena, overheard Yun Lan's self-proclamation of her prowess, and an unfamiliar blend of anger and jealousy welled up within him. The last time she struck him, he bled profusely from a single blow. He remembered it vividly. At that time, she had reached the 5th level of spiritual mastery. How could it be that in just a few short days, she had ascended to the 6th level? Chapter 38. I refused to accept this. Upon hearing the words 6th level spiritual master, Chu Jiaojiao's expression instantly stiffened. Wasn't Yun Lan supposed to be a failure? How could her mastery surpass even hers? Yun Lan offered Chu Jiaojiao no opportunity to react. Darting forward with the agility of a sleek leopard, her fingers curled, and several vines surged from all directions, piercing towards Chu Jiaojiao's vital points like ethereal serpents. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of Chu Jiaojiao's mouth as she wiped away the stain, exclaiming, "Come again." As soon as the words left her lips, Chu Jiao let out a delicate shout. Deep blue ice energy radiated from her body, rapidly crystallizing into sharp icicles that shot forth with a whoosh. A chorus of gasps erupted from the audience. After all, she had surpassed her opponent by a full level. How could Chu Jiao possibly stand a chance against Yun Lan? Yun Lan adeptly countered, dismantling Chu Jiao's spiritual techniques without significantly depleting her own energy. In stark contrast to Chu Jiao's tempestuous assaults, Yun Lan's strikes exuded a calm and collected demeanor, as if she were not engaged in a battle but rather indulging in a leisurely pastime. Breathless and with beads of cold sweat forming on her brow, Chu Jiao pondered in frustration. How could this insufferable Yun Lan not be vanquished? Did she not tire from such relentless attacks? Observing Chu Jiao's flustered expression, Yun Lan smirked internally. It was nearly time to bring this sparring session to a close. She shifted her steps, and in an instant, appeared before Chu Jiao, her palm brewing with profound spiritual energy, delivering a powerful blow to Chu Jiao's chest. A sound akin to a gasp echoed as Chu Jiao was propelled into the air, crashing back onto the arena, a stream of blood erupting from her mouth in a straight line. The crystal card worth a staggering 100,000 gold coins flew from her sleeve and landed beside her. An eerie silence enveloped the arena, so profound that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Yun Lan brushed off the dust from her sleeve, her expression cold as she regarded the fallen Chu Jiao. Did I permit you to take it? With a faint glance, Yun Lan summoned a green leaf that, carried by a fierce wind, pierced Chu Jiao's sleeve, rendering her immobile. No. Chu Jiao's eyes widened in fury, helplessly watching as Yun Lan picked up the crystal card. Yun Lan toyed with the card in her hands, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. Miss Chu, the outcome has been determined. You must accept your defeat. Oh? Yun Lan chuckled lightly. On what grounds do you accuse me of cheating? Do you possess any evidence? Chu Jiao bit her lip, her chest heaving with indignation. You produced the Qingling pill, so you surely have an abundance of elixirs. You must have consumed some potion that granted you temporary divine strength to defeat me. I refuse to accept this. This contest is undoubtedly unfair. Chapter 39. It is not your place to act recklessly. Below the stage, the students exchanged glances, bewildered. Yun Lan is willing to wager with the Qingling Dan, which suggests she possesses a wealth of rare elixirs. It is not entirely inconceivable that she could persuade those who have briefly acquired divine power through potions. However, the disparity in cultivation levels presents a formidable challenge. Chu Jiao, a level 5 spirit master, faces a daunting task against Yun Lan, a level 6 spirit master. The crowd beneath the arena buzzes with speculation. Yun Lan's gaze suddenly hardens as she fixes her cold eyes upon Chu Jiao. So, you mean to say you cannot afford to lose? This competition was initiated by you. I accepted your challenge and adhered to your rules. You wish to raise the stakes, and I am more than willing to comply. Yet now, after your defeat, your refusal to accept the outcome leads you to tarnish my name with accusations of cheating. Chu Jiao, this is not your Dongyu kingdom, nor is it your Chu family domain. You have no right to act with such impunity. The girl's penetrating black eyes bore into Chu Jiao with an icy intensity, instilling a profound sense of dread akin to being ensnared by an abyss. Just then, a melodious and warm voice arose from the crowd. Miss Yun did not cheat. All eyes turned towards the speaker, a boy of approximately 16 years. Dressed in a pristine white brocade robe, adorned with black and gold crane feathers, he exuded an air of exquisite elegance. His demeanor was as gentle as the morning sun, his presence distinctively setting him apart from those around him. Soon, a student recognized the young man's identity. It is the illustrious Rong Shuizhong, the renowned genius of the light element spirit masters, Rong Tanji. Yun Lan narrowed her eyes slightly. The Rong family, known for its illustrious reputation, stands in stark contrast to the Chu family, which is renowned for its wealth. The Rong family has solid foundations built upon unparalleled strength. It is said that many formidable warriors have emerged from the Rong lineage, with several having achieved the pinnacle of human cultivation, level 10 spirit saint. This is undoubtedly a super family that no one can easily aspire to join. Yet, why would this young man of the Rong lineage speak on her behalf? Upon hearing Rong Tan's words, Chu Jiao's expression twisted. Rong. Senior Rong? Rong Tan cast a glance at Chu Jiao before addressing the other students. I am a level 7 spirit master and can perceive the fluctuations of spiritual energy below that level. Miss Yun's energy indeed corresponds to a level 6 spirit master. In other words, Miss Yun has not consumed any auxiliary pills. She has defeated Miss Chu entirely through her own authentic strength. Now, does Miss Chu still have any objections? Rong Tan's face bore a gentle and elegant smile. Yet his gaze remained fixed intently on Chu Jiao. The latter trembled in fear. If even Senior Rong had said so, then why was there such a commotion within the academy? Greetings, Elder. The students promptly bowed in respect upon the elder's arrival. Standing on the platform, Chu Jiao was drenched in cold sweat. It was disastrous. This matter had escalated too far, alarming the academy elder. She suddenly regretted her decision to engage in this spark to teach Yun Lan a lesson on behalf of Xinyu Yao. The Grand Elder surveyed the students before shifting his gaze towards Chu Jiao and Yun Lan atop the arena, his brows furrowing slightly. What transpired? Chapter 40. The obvious target's silence enveloped the crowd, as no one dared to speak. The second elder, visibly displeased, pointed at a nearby male student. Speak up. What just occurred? Faced with the second elder's piercing eyes, the student trembled and cautiously recounted the entire sequence of events that had unfolded during the sparring session. The Grand Elder finally grasped the situation. It was a contest laden with stakes. However, the nature of those stakes. Upon hearing the male student's account, the second elder's expression darkened further. Once again, this arrogant Yun Lan has instigated trouble. His displeasure was palpable as he glared at the two young women on the stage. While sparring is commendable and enhances practical experience, contests clearly involving wagers are strictly forbidden in our academy. Do you comprehend the detrimental repercussions this could have for our institution? Chu Jiao remained silent, paralyzed by fear, her emotions mirroring that of an ant on a hot pan, desperately wishing to cover her face and flee. And what of your wager? The loser must run naked around the academy? This is an affront to our esteemed institution. Such a sacred place cannot be subjected to your reckless antics. The second elder, nearly incensed to the point of his mustache bristling, cast a fierce glare at Yun Lan. You are all young ladies. How could you entertain such a demeaning wager concerning your virtue? Yun Lan, with a teasing smile, merely raised an eyebrow. The second elder spoke as if every word was for the benefit of the academy, yet his tone seemed solely directed at her. Was it truly her fault for accepting this challenge? Yun Lan had not intended to dwell on such matters, but the second elder's bias was glaringly apparent. She gently caressed the crystal card in her hand and coldly remarked, Second Elder, it appears you are somewhat misinformed. Firstly, this challenge was initiated by Chu Jiao, who boldly declared that if you do not accept, it signifies incompetence. I accepted the challenge. What fault lies therein? Secondly, the increase in stakes was also proposed by Chu Jiao. She clearly has no intention of allowing me an easy path, so why should I be courteous to her? The second elder furrowed his brow, admonishing, one should exercise restraint. Young lady, your arrogance will inevitably lead to your downfall. A fine sentiment indeed. Yun Lan's eyes glimmered with icy disdain as she retorted. If I were to lose this challenge today, do you truly believe that Chu Jiao would show me any mercy? The second elder found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter Yun Lan's assertion. She then turned her gaze to Chu Jiao, declaring, should you lose, you may choose to disregard our agreement. But if I ever lay eyes on you again, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Your Chu family may be a prominent clan, but my war god manner is not one to be trifled with. Should you doubt my words, feel free to test your luck. The young woman's words were brimming with arrogance and disdain, leaving the onlookers in shock, their mouths agape and eyes wide, as if they were witnessing a side of her they had never known. Chu Jiao clenched her teeth, her face flushed with rage, caught in a dilemma of whether to retort or remain silent. The Grand Elder cleared his throat softly and gestured to Yun Lan, come here for a moment, child. As she approached, the Grand Elder offered a faint smile. Regarding this wager, consider it a favor to me, and let us leave it at that. Such disgraceful acts as running naked in the academy, should they become public, would tarnish our institution's reputation. Rest assured, I shall ensure that Chu Jiao faces severe consequences, sparing you from any humiliation. The young girl raised an eyebrow at his words. It was only her first day at the academy, and already the Grand Elder had spoken with such gravity. She could sense that he held her in considerable regard. Yun Lan did not deliberate for long before nodding. For the Grand Elder's sake, I shall comply. Otherwise, it would be my fault. I have but one request. I do not wish to see Chu Jiao again. To refrain from running naked? Very well. However, I have never been one to forgive easily. It is inconceivable for me to easily pardon someone who has consistently sought to undermine me. Since Chu Jiao wishes to make my life difficult, She ought to leave the academy. In the end, the Grand Elder acquiesced to Yun Lan's stipulation. Ultimately, it all stemmed from Chu Jiaojiao's unfounded challenge against Yun Lan. While sparring was not inherently wrong, the fault lay in the disgraceful wager proposed by Chu Jiaojiao. With the dean in seclusion for many years, the responsibility of upholding the academy's reputation now rested upon the Grand Elder, who possessed the authority to expel Chu Jiaojiao. The crowd of students observing dispersed in a flurry. As Yun Lan leaped down from the platform, she noticed Rong Tanji and another youth with a sword approaching the Grand Elder, engaged in hushed conversation. The Grand Elder nodded at Rong Tanji before turning to depart. The second elder cast a disgruntled glare at Yun Lan before hastily following in the footsteps of the Grand Elder. As the two elders departed, Yun Lan approached Rong Tan and clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Senior Rong, for speaking on my behalf just now." Rong Tan turned his gaze towards Yun Lan, offering a slight smile. "I merely stated the facts. Chu Jiaojiao has been exerting pressure on the freshmen under the pretense of being a senior, which is unacceptable within the academy." He continued, "However, Miss Yun, in just a few days, you have advanced from a level 5 Spirit Master to a level 6 Spirit Master at an astonishing pace. It appears that the academy will soon welcome another genius." Yun Lan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that Rong Tan had been present during the entrance examination. Sensing her surprise, he elaborated, "Actually, we witnessed your confrontation with Shun Yuyao and Enruyan at the Biyun Tavern in Lina City." Yun Lan recalled the incident when she had struck Enruyan, causing her to spit blood. Rong Tan had indeed witnessed that moment. Rong Tan then introduced the young man beside him, who was clad in black and wielding a sword. "This is Lu Yanxi, the eldest disciple of the sword master from the Wanjin sect and also a member of our academy." Lu Yanxi maintained a cold demeanor, offering a slight nod to Yun Lan in acknowledgement, suggesting a rather proud disposition. Yun Lan's gaze was immediately drawn to the long sword in Lu Yanxi's hand. Even unsheathed, a chilling aura silently emanated from the blade. Wanjin sect. Yun Lan silently repeated the name in her mind, and she respectfully returned the gesture of clasping her fists towards Lu Yanxi. Xiaohua hovered before Yun Lan, her tone nonchalant as she spoke. Within the realm of Bi Luozing, numerous factions exist, among which 3 prominent sects stand out: the Wanjin sect, the Xuanji sect, and the Xiaohua sect. The Wanjin sect holds the foremost position among these 3. Its strength unfathomable, with its inner disciples primarily focused on swordsmanship. Yun Lan nodded in understanding. "I see. It seems that Lu Yanxi is quite formidable." The Sword Elder is one of the 4 elders of the Wanjin sect, and is the most esteemed figure aside from the sect leader. It is said that the Sword Elder has not taken on a disciple for many years. Thus, Lu Yanxi's ability to become his pupil must indicate exceptional talent. As Xiaohua spoke, she reached out to gently ruffle Yun Lan's hair. "Though most students at the Qingcang Academy are of your age, there exist those with extraordinary talents. You must strive even harder." Yun Lan smiled and replied, "Of course. I promised my grandmother that I would become stronger soon so that I could search for my long-lost parents." Xiaohua gazed at her contract holder's bright smile, her emerald eyes flashing with an indescribable glimmer. Before Yun Lan could delve deeper into her thoughts, Xiaohua quickly concealed her emotions. "The day is still young. Would you like to try the Spirit Gathering Pearl?" Chapter 42. Using her as a hidden weapon prompted by Xiaohua's words, Yun Lan recalled the Spirit Gathering Pearl that had been stolen from the general's treasury with great effort. Retrieving it from her storage ring, she held the perfectly round pearl, about the size of an infant's fist, which emitted a ghostly green glow. Xiaohua cast a soundproof barrier. The primary function of the Spirit Gathering Pearl is to gather and transform spiritual energy. The essence of spiritual energy is cultivated from the practitioner's spiritual root, and the 7 attributes of this energy correspond to the 7 elements of nature. The term gathering spirit refers to the process of condensing these elemental energies from nature and transforming them for personal use. The protagonist's primary spiritual root is of the wood element, which signifies the vitality of plants, intimately connected to our existence and omnipresent in our surroundings. Thus, the gathering spirit orb holds only benefits for its master, with no detriments. Yun Lan, astonished, shifted her gaze to the gathering spirit orb in her hand. According to Xiaohua, the orb could extract the essence from plants and convert it into the wood-type spiritual energy she needed. The larger the expanse of plant life, the more energy she could amass. However, not every plant harbors the essence that can be absorbed, nor is every plant willing to relinquish its vital energy. Xiaohua glanced at the greenery outside the dormitory window, reminding the master that she and the plants are distinct entities. To gain their service, one must first cultivate a bond with them. Yun Lan closed her eyes, tightened her grip on the gathering spirit orb, and nodded, acknowledging her understanding. She placed the orb in the void before her, forming hand seals to enter a state of cultivation. The orb quivered gently, and soft green light began to flow in through the window. As these luminous points touched the gathering spirit orb, they swiftly transformed into wood-type spiritual energy. From sunset until nightfall, the green luminescence flickered within Yun Lan's dormitory for nearly the entirety of the day, as she remained immersed in her attempt to harmonize with the gathering spirit orb. The gathering spirit pearl is indeed a treasure of the world, possessing its own essence, and the bond with its new master is merely in its nascent stage. Meanwhile, in Chu Jiaojiao's dormitory, she busily arranges her belongings, having been ordered by the Grand Elder to withdraw from the academy, leaving her no choice but to depart from Qingcang Academy. Standing beside her, Shen Yuyao casts her gaze downward, a look of distress upon her face. Jiaojiao, today's events are my fault. I have wronged you. As Chu Jiaojiao finishes packing her last piece of clothing, she turns her head to glance at Shen Yuyao, her tone laced with inquiry. Why did you not speak up for me today? Yun Lan disrespected you, and I endeavored to help you teach her a lesson. Yet when the elders sought to expel me, you remained silent. Why is that? Chu Jiaojiao's emotions are tumultuous, oscillating between hope and despair. Shen Yuyao harbors disdain for Yun Lan, and with just a few words, she has successfully incited Chu Jiaojiao's dissatisfaction towards her. It becomes evident that Shen Yuyao has been manipulating her, using her as a pawn to undermine Yun Lan. Even Rong Tanshi, who is a stranger to Yun Lan, has stood up for her. Yet, Shen Yuyao, in stark contrast, remains mute regarding the matter of Chu Jiaojiao's expulsion, offering not even a single plea on her behalf. Shen Yuyao is a prominent student within the academy. Had she chosen to advocate for her, it is unlikely that Chu Jiaojia would find herself facing expulsion. With clenched fists, Chu Jiaojiao's heart swells with resentment. She has been cast out, while Shen Yuyao remains unscathed, untouched by the consequences. It is clear that she is the true victim in this ordeal. Shen Yuyao possessed a remarkable talent for discerning the subtleties of human expression. As her gaze met the enigmatic glimmer in Chu Jiaojiao's eyes, her mind raced to formulate a swift justification for herself. With a feigned air of vulnerability, she lamented, Jiao, it's not that I lack the desire to assist you. You too witnessed the dismal atmosphere at that moment. The elders were already irate, and I dared not confront them. Chu Jiao responded with a scornful laugh. Dare not confront the elders? Is it truly fear? Or do you regard me merely as a pawn to be discarded once I have served my purpose? You know in your heart the truth of it. Shen Yuyao clenched her teeth in silence, pondering how this once arrogant young lady had suddenly become so astute. Jiao, I genuinely harbor no such intentions. Enough. Chu Jiao interrupted her with palpable irritation, her voice laced with venom. I foolishly considered you a close friend, yet you have betrayed me in such a manner. Yun Lan may not be a paragon of virtue, but neither are you. Am I to be expelled, and you find satisfaction in that? Shen Yuyu displayed a look of grievance. Jiao, I understand the resentment you feel towards me. If my actions can bring you solace, I harbor no complaints. Chu Jiao, unwilling to utter another word to Shen Yuyao, hastily gathered her belongings and stowed them into her storage ring, determined to turn away and depart. Upon witnessing this, Shen Yuyao produced a gilded invitation. Jiao, I have heard that the Baihong auction house is hosting an auction soon, and I possess an excess of invitations. Would you care to accompany me? Chu Jiao fixated on the invitation in her hand, and the pent-up fury within her finally erupted uncontrollably. Do you presume that I look down upon auctions? What folly! Do I require your invitation for such a trivial event? Who do you think you are to belittle me? In a fit of rage, Chu Jiao shoved Shen Yuyao aside and stormed out of the dormitory. Shen Yuyao watched as Chu Jiao's figure receded, her expression gradually shifting from grievance to resignation. Perhaps it was for the best. Chu Jiao was merely a pawn to deal with that wretched Yun Lan. It was unexpected, however, that Jiao would prove so ineffectual, unable to triumph over Yun Lan and ultimately facing expulsion. One could only blame her for her excessive indulgence and lack of restraint. Shen Yuyao slowly redirected her gaze to the invitation in her hand, inhaling deeply. The upcoming auction at Baihong Auction House was rumored to feature several rare treasures of heaven and earth, along with a mystical beast egg. Last time at Longpan Valley, she had encountered a divine beast, only to have a beggar seize the opportunity first, leaving her in regret. This time, she must seize the chance. Even if the divine beast could not be contracted with her, it must not fall into the hands of others. Only by amassing more leverage could she once again trample Yun Lan beneath her feet. Shen Yuyao clenched the invitation tightly, her eyes glinting with a chilling, enigmatic light. Meanwhile, Chu Jiao quietly departed from Qingtsong Academy as the academic term commenced. Yun Lan would certainly not miss any lesson, as the course content primarily revolved around both theoretical knowledge and practical sparring. She also sought to supplement her understanding of this otherworldly realm during her free moments. By attentively attending classes, she could grasp the essence of it all. On her day off, Yun Lan nestled in the library, poring over books, with several stacked tomes of techniques beside her. Today marked her 7th day at Qingtsong Academy. Miss Yun? Rong Ten approached, holding several technique books pertaining to light element spirit masters. Upon spotting Yun Lan, his eyes lit up, and he hastened over. Yun Lan closed her book and nodded slightly to Rong Tan. Have you come to the library to read, Sir Rong? Not quite. I am here to return some books. Rong Tan replied, gently shaking his head. His gaze fell upon the miscellaneous records in Yun Lan's possession. I have frequently seen Miss Yun at the library lately. Your diligence has garnered much praise from the mentors. Yun Lan chuckled awkwardly, refraining from comment. Is there something on your mind? She inquired, puzzled. Rong Tan produced an invitation card. There will be an auction today at the Baiyang Auction House in Lingyi City. I have an invitation and plan to attend with Yen Shi. Would you care to join us, Miss Yun? Chapter 44. Baiyang Auction House. Yun Lan pondered, stroking her chin, as if genuinely contemplating whether to accompany them. An auction? Is it enjoyable? Rong Ten hesitated for a moment, barely suppressing a smile. Well, this auction features many rare treasures that are once-in-a-lifetime opportunities. It might indeed be considered entertaining. Excellent. Yun Lan beamed with delight. Since it is a sincere invitation from Sir Rong, I shall not decline. The young girl's smile blossomed like a flower, her bright eyes sparkling as if adorned with the myriad hues of the world, causing Rong Tan to steal a few glances. However, upon realizing that such prolonged gazes upon a lady could be deemed exceedingly impolite, he quickly averted his gaze. Suppressing his lips with a clenched fist and clearing his throat softly, his alabaster face tinged with a hint of blush. Upon reaching the entrance of the academy, he reunited with Rong Tan and Lu Yanxi, transforming Yun Lan from a maiden into a graceful young gentleman. Miss Yun, what an intriguing outfit you wear, Rong Tan inquired, astonished. Yun Lan produced a black paper fan from her waist, its surface adorned with golden threads, exuding an air of nobility. She raised the fan before her and narrowed her eyes slightly, declaring, men's attire is far more convenient. From this moment forth, you shall refer to me as young master in public. Haha, Miss Yun, you are truly delightful, Rong Ten chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. Very well, from now on, you shall accompany us as our brother to the auction. Lu Yanxi remained silent, casting a fleeting, indifferent glance at Yun Lan's face. The trio set off towards the Baiyang Auction House, a renowned establishment in Linhe City that hosted grand auctions every few months, drawing a continuous stream of patrons. Though it may not rival the esteemed Xingming Pavilion within the borders of Lian, its influence was not to be underestimated. The spacious auction hall could accommodate over 1,000 guests, adorned in opulent luxury, with a central circular auction platform made of lustrous white jade. Surrounding this focal point were 1,000 seats, and at that moment, the hall was abuzz with activity, nearly every seat occupied. Those fortunate enough to receive an invitation to this auction were primarily scions of affluent families, esteemed guests of Baiyang Auction House, who typically did not sit on the main floor, but instead enjoyed the privacy of exclusive private rooms. On the second floor, in a private room, Yun Lan sat at the table, holding a fan in one hand and a teacup in the other, her gaze directed towards the auction stage below. Rong Tanji and Lu Yanxi were seated on either side of her. Speaking of the auction, what treasures might it hold today? Yun Lan sipped her tea and turned her head to look at Rong Tanji. Rong Tanji replied, Yanxi and I are here to observe several technique manuals and elixirs that will be auctioned in preparation for next month's trial month. However, the most intriguing item, I believe, is that divine beast egg. Divine beast egg? Yun Lan raised an eyebrow. Such an item can also be placed on the auction block? I share your curiosity, Rong Tanji remarked, tapping his slender fingers on the table, his expression somewhat solemn. It is said that this divine beast egg was discovered by a mercenary group. Once it hatches, it will produce a spirit beast of divine caliber, a rare occurrence. Generally, the discoverers instinctively choose to form a contract with it. However, for reasons unknown, This mercenary group has chosen to deliver the divine beast egg to the Baihong auction house. Perhaps there is a secret associated with the egg that makes it more valuable for sale than for contracting. Yun Lan expressed her interest with a soft "oh," then shifted the topic. What exactly is this trial month you mentioned earlier? Chapter 45. Teammates Rong Tanji explained. The trial month is a grand event organized collaboratively by all Spirit Master Academies within the Bi Luo realm, held annually. All students may choose to participate voluntarily. The participating students journey to the Wanling Valley for a month-long trial, thus dubbed the Month of Trials. Most significantly, Wanling Valley is renowned as a den of dragons and tigers, fraught with countless hidden dangers. Each year during the Month of Trials, brave young aspirants, mercenaries, and other cultivators meet their demise here. However, the greater the peril, the more abundant the treasures of the world. Despite the trepidation that Wanling Valley instills, it remains the preferred locale for many practitioners seeking to hone their skills. Venturing alone into such a treacherous and intricate terrain only heightens the risk of death. Yun Lan pondered for a moment, stroking her chin, and inquired, will the Academy arrange for participating students to form trial teams? Rong Tanshi nodded in agreement. Having a group of trustworthy companions to rely on can alleviate many troubles during the trials. Yun Lan slightly inclined her head, lifting her gaze towards the auction hall outside the private room. Trustworthy companions, indeed. Now that she had been reborn, could she find friends in this unfamiliar world whom she could completely rely upon? During their idle chatter, the auction was about to commence. The other private rooms on the second floor gradually filled with esteemed guests, and Ruyan, clad in a resplendent golden robe, was accompanied by Xin Yuyao. Brother Yin, look outside. So many people have arrived, Xin Yuyao said, linking her arm within Ruyan's and gesturing towards the densely packed crowd in the first floor hall. And Ruyan casually glanced over. Narrowing his eyes, it seems everyone has come for the divine beast egg. The primary reason for the early announcement by the Baihong auction house was the intrigue surrounding the rare divine beast egg. Xin Yuyao gently caressed the storage ring on her finger, a smile gracing her lips. If the divine beast suits me, I naturally yearn to form a bond with it. Even if it does not, the egg holds significant value. And Ruoyan's lips curled into a sinister arc. Even a divine beast that cannot be bonded with, while still encased in its shell, can be forcibly hatched to extract the youngling. The blood, inner elixir, and even the fur and horns of a divine beast are immensely useful. Extracting every ounce of its utility can be seen as a fitting end. With a resonant chime echoing through the hall, the previously raucous atmosphere fell into an immediate hush. The highly anticipated auction was about to commence. The first to ascend the auction stage was a beautiful woman clad in a violet robe, her captivating phoenix eyes betraying her age of around 30. Her figure was alluringly curvaceous, and she held a small folding fan. With a slight smile revealing her ruby lips, she exuded a charm that captivated all. It was none other than the esteemed Yin Hang. What a rare sight. Yin Hang, it is indeed you presiding over this auction. A chorus of astonished voices erupted in the hall. Thank you all for your patience, the violet-robed beauty said, cheerfully raising her hand to quell the crowd's excitement. I trust you have all heard of the treasures up for bid today, so allow me to unveil them for your delight. Chapter 46. The divine beast egg. Yun Lan leaned against the railing, glancing at the violet-robed beauty on the auction stage. Who is she? The president of Baihong Auction House. Yin Mu, Rong Tanji introduced Yun Lan. Luo Yin's pair of narrow, sharp eyes narrowed slightly. It is said that the Yin Mu Fei is not a top-tier treasure and will never make an appearance at an auction. Rong Tin took a sip of tea, moistening her throat. I find myself increasingly curious about how many top-tier treasures this auction will actually unveil. Yin Mu, without further ado, closed her small folding fan. Without further chit-chat, let us officially commence today's auction. First up is the initial item. As Yin Mu's voice faded, a maid dressed in red approached, carrying a tray covered with silk, concealing its contents from prying eyes. The tray was placed on the auction stage, and Yin Mu gently pinched a corner of the silk, revealing the item within to the audience. Every pair of eyes widened in anticipation as the tray displayed a piece of blood-red ore. Esteemed guests, behold, this is a blood crystal sourced from the Lava Mountain Range. After thorough verification by the auction house's appraisers, it is estimated that this blood crystal has existed for at least a millennium. Yin Mu smiled. Perhaps many guests are unfamiliar with the significance of this 1,000-year-old blood crystal. Yet for weaponsmiths, such a find is exceptionally rare. A millennium-old blood crystal is sufficient to forge a good-tier weapon. The atmosphere began to stir with excitement. Yun Lan raised her delicate eyebrows. Weapons are categorized into 4 tiers. From highest to lowest, Tian, Di, Xian, and Huang. There are even legends of divine tier weapons, yet no one has ever laid eyes upon one. While G-tier weapons cannot compete with Tian tier weapons, they are formidable enough to withstand legions. This millennium-old blood crystal is indeed a remarkable treasure. Amidst the clamor of applause, the blood crystal officially commenced bidding, with a starting price of 30,000 gold coins. 35,000 gold coins. For 1,000 gold coins. I bid 50,000 gold coins. 60,000. One after another, the price of the Millennium Blood Crystal soared to 200,000 gold coins in no time. 200,000. A considerable sum indeed. Yun Lan sipped her tea lightly, observing the situation outside through a sheer curtain. Yimu smiled slightly. Addressing the bidders in the second-floor private room, 200,000 gold coins. Does any esteemed guest wish to raise their bid? 200,000 gold coins for the first time. 200,000 gold coins for the second time. 300,000. A clear voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention to a private room on the second floor. A young man clad in a deep gray robe stood at the railing. His striking features and elegant demeanor captivating. His sword-like eyebrows arched gracefully, and his tall frame was accentuated by a high ponytail, exuding an air of youthful vigor. Is it him? Lu Yinchi glanced at the young man, revealing little surprise in her eyes. Yun Lan inquired, do you know him? He is a classmate from the academy and also a disciple of the master of Wanbao Tower, Feng Jin. Lu Yinchi replied, given that he is from Wanbao Tower, it is hardly surprising for him to acquire the Millennium Blood Crystal at such a high price. The right item must find its way to the right person to realize its fullest potential. It seemed that many in attendance recognized Feng Jin, and no one dared to contest the disciple of the foremost refining master for the treasure. The Millennium Blood Crystal was swiftly claimed by him. The auction proceeded with an array of rare and extraordinary items presented for bidding. Both Rong Tansher and Lu Yinchi harbored their own desires. Ultimately, Rong Tansher acquired several tomes on light magic techniques for a sum of 100,000 gold coins, while Lu Yinchi secured a vial of elixir for 200,000 gold coins. Yun Lan, however, found little interest in these items, and the three of them settled into a leisurely chat in the private room. It was not until another auction item was claimed that Yen Mu clapped his hands and, with a beaming smile, declared, the next item is the treasure that all our esteemed guests have been eagerly anticipating. Bring forth the divine beast egg. Chapter 47. The feigned death of a divine beast. The words divine beast egg struck like a thunderbolt, resonating throughout the crowd. Yun Lan instinctively straightened in her seat, eager to uncover the secrets of this much-lauded egg. A crimson-clad maid ascended the stage, carrying a tray upon which a large egg silhouette was discernible beneath a silken cover. Each person craned their necks, eyes fixated on the moment when Yen Mu would unveil the silk. With a delicate touch, Yen Mu pressed her finger against the beast egg, surveying the eager expressions surrounding her. Her lips curled into a slight smile as she remarked, it seems everyone is quite eager. I shall not keep you in suspense, and will disclose the starting bid for this divine beast egg. The starting price is 1,000,000 gold coins. As her words reverberated in the air, Yen Mu swiftly pulled away the silk, revealing a pitch-black divine beast egg resting quietly on the tray. In an instant, the area around the egg erupted with a deep violet radiance, exuding an aura of chill and sharpness that momentarily sent several patrons retreating from the auction stage. The brilliance was unmistakably that of a genuine divine beast egg. Such formidable spiritual energy. Moments ago, I found myself ensnared by the radiance above. An inexplicable chill coursing through me. Is this the might of a divine beast? In an instant, the eyes of all practitioners in the vicinity gleamed with a mixture of greed and longing. The spiritual energy emanating from the divine beast egg enveloped the entire area, even reaching Yun Lan, who was situated in a private chamber on the second floor. Instinctively, she inhaled deeply, her gaze flickering with intrigue. The creature within the divine beast egg is a wood element divine beast. Master, a clear voice resonated in her mind. Do you sense it too? The creature within the egg is a wood element divine beast. Yes, I can indeed feel it, Yun Lan replied inwardly, conversing with Xiaohua through their bond. Do you wish for me to bid on this divine beast egg? Xiaohua fell silent for a moment before responding, in truth, I cannot discern the specific type of divine beast within the egg. Why not? Yun Lan inquired, perplexed. Logically, since you are of the same elemental affinity as this wood element divine beast, both being spirit beasts of divine caliber, it should not be difficult for you to sense each other. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case, Xiaohua explained, but there exists an exception. That is when the divine beast within the egg has perished. Yun Lan gasped in astonishment. Are you implying that the Baihong auction house, fully aware of this fact, is presenting a divine beast egg that cannot possibly hatch for auction? Xiaohua replied nonchalantly, I cannot speculate on the intentions of the auction house. But it is indeed the case. Yun Lan furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling what Rong Tan had previously mentioned. It turned out that the mercenary group who discovered the divine beast egg chose not to keep it for themselves, but instead handed it over to the Baihong auction house because they realized that the divine beast within was lifeless. A deceased divine beast loses its value for a contract. The only benefit lies in leveraging its name for monetary gain. Truly, human hearts can be treacherous. Xiaohua, can you discern the species from the eggshell? Yun Lan pondered before inquiring. Just now, the divine beast egg was radiating light. I believe the divine beast cub inside may not be dead. That makes sense. Yun Lan's eyes brightened. Serpents hibernate. Once they enter a state of hibernation, it is akin to a false death. Now it was Xiaohua's turn to be puzzled. Hibernation? False death? Serpents are ectothermic creatures. When the surrounding temperature drops too low, they choose to hibernate to cope with the adverse environment and conserve energy. In a hibernation state, serpents cannot respond to external changes, which is why they may be mistaken for dead. Xiaohua contemplated Yun Lan's words. If what you say is true, then the serpentine divine beast within the egg is currently in a state of false death, which is why I cannot sense its aura. Yun Lan smiled slightly. Exactly. Xiaohua, I suspect you may have a new companion soon. Most serpentine spirit beasts possess potent toxins. She would employ hidden weapons, and when combined with venom, it could kill unseen. This precious treasure for survival is so close at hand. Chapter 48. The bidding soon. The price of the divine beast egg skyrocketed from its base price of 1 million gold coins to 3 million, with a continued upward trajectory. The reputation of this divine creature was so immense that none of the cultivators present could contain their excitement. In another private room, and Ruyan's eyes sparkled with astonishment upon seeing the divine beast egg presented. He could hardly restrain his emotions and was about to place a bid when Shen Yuyao tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Brother Yin, let us not rush. I see many are already bidding. It would be wiser to allow them to compete, and we shall reap the benefits. And Ruyan found Shen Yuyao's advice quite sensible, nodding in agreement as he joyfully embraced her. Yuyao, you are truly wise. Shen Yuyao's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, redirecting her gaze to the auction stage. The shouts of bids echoed, nearly overwhelming the entire auction house. Yen Mu observed the fervent enthusiasm of the crowd vying for the divine beast egg, a subtle smile gracing her lips, imbued with a profound significance. 3 million gold coins. Does anyone wish to bid higher? As soon as Yen Mu's cheerful inquiry concluded, another voice rang out. I bid 3,500,000 gold coins. 3,500,000. Many in the audience had ceased their bidding. It was astonishing to consider what affluent family could afford such a sum. Yen Mu turned her attention to the new bidder. This esteemed guest has offered 3,500,000 gold coins. Is there anyone else who wishes to continue bidding? A brief silence enveloped the room. With a gentle smile, Yen Mu announced, it appears there are no esteemed guests bidding anymore. So I declare, for million gold coins. And Ru Yin stood within the elegant chamber, raising the bidding paddle high. All eyes naturally turned towards him. For million gold coins? Which young master is this? Hush. Do you not know who he is? He is the sole heir of the great general in Sichuan, the young master of the general's residence, and Ru Yin. What? It's actually him. Upon hearing the whispers from the hall, and Ru Yin let out a cold snort, his lofty demeanor eliciting displeasure among the onlookers. Inside the chamber, Yun Lan casually crossed her legs and glanced at Ru Yin through the sheer curtain. Rong Tanji and Lu Yinxi exchanged knowing glances. They were aware of the history between Yun Lan and Ru Yin. The engagement from years past had caused quite a stir, well known throughout the city. Now, Rong Tanji poured tea for Yun Lan, saying, Miss Yun, are you interested in this divine beast egg? Yun Lan smiled, lifting her teacup, sipping gracefully as she replied. Of course. Lu Yinxi was somewhat taken aback. It seemed Yun Lan intended to bid against Ru Yin. The individual who had initially bid 3,500,000 gold coins, upon realizing it was Ru Yin, immediately withdrew like a turtle retreating into its shell, sulkily placing down the paddle and remaining silent. After all, he dared not offend the sole scion of the general's estate, and Ru Yin felt quite pleased. It appeared the divine beast egg was destined to be his. However, the triumphant smile that danced upon his lips had yet to linger for 3 seconds when a light, ethereal voice suddenly floated down from an upper chamber, for 1,000,001 gold coin. What? Another competitor? The onlookers were taken aback, astonished that someone dared to bid against Enryan. Enryan's expression froze as he slammed his hand on the railing, glaring towards the private room from which the bid had been shouted. Through the sheer fabric of the window, he could barely make out 3 figures seated inside. Who? Who dared to challenge him, Enryan? Chapter 49. The utterly arrogant provocation. The one daring to bid against Enryan was none other than Yun Lan herself. Yen Mu was momentarily stunned by Yun Lan's audacious offer. Taking a while to respond, this esteemed guest in the second-floor private room has bid 4,000,001 gold coin. Will you continue, young masterin? Enryan forced the word from between clenched teeth. Continue. I bid 4,500,000 gold coins. Yun Lan leisurely exhaled a puff of steam from her tea, responding in a calm manner. 4,500,001 gold coin. 4,800,000 gold coins. 4,800,001 gold coin. 4,900,000 gold coins. 4,900,001 gold coin. The bidding escalated in a back-and-forth manner, leaving the audience both astounded and apprehensive. The challenger seemed intent on merely increasing the bid by 1 coin at a time. While there was no explicit rule against such increments, one had to admit, it was exceedingly arrogant and provocatively audacious. Enryan's face turned a shade of green with fury. His hands gripped the railing tightly as he bared his teeth and shouted towards the private room where Yun Lan sat. I advise you to recognize who I am. I am Enryan, the son of the Grand General of the Lian nation. If you insist on bidding against me, you shall gain nothing but misfortune. The room fell into a brief silence, only to be pierced moments later by a voice laced with sarcasm. The rules of this auction dictate that the highest bidder prevails. Young masterin, your grandiloquent rhetoric is rather tedious. Have you perhaps run out of funds to compete with me? You are talking nonsense. I have ample money. And Ru Yen retorted, visibly infuriated. Then let us proceed. The figure behind the window seemed to chuckle softly. And Ru Yen pounded the railing in frustration and declared, 5,000,000 gold coins. 5,000,001 gold coin. Upon hearing the subsequent bid, and Ru Yen was driven to the brink of madness. Who on earth is this insufferable person? Shin Yuyao also found the audacity of this rival against Ru Yen to be outrageous. Who among the people of Lian Kingdom was unaware of the esteemed reputation of the national general? Such blatant provocation of the general's household was nothing short of self-sabotage. She consoled him, Brother Yen, do not let this impertinent fool irritate you. He is merely lacking in discernment. And Ru Yen gritted his teeth, ignoring Shun Yu Yao's reassurances. The crystal card he possessed contained only 6,000,000 gold coins, and if the opponent continued to raise the stakes. After a considerable pause without hearing and Ru Yen place another bid, Yun Lan remarked, Oh, young masterin, are you not continuing? If your funds are insufficient, I would advise against putting on a fade. Each of these remarks fell lightly, like feathers, yet to Ru Yan's ears. They rang with an unmistakable note of extreme provocation. With his temper flaring, and Ru Yen shouted, 6,000,000 gold coins. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar. And truly, as the son of a great general, he managed to produce 6,000,000 gold coins. Yun Lan yawned leisurely and continued, 6,000,001 gold coins. Young masterin, are you certain you wish to proceed? As for me, I lack many things, but money is not one of them. I suspect that 6,000,000 is your limit. Beside them, Rong Tanji was left speechless by this series of bids. Even the usually stoic Lu Yinshi couldn't help but glance at Yun Lan several times, a flicker of astonishment crossing her eyes. And Ru Yen clenched his fists, his eyes burning with rage as he stared through the window veil, wishing he could bore 2 holes into the figure behind it. How infuriating, truly infuriating. Why hadn't he thought to bring more money with him? Seeing the atmosphere descend into an awkward silence, Yenmu cleared his throat and inquired, Young masterin, will you continue bidding? And Ru Yen snorted, flicked his sleeve, and turned to leave the private room, seemingly having given up. Observing this, Yenmu quickly declared, Since young masterin has withdrawn from the bidding, I hereby announce that this divine beast egg has been secured by a distinguished guest in the second-floor private room for the sum of 6,000,001 gold coins. Yun Lan caressed the rim of her teacup, chuckling softly. Fortunately, her grandmother was generous, providing her with ample funds. Otherwise, she could not have afforded such an expense. However, This hefty sum would undoubtedly take a toll on her savings. It seemed she would need to devise some means of earning money. Chapter 50. I most enjoy making friends. After the divine beast egg was removed, several treasures were successively brought forth by the red-clad maidens. Rong Tanji looked somewhat concerned. Miss Yun, do you have enough money? The sum of 6 million gold coins is no trifling matter. Yun Lan waved his hand dismissively, assuring them, rest assured. I would not have come to the auction house without some savings. With this reassurance, Rong Tanji felt a sense of relief. Once the auction concluded, Yun Lan and Rong Tanji, accompanied by Lu Yinxi, made their way to the inner chamber of the auction house to verify the items. For safety reasons, individuals were called to confirm the auction items in batches, and each person could only enter the inner chamber alone. The trio was the last to be invited into the inner sanctum. At the end of a long corridor, Rong Tanji spotted someone who had gone before them to confirm the auction items. It was none other than Feng Jun, who had successfully bid on the Millennium Blood Crystal. What a coincidence, you two. I didn't expect to see you at the auction as well. Feng Jun greeted Rong Tanji and Lu Yinxi. Rong Tanji responded with a warm smile. Congratulations, Brother Feng, on acquiring the Millennium Blood Crystal. With your and your master's forging skills, that crystal is sure to become an extraordinary weapon that will astonish the world. Feng Jun laughed heartily. I will certainly do my best. As he spoke, his gaze slowly shifted to Yun Lan, who stood behind them. And who might this be? Yun Lan fanned herself leisurely, her transformed appearance resembling that of a young lad with an impeccably handsome face. She smiled and nodded at Feng Jun. An acquaintance, Lu Yinxi succinctly replied. Feng Jun remarked, "Oh, this young man seems unfamiliar." After Feng Jun departed, the three entered the inner chamber. Yen Mu greeted them with a smile. The esteemed guests have finally arrived. Rong Tanji and Lu Yinxi each produced their crystal cards in succession, confirming the accuracy of the secret techniques and elixirs they had recorded before proceeding with the payment. Finally, it was Yun Lan's turn. Yen Mu gazed at the young man before her, astonished. She had not anticipated that someone competing with young master and would be so youthful. Yun Lan smiled, neither confirming nor denying. With her delicate fingers, she swept through her storage ring and produced a lustrous white elixir, presenting it. Please appraise it. A trade of goods? Yen Mu understood and accepted the elixir, scrutinizing it carefully. After a moment, she noticed a unique pattern on the elixir, exclaiming in shock, This is a 5th grade elixir. Elixirs are categorized into 9 grades, with the first being the lowest and the 9th the highest. Elixirs of grade 5 and above possess a pattern formed by the alchemist during the refining process. This pattern, known as the Danwen, serves as the finest proof of the elixir's quality and the alchemist's identity. Upon hearing Yen Mu's words, Rong Tanji and Lu Yinxi were equally astonished. In contemporary society, alchemists are held in high esteem and revered, their numbers exceedingly rare. The higher the grade of the elixir, the more it is coveted and difficult to obtain. Yet, Yun Lan could effortlessly produce a 5th grade elixir. It seems that the power and status of the war god manor should not be underestimated. Yun Lan nodded. You are not mistaken, Yin Zhang. It is indeed a 5th grade elixir. Its value should suffice to secure that divine beast egg, correct? Yen Mu collected her thoughts, her gaze towards Yun Lan now imbued with a glimmer of admiration. At such a young age to possess a 5th grade elixir, along with his audacious demeanor during the bidding against Enruyan, could it be that this young man hails from a renowned family of alchemists? This is indeed a splendid opportunity to cultivate connections. At this moment, Yen Mu dared not be negligent. She carefully secured the elixir and presented a crystal card with both hands, stating, Esteemed sir, the minimum price for a 5th grade elixir is 10 million gold coins. Your elixir sufficiently offsets the 6,100,000 gold coins, with a remainder. This crystal card contains 5 million gold coins. After deducting 399,000 gold coins, the surplus of 101,000 gold coins shall serve as my additional compensation to you. Yun Lan did not accept the crystal card, raising an eyebrow. Compensation? Yin Hang, your assertion is misguided. You owe me nothing, and I require no compensation from you. Yen Mu replied softly. I was unaware that you were such a prominent figure. This auction is under the auspices of my Baihong auction house, and it seems I have failed to extend proper hospitality. Therefore, please allow me to compensate you. Yun Lan narrowed her eyes, observing Yen Mu's flattering and apprehensive demeanor, and surmised that she must perceive her as someone of considerable stature. Naturally, it was understandable that she would think along those lines. given that a fifth-grade elixir could be so effortlessly produced. However, this 100,000 gold coins, though termed compensation, was clearly an attempt by Yen Mu to win her favor. With a slight smile, Yun Lan took the crystal card and stepped closer, leaning towards Yen Mu's ear, whispering, "I fully grasp your intentions, Yen Hang. I have a penchant for making friends, but what?" Yen Mu was taken aback, urging eagerly, "Please clarify, esteemed sir." Chapter 51. Is the fool rich? Yun Lan curled her lips, a sharp glimmer flashing in her bright eyes. However, it seems that Yen Hang is not quite acquainted with the concept of propriety. Yen Mu paused momentarily, pondering the meaning behind the youth's words. Could it be that the mythical beast within the egg was lifeless? Although Yun Lan wore a smile, there was not a trace of mirth in her eyes. Is it the practice of your Baihong auction house to present an egg that could never possibly hatch a mythical beast, merely to deceive the bidders? Yen Mu's pupils constricted sharply, her heart racing like a drum. How could he have discerned the truth? She couldn't help but meet the piercing gaze of the young man before her, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead, and nonchalantly replied, "My dear sir, I am unaware of what you speak. The mythical beast egg has been certified intact by an appraiser, and naturally, the creature within is very much alive." Yun Lan had been observing Yen Mu's reactions closely. Noticing the flicker of uncertainty in her eyes, Yun Lan surmised that Yen Mu was solely motivated by profit, intentionally bringing forth this deceased mythical beast egg for auction. Yet, whether it was the mercenary who discovered the egg, Yen Mu herself, or the appraiser from the auction house, none had perceived the true condition of the beast within. They all assumed the creature was indeed dead, hence the absence of any aura. Fortunately for her, Yun Lan was aware that certain serpentine species could enter a state of hibernation, mimicking death. However, had the individual bidding on the mythical beast egg been someone else, unaware of the facts, they might have believed they had squandered their money on a creature that could never form a bond with them. The deceptive practices of the Baihong auction house left her in awe. Since honesty could not be upheld, it seemed this friendship would never flourish. Yun Lan cradled the beast egg, gently caressing its icy shell with her fingertip, a faint smile gracing her lips. "President Yin, you are unwilling to speak the truth, and I do not wish to press you. However, this transaction, it is not as you have approached it, President Yin." Yen Mu had completely regained her composure. "If the facts are indeed as you claim, then why would you expend a staggering 6 million gold coins to procure such a beast egg?" Yen Mu's gaze deepened. A beast egg, whose inner creature had long since perished, could hold little value. Blood of the beast? Beast essence? Or perhaps the hide? Nevertheless, it mattered not. Regardless, this 6 million was a guaranteed profit for her. A living beast egg commanded a price far higher, often starting at tens of millions in other auction houses. Yet this deceased beast egg would yield her 6 million, truly a fortuitous bargain. Yen Mu dismissed Yun Lan's words from her mind, steadying her thoughts as she reassured herself. The previous exchange had been spoken in a volume only she and Yun Lan could hear, leaving Rong Tanji and Lu Yinchi oblivious. Yun Lan cautiously placed the beast egg into her storage ring. Her spirits lifted as she followed the pair out of the Baihong auction house. Rarity dictates value. The worth of a beast egg is far beyond mere 6 million. Ah, Yen Mu, perhaps you revel in the notion that there are those foolish enough to part with their wealth so readily, eagerly presenting 6 million before you. If only she knew that the creature within the egg still lived, one could only wonder if regret would color her thoughts. On the journey back to the academy, Rong Tanji addressed Yun Lan. "Miss Yun, the time for the beast to hatch is difficult to ascertain. What are your plans?" Yun Lan unfolded her fan and smiled, saying, "It can break its shell whenever it wishes. I am in no hurry." She then inquired, "Do you all possess contract beasts?" Rong Tanji shook her head, replying, "I do not have a contract beast. I plan to seek my fortune in the Wanling Gorge during the month of trials." Lu Yinchi gently caressed her sword and remarked, "I have no need for a contract beast. This chasing shadow serves as my companion, accompanying me through life and death." Chapter 52. Breaking the shell. Yun Lan observed Lu Yinchi for a few more moments, surprised to discover that this youth was quite the sword enthusiast. In the dormitory, Yun Lan removed her masculine attire and luxuriated in a warm bath before reclining on her bed, retrieving the dark, enigmatic beast egg. Though the shell emanated a frigid temperature, she could sense the faintest heartbeat within by infusing it with her wood elemental energy. Although this sign was exceedingly subtle, nearly imperceptible, she was still able to detect it. Xiao Hua emerged from her consciousness, gently placing a hand upon the beast egg to attune itself to its essence. After a brief moment, it opened its eyes and stated, "It is only through such close contact that I can perceive the presence of the divine beast's aura within." Yun Lan tenderly stroked the beast egg, noting that the deep violet glow had diminished significantly. However, to prevent the leakage of this energy, she pondered for a moment and ultimately resolved to enter her consciousness with the beast egg. Xiaohua had previously instructed her on how to enter this realm, a process akin to the soul leaving the body. Yun Lan held her breath, closed her eyes, and felt her soul gradually detach from her physical form. After 3 breaths, Yun Lan opened her eyes, finding herself enveloped in a vast and ethereal mental realm. This was the sanctuary where she stored her spiritual energy, the sea of consciousness. Xiaohua, how long will it take for the divine beast to break free from its shell? Yun Lan cast a glance at Xiaohua. Xiaohua shook her head, responding, "The aura of the beast within the egg is unstable. The timing of its emergence is uncertain. It could be in the next moment, perhaps tomorrow, or even next year." Hearing this, Yun Lan sighed and inquired, "Are there any specific needs for raising a divine beast? Although you seem to have no demands. What if this beast requires elixirs or something of the sort?" She certainly did not possess an abundance of elixirs to nourish a divine creature. Xiaohua replied, "As a spirit beast in fairy form, I closely resemble the human race in both appearance and habits. I can consume the same food as humans or merely absorb the essence of plants, thus eliminating the necessity for elixirs or spirit herbs for energy replenishment. However, serpentine spirit beasts differ. They are in beast form and often require elixirs and spirit herbs to maintain their combat strength." Yun Lan pondered this. "So, does that mean I might be tasked with raising a divine beast that incurs substantial expenses?" A pang of worry struck her. If she were to run out of funds, would she be unable to sustain the divine beast? Xiaohua contemplated for a moment and suggested, "Becoming a mercenary could allow you to acquire more resources." "That is indeed a splendid idea," Yun Lan affirmed. "I recall reading about the mercenary guild in the miscellaneous records. I shall pay a visit there soon." "Very well," Xiaohua said, gently patting the top of the contractor's head. "Just do your utmost and do not overexert yourself. It seems that her contractor will become exceedingly busy in the future. She must cultivate her skills, aspire to become a mercenary, and perhaps even explore the path of an alchemist." Yun Lan set the beast egg aside and suddenly had a thought, clapping her hands. It just occurred to me that the crimson lotus calamity fire is also a form of flame. Since serpents are ectothermic creatures, could proximity to fire possibly induce it to hatch prematurely? Without hesitation, she made a gesture to summon an object from the air, retrieving the source crystal imbued with the energy of the crimson lotus calamity fire from her storage space and placing it beside the beast egg. The crystal emanated a dazzling and enchanting red light, enveloping the beast egg within its glow. Instinctively, Yun Lan held her breath, her gaze fixed on the egg's transformation. In the next moment, a sharp crack echoed, and a web-like pattern of fissures appeared on the surface of the shell. Chapter 53. Innate insufficiency. Yun Lan could not help but widen her eyes. Was it truly about to hatch? Hiss! The sound of a serpent flicking its tongue resonated from within the egg, followed by the other shell shattering, revealing the creature inside. It was a serpent, entirely snow-white, with a tail resembling peacock feathers and a pair of wing-like appendages adorning either side of its head. Though its body was slender, it measured an impressive 5 zhang in length, its emerald eyes fixed intently on Yun Lan and Xiaohua. It flicked its scarlet tongue, raising its body high. In its posture and gaze, Yun Lan sensed both vigilance and wariness. Realizing that she had yet to form a bond with this serpent, she hesitated to extend her hand, fearful of being caught off guard by a sudden bite. Although she was a wood element spirit master, it did not imply that she was immune to all poisons. Yun Lan had no choice but to turn her gaze towards Xiaohua. "Can you identify what spirit beast this is?" Xiaohua scrutinized the white serpent before her, remaining silent for a moment, before responding with a tone of uncertainty. "It seems to be a blood jade spirit serpent." "Seems to be?" Yun Lan raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "The blood jade spirit serpent I know does not possess such a pure white hue." Xiaohua pondered for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. Could it be that this blood jade spirit serpent is a hybrid spirit beast? Yun Lan felt somewhat speechless. A hybrid spirit beast can possess the memories and powers of its predecessor, emerging at the divine beast level upon hatching? Xiaohua shook her head, indicating her ignorance. "As far as I know, there are no precedents." At this moment, the only option was to inquire directly with the blood jade spirit serpent. Yun Lan was aware that divine beasts could articulate human speech and comprehend it as well. She carefully considered her words, Just as she was about to pose her question, the blood jade spirit serpent suddenly collapsed uncontrollably, its mouth slightly agape, seemingly gasping for air, appearing quite feeble. Startled, Yun Lan instinctively approached it. "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Hiss. The blood jade spirit serpent seemed unable to move, merely producing sounds in Yun Lan's direction, its serpent eyes half opened and lacking vitality. Without a second thought, Yun Lan hurriedly drew the blood jade spirit serpent out of her consciousness. The serpent curled up within the blanket, remaining still for a while, yet its breathing appeared to have stabilized significantly, prompting Yun Lan to exhale slowly in relief. Xiaohua, who had emerged from the consciousness alongside Yun Lan, observed the blood jade spirit serpent for a time before reaching a conclusion. Perhaps this blood jade spirit serpent suffers from inherent deficiencies. Yun Lan thought she had misheard. Could a divine beast truly be born with deficiencies? Furrowing her brows, she inquired, "Is there a remedy for this?" Xiaohua pondered for a moment before responding. Innate deficiencies can be compensated for through acquired means. Firstly, one can administer medicinal pills or herbs with healing properties. Secondly, after forming a bond, the contractee can enhance their own cultivation. As the contractee grows stronger, the contracted beast will also benefit from the bond. Meanwhile, as Yun Lan and Xiaohua deliberated on how to heal the azure blood spirit snake in her dormitory, a wave of frustration surged within Enru. "Who on earth dares to compete with me for the divine beast egg?" He fumed, entering the room and disregarding decorum as he uttered a curse, violently kicking a stone away in his fury. First, it was the divine beast egg from Longpen Valley, and now, yet another at the auction. Both had been snatched away by others, and Ru Yin was so enraged he felt on the verge of madness. What had he done to deserve this? Chapter 54. The training team Xin Yu Yao's expression was no less grim than in Ru Yin's. The usual gentleness she exuded had vanished, replaced by a countenance that could only be described as dark and brooding. Why did she feel that everything had been going awry recently? Indeed, the moment she had cast Yun Lan off the cliff, it seemed as if a significant change had transpired. Yet, the little beggar who had seized the divine beast egg in Longpen Valley and the individual who had bid against Enru Yin at the auction were neither of them Yun Lan. Xin Yu Yao felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Yun Lan, it was always about Yun Lan. She refused to believe that she, Xin Yu Yao, was inferior to even a single finger of Yun Lan. "Brother Yin, the divine beast egg is gone, but we can seek another." Xin Yu Yao forced herself to comfort Enru Yin, reasoning that for the illustrious general's residence, what divine beast egg could possibly be unobtainable? As long as Brother Yin enlists the help of the general's experts, acquiring a divine beast egg should be effortless. However, Enru Yin was still livid. Upon hearing Xin Yu Yao's words, he abruptly turned to glare at her. "Do you think divine beasts are as common as cabbages, scattered everywhere?" Xin Yu Yao, taken aback by Enru Yin's fierce gaze, took a step back, feeling aggrieved. "Brother Yin, I didn't mean it that way." Noticing the tears welling in her eyes, Enru Yin paused, realizing his earlier outburst was uncalled for. Softening his tone, he said, "I'm sorry, Yu Yao. I'm fine, Brother Yin." Xin Yu Yao wiped away her tears, forcing a brave smile. "Have you forgotten? Next month marks the trial month. The Wanling Valley will surely be teeming with exceptional spirit beasts. We can seize this opportunity to hone our skills and strive to elevate ourselves before the trial month begins. At the very least, we must outpace Yun Lan." Xin Yu Yao's words ignited a fierce determination within Enru Yin, as if a fire were burning in his chest. Yes, they still had a chance. After all, he was the son of the National Protector General. How could he allow Yun Lan to overshadow him? Enru Yin nodded emphatically. "I understand, Yu Yao. We must train diligently and ensure that Yun Lan does not surpass us." Xin Yu Yao smiled slightly, though uncertainty lingered in her heart. She and Enru Yin had once shared the illustrious title of genius at Qingsong Academy. Yet now that title had been snatched away by the sudden emergence of that vile Yun Lan. Xin Yu Yao clenched her sleeves, a flickering shadow of discontent dancing in her eyes. "Yun Lan, if only I could silently eliminate you during the trial month, how delightful that would be." After the conclusion of the auction, Yun Lan devoted herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation. Following several days of relentless effort, the spirit-gathering pearl finally resonated with her essence. It was at that moment she distinctly perceived the enhancement it bestowed upon her, exponentially accelerating her cultivation progress, coupled with her current mental prowess at the light rainbow realm. On the third day after the resonance with the spirit-gathering pearl, She ascended from a level 6 Spirit Master to a level 7 Spirit Master. Though promotion is indeed a cause for celebration, Yun Lan now confronted another dilemma. The blood serpent still regarded her with suspicion. She rummaged through her grandmother's small treasury and retrieved several second-tier elixirs, intending to offer them to the blood serpent. However, the creature refused to accept them, often neglecting food and drink, perpetually coiled in its storage space, avoiding any interaction with Yun Lan or Xiaohua. In essence, it led a rather reclusive existence. After her training session, Yun Lan rested in the pavilion outside the academy's training room. Gazing at the sky, she pondered. It seemed the blood serpent had no intention of forming a bond with her, and she could not force it. Should she then consider releasing it? If she did so, the 6 million gold coins she had expended would be rendered futile. The more she contemplated, the more disheartened she became. Miss Yun? A voice interrupted her reverie. You appear somewhat downcast. Has something transpired? It was Rong Tanji, approaching with a gentle smile. Rong Ten nodded, a bright light seemingly illuminating her clear eyes. I actually wanted to inquire. Miss Yun, have you joined a training squad yet? Chapter 55. Who do you say is the great demon? Yun Lan responded with a soft gasp and shook her head. Not yet. In fact, I am somewhat inclined to establish my own training squad. Upon hearing this, Rong Tan's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Miss Yun, may I recommend myself? Yun Lan, lazily basking in the sun, blinked at the boy's words. Recommend yourself? Rong Tan nodded earnestly. I recently advanced to an 8th level Spirit Master. Do you think I could join your squad? I assure you, I won't be a hindrance. His sincerity was so genuine that Yun Lan felt a twinge of embarrassment. An 8th level Spirit Master, such a rank is quite rare in Qingsong Academy. Rong Tan smiled. A dual Spirit Root 7th level Spirit Master is even rarer within the Academy. It would be my honor to associate with a talented individual like you from Qingsong Academy. Yun Lan replied half-jokingly. However, I am curious. This isn't your first participation in the month of training, is it? Haven't you joined any other training squads? In my envisioned team, I hope for companions who are reliable and in sync, allowing us to trust one another with our backs, free from the fear of betrayal or isolation in times of difficulty. Yun Lan's gaze flickered slightly. She had not anticipated that Rong Tan's thoughts would align so closely with her own aspirations. After a brief moment of contemplation, she nodded. All right, I agree to your joining. The two individuals quickly found common ground, and Rong Tanji exclaimed with delight, let us continue to act independently in search of companions to join our training team. No problem, he replied, departing swiftly, exuding an air of determination. On the dormitory bed, the blood serpent lay coiled within its blanket, motionless, its eerie green eyes fixated on Yun Lan. Seated at the edge of the bed, Yun Lan maintained a safe distance from the serpent. After a moment of mutual observation, she spoke. I know you understand my words. Yet how can your health improve if you persist in abstaining from food and drink? The blood serpent remained unresponsive. Yun Lan continued. Xiaohua mentioned you are inherently deficient. This is not your fault. I am unaware of the events that transpired before your birth, but I assure you, I am not akin to those mercenaries who captured you for the auction. It seemed to be a display of defiance. Observing this, Yun Lan sighed inwardly, realizing the serpent's wariness was indeed linked to that group of mercenaries. Consider this. If I were in league with those mercenaries, why would I offer you elixirs? I could simply sell you for a handsome profit. She pointed towards the several second-grade elixirs beside the blood serpent. The serpent ceased its display of defiance. Noticing its slight relaxation, Yun Lan felt a glimmer of hope and continued, my desire to form a pact with you stems from my genuine admiration. I must grow powerful within 3 years, or I shall fall victim to a ruthless villain without a hint of remorse. Who do you think this villain is? A chilling, emotionless baritone suddenly resonated behind Yun Lan. Startled, she felt a pang of trepidation and swiftly turned to face the source of the sound, where a faintly familiar tearing noise echoed in the air. A tall figure emerged from the rift, his expression devoid of emotion, suggesting a rather displeased disposition. Yun Lan reflected inwardly. Is there anything more awkward than being caught red-handed while covertly disparaging someone? Chapter 56. The Demon Lord is easily amused. Yun Lan and Yi Wuming locked eyes for 3 seconds. Subsequently, she sprang to her feet, donning an exaggeratedly flattering expression as she approached him. What a great demon lord! Surely, you must have misheard. You are the formidable and awe-inspiring sovereign of the demon realm, feared by both gods and men. Yi Wuming cast a fleeting glance at the girl before him. She forced a smile that was both awkward and polite upon her exquisitely delicate face. Yet her obsidian eyes sparkled like stars, devoid of any trace of disdain. Yi Wuming mused that he must have been bewitched. He averted his gaze, raising a hand to lightly flick her forehead, his tone brusque and somewhat awkward. Little girl, though you are young, you've mastered the art of flattery rather well. Yun Lan stepped back, cradling her head and pondering. This demon lord is surprisingly easy to appease. After a moment, she suddenly realized something and pouted slightly. Demon lord, is it really appropriate for you to casually appear in a young lady's room? You possess my very life. Surely, a mere room is not off limits to you? The demon lord appeared displeased. Yun Lan remained silent, pondering the fact that the moral codes among the human race appeared utterly ineffectual in restraining the demon clan. Perhaps, for the sake of her own safety, it would be prudent to avoid provoking the recently tamed tiger further. So, demon lord, what brings you to seek me this time? She inquired, perched on the edge of her bed. Are you here to supervise my cultivation? From the moment Night Wuming entered the room, he sensed her recent advancement in strength. During his absence, she had evidently dedicated herself to her training. Satisfied, he nodded in approval before shifting his gaze to the corner of the bed where the blood spirit serpent lay curled up. His cold eyes narrowed slightly. A divine beast of the blood spirit serpent variety? Where did you acquire it? At an auction, Yun Lan replied, absent-mindedly touching her nose. I felt a connection and decided to purchase it. Night Wuming glanced at the serpent's pristine white form and remarked indifferently. A divine beast with innate deficiencies does not warrant a contract. If you desire a divine beast, I can have my subordinates seek one for you. His tone was laced with disdain. Upon hearing his words, the blood spirit serpent's eyes dimmed with disappointment. It realized that even as a divine beast, it was deemed inadequate by others. Given its perceived shortcomings and the inevitability of its demise, why not allow it to fade away in peace? Just as the serpent contemplated surrendering to despair, it suddenly heard Yun Lan's resolute voice. Though it may be lacking, I wish to help it. Night Wuming was perplexed. Why? Nobody is perfect, and neither are spirit beasts, she replied. Yun Lan spoke slowly, expressing that if her growth could compensate for the inherent deficiencies, she believed it could surpass the limitations of its kind. The blood-red spirit serpent instinctively raised its head, fixating on Yun Lan's silhouette. Yi Wuming raised an eyebrow. Unable to concur with her assertion, the strong are revered. This is simply the law of survival. I presumed you would comprehend this. I am well aware that defects lead to elimination, yet this blood-red spirit serpent did not choose its innate shortcomings willingly. Yun Lan smiled gently, gesturing toward herself. Look. Did I not also transition from being unable to cultivate at the onset, limited to a third-tier spirit master, to now achieving the status of a seventh-tier spirit master? Upon meeting her sparkling gaze, Yi Wuming found himself at a loss for words, unable to offer any rebuttal. After a moment of silence, he coldly declared, Very well. If you wish for a contract, then let it be so. However, should its ineptitude hinder your cultivation progress post-contract, do not blame me for forcibly dissolving our agreement. Chapter 57. Kindred spirits. Yi Wuming's formidable prowess made the prospect of unilaterally dissolving the contract a trivial matter. Yun Lan cheerfully replied, That day shall never come. Yi Wuming fell silent. By the way, did you find the fire-attributed spiritual treasures I procured for you from the general's treasury to be of any use? Yun Lan inquired further, recalling the items. Those treasures cannot cure my injuries. Yi Wuming paused before adding. However, they do provide some alleviation. Yun Lan nodded in understanding. Xiaohua had mentioned that only she could alleviate the chilling poison of Yi Wuming, a fact intricately tied to her dual spirit roots. Indeed, it was essential to await the activation of her second spirit root before making any long-term plans. At that moment, Yun Lan sensed someone approaching her courtyard. She moved to the window and beheld a female student standing outside the gate. Is there something you need? Yun Lan called out. The student waved from across the courtyard. Yun Lan, the Grand Elder is looking for you. I have been instructed to inform you to promptly visit the Grand Elder's residence. Did she mention the reason for my summons? Given her previous experience of being ensnared in a deadly trap, Yun Lan could not hastily place her trust in anyone's message. The student shook her head. I cannot inquire into the Grand Elder's matters. However, besides you, she also sent me to find another student named Mu Hua. The Grand Elder likely has significant matters to discuss with both of you. Mu Hua. Yun Lan's gaze flickered slightly. This was not the first time she had heard that name. It was not for any particular reason, but rather because Mu Hua, like her, possessed the rare dual spirit root constitution. The female student soon departed, vanishing like a specter without a trace. Initially, Yun Lan expected the Bi Luo she to remain as motionless as before, but to her surprise, it began to move towards her with deliberate grace. Yun Lan was momentarily taken aback, then a smile graced her lips as she extended her hand towards the Bi Luo she. The creature slithered up her arm, its pure white form wrapping around her in a visually striking manner. Yun Lan gently placed the Bi Luo she into her storage ring, changed her attire, and left her dormitory, making her way directly to the Grand Elder's residence. Upon arriving at the Elder's residence, before stepping through the entrance, Yun Lan heard footsteps behind her. Turning her head, she beheld a young girl clad in a blue robe. The girl possessed striking features, with ruby lips and pearly teeth. But what set her apart were her remarkably distinct heterochromatic eyes, one as dark as night, the other a deep azure. "Are you Yun Lan?" The girl's eyes sparkled upon seeing her, and she hastened a few steps closer. After appraising the girl for a moment, Yun Lan inquired, "You are Mu Hua?" "Correct," Mu Hua replied with a playful grin. "I am a new student who just enrolled this year, but I've heard your name many times and have longed to meet you. Is it because you, like me, possess dual spiritual roots?" Yun Lan asked. "Dual spiritual roots are exceedingly rare. It is not every day one encounters a kindred spirit, so how could I pass up this opportunity?" Mu Hua playfully stuck out her tongue. "The Grand Elder has matters to discuss with us. Shall we sit down and chat later?" Yun Lan raised an eyebrow, perceiving Mu Hua as an amiable companion. The two young women exchanged smiles and stepped into the Elder's residence. The Grand Elder had been waiting for some time. As he watered the flowers and plants in the courtyard, he set down the watering can upon their entrance. "You have arrived? Greetings, Grand Elder." Yun Lan and Mu Hua bowed politely. The Grand Elder nodded, eschewing pleasantries, and stated directly, "You should both be aware of the upcoming trials month next month." Chapter 58. The second spiritual root. Yun Lan and Mu Hua exchanged glances, surprised that the Grand Elder had summoned them regarding the trials month. "Indeed. We have a preliminary understanding of the trials month," Yun Lan replied obediently. The Elder pondered for a moment before speaking again. "The reason I summoned both of you today is regarding your dual spirit roots." Yun Lan had somewhat anticipated this. Both she and Mu Hua possessed dual spirit root constitutions, and it was most likely that they were called together to discuss the activation of the second spirit root. The Elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression somewhat grave. For the vast majority of cultivators, the spirit root formed within the lower abdomen can be activated without external assistance at birth. The attributes and number of spirit roots are predetermined by the heavens, a rule established by the universe. However, holders of dual spirit roots are different. While the first spirit root activates on its own, the second one requires external forces for activation. At this point, the Elder sighed and turned his gaze toward the two young maidens before him. Since the separation of heaven and earth, those dual spirit root bearers who have long since faded into the annals of history spent their lives seeking methods to activate their second spirit root. Yet most met with failure, ultimately departing this world without success. Yun Lan furrowed her brow upon hearing this. "Elder, do you mean that activating our second spirit root is an exceedingly challenging endeavor? You possess a rare and exceptional cultivation constitution, yet inevitable difficulties and crises are also concealed along your path of cultivation. To gain, one must be willing to pay a price. This is the essence of fairness." The Elder replied calmly. Both Yun Lan and Mu Hua intuitively grasped the profound implications of the Elder's words. "Elder, do you know how to activate the second spirit root?" After a brief silence, Mu Hua asked the crux of this conversation. The Grand Elder approached the bookshelf and retrieved a tome, flipping to a certain page. "I can only impart to you the relatively safe method," he stated. Yun Lan inquired, "What method is that?" "You must cultivate your skills until you reach the level of a Grand Spirit Master. Then seek 3 types of celestial treasures. Once acquired, these treasures can be refined into elixirs. Consuming them may potentially activate your second spiritual root. However, there remains a possibility of failure in activating the spiritual root even after consuming the elixir. Should misfortune befall you, you will have to seek the celestial treasures anew and start afresh." The Grand Elder gazed at the words on the page and added, "Some ancient texts have recorded that the higher the cultivation level of a dual spiritual root holder, the greater the likelihood of successfully activating the second spiritual root. Therefore, you must strive with all your might to ascend. Only when both spiritual roots are awakened will your abilities be fully manifested. As for the nature of these three celestial treasures, the Grand Elder candidly remarked that a detailed explanation would be provided the day before the commencement of the trial month. Yun Lan speculated that these treasures were likely located in the Wanling Valley, the site of the trial month. After departing from the Elder's residence, Yun Lan and Mu Hua found a quiet spot to converse. Sitting at a stone table, Mu Hua rested her chin on her hand and sighed. After hearing the Grand Elder's words, I fear I might be the one who fails in activating my spiritual root. Yun Lan, puzzled, asked, Why do you think that? Mu Hua pointed to her pair of unusual eyes. Can you guess why I possess these unique eyes? It is because I am not entirely of the human race. Yun Lan, my father is of the human race, while my mother is a shape-shifting divine beast, which grants me the dual heritage of both humanity and the demon race. Mu Hua replied with a gentle smile. You could also say that I am half human and half demon. Yun Lan was somewhat astonished. Could it truly be possible for these two disparate races to procreate? Chapter 59. A conversation with her noticing Yun Lan's bewilderment. Mu Hua spoke softly. The demon race encompasses many varieties, the most common being spirit beasts and fairies. There exists significant discord between the demon and human races, particularly concerning spirit beasts, as humans often engage in wanton slaughter of these creatures, extracting spirit stones, blood, hides, and horns. Consequently, most spirit beasts harbor a deep-seated aversion towards humans and prefer to avoid any interaction with them, given the profound hatred spirit beasts possess for humans. How did your parents come to know and love one another? Yun Lan inquired. Mu Hua scratched her head in contemplation. Perhaps it was simply an inexplicable mutual attraction? Yun Lan, my parents have always shared a deep affection for each other. Mu Hua continued. Although my identity is not recognized by either the human or demon races, my parents have always regarded me as a treasure and have protected me well. My decision to come to Qingsong Academy for my studies was entirely my own. As Mu Hua spoke of her parents, a radiant light filled her eyes. Yun Lan listened in silence, a twinge of bitterness swelling within her. She did not even know what her own parents looked like. The atmosphere fell into a serene silence. Mu Hua cast a sidelong glance and beheld Yun Lan, whose brows were furrowed in silence. This prompted her to recall the rumors regarding the War God Mansion she had overheard at other academies. Suppressing her emotions, she offered an apology, saying, I seem to have been speaking to myself all this while. Yun Lan shook her head in response. You need not apologize. Mu Hua swiftly redirected the conversation. By the way, participating in the trial month typically requires joining a trial team. Have you found a suitable team for yourself? Upon mentioning this, Yun Lan's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. In fact, I am in the process of establishing my own trial team. Currently, including myself, there are only 2 members, and 2 are insufficient for a proper team. What do you think of me? Mu Hua inquired with a gentle smile. I presently possess the cultivation of a level 5 spirit master, with my primary spirit root being fire. Although many have extended invitations for me to join their teams, I have yet to find one that truly suits me. Since we both possess dual spirit roots, why not become friends and look out for one another? Yun Lan's eyes brightened at this suggestion. She indeed harbored intentions of recruiting Mu Hua. After all, practitioners with dual spirit roots were exceedingly rare. While they could not afford to be adversaries, they certainly should consider friendship. Furthermore, this young woman was perceptive and shared a similar spirit, making her an ideal companion for the journey ahead. With their agreement solidified, Mu Hua became the 3rd member of Yun Lan's team. She was already aware of the method to activate her secondary spirit root. While the 3 treasures of heaven and earth were significant, it was paramount to elevate her cultivation level promptly to avoid any potential failures in activating her spirit root. On the other hand, Rong Tanshi sought out her good companion, as she intended to establish her own training squad. Within the academy's cultivation chamber, Lu Yinshi sat upon a chair, polishing her sword with a white cloth. Upon hearing about the Yun Lan squad from Rong Tanshi, she raised an eyebrow and inquired, You have joined? Rong Tanshi nodded. Lu Yinshi appeared somewhat surprised by her promptness, asking, What is the reason? If one must provide a reason, it would be that our philosophies align. Rong Tanshi chuckled softly. Recalling how last year's training month ended in discord and the dissolution of our squad over a mere beast core, Lu Yinshi paused her polishing for a moment. After a brief silence, she set aside the cloth and sheathed her sword, stating coolly, Let's go. Where to? To have a chat with Yun Lan. Chapter 60. Conditions. Rong Tanshi was taken aback for a moment, then hurried to match Lu Yinshi's pace, asking, Chat? About what? Lu Yinshi remained silent, merely striding toward the dormitory of the female students. Observing this, Rong Tanshi quickened her steps to catch up, saying, "Wait. Male students are not permitted in the female dormitory. We'll stay just outside, not going in," Lu Yinshi replied as she walked. Rong Tanshi felt a sense of helplessness. Having been friends with Lu Yinshi for many years, she had long since understood her steadfast nature. It was already late at night, while Yun Lan had just concluded her training. The blood-scaled spirit serpent lay curled in a corner of the bed, its long body coiled tightly, its head resting upon itself, watching her training intently. Though there was still little communication with the blood serpent, it seemed to neither reject her presence nor hesitate to lie beside her. When Yun Lan opened her eyes, she found the serpent gazing at her with its luminous green eyes, which elicited a soft chuckle from her. "Have you made your decision? Will you bond with me?" Just as Yun Lan assumed the blood serpent would respond as it usually did, it unexpectedly shifted its form, slithering up her arm to meet her gaze directly. In the next moment, it parted its lips and spoke in a voice devoid of warmth. "I am inherently flawed. My life is short. Why would you wish to bond with me? Who claims your life is short?" Yun Lan found the serpent's voice rather melodious, reminiscent of youthful tones. She continued, "Spirit beasts typically have long lifespans." The blood serpent replied, "I have inherited my mother's memories and powers. From those memories, I learned of the mercenaries, those human beings who, upon witnessing my mother in labor, harbored greed and sought to extract her beast core. Despite her desperate resistance, she could not withstand the onslaught of a prepared group and was ultimately gravely wounded." At this point, the blood serpent lowered its head, its tone heavy with unmasked sorrow. Yun Lan remained silent, gently extending her hand to stroke the serpent's head. The blood serpent did not shy away from the girl's touch. After a moment, its voice turned chillingly cold. "Before her demise, my mother devoted all her cultivation to me. Her immense power ensured that even before I hatched, I was of divine beast caliber. Yet, even after obtaining their mother's beast core, that group of humans remained unsatisfied and turned their covetous gaze upon me. I narrowly escaped a dire fate by feigning death, only to find myself subsequently sold at an auction." Upon hearing the words of the blood serpent, Yun Lan finally comprehended the reason behind its congenital deficiencies and the immense hostility it harbored towards her upon hatching. Beasts born with such deficiencies seldom enjoy long lives. The blood serpent soon regained its composure, a hint of despondency lacing its tone. "By forming a bond with me, you are destined to gain no advantages." Yun Lan shook her head, asserting, "Trust me, I can not only rectify your congenital shortcomings, but also ensure your longevity. No, I shall grant you the gift of immortality." The blood serpent paused, locking eyes with Yun Lan once more. Its gaze was resolute, contrasting sharply with the insatiable greed of the humans it had witnessed in its memories. Aware that the blood serpent needed time to ponder, Yun Lan refrained from pressuring it. "Take your time to reflect. When you feel ready, we can form our bond then." As her words faded, Yun Lan's keen senses detected an approaching presence near her dormitory. Swiftly, she placed the blood serpent into her storage ring and donned a cloak before stepping outside. Upon her exit, she encountered Rong Tanshi and Lu Yinshi standing in the courtyard, maintaining a respectful distance beneath a nearby tree. "Miss Yun," Rong Tanshi waved as she approached. Yun Lan drew closer to the pair. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Before Rong Tanshi could respond, Lu Yinshi interjected, "I have heard from Tanji about your plans to form a training team." Yun Lan crossed her arms, exchanging glances with Lu Yinshi. "Are you considering joining my team?" "I may join, but I have conditions," Lu Yinshi replied, brandishing her sword before her and speaking coldly. "You must spar with me, regardless of the outcome. You must earn my respect." Rong Tanji was taken aback by Lu Yinshi's stipulation and furrowed his brow. "Our cultivation levels surpass that of Miss Yun. Such a match would be unjust." "That is precisely why I said, regardless of victory or defeat," Lu Yinshi retorted, her gaze towards Yun Lan sharp and unyielding. "I will not accept a captain weaker than myself." Chapter 61. Not enough. Yun Lan met Lu Yinshi's gaze with calm determination. "So, she seeks my acknowledgement?" Lu Yinshi indeed embodies the pride of the Wanjian sect, a disciple of the foremost sect, possessing both spirit and humility. To gain the respect of others, one must showcase their true abilities. Otherwise, words are mere chatter. Yun Lan did not deliberate for long. "Very well, I shall spar with you. The focus will be on strength, not the outcome." Rong Tanji attempted to interject. "Miss Yun, Yinshi, perhaps we could reconsider and propose an alternative condition?" Both Lu Yinxi and he were 8th-level spiritual masters, while Yun Lan was at the 7th level. Though the difference was merely 1 rank, the disparity remained palpable. No need. This arrangement is quite satisfactory, Yun Lan replied with a nonchalant smile. It is an honor to receive guidance from the esteemed disciple of the Wanjian sect. Agreed. It is settled then. Upon hearing Yun Lan's eager agreement, Lu Yinxi's impression of her improved significantly. During our formal duel, I shall allow you 3 moves, he declared. After all, there remained a considerable disparity in their levels. Conceding 3 moves was hardly unreasonable. Yun Lan, upon hearing this, shifted her gaze to the sword in the young man's hand, her eyes narrowing slightly. Then I shall not take advantage of you. Let us compete with swords, shall we? Rong Tanji was momentarily taken aback. Lu Yinxi was equally surprised by her words, his handsome features displaying astonishment. You can wield a sword? The 10,000 Swords sect excelled in the harmonious interplay of swordsmanship and spiritual energy, a skill reserved solely for its inner disciples. Yet, Yun Lan did not hail from the 10,000 Swords sect. How could she possibly be proficient with a sword? Have you forgotten who my grandmother is? Yun Lan could not reveal her adeptness with all manner of weapons, so she momentarily invoked Junfu Wang as a shield. At her words, the astonished expressions of Rong Tanji and Lu Yinxi softened. Indeed, Junfu Wang, the master of the war god manner, was a figure of immense renown. What weapon could the war god possibly lack? Fearing that Lu Yinxi might misunderstand, Yun Lan quickly clarified. The swordsmanship I have mastered is likely quite different from that of your 10,000 Swords sect. Lu Yinxi's gaze flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he replied. Let us schedule our duel for tomorrow afternoon. I shall await you at the dueling platform. With that, he tightened his grip on his sword and turned to leave, his solitary figure radiating an air of aloofness. Yinxi is naturally reserved, rarely displaying his emotions. Do not take it to heart, Miss Yun. Rong Tanji gazed at the increasingly distant figure of Lu Yinxi, shaking his head in resignation. Although he appeared difficult to approach, he was, in truth, a person of warm disposition beneath a cold exterior. Yun Lan smiled gently. It matters not. We shall have ample time to acclimatize to one another. She continued. You need not refer to me as Miss Yun anymore. Feel free to call me by my name. Rong Tanji hesitated momentarily, stuttering, Is that appropriate? Yun Lan waved her hand dismissively. We are teammates now. Addressing me as Miss Yun feels rather distant. Then, may I call you Xiao Lan? He inquired. After a long silence, he tentatively managed to respond. Of course. Yun Lan found Rong Tanji's reaction rather amusing. Once Rong Tanji departed, Yun Lan stood outside, allowing the cool night breeze to envelop her for a while before returning to her dormitory. She planned to inform them about Mu Hua joining their team after the sparring session with Lu Yinxi the next day. If all went smoothly, their training squad would consist of 4 members. Just 4 members. Yun Lan extinguished the candle flame with her spiritual energy, lying in bed, tossing and turning for an extended period, unable to find sleep. She rested her hands behind her head and sighed, for members are still insufficient. What is insufficient? A familiar deep male voice suddenly resonated in her ears, startling Yun Lan into an upright position. Instinctively, she thrust her hand forward in a slicing motion. In the darkness of the room, a long hand swiftly grasped her wrist. Stunned, Yun Lan managed to barely discern the figure standing at her bedside. Yi Wuming? Chapter 62. This presence stands here tonight. The candelabrum on the table flickered to life, illuminating the room. Indeed, the visitor was Yi Wuming, who stood by the table with an expression of indifference. Upon hearing her protest, his cold gaze darkened. I have been in your room for quite some time. It is your weakness that has prevented you from sensing my presence. Yun Lan felt a surge of indignation at being called weak once again. She cast a glance at Yi Wuming, revealing her thoughts candidly. Next month marks the month of trials, and the team I have assembled for this purpose is still lacking in numbers. The month of trials? Yi Wuming inquired, having heard of this grand event. The Wailing Valley? Yun Lan nodded, observing the deepening solemnity in his eyes. His subordinates had conveyed through the communication stone that Han Yuan had previously been active in the Wailing Valley. With the trials approaching, what troubles you? Your expression has grown so grave, Yun Lan remarked, noting the darkening mood on Yi Wuming's face. The sworn enemy of my existence has been traced to the Wailing Valley, Yi Wuming replied. Sworn enemy? Yun Lan recalled his previous mention of this foe, the one who inflicted the chilling poison upon you. Yi Wuming nodded. Although he had not intended for Yun Lan to become embroiled in this matter, her imminent journey to the Wailing Valley, coupled with Han Yuan's past presence there, necessitated caution. With this in mind, Yi Wuming ceased to withhold information from Yun Lan, the lord of the ghost domain in the Yellow Springs, Han Yuan. Yellow Springs, ghost domain. Yun Lan recalled having encountered references to formidable forces from this otherworldly realm in her compendium of miscellaneous writings. The realm of Azure is the principal territory of the human race, replete with numerous nations and formidable powers, including the celestial domain, the sacred domain, and the three major sections. In stark contrast, the realm of Yellow Springs is a land rife with conflict and strife, unbound by any moral constraints. Although shrouded in darkness, it encompasses a myriad of diverse races, with the most powerful forces being the demon domain, the ghost domain, and the monster domain, as well as the two cataclysmic storm eyes of purgatory and the frigid abyss within its borders. To her astonishment, Night Wuming's arch-nemesis turns out to be the lord of the ghost domain. Yun Lan instinctively glanced at Night Wuming. Previously, he had claimed she lacked the strength to comprehend matters concerning his rival. Yet now, he chose to confide in her. Was he cautioning her to be vigilant? In a rather buoyant mood, Yun Lan supported her chin with a smile. Understood. I shall be attentive. Night Wuming raised an eyebrow. Though he had yet to utter a word, she had already surmised his intentions. This Yun Lan. A feeling of inexplicable annoyance welled up within Night Wuming, as if she were intruding upon his innermost thoughts. His tone became resolute. I have declared that your life belongs solely to me. No one but I shall inflict even the slightest harm upon you. All right. You have repeated this countless times. I could recite it by heart. Forever etched in my mind. Are you satisfied now, Lord Demon? Night Wuming. Observing her acquiescent demeanor, his gaze darkened considerably, though it remained unclear whether his ire was directed at her compliance or some other matter altogether. I intend to sleep now. Are you truly planning to remain here, Lord Demon? As she spoke, she reclined once more, pulling up the covers and gazing at him intently. Night Wuming replied coldly, I shall remain here tonight. Yun Lan was utterly perplexed by Yi Wuming's actions as he cast a barrier that stifled all presence, then seated himself cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes. She was bewildered, pondering whether that icy abyss would truly come to Chingsong Academy in the dead of night to target her. Chapter 63, Companionship. Yun Lan found herself at a loss, questioning what had possessed the Dark Lord this evening. Yet, observing his apparent descent into a feigned slumber, it seemed he had no intentions of causing her distress. Resigned, she decided to let him be. After all, she could not contend with him. It would be absurd to expel this formidable being from her dormitory. With that thought, Yun Lan turned over, cocooning herself in her blanket, and closed her eyes. She quickly drifted into slumber, her breathing gradually steadying. At the very moment she fell into a deep sleep, the demon lord opened his eyes, his previously obsidian gaze transforming into a profound violet hue. At that instant, a wisp of violet energy materialized, visibly swirling around Yun Lan, as if seeking to merge with her essence. Yi Wuming remained transfixed by the sight. This was a fragment of his demonic soul, previously separated from him. He realized that whenever he drew near Yun Lan, the old wounds that had long ached within him ceased their torment. He had bestowed upon her so much, his life seal, his emblem of identity, and a fragment of his demonic soul. Thus, his intention for visiting this night was to reclaim that shard of his essence. However, considering the slight improvement in his condition, it seemed more beneficial for that fragment to remain entwined with her. As dawn broke, a pale light appeared on the horizon, heralding the awakening of all things. Yun Lan awoke to find Yi Wuming still seated in the same position, his figure enveloped by wisps of dark spiritual energy. Dark. Could it be the energy of the shadow realm? After sitting on the bed for a while, she finally rose, initially believing that having a man in her room would disrupt her sleep. To her surprise, she had experienced a dreamless night, sleeping soundly until dawn. Perhaps it was due to her certainty that the formidable demon would not dare to act against her, bound as he was by the constraints of his life seal, which allowed her such peaceful slumber. This morning, with no classes to attend, Yun Lan completed her morning routine and hurried to the cafeteria to purchase breakfast, intending to enjoy it before returning to her cultivation. Knowing that Yi Wuming was still in the dormitory, she decided to buy an extra portion. Upon her return, she found Yi Wuming had also concluded his training. This is for you, Yun Lan said, placing a bowl of light porridge on the table before helping herself to a meat bun. Yi Wuming glanced at the bowl of porridge and replied coolly, I am currently fasting. Fasting? Yun Lan pondered, understanding that fasting implied abstaining from food. What a pity, for in this world, one must never forsake love and the pleasures of exquisite cuisine. With that thought, She continued to savor her bun. Yi Wuming simply stared at the bowl of porridge. And to his surprise, he felt an unexpected urge to eat, a craving long dormant. Relinquishing his resistance, he picked up a spoon and took a sip of the porridge. Unfamiliar with Yi Wuming's preferences, Yun Lan had made the porridge so bland that it was nearly tasteless. Yet, to her astonishment, he finished it. Watching the empty bowl, Yun Lan shook her head in exasperation. The demon lord had once again displayed his proud nature. After finishing her breakfast, Yun Lan began to cultivate with her gathering spirit orb, while Yi Wuming remained, quietly observing her practice. For an entire morning, Yun Lan and Yi Wuming maintained a suitable distance while coexisting. Yun Lan contemplated Yi Wuming's vast knowledge and resolved to pose any questions she had directly to him, observing her earnestness in the pursuit of cultivation. Yi Wuming was more than willing to impart his wisdom. He answered her inquiries with diligence. However, unbeknownst to Yun Lan, Yi Wuming lingered by her side, not solely to teach her the intricacies of cultivation techniques, but also to rely on her for healing his own wounds. As the afternoon approached, the time for Yun Lan's scheduled sparring session with Lu Yanxi arrived. It was unclear what had prompted Yi Wuming to insist on accompanying her to witness this duel. Yun Lan, filled with indignation yet unable to voice it, reluctantly requested that he use his invisibility technique to conceal his presence and aura. At the sparring platform, Lu Yanxi had been waiting for quite some time. He stood poised, clad in a black robe adorned with subtle patterns, his hand gripping the renowned sword named Chasing Shadow. Upon seeing Yun Lan arrive precisely on time, Lu Yanxi's eyes flickered momentarily. It was uncertain who had disseminated the news of the sparring match, but a throng of students had gathered below the platform, eager to witness the spectacle. Oblivious to the unfolding drama, the students displayed a mix of excitement and a hint of schadenfreude. As a newcomer who had only been enrolled for less than a month, Yun Lan had already ascended to the platform twice for sparring. This time, she was to face none other than Lu Yanxi, the esteemed disciple of the renowned elder of the 10,000 Swords sect. One could hardly discern whether to consider her fortunate or unfortunate. On the opposite side stood Rong Tenji, his handsome visage marred by a trace of concern. The sparring match was set, and he could no longer intervene. All he could do was hope that Lu Yanxi would not strike too harshly. Students passed by him continually, yet none seemed able to perceive his presence. This invisibility technique not only grants concealment, but also completely isolates one's presence, making it a remarkable skill that she aspires to master in the future. Yun Lan deftly leaped onto the arena. "Have you been waiting long?" Lu Yanxi shook her head, retrieving a sword from her storage ring and tossing it to Yun Lan. Yun Lan caught it with poise. The longsword appeared unremarkable, devoid of elaborate engravings, utterly mundane. Yet its weight suggested it was forged from material of considerable quality. The students gathered below, witnessing Yun Lan accept the longsword, erupted in a chorus of derisive laughter. "What? Yun Lan dares to challenge Senior Lu in swordsmanship? How hilarious!" They scoffed. "Is there anyone in the academy unaware that Senior Lu is the foremost disciple of the sword master elder from the 10,000 Sword sect? An outsider daring to confront a master swordsman, this sparring match seems devoid of suspense. I admire Yun Lan's ignorance. Such arrogance. Let Senior Lu teach her a lesson." The taunts from below elicited a subtle smirk from Yun Lan. Yi Wuming was taken aback by Yun Lan's decision to engage in a sword duel. Although she was still young, her martial skills and footwork were extraordinarily elusive. Moreover, she possessed the ability to break formations and wield a sword. Intrigued, Yi Wuming found herself unexpectedly anticipating the forthcoming duel. She drew the blade forcefully from its sheath, the flawless sword gleaming brilliantly, reflecting the youthful visage of the girl. With a flick of her wrist, the sword sang like a mournful cicada, its light akin to a silver flash. A fine sword indeed. Yun Lan traced her fingers along the blade, yet she sensed no trace of bloodlust emanating from it. Lu Yanxi gazed intently at the slender figure before her. Although frail, the girl was able to wield the sword forged from cold, mysterious iron with unwavering steadiness. Those unacquainted with the sword, upon their first encounter, often find it exceedingly heavy, and they would scarcely endure holding it for the duration of a single incense stick. The fact that she wields a sword is indeed true. Lu Yanxi parted her lips to say, "This sword has yet to taste blood." It was, as it turned out, a nascent sword. Yun Lan smiled. Yet she remarked that a sword which does not drink blood can ultimately never become a formidable weapon. With a shift in tone, the young girl positioned her long sword before her, her delicate visage shedding its previous languor, her aura transforming into one of sharp intensity in an instant. Then, Please enlighten me. Lu Yinchi also unsheathed her own sword, the blade as dark as night, emanating a chilling white mist that coiled around it. Yun Lan sensed the penetrating coldness that accompanied it. Were it not for the sword itself, Lu Yinchi must undoubtedly be a spirit master capable of manipulating ice. As I mentioned, I shall allow you 3 strikes. The icy words, devoid of any emotion, had barely left her lips when Yun Lan moved. She suddenly darted forward, her footwork conjuring an inexplicable wind, so bewildering that it was impossible to discern her movements. When one focused again, only a fleeting shadow lingered in the air. Chapter 65. Fierce Battle. Lu Yinchi narrowed her sharp eyes, taken aback by the astonishing speed. In a flash, Yun Lan lunged toward the young man, her sword slicing directly toward Lu Yinchi. Lu Yinchi retreated a half-step, quick as lightning, raising her sword to block. A crisp clang resounded from the dueling platform as the 2 swords clashed, sparks flying. The students gathered below erupted in astonishment. Who would have thought that Yun Lan truly possessed the strength to contend with Lu Yinchi? Lu Yinchi maintained her composed expression, locking eyes with Yun Lan. In the next instant, a dense aura of ice surged from the boy's sword towards Yun Lan. She swiftly evaded the attack, although she managed to dodge just in time. A trace of the icy energy still clung to her sleeve. Observing the thin layer of frost that had formed on her garment, Yun Lan furrowed her brows. It was evident that Lu Yinchi had shown restraint. Otherwise, the icy energy would have penetrated her sleeve entirely. Without hesitation, Yun Lan pressed forward, channeling her wood elemental energy, which entwined around her like a verdant breeze infused with the essence of nature. With a deft pivot, she wielded her sword in one hand while nurturing the wood energy in the other, her fingertip gliding across the blade, igniting a flash of green light that surged forth like a powerful strike aimed directly at Lu Yinchi. Bang! Lu Yinchi, wielding his sword with one hand, swept it horizontally, unleashing a torrent of spirit energy that instantly consumed Yun Lan's attack. As he prepared to counter, he lifted his gaze only to discover that the Yun Lan who had stood before him had vanished. Where could she be? The trees surrounding the sparring platform rustled ominously, as countless green leaves were manipulated by Yun Lan's wood energy. Seemingly delicate, the leaves transformed into sharp blades, their edges honed to a lethal precision. With a swift motion, Yun Lan directed the leaf blades in unison towards Lu Yinchi. In a matter of seconds, the atmosphere of the sparring arena became charged with an overwhelming sense of lethal intent. Go! Yun Lan commanded fiercely, and the barrage of leaf blades hurtled towards Lu Yinchi. Even if there were disparities in their levels, the sheer number of simultaneous assaults would make it exceedingly difficult for him to evade. Lu Yinchi had evidently anticipated this moment. As he witnessed the leaf blades descending upon him like a torrential downpour, he summoned his ice spirit root, unleashing a formidable wave of icy energy that transformed the arena into a winter wonderland. The air was filled with the sound of leaf blades freezing upon contact, crashing down from above and shattering into icy fragments. Observing this, Yun Lan swiftly descended, brandishing her sword to strike at Lu Yinchi once more. Realizing that long-range attacks were futile, she opted for close combat. On the stage, the 2 figures became entwined again, their blades flashing amidst a tempest of wind and spiritual energy, engaging in a duel that rivaled the fiercest of battles. The students below watched in astonishment, struggling to comprehend that this was indeed Yun Lan. How had she become so immensely powerful, matching Lu Yinchi blow for blow? This spar had persisted for a full quarter of an hour, with both combatants growing more fervent in their endeavors, their eyes ablaze with indomitable fighting spirit. Rong Tanji raised an eyebrow. It had been quite some time since he had witnessed Lu Yinchi display such fervor. With a swift motion, Lu Yinchi swung his sword towards Yun Lan, channeling his spiritual energy into the strike, a technique unique to the sword sect. A flash of green luminescence flickered in Yun Lan's eyes as she elegantly waved her sleeve, unleashing wood-type spiritual energy that extended from her like tendrils. The young man, caught off guard, found his wrist ensnared by the finely woven wood energy. The opportunity had arrived. Yun Lan lunged forward, executing a powerful palm strike against his wrist, sending Lu Yinchi's sword clattering to the ground. Without granting him a moment to recover, she swept her long leg towards his lower half, while raising her other hand, the sword in her grasp aimed for him. The blade shimmered as it grazed Lu Yinchi's cheek, leaving behind a deep, crimson gash. In the instant the blood bead seeped forth, Yun Lan suddenly sensed a peculiar movement emanating from the storage ring in her hand. The next moment, a pristine white blood spirit serpent erupted from the ring, its jaws agape, poised to strike at Lu Yinxi. Chapter 66, Guardian of the Master. The serpent's gaping maw revealed sharp fangs glistening with a perilous black sheen. Yun Lan was taken aback by the sudden appearance of the blood spirit serpent, and even more so by its misinterpretation of Lu Yinxi as a foe. The sight of the serpent genuinely terrified her. Most serpentine spirit beasts were venomous, and a single bite could lead to death or serious injury. She certainly did not wish for her teammate to succumb to poison before fully joining their ranks. With a soft exhale, Yun Lan gently stroked the serpent's head, then shifted her gaze to the fallen Lu Yinxi. Regardless of the outcome of their sparring, her strength had been laid bare. She approached the young man and extended her hand. "Allow me to assist you." Lu Yinxi paused momentarily at the outstretched hand before placing his own within hers. Not far from the stage, Yi Wuming observed this scene with a tinge of discontent brewing within him. Why? Why did he feel a sense of unease witnessing her interaction with another male? Yun Lan utilized the leverage to help Lu Yinxi rise, smiling brightly. "How do you fare?" Lu Yinxi retrieved his sword, which had been knocked to the ground by Yun Lan, sheathing it quietly while gazing into her striking black and white eyes. Without much hesitation, he nodded and replied, "Very well, I acknowledge your prowess and agree to join your training team." "It is settled then." Yun Lan beamed with joy, instinctively glancing towards the direction of Yi Wuming, only to find that the demon lord had already vanished. TSK, this great demon always behaves in such a manner. As the duel concluded, the onlooking students dispersed, yet the vivid memory of the remarkable contest lingered in their minds. Even those who initially mocked Yun Lan for her audacity gradually set aside their prejudices. In the pavilion, Lu Yinxi sat in tranquil meditation, her eyes gently closed. Rong Tanji released his light-based spiritual energy, a soft and warm aura that possessed the power of healing. In a brief moment, the scar upon Lu Yinxi's face healed under the influence of this luminous energy. Rong Tanji retracted his energy and turned his gaze towards Yun Lan. "Little Lan, are you injured?" Lu Yinxi slowly opened her eyes, and upon doing so, she beheld the snow-white serpent entwined around Yun Lan's arm. A flicker of astonishment crossing her gaze. "Is this serpent the divine beast cub acquired at the last auction?" Yun Lan replied with a hint of exasperation. "Yes. It hatched a few days ago, but we have yet to form a bond." She continued, "I apologize on its behalf for the offense it caused earlier." Rong Tanji expressed his surprise. "You haven't formed a bond?" Generally, spirit beasts harbor hostility towards humans. How could an unbonded spirit beast take the initiative to defend a human? Understanding the source of Rong Tanji's astonishment, Yun Lan gently caressed the cool body of the Bi Luo spirit serpent. "I suspect it has agreed to bond with me. During our sparring match, it mistakenly perceived me to be in danger, hence." The Bi Luo spirit serpent seemed to acknowledge Yun Lan's words, hissing softly as it flicked its tongue. Such a loyal protector. Rong Tanji observed the Bi Luo spirit serpent with keen interest. Indeed, this rare white serpent spirit beast was an extraordinary sight. By the way, I forgot to mention that our training team now comprises 4 members. In addition to us, there is a girl named Muhua. Yun Lan introduced her to the 2 young men. Lu Yinxi recognized the name. Is she not the extraordinary girl with dual spirit roots and heterochromatic eyes? At that time, the elders favored her unique constitution, waiving her entrance examination, allowing her to enroll without the usual requirements. Chapter 67. Better to be selective than indiscriminate. Yun Lan was slightly taken aback, realizing that Muhua had never undergone the entrance examination. With her dual spirit roots, coupled with her half-human, half-demon lineage, and her ability to cultivate normally, her exceptional admission was indeed justifiable. However, my training team consists of only 4 members, which is still far from sufficient. Yun Lan tapped her fingers on the stone table, her gaze directed forward, expressing her desire for the team to comprise at least 7 individuals. Lu Yinxi and Rong Tanshi exchanged glances, and in unison, they proclaimed, "We can continue to assist you in finding suitable teammates." As she yawned, she stepped into the dormitory. The room was devoid of candlelight, shrouded in darkness, with a figure vaguely discernible leaning against the table. Instinctively, Yun Lan prepared to strike, but then she noticed the figure opening their eyes, revealing a pair of deep violet irises that emanated a chilling light in the dark. It was Yi Wuming. Yun Lan relaxed her defensive stance, somewhat speechless. "You have been in my room all along?" Yi Wuming regarded her coolly, remaining silent. Yun Lan followed suit, falling into a silence of her own. So it turns out she had left the formidable demon waiting for quite some time. Upon contemplating this possibility, Yun Lan could only brace herself to explain, at that time. I thought you had already departed. I was in a rush to attend class and engage in my training, so I did not ponder too deeply. Yet, Yu Wuming remained silent. His inherent coldness and aloof demeanor cast an air of inscrutability, and his gaze bore the haughty pride typical of an unparalleled warrior. The atmosphere grew decidedly tense, prompting Yun Lan to pout. The formidable demon was not particularly significant to her. The sole connection between them stemmed from the fateful bond they shared through the life seal. Adhering to the prudent principle of never provoking the great tiger's wrath, Yun Lan patiently sought to utter something to ease the tension. At that moment, Yu Wuming took a step forward, gradually closing the distance until they stood face to face. Extending his hand, his tone was frigid. Unsure of his intentions, Yun Lan complied obediently, laying her palm open before him. To her astonishment, Yu Wuming lifted his hand and placed it gently in her palm. Yun Lan was taken aback, her fingers instinctively curling around his, creating the illusion that she was holding his hand. I must depart. Before Yun Lan could fully process this, he added, focus on your training and exercise caution during the trial of the moon. Should you encounter inescapable peril, use my token. I shall arrive promptly. With that, Yu Wuming withdrew his hand, and in a flash, his figure vanished, leaving Yun Lan in a state of bewilderment. After his departure, Yu Wuming had never anticipated that a single gesture would leave Yun Lan pondering throughout the entire night. That evening, after the departure of Yu Wuming, he did not reappear unexpectedly. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the month of trials was approaching. Although there remained a considerable duration before she could attain the status of a Grand Spirit Master, Yun Lan was firmly convinced that this time would not be protracted. She recalled the words of the Grand Elder. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the likelihood of successfully activating one's spiritual roots. On the eve of the month of trials, the Grand Elder summoned both Yun Lan and Mu Hua to the Elder's Hall. Chapter 68. The month of trials. Upon their arrival at the Elder's Hall, the Grand Elder was seated at the table, diligently inscribing something. Grand Elder. The two greeted with a respectful bow. Once he had finished the last character, he set down his brush and, with a flicker of spiritual energy, presented a piece of parchment before the young women. The paper detailed the 3 celestial treasures required for activating the second spiritual root. Yun Lan extended her hand to receive the parchment, leaning closer to Mu Hua to peruse its contents together. The items listed were the blazing phoenix flower, the azure water heart sand, and the celestial dragon beast essence. Mu Hua's gaze lingered on these 3 celestial treasures. The blazing phoenix flower was a manifestation of extreme fire, while the azure water heart sand represented the essence of extreme cold. As for the celestial dragon beast essence, if I am not mistaken, it serves to harmonize the first 2. Among these, the blazing phoenix flower and the celestial dragon beast have been known to appear in the Valley of All Spirits, where you may wish to test your fortune. As for the azure water heart sand, no rumors of its presence have emerged in the Valley of All Spirits. However, it is said to flourish in pristine water sources or beneath layers of snow, so do keep an eye out. Yun Lan meticulously folded the paper and placed it into her storage ring, then once again bowed respectfully to the Grand Elder. Thank you for the information, Grand Elder. We will be vigilant. Regardless of the difficulty in acquiring the treasures of heaven and earth, we shall strive earnestly to attain them. To gather all 3 treasures simultaneously is no trivial task. You need only to do your utmost. Should you encounter peril, do not overestimate your strength. The Grand Elder gazed at the 2 young maidens, her expression tinged with complexity. The Wanling Valley was fraught with dangers, and they were merely fledglings with remarkable talents. It would be such a pity if they were to lose their lives here. Rest assured, Grand Elder, we shall take good care of ourselves, Mu Hua replied, her keen perception allowing her to discern the Grand Elder's concerns and worries. As she and Yun Lan departed from the Elder's Hall, the Grand Elder remained seated for a while, ultimately unable to quell her unease. She retrieved a communication stone and sent a message to the second Elder within the academy. Second, tomorrow, closely monitor Yun Lan's training team in Wanling Valley. If they encounter an unavoidable grave danger, intervene promptly. Do not remain a mere spectator. In truth, every year during the training month, Qingsong Academy dispatched various elders and numerous instructors to conceal themselves in the nooks of Wanling Valley, maximizing the safety of the students. To allow students to acclimate to the rigors of training, assistance was generally withheld unless they faced extreme peril. However, it was the first time in her life that the Grand Elder had chosen to assign an elder to oversee a single training team. After delivering her message, She set the communication stone aside and closed her eyes. The following day, as dawn broke, the light pierced through the clouds. At the entrance of Qingsong Academy, hundreds of students preparing for the month of trials gathered, ready to embark on their journey. Yun Lan neatly packed her belongings into her storage ring and extended her hand towards the white serpent curled up by the bed. Qingwu, we must depart. Yun Lan had formed a bond with the Bi Lingxi, her second contract beast. According to Xiaohua, the Bi Lingxi tribe is predominantly a shade of verdant green, a hue that allows them to blend seamlessly with the flora. After some contemplation, Yun Lan chose the name Qingwu, combining the character for clear, which sounds similar to green, with mist, symbolizing the white fog. Fortunately, Qingwu seemed quite pleased with this name. Qingwu coiled around Yun Lan's arm as she summoned it into her consciousness and turned to exit the dormitory. The month of trials has begun, and Yun Lan has arrived. Chapter 69. The five-person team. Upon reaching the entrance of Qingsong Academy, Yun Lan found her teammates awaiting her arrival. Aside from Rong Tanshi, she unexpectedly spotted another familiar face, Feng Jin. Yun Lan. Feng Jin's eyes lit up as he saw her approach. I heard from Brother Rong and Brother Lu that they have joined your trial team. Yun Lan scrutinized Feng Jin. Is that so? Do you wish to join as well? Indeed. Feng Jin replied eagerly. Rong Tanshi smiled at Yun Lan and added, Xiao Lan. Feng is now an 8th level spiritual master with a lightning attribute. We share a good rapport, and I assure you he is dependable. You might consider his inclusion. Yun Lan smiled in response. With such warm recommendations from you, Tanshi, I cannot refuse. I trust your judgment. Then, does that mean you agree to my joining? Feng Jin inquired. Feng Jin appeared somewhat impatient, an elegant visage unable to conceal his excitement. Naturally, I found myself curious as to why you only decided to join the training squad today. Yun Lan inquired further. Feng Jin, somewhat bashful, scratched his head. In truth, there isn't any particularly special reason. I have become accustomed to a solitary existence, and initially had no intention of joining any training squad. It was merely a fortuitous encounter with Brother Rong and Brother Lu that led me to discover their inclusion in your team. Hence I thought it best to join as well. Feng Jin is the disciple of the esteemed master of the First Forge, Wanbao Lu, suggesting he is also a skilled weaponsmith with notable connections. In a sense, he has benefited from the prestige of Rong Tanji and Lu Yanxi. With Feng Jin's addition, the training squad has now assembled 5 members, drawing ever closer to the formation of a complete 7-member team. The 5 members exchanged their current levels of cultivation, establishing a preliminary understanding of one another. After listening to their introductions, Yun Lan swiftly analyzed in his mind. Rong Tenji, a level 9 light element spirit master, primarily focused on offense. Yet due to the unique nature of his spiritual energy, he possesses inherent healing capabilities. Lu Yanxi, a level 9 ice element spirit master, also primarily offensive. His swordsmanship fused with spiritual energy can create prolonged control effects. Mu Hua, a level 6 fire element spirit master, with a dual spiritual root constitution, primarily serves as a support. Her lineage from both humanity and the demon race has caused a mutation in her spiritual root, producing fire energy that remains undiminished by water, thus also capable of offensive maneuvers. Feng Jin, an 8-level lightning element spirit master, is versatile in both offense and defense. Most lightning element spirit masters can summon winds and rains, their techniques capable of paralyzing opponents, thus providing short-term control effects. Every individual possesses their own unique technique and precise positioning. It can be said that each member of her small team is indispensable. The time for departure has arrived. The Grand Elder, in his capacity as a member of the Academy's council, addresses each student participating in the month of trials. This year's month of trials is about to commence, adhering to the tradition of 30 days. The destination is none other than the most renowned perilous site in the realm of Bi Luo, the Wailing Valley. The Wailing Valley is labyrinthine and fraught with dangers. Thus, I urge you, young aspirants, not to recklessly venture alone. Joining another trial team would be the wisest choice. Each team is provided with a map of the Wailing Valley issued by the mentors, should you find yourselves lost. Refer to the map to navigate your way back to safety. Each year during the month of trials, elders and mentors accompany you on your journey, strategically positioned throughout the Wailing Valley. In the event of unforeseen circumstances, they will offer timely assistance. The trials represent the lifelong pursuit of cultivation for us practitioners. Only by growing ever stronger can one aspire to ascend to the pinnacle of this world and stand shoulder to shoulder with formidable champions. The Grand Elder surveyed the youthful, innocent faces before him, his gaze profound. You are the most exceptional prodigies of Qingtsong Academy, and I wish for each of you to enhance yourselves during this month of trials and reach new heights. Chapter 70, A Narrow Mind. His impassioned words ignited a fervent cheer among the crowd. This is the most exhilarating and anticipated trial event for the prestigious Spirit Master Academies each year. Everyone is fervently hoping to surpass their current cultivation levels, to cross the threshold of advancement, and to journey to even more distant realms. The map of the Yun Lan team rests in the hands of Rong Tan. Apart from Yun Lan and Mu Hua, who are newcomers this year, the other 3 members are seasoned students, well experienced in the trials of the past, and typically retain their maps. With the map in hand, the younger generation makes their final preparations before departure. Numerous teams have already set forth. Feng Jin summons his contracted beast from the sea of consciousness, a magnificent purple lightning wolf of sacred beast caliber. The purple lightning wolf is a colossal creature, renowned for its swiftness, easily capable of carrying 5 individuals. Feng Jin caresses the wolf's luxurious purple fur before mounting it, announcing to the others, its name is Chong Hong. It is incredibly fast, and with its help, we shall significantly reduce our travel time. Everyone hop on. The remaining 4, without further ado, leap onto the wolf's back. Just as Yun Lan settles cross-legged, she suddenly senses a gaze filled with disdain directed towards her. Turning her head slightly, she sees Shen Yuyao. Shen Yuyao and Enruyan have also formed a trial team and are currently summoning their own contracted beasts in preparation for departure. Noticing Shen Yuyao's prolonged focus on a particular direction, Enruyan glances over as well. Yun Lan pays little heed to Shen Yuyao's subtle actions, swiftly redirecting her attention to engage in laughter and conversation with her teammates. She sits side by side with Mu Hua, while Rong Tan, Liu Yinqi, and Feng Jin occupy the opposite side, the 5 of them closely huddled together in an intimate camaraderie. As the captain, Yun Lan engaged in frequent conversations with her teammates, which, in the eyes of Enruyan, resembled the moon surrounded by stars, a sight quite irksome. Enruyan wore a cold, handsome expression, and a flicker of displeasure ignited in his eyes. How shameless it was for a woman, yet unmarried, to be so close to another man. Once, Yun Lan's gaze had been filled solely with him, willingly trailing behind like a dutiful shadow. When he said east, she would never venture west. Yet now, there was not a trace of affection for him in her eyes, her demeanor colder than that of complete strangers. Enruyan felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart, unable to discern whether it was jealousy or some other emotion. Regardless, the more he observed Yun Lan, the more irked he became. Shen Yuyao noticed Enruyan's grim expression and instinctively wrapped her arm around him, speaking softly, "Brother Yin." Yun Lan appears to have a wonderful rapport with her teammates. Her intent was to stoke the flames, which only fueled Enruyan's irritation further, prompting him to retort, "What is so wonderful about it? It's merely a farce. Surely no one believes that forming a team equates to forging genuine friendships? A person may wear a friendly facade, yet in the face of absolute self-interest, friendships are but illusions." Enruyan's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, was perfectly audible to Yun Lan's team. She felt the urge to roll her eyes. See, just a slight provocation from that scheming woman, and the scoundrel was agitated. The other teammates were aware of the past betrothal between Yun Lan and Enruyan. Rong Tanji pursed her lips in displeasure and said, "Xiao Lan, don't let him provoke you. It will only spoil your mood." Mu Hua leaned against Yun Lan and nodded in agreement. Exactly. Just because he cannot make friends, he assumes others cannot either. How easily jealousy consumes him. Such a narrow-minded disposition. Luo Yinqi, ever direct and efficient, drew forth her sword, her voice devoid of warmth. "Do you require my assistance in resolving this matter?" Upon witnessing her comrade's unwavering support for her, Yun Lan felt a warmth spread within her heart. Gently, she pushed aside Luo Yinqi's blade, saying, "It seems rather unseemly to take a life before we have even commenced our journey. Once we reach the Wanling Valley, there shall be ample opportunity for our companions to teach him a lesson. We need not rush." Enruyan, seething with fury, pointed an accusatory finger at Mu Hua and the others, his tone brimming with agitation. "Do you have any idea who I am? I am the son of the Grand General. To dare offend me is to show disrespect to the General's house." Chapter 71, The Demon Domain. That night in Wuming's domain of darkness, Feng Jin cast a sidelong glance at Enruyan, who was brimming with arrogance, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. Leaning slightly forward, he patted the back of Chong Hong, his lips parting as if to convey a message to the contracted beast. In the next moment, Changhong received the command from its master, its powerful hind claws scratching the ground vigorously, sending a cloud of dirt soaring into the air. A mischievous wind, seemingly conjured from nowhere, swept through, fortuitously showering Enryan and his companions with the very dirt that had been stirred up. What is happening? Curse it! My clothes are ruined. Enryan was the first to bear the brunt of this mischief, not only covered in mud, but also inadvertently tasting some of it. Spitting out the muck with a grimace, Muhua could not suppress her laughter at the sight of Enryan's disheveled appearance. The rest of the team, still awaiting departure, erupted into hearty laughter at the sight of the illustrious son of the Grand General being so thoroughly humiliated by a spirit beast. What a pitiful spectacle it was. Feng Jin was quite pleased with the scene before him, arms crossed, a whimsical smile gracing his lips. Given the filth of your tongue, my contract beast kindly wishes to cleanse it for you, son of the general. Are you satisfied? Enryan's eyes reddened with fury. A clump of damp mud clinging to his hair, the soiled water trickling down his forehead in a rather ludicrous manner. Feng Jin, if you have the guts, come down here and let us have a bout. Feng Jin laughed heartily. Changhong, let us depart. With a roar that pierced the sky, Changhong unleashed his 4 claws, dashing forward with astonishing speed, vanishing from sight in mere moments. Enryan, exasperated, hurled curses at the direction in which the Yun Lan team had last disappeared, completely shedding his usual lofty demeanor. Shinyuya wiped the mud from her face, nearly grinding her teeth in rage, a potent desire for vengeance swelling within her, bubbling over. Yun Lan, continue your reckless arrogance. Once we reach the Wailing Valley, I shall have ample opportunity to exact my revenge. This time, I shall carve several marks upon your contemptible visage. Even in death, you shall remain a grotesque specter. In the realm of Yellow Springs, within the abyss of demons, in the Supreme Hall, Yi Wuming stood by the window, his gaze fixated on the eastern horizon for an extended period. My lord, a figure flickered as his subordinate, and Lin knelt respectfully behind him, offering a bow. Yao Feng has conveyed that there is indeed an aura of the cold abyss deep within the Wailing Valley. Yao Feng is currently pursuing the matter further. Yi Wuming responded with a mere, indifferent hum, uttering no further words. And Lin cautiously lifted his gaze toward his lord. Was it merely his illusion? The injuries of the master have improved slightly, almost more than before. Just when Lin believed that Yi Wuming would fall silent, he heard him speak softly. After such a prolonged investigation, it is time for me to confront him. And Lin naturally understood that the hymn referred to Han Yuan, and expressed his concern. Master, your wounds have only just begun to heal. You must not risk a relapse. If you have any reservations, I will immediately go to Wanling Valley and call upon Yao Feng. There is no need for concern, Yi Wuming replied in a cool tone. Han Yuan is my arch-nemesis. Only I possess the right to take his life. This is the fate that exists between rivals. But, and Lin wished to offer further counsel. The cold poison that afflicted the master was akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his bones. An excruciating pain that could freeze his body into ice in severe cases. This was a matter of life and death. Yi Wuming tilted his head slightly, his obsidian gaze piercing through to Lin. Recently, there have been more vermin in the demon realm attempting to defy me. They seem to be former confidants of Han Yuan. You are to deal with them thoroughly. I want these scoundrels to understand deeply that this demon realm belongs to Yi Wuming alone, and will not tolerate the insolence of that traitor Han Yuan. And Lin immediately lowered his head. I obey your command. Should I fail to manage this properly, I shall be held accountable. With a cold finality, Yi Wuming tore through the fabric of space and leaped into the void. Chapter 72. The fiery 6-winged beast Wanling Valley, a place abundant with myriad life forms, sprawls expansively, serving as a sanctuary for rare vegetation and countless spiritual beasts. The Longhong had hardly rested, traversing the arduous journey for most of the day, and finally arrived near a valley close to Wanling Valley before nightfall, bearing the Yun Lan team. After a long day's toil, Changhong took a moment to rest. Feng Jin gently rubbed Changhong's fluffy ears, and with a heavy breath, Changhong mustered the energy to nuzzle against Feng Jin's hand before retreating into the sea of consciousness for a well-deserved rest. Rong Tanji spread out the map he had preserved from the previous year, meticulously studying the depicted routes while engaging in a hushed discussion with Lu Yanxi. The journey truly is exhausting. Mu Hua leaned against a tree, watching as the sky gradually darkened, stifling a yawn in fatigue. Yun Lan chuckled ruefully, acknowledging the weariness. Indeed, it is tiring, but the one who bears the brunt of the fatigue must be Jin's contract beast, which has hardly had a moment to rest. Mu Hua raised her hand, rallying her spirits. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly contract a spirit beast capable of traversing vast distances in a single day. There will be opportunities, Yun Lan reassured her with a pat on the shoulder. Once the discussion concluded, Rong Tanjis approached Yun Lan, stating, I have confirmed the direction with Yinshi. This valley is adjacent to the Wanshan Canyon, and we can reach it by crossing the valley in a straight line. Yun Lan glanced at the darkening sky. Traveling by night would be perilous. Let us find a place to rest here for the night and set out at dawn. The other four readily agreed, and soon they began to divide tasks, with the three young men responsible for gathering firewood and setting up camp. Yun Lan and Mu Hua set off together in search of food. They intended to venture a little farther, where the vegetation was abundant, allowing Yun Lan to manipulate the plants to sense their surroundings. Night had fully descended, and Yun Lan discreetly urged the wood's spirit root to release its spiritual energy. Each wisp of energy flowed through the vicinity, attaching itself to the flora, creating an invisible network of communication that conveyed information solely to Yun Lan. Under the guidance of the petite flower within the sea of consciousness, Yun Lan gathered a bag brimming with non-toxic, edible wild fruits. After traversing a stream, Mu Hua bent down, observing several sleek black fish darting swiftly across the crystal-clear bottom. With an abundance of wild fruits and fish, the evening promised a sumptuous feast. Mu Hua chuckled softly, finding a long branch nearby, sharpening its tip before decisively plunging it into the water, aiming at the black fish. The fish thrashed momentarily, but was caught squarely. It swam with remarkable speed, yet Mu Hua's aim was both steady and precise. Observing from the side, Yun Lan remarked, Your eyesight is quite commendable. Indeed, Mu Hua replied with a smile, a note of pride in her tone. After all, I am half demon. My vision naturally surpasses that of ordinary humans. Yun Lan chuckled in return, finding Mu Hua's spirited temperament perfectly befitting her youthful age, full of vigor and exuberance. Suddenly, Yun Lan sensed an unusual disturbance emanating from a distant patch of flora. Shortly thereafter, a dull explosion reverberated from afar. What was happening? Mu Hua was so startled that she nearly dropped the fish she was holding. A frown creased Yun Lan's brow. Could it be that other students were engaged in combat? After a moment of contemplation, she nodded. This location was near their team's campsite, and if danger loomed, they needed to evacuate swiftly. Night battles were unpredictable, and as the team leader, she had to prioritize the safety of her companions. The two young women hastened forward, one behind the other. The closer they approached the site of the explosion, the more they could sense a searing heat wafting through the air. Before long, a striking scene unfolded before their eyes. A colossal six-winged bird flapped its wings, glaring fiercely at a group of individuals standing before it. Yun Lan fixed her gaze upon the group, only to discover that it was none other than Enrian and Shun Yuyao's expedition team. A fierce blaze enveloped the six-winged giant bird, while the night wind carried waves of scorching heat, making the surroundings feel as if they were on the verge of being utterly consumed by flames. Mu Hua stared in astonishment at the six-winged giant bird. Is this the Fireglass Six-Winged Beast? Chapter 73, Calamity the Fireglass Six-Winged Beast? Yun Lan surveyed the devastated ground, her brow furrowing in concern. This was a fire-element spiritual beast. Shin Yuyao cowered behind Enruyan, her face smeared with soot, her garments bearing the singe marks of flames, presenting a truly disheveled appearance. Brother Yin, what should we do now? Enruyan fared little better. One of his arms bore a wound, blood trickling down as beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he fixed his gaze upon the six-winged giant bird, the searing sensation in the air nearly overwhelming him. Had he known that confronting this fire-element spiritual beast would prove so formidable, he would have refrained from taking such a risk. Her exclamation drew the attention of others. Yun Lan cast a glance at Shun Yuyao, before turning her gaze to Enruyan. What exactly have you done to provoke this fire-element spiritual beast? What do you mean by done? Are you implying something? An anxious male student interjected. Yun Lan scoffed, implying, it is common knowledge that spiritual beasts harbor a disdain for humankind, choosing to steer clear rather than attack. Unless you have done something to anger this beast, it would not have engaged you. I was merely inquiring. And yet you react so defensively? No need to feign innocence. The male student was momentarily rendered speechless by Yun Lan's sharp retort. Enruyan furrowed her brow, wondering how she had ended up here. The last thing he desired was for Yun Lan to witness his current state of disarray. With a sardonic smile, Yun Lan remarked, Are you expecting me to discipline your comrades? Do you think I have nothing better to do? Your survival is of no concern to me. But the commotion you've caused is a blatant threat to our camp nearby. and Rian felt his temper flare once again. Yet, before he could unleash his frustration, the fire-winged beast stirred. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a torrent of flames that radiated outward from its center. "Get out of the way!" and Rian shouted in desperation as the flames surged toward them. His teammates quickly scattered in all directions, and Yun Lan hastily pulled Mu Hua to safety. "What do we do now?" "Xiaolan?" Mu Hua asked, regaining her composure as she gazed at the enraged colossal bird. "You are a wood element spirit master. Wood is vulnerable to fire, so it may be futile to counter the fire-winged beast's assault." Yun Lan acknowledged this point. Indeed, her wood element spirit energy would be ineffective. Although Mu Hua was a fire element spirit master, her abilities were primarily supportive, lacking in offensive strength, making it difficult for her to intervene decisively. There was only one course of action left. With a stern expression, Yun Lan declared, "The spirit beast's attack seems directed solely at Anrian's team and does not appear intent on harming us. Therefore, our best option is to retreat immediately, regroup with Tan Ji and the others, and make a swift exit." Without much hesitation, Mu Hua nodded. "You are the captain. I will follow your lead." "Very well. Let us depart at once." Yun Lan and Mu Hua intended to turn and leave, while Shun Yuyao secretly observed their actions, gritting her teeth in frustration. They were suffering here, yet Yun Lan contemplated escape. No, she must keep Yun Lan from leaving. If she could not find solace, neither would Yun Lan. A sinister thought flickered through Shun Yuyao's mind as she swiftly snatched the object tightly held by another teammate and hurled it fiercely towards the direction of Yun Lan and Mu Hua. The fire-glazed six-winged beast hurriedly soared towards the trajectory of the object, its 6 wings unfurling, flames bursting forth, and a searing heat enveloping everything. Chapter 74. Radiance of red gold. Yun Lan instinctively reached out to catch the colossal egg, a wave of intense heat radiating from its shell. "Be careful, Xiaolan." Mu Hua's alarmed voice rang in her ears, and as Yun Lan raised her gaze, she saw the fire-glazed 6-winged beast charging towards her. In an instant, Yun Lan's figure vanished before the beast. A glimmer of surprise crossed the beast's eyes. How could this human? In the next moment, Yun Lan, clutching the egg, darted to the side. A vine shot up from the ground, and Yun Lan freed one hand to grasp it, her eyes shimmering with a hint of green light. The vine propelled her upward as she swiftly retreated. Seeing Yun Lan about to flee, the fire-glazed 6-winged beast, both anxious and furious, roared angrily and pursued her once more, flames erupting from its mouth in relentless waves. Yun Lan gritted her teeth. The flames moved with astonishing speed, nearly grazing the hem of her garment. "Hurry, faster." The young woman tightened her grip on the vine, but in the next heartbeat, a surge of red light erupted from the oncoming fire-glazed 6-winged beast, its speed suddenly skyrocketing. With a fierce lunge, it caught up to Yun Lan. Its sharp claws aimed directly at her heart. "Xiaolan!" Mu Hua, witnessing the scene from a distance, cried out in panic. A deafening explosion echoed, and white smoke billowed into the air. Mu Hua paused for a moment, then dashed over, only to discover that it was not Yun Lan lying on the ground, but the fiery 6-winged beast. The enormous bird lay incapacitated, feathers strewn about, its wings marred by numerous wounds, blood gushing from its beak as if it had just survived a calamity. Mu Hua blinked in disbelief. Was this the doing of Xiaolan? Turning her gaze to Yun Lan, she found her suspended in midair, enveloped in radiant strands of red golden light, a brilliance so dazzling it was almost blinding. As Enrian and Shun Yuyao approached, they were astonished to see Yun Lan unscathed, while the fiery 6-winged beast was grievously injured, their eyes wide with shock. Shun Yuyao, in particular, was filled with horror, her heart seething with barely contained rage. Even this fire-type spirit beast could not contend with Yun Lan, utterly failing to bring her to harm. The light encircled her entirely, forcing the fiery 6-winged beast to retreat repeatedly. She could perceive that this light bore an immense aura of intimidation, compelling the beast to submit beneath its overwhelming power. Yet, curiously, Yun Lan bore no magical artifacts or protective gear. Whence did this red golden radiance originate? Yun Lan cast a glance at the beast egg in her hand, then turned her cold gaze directly toward Enrian's team. If I am not mistaken, this beast egg was thrown by one among them, intending to divert the attention of the 6-winged fire beast towards her. She bears no grievances against the others. The only potential adversary could be either Enrian or Shun Yuyao. A sudden chill ran down Shun Yuyao's spine, prompting her to subtly shift her steps and take refuge behind Enrian. This seemingly innocuous gesture infuriated Yun Lan, who, with a flick of her sleeve, summoned a vine that silently ensnared Shun Yuyao's waist, hoisting her high into the air. Shun Yuyao's face paled in terror, suspended several yards above the ground. Beads of cold sweat trickled down as she faltered. Yun Lan, what are you doing? Let me down. And Ruyan, his expression turning icy, shouted, Yun Lan, release Yu. The other members of his team swiftly unleashed their spiritual energy, poised for confrontation with Yun Lan, as the atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. The lingering heat in the air vanished in mere seconds. Chapter 75. As long as you all perish after a tense standoff lasting several moments. And Ruyan heard a mocking laugh from the girl. Ha, let her go? And Ruyan, who do you think you are? What gives you the right to command me? A fierce green light ignited in Yun Lan's eyes, and an overwhelming aura enveloped her. And Ruyan suddenly felt an unyielding force locking onto him. The next moment, a thunderous crash echoed as Ruyan was violently propelled backward. With a thud, he staggered several yards away, his chest feeling as though it had been struck with immense force, unable to suppress a spurt of crimson blood. In the city of Lingyi, there was a moment when I struck you with such force that you bled profusely. Days have passed, and I had hoped you would have made some progress. However, your cultivation remains inferior to mine. In an instant, Yun Lan appeared before Ruyan, a mocking smirk gracing her lips as she placed her foot firmly on Ruyan's hand. Increasing the pressure. Your father, the general, has repelled countless enemies on the battlefield, earning remarkable achievements. Yet it seems he failed to impart a crucial lesson. The weak are destined to crawl before the strong. The excruciating pain radiating from her hand compelled Ruyan to cry out, her features contorted in agony. Yun Lan, you vile wretch. Yun Lan remained unfazed, even exerting more force, grinding her foot down with malicious delight. Overwhelmed by pain and fury, Ruyan succumbed to unconsciousness without needing to endure much longer under Yun Lan's torment. Yun Lan glanced at Ruyan with disdain before turning her gaze towards Shun Yuyao, who hung helplessly in midair, her face pale and tears cascading down her cheeks. Unable to break free from the vines that ensnared her, she was left dangling, while the tendrils seemed to possess a wicked sense of humor, swaying her precariously and eliciting her terrified screams. My ability to incapacitate Ruyan signifies that I can also overpower any among you. Yun Lan's voice was chilling, her expression devoid of emotion, instilling a profound sense of dread in those who beheld her. Gently caressing the spirit beast egg cradled in her arms, she inquired, just now, someone amidst the chaos threw this spirit beast egg to me. Who was that individual? The members of Ruyan's team exchanged glances, their expressions laden with trepidation. Yun Lan, the academy has made it clear that one must not recklessly harm fellow students. Have you forgotten this rule? A male student, unable to contain himself, glared fiercely at Yun Lan and said, do not try to intimidate us. Do you believe you can control everything by yourself? We are not afraid of you. Those who are wise should let us go. Otherwise, we will immediately use the communication stone to inform the elders. Yun Lan smiled. Yet there was no mirth in her eyes. At that moment, a hissing sound caught everyone's attention as a snow-white snake suddenly appeared, coiling its long body around Yun Lan's arm. It opened its gaping mouth, revealing sharp fangs glistening with a sinister black sheen. Several students turned pale with fear. This was a venomous spirit beast. Could it be that this white snake was Yun Lan's contracted beast? When did she form a bond with a spirit beast? As you can see, my contracted beast has quite a temper, Yun Lan said, gently stroking the scales of Qing Wu. With a cheerful tone, she continued, the poison of Qing Wu is potent enough to reduce anyone below the level of a grand master to mere puddles of flesh. Should I wish it, I could command Qing Wu to release its toxins immediately. Once you are all dead, no one will be left to report to the elders. Suddenly, the smile on Yun Lan's face vanished, replaced by a cold glare. This is your final chance. Who was it that threw the spirit beast egg to me? As her words lingered in the air, Qing Wu, coiled around her arm, raised its head in a show of dominance. Its serpentine eyes filled with a chilling intent to kill. Everyone present was drenched in a cold sweat from Yun Lan's declaration. It is not a threat. Yet it feels more threatening. Under such oppression, several students, disregarding everything else, hurriedly waved their hands. No, it wasn't me. I didn't throw it. I have never done such a thing. I know. It was Shan Yuyao. Upon hearing this, the students pointed at Shan Yuyao, suspended in midair. Yes, I saw it. Shan Yuyao threw the spirit beast egg to you. Shan Yuyao, seeing her teammates unhesitatingly direct their accusations towards her, felt a surge of anger rising within her. What nonsense are you spouting? I did not do it. A female student retorted with disdain. You were the one who suggested stealing the spirit beast egg in the first place. Don't deny it. Moreover, are we unaware of the enmity between you and Yun Lan? You have every reason to frame Yun Lan. Stealing the spirit beast egg? Yun Lan caught these words, casting another glance at the spirit beast egg cradled in her arms. A flicker of loathing flashing in her eyes. Are you implying that it was you who stole the spirit beast egg, provoking this fiery six-winged beast? The female student stammered. When we arrived in this valley, saw this fire-type spirit beast caring for its egg, so that's why. Yun Lan finally grasped the sequence of events. It was not uncommon for people to risk their lives to snatch spirit beast eggs from the guardians, which had inevitably led to the spirit beast's deep-seated hatred for humanity. Although she was not a virtuous individual, she adhered to her own principles and would never stoop to the disgraceful act of stealing a spirit beast egg. With a wave of her hand, Yun Lan dismissed the students. Since this has nothing to do with you, be gone. Upon hearing the words, several students were filled with joy and hastily fled, running as swiftly as their legs could carry them, fearful that Yun Lan might pursue them once more. At this moment, the scene was left with only the already fainted Enrian and Shun Yuyo, who was suspended in the void, neither ascending nor descending. She gazed desperately and helplessly at her fleeing teammates, cold sweat pouring down her face. Yun Lan flicked her finger at the vines entwined around Shun Yuyo's waist, causing them to loosen, and she plummeted from the air. Shun Yuyo, paralyzed by fear, was nearly rendered voiceless by the terror of weightlessness. However, just as her body was about to collide with the ground, Yun Lan reached out and seized Shun Yuyo's neck with a fierce grip. Shun Yuyo felt as if she could not breathe, struggling desperately to pry Yun Lan's hand away. Yun Lan leaned closer to Shun Yuyo, her voice chilling. Shun Yuyo, have you ever considered that there might come a day when you fall into my grasp? Let go of me. Shun Yuyo gasped, her eyes rolling back in her head. Do you remember the Panlong Valley? That night, I truly believed you would lead me to find the spiritual herbs. Yet you caused me immense suffering. Yun Lan spoke softly. To simply kill you would be far too lenient. Shun Yuyo, in her dazed state, heard her words, and the resentment within her only intensified, coursing through her veins, penetrating to her very bones. Yun Lan coldly savored Shun Yuyo's expression of agony, and in the next moment, she forcefully hurled Shun Yuyo next to Enrian. The spiritual energy surged forth, and Shun Yuyo's limbs were brutally shattered by this force. Chapter 77. Rest in peace. Mu Hua glanced at the crumpled, motionless Shun Yuyo on the ground and quietly inquired, Xiaolan, will you not kill her? We have lingered here for too long. Tan Ji and the others must be worried. Yun Lan narrowed her eyes, surveying the surroundings. Moreover, the commotion we just caused was too great. It is likely that elders and mentors are already en route here. This is my personal vendetta. I cannot involve you all in it. Mu Hua was momentarily taken aback. She realized that Xiaolan was concerned that if she killed Shun Yuyo, the elders and mentors would trace the incident back to them. To avoid further trouble for others, she refrained from delivering a fatal blow, merely breaking Shun Yuyo's limbs and sparing her life for the time being. A sense of emotion stirred within Mu Hua. Xiaolan was indeed considering the greater picture, taking her teammates into account, in stark contrast to the other students who had abandoned Shun Yuyo and Enrian to flee. The human race truly is the most intricate of beings in this world. Mu Hua took the initiative to grasp Yun Lan's hand and smiled. All right, let us depart. Wait. Just as they were about to leave, a faint voice called out from behind them. The fiery six-winged beast struggled to lift its massive body, using its wings to push a spirit beast egg towards Yun Lan and Mu Hua. Yun Lan observed the beast's actions. You can speak? Are you a divine beast? The fiery six-winged beast nodded weakly and replied, I have sustained internal injuries and was attacked by those humans while healing. Your presence has exacerbated my condition. My life is but a fleeting breath now. Yun Lan sighed. If it were not for Shun Yuyo tossing the spirit beast egg to her, the fiery six-winged beast would not have mistaken her for Shun Yuyo's accomplice, and she would not have inadvertently inflicted serious injury upon it. Why is there the breath of the heavenly fire Xianlong upon you? The fiery six-winged beast lifted its eyelids to gaze at the young girl. With unwavering certainty, it declared, the heavenly fire Xianlong is a fire-type spirit beast, and as a creature of the same elemental affinity, I cannot be mistaken. Moreover, this trace of dragon breath upon you is terrifying in its power. It must originate from a heavenly fire Xianlong of the divine beast rank. Yun Lan and Mu Hua widened their eyes in astonishment. A divine beast. The divine beast represents the pinnacle of spirit beast cultivation. attainable only through countless millennia of relentless training. In this alternate realm, the number of spirit beasts reaching the divine beast level is exceedingly rare, likely not exceeding 10. Yun Lan instinctively pressed her hand against her chest, lost in contemplation. Yet, why would she possess the essence of a heavenly fire Xianlong of such caliber? My kind once thrived in both the realms of Bi Luo and Huangquan. However, due to the unwarranted massacre by the human race, our numbers have dwindled to a mere few. My life draws to a close, yet I cannot simply stand by and watch my progeny perish. Would you two be willing to form a bond to preserve the lineage of the fiery six-winged beast? At this juncture, the voice of the fiery six-winged beast was imbued with sorrow and earnest plea. Yun Lan's emotions were somewhat intricate. The spirit beast, once so proud, now humbly pleaded with the very human race it had long despised for the sake of its offspring. Before Yun Lan could utter a word, Mu Hua nodded in affirmation. I am a spirit master of the fire element. I can forge a bond with your child. The fiery six-winged beast turned its gaze towards Mu Hua, puzzled. Strange, I detect a trace of spirit beast essence within you. My mother is a divine beast, Mu Hua replied. I am both human and demon. Ah, I see. The fiery six-winged beast nodded in understanding, pushing the spirit beast egg towards Mu Hua. My child will inherit my memories and cultivation, but due to my current injuries and the damage to my foundation, my offspring will only be born at the level of a sacred beast. However, with diligent training, it may advance further. I beseech you, do not reject it. With that, the fiery six-winged beast could no longer sustain itself and collapsed to the ground, its beastly eyes barely open. Wisps of red light emanated from its body, slowly flowing towards the spirit beast egg. This was a spirit beast mother, transferring her final strength to her child. Mu Hua felt a pang of sorrow. She reached out to gently close the beast's eyes. I shall treat it kindly and strive to become its most harmonious companion. Please. Rest in peace. Chapter 78. Revenge. Once the remaining strength of the fiery six-winged beast was fully absorbed by the spirit beast egg, Mu Hua hastily departed with the egg in her arms alongside Yun Lan. Shortly after their departure, two mentors arrived on the scene. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, with Enthralling unconscious on the ground and Xin Yuya immobilized, the two mentors' expressions shifted noticeably as they rushed to assist the two, tending to their injuries. You were injured. What transpired? Xin Yuya was engulfed in excruciating pain, her limbs rendered powerless, as though a heavy cart had repeatedly rolled over her. The heart-wrenching agony sharpened her mind to an alarming clarity. With a fierce determination, she bit down on her lip, blood seeping from her pale mouth. A sight both harrowing and stark. If fate dictated that only one of her and Yun Lan could survive, that person could only be Xin Yuya. She yearned for vengeance against Yun Lan. A ferocious vengeance. A profound hatred enveloped her heart, distorting her features into a grimacing mask of fury, longing for the power to obliterate everything in her path. Meanwhile, as Rong Tanji and the others anxiously searched nearby, Yun Lan and Mu Hua finally made their appearance. Where have you been? Rong Tanji inquired, worry etched across her face. We heard an explosion from afar, and we're about to search for you. Lu Yinchi and Feng Jin displayed concern. Yun Lan offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry for causing you worry. We encountered some unforeseen circumstances. But it's a long story. Let us sit down and discuss it later. The three young ones felt a wave of relief upon seeing that both Yun Lan and Mu Hua were unharmed. The camp had been set up, and darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. As the flames flickered to life, the five gathered around the campfire, while Yun Lan munched on the wild fruits they had foraged. She recounted the tale of the fire-leery six-winged beast to Rong Tanji and the others. I see. Rong Tanji nodded in understanding, turning her gaze toward the spirit beast egg cradled in Mu Hua's arms. It is unexpected that Enthralling's team could be so shameless, taking advantage of the injured spiritual beast to satisfy their selfish desires by stealing the beast's egg. Feng Jin's tone was filled with disdain. His forthright nature could not abide such malicious acts. Mu Hua gently touched the spiritual beast egg, remaining silent. Lu Yinchi pondered for a moment before speaking in a calm tone. We have severed ties with Enthralling. A person with such a narrow mind will undoubtedly not let us off easily. With him, Yun Lan scoffed. He is merely a spoiled young master. Without his father, what is Enthralling worth? Feng Jin nodded in agreement, stating, he is just a brash young man wielding his father's name to flaunt his authority. My master once said, once you embark on the path of cultivation, the strength of your fist is what matters. Those powerful enough to kill you will never care about your origins. Hearing this, Yun Lan smiled faintly. The master of Wanbao Tower, Feng, was certainly raised a commendable disciple. The five conversed deeply into the night. Yun Lan initially intended to rest atop a tree while keeping watch, but Lu Yinshi voluntarily took on the responsibility of the night watch. You fought just today. It would be wise for you to rest and regain your strength. Lu Yinshi, holding his sword, gazed intently at Yun Lan, respecting his words. Yun Lan did not insist further and gracefully waved his hand to Lu Yinshi, nimbly leaping onto a large tree. Thank you. They passed the night peacefully, and the Yun Lan team continued their journey towards Wanling Canyon. Meanwhile, deep within Wanling Canyon, explosions erupted, trees collapsed, and chaos ensued. Yi Wuming clenched his fist, and the robust, potent dark spiritual energy surged forth like a series of piercing blades, enveloping the area with an overwhelming force. Boom! The dense mist erupted, instantly engulfing the dark energy released by Yi Wuming. Despite enduring the chilling poison, he managed to engage with me for over 100 exchanges. Truly commendable. O Lord of the Demon Realm. Within the mist, a deep and melodious voice resonated, its tones laced with an alluring edge, the malevolent aura almost breaking through the heavens. Chapter 79. Battle of the Titans. Yi Wuming's expression was indifferent. The voice within the mist carried a hint of provocation, yet he did not succumb to rage. You have battled with me for so many years. Since you first poisoned me, have I not always persevered in pursuing you? The man clad in a dark brocade robe spoke with a frigid tone, standing amidst the ruins. The biting wind stirred his sleeves and hem, his ink-black hair dancing gracefully in its embrace. He stood there, his ruthless and domineering presence unwavering, transforming the surrounding chaos into an almost tailored stage for this reaper. Before him, within the azure mist, another tall figure was faintly visible, the fog swirling and merging with the air, concealing his visage from all but himself. Ha! The opponent chuckled, an undeniable thrill resonating in his voice. Indeed, the cold poison was specially concocted by me for you. After a century, I have managed to create but this minuscule amount. Yet, it is precisely this slight essence of cold poison that prolongs your suffering. During the rainy and winter seasons, when the humidity and chill intensify, it becomes your most agonizing time. Do you still find it bearable? Night Wuming's eyes darkened slightly, his onyx pupils transforming instantly into a deep violet, profound as the abyss. Are you angry? The man within the mist chuckled even more joyously. Over the years, Yao Feng and Anlin have sought numerous treasures of heaven and earth for you. But alas, those treasures can only alleviate the cold poison, failing to achieve complete cure. Night Wuming's gaze narrowed dangerously, and with a flick of his sleeve, a torrent of purple demonic energy surged around him, clawing and writhing as it lunged toward the mist. With a swift whoosh, the chilling air within the mist instantaneously morphed into countless lethal ice needles, the surrounding temperature plummeting, the needles glinting like cold light, aiming directly for Night Wuming's vital points. God's lair domain. A vast, dark realm unfurled, the overwhelming dark spiritual energy swiftly engulfing the mist. In the next moment, that enchanting voice resonated. Nightmare domain. The collision of two realms with starkly contrasting energies unleashed a force that reverberated through the heavens and earth, causing everything, trees and boulders alike, to collapse entirely. Amidst the swirling dust, the mist gradually dissipated. The colossal shockwaves from the two domains obliterated everything within a 100-mile radius, rendering the landscape barren and desolate. The cold poison has rooted and sprouted within you, your millennia of cultivation suppressed, yet you still dare to confront me with your domain. Night Wuming, your disregard for your own life truly takes me by surprise. If you wish to willingly offer your demonic realm to me, I would not mind. I eagerly anticipate the arrival of that day. The voice, laced with malevolence, gradually faded into the distance. He exhaled a sigh of frustration. His gaze turned toward the horizon. A day has passed, and one cannot ascertain her whereabouts at this moment. Yi Wuming gently closed his eyes, instinctively sensing the location of the fateful bond seal. However, after a considerable time of probing, he still could not perceive the existence of the seal. Yi Wuming opened his eyes, his brows slightly furrowed. The bond seal evidently exhibited no fluctuations, yet, why was he unable to sense her? Could it be that she has encountered misfortune? The image of Yun Lan's radiant smile suddenly flashed through his mind, deepening the hue of his gaze. He lingered no longer and swiftly set off towards the horizon. Since he could not sense the bond seal, he would personally seek her out. Meanwhile, the Yun Lan team had been trekking on foot for half a day. Yun Lan scrutinized the map, her brow furrowing. The route should be correct, yet after such a long journey, the entrance to the Wailing Valley remained elusive. It is noon. Shall we take a rest? Rong Tancher inquired, wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. The others appeared somewhat fatigued, indicating that a pause was indeed necessary. Yun Lan glanced once more at the map, which indicated a small wayside inn nearby. Very well. Let us rest at this inn. Chapter 80. Arrogance nestled within the vast expanse of the training grounds. Small wayside inns are typically established by various mercenary groups. These mercenaries, eager to earn the coin of passing cultivators, display their bounty, spiritual herbs, elixirs, beast crystals, techniques, and even weapons within these inns. Although the quality of these wares may not rival that of formal auctions, they are sought after for their timely availability, and prices are often inflated. Consequently, many mercenary groups have flourished and prospered through these modest establishments. Before long, the Yun Lan team arrived at the station. The atmosphere here was quite lively, filled with young peers also participating in the trial month, mercenaries engaged in bounty tasks, and solitary cultivators. Yun Lan found a tea shop, where a few tables were set outside. And fortuitously, there was one last vacant table. Innkeeper, could you please bring me a pot of tea? Yun Lan tapped on the table. Before she could finish her sentence, another voice chimed in from behind. We'll take that empty table. Yun Lan raised an eyebrow and turned to see a group of trial participants, led by a young girl clad in a white battle robe. She stood with her arms crossed, her pretty face exuding an air of arrogance. To her surprise, behind her were Enruyun and Xinyuyao. The moment Enruyun spotted Yun Lan, his pupils constricted as memories of the torment he suffered at her hands resurfaced. He couldn't help but clench his fists, his gaze towards Yun Lan brimming with fury. Beside him, Xinyuyao wore a stoic expression, yet her eyes seemed to harbor a tumult of emotions, dark as an abyss. Yun Lan rested her hand on the edge of the table, a smile playing on her lips that was more enigmatic than inviting. We were here first. I can offer you double the price, the girl replied, tilting her chin high, her demeanor exceedingly haughty. The atmosphere in the tea shop shifted palpably, with patrons at nearby tables turning their attention to the unfolding confrontation, their expressions eager for the spectacle. Clearly taken aback by Yun Lan's refusal to acquiesce, the girl's expression faltered slightly, before she retorted sharply, "Do you know who I am?" A dull thud interrupted her words as Lu Yinshi placed her sword on the empty table and, with a graceful flick of her garment, took a seat. He lifted his gaze, his piercing eyes slicing through the air like a sword directed at the young woman. Just as she was about to unleash a torrent of invective, her companion hurriedly restrained her. "Shoo, you cannot afford to offend him. Did you not notice his sword?" "His sword?" Upon hearing this, the onlookers turned their attention to Lu Yinshi's sword, and as realization dawned upon them, their expressions shifted to one of reverence. "Ah, a sword user. Could it be a disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect? My heavens, he is actually an inner disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect. Why would she provoke such a person? It is truly baffling to comprehend the audacity she possesses. As the foremost sect in the Bi Luo realm, the 10,000 Sword Sect's standing and prestige are unparalleled, far surpassing that of other noble families. Even the emperor must tread lightly in their presence. In a world where strength reigns supreme, the emperor merely symbolizes authority, while the 10,000 Sword Sect embodies not just power, but formidable, absolute might." The young woman, now realizing the gravity of her situation, felt her lips tremble as her complexion oscillated between pale and flushed, a spectacle to behold. Lu Yinshi paid no heed to the hushed murmurs surrounding him. His gaze swept over the teahouse proprietor. The proprietor, skilled in reading the room, dared not disregard a member of the 10,000 Sword Sect and promptly served a cup of tea with a face full of deference. "Ah, esteemed guest, please enjoy this tea. It is rather hot, so do take your time." Lu Yinshi lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip of the brew before leisurely addressing Yun Lan. "Are you not going to sit down, Captain?" A collective gasp escaped the crowd as they directed their astonished gazes towards Yun Lan. To be addressed as Captain by an inner disciple of the 10,000 Sword Sect suggests that this young woman possesses formidable strength as well. Yun Lan found herself both amused and exasperated by the situation involving this building's swallow-like assailant. She gestured to her teammates to take a seat, deliberately ignoring the girl behind her and her companions. You all." The girl fumed, feeling utterly humiliated for the first time. "Ling, my dear, do not fret," said Xinyuyao, who had remained silent until now. Her smile was gentle and endearing. "Leave her to me. I shall assist you in avenging this grievance." Chapter 81. No need for your pity. Tong Shaoling cast a doubtful glance at Xinyuyao. "Sister Yao, can you truly help me?" Xinyuyao replied with a smile. Of course. Accustomed to commanding others, Tong Xiaoling quickly agreed. Very well. Then Sister Yao, please teach this girl a proper lesson. I want her to understand that while I cannot afford to offend the Wanjian sect, this seemingly unanchored wretch is an easy target. If I can bully one, surely I can bully another. A cold smile crept across Tong Xiaoling's lips. Shen Yu remained silent, her gaze fixated on her hands, an enigmatic glimmer in her eyes. Yun Lan had broken her limbs the previous day, and the arriving mentor had expended considerable effort to mend them, although her limbs had been reattached. She could distinctly feel the loss of their former agility. In her current state, how was she any different from a useless being? If it weren't for Yun Lan, she would not be in this predicament. Shen Yu quelled the resentment and fury bubbling within her, taking a deep breath. It mattered not how Yun Lan had treated her. She would return the favor 100-fold. Firstly, let us take aim at Yun Lan's team. A malicious smile curled at the corners of Shen Yu's mouth as a wicked scheme took root in her mind, and she turned to walk away. And Rian, noticing the awkwardness in her gait, hastily followed to lend her support. Yu Yao, please take it slow. Upon feeling in Rian's assistance, a flash of irritation flickered across Shen Yu's eyes. She abruptly shook off Rian's hand and spat out through clenched teeth. What? Do you also consider me a worthless person? And Rian was momentarily taken aback by Shen Yu's outburst. The Shen Yu he knew was always gentle and understanding, often showering him with kind words to lift his spirits. She had never exhibited such anger. Even raising her voice was an unprecedented occurrence. Yet now, her face was a mask of sharp fury, and the resentment in her eyes was piercing. With a flick of her sleeve, she turned her back to Rian and gritted her teeth, declaring, I do not require anyone's support, not even you, Brother Yan. Her pride had been shattered into pieces by Yun Lan the previous day. She could not bear her own helplessness, nor could she tolerate the thought of the one she admired looking upon her with pity. The hatred in her heart for Yun Lan grew ever stronger as she scanned her surroundings, finally fixing her gaze upon a small shop selling elixirs. After a brief respite at the tea house, Yun Lan's team set off once more. Mu Hua tugged at Yun Lan's sleeve and whispered, Xiaolan, that Shen Yu has been following us closely. Yun Lan turned to glance back, noticing that Rian and Shen Yu's team was tailing them closely. At the forefront stood the haughty young lady, rumored to be Tong Xiaoling, the daughter of a wealthy family from the neighboring country of Lanjing. Her father, a collector of weapons, frequently attended various auctions and often wandered through the Wanbao building, making him a regular patron. However, Tong Xiaoling's innate talent was rather lacking. Her father attempted to invest heavily in her admission to the Qing Song Academy, but after several rejections from the Grand Elder, he was left with no choice but to seek alternatives, leading her to another Spirit Master Academy. Despite her inadequate qualifications, she managed to form a training team and even took on the role of captain. It seemed evident that her so-called companions were merely drawn to her affluent status. Yun Lan, however, remained unconcerned about this matter. On the contrary, Shen Yu had her limbs severed by Yun Lan's spirit energy, yet she was still able to stand upright. It appeared that a mentor had indeed intervened, providing her with healing. Had she and Mu Hua delayed even a moment longer, it was likely that Mu Hua would have been embroiled in the incident. Each individual must bear the consequences of their own actions. Even if Shen Yu had been killed by her, it would solely implicate Yun Lan. She wished to avoid entangling her teammates in this affair. After following the map for another hour, the entrance to the Wanling Gorge finally came into view. A massive stone stood at the entrance, engraved with the characters Wanling. Rong Tan patted the stone and exclaimed joyfully, the direction is correct. We have arrived at Wanling Gorge. Chapter 82. Healing Wounds and Forgetting Pain. Yun Lan nodded, acknowledging, the direction is indeed right. We have just been a bit slow. She took the lead and stepped into the Wanling Gorge first. Upon entering the forest, Yun Lan became acutely aware of the rich, verdant scent of flora wafting towards her, causing even the spirit root within her abdomen to warm slightly. As a wood elemental mage, she inherently possessed an affinity with plants. She raised her hand to caress the foliage by the path, which responded with a soft rustling, as if greeting her. Some even cautiously entangled their branches around the hem of her garment. Feng Jin was astonished by this spectacle. While he knew wood mages could manipulate plants, he was witnessing for the first time the profound intimacy that not all wood mages shared with nature. Amused, Yun Lan jested, perhaps they are quite fond of me? Upon entering the myriad spirit valley, the other training teams they had encountered at the entrance had dispersed in all directions. The forest was vast, leading to countless paths. creating an illusion of safety regardless of the route taken. For the sake of security, Yun Lan's team retrieved their map to continue their journey. In the blink of an eye, dusk descended, signaling the approach of night. Lu Yinshi drew his sword. Under the control of his spirit energy, he could gracefully stand upon it, soaring through the air. He scouted a relatively open area ahead and declared, "We can set up camp here for the night." The remaining four unanimously agreed. Upon seeing Yun Lan's team prepare to depart, Tong Xiaoling recalled the words spoken to her by Xin Yu before their journey. "Ling, I have devised a way to assist you. But before that, you must lead your companions closely behind Yun Lan. If she declines, find an excuse to persuade her. In any case, we shall accompany Yun Lan's team throughout this journey." Though unaware of Shun Yuyao's intentions, she resolved to teach the arrogant Yun Lan a lesson. As night fell, Tong Xiaoling directed her teammates to set up camp in a nearby clearing, not far from Yun Lan's group. Yun Lan sat cross-legged, secretly channeling wood-type spiritual energy. Her eyes closed as she commanded the plants to sense their surroundings. Through the flora, she detected the presence of human entities nearby, likely another team setting up camp for their training. "Yun Lan." A chilling voice pierced the silence from behind her. Yun Lan opened her eyes and turned her head slightly to regard Shen Yuyao, who stood behind her with a frosty demeanor. Shen Yuyao's gaze was icy, her lips parting slightly as she spoke. "I have something to discuss with you. May I have a moment?" Yun Lan replied with a hint of mockery. "I have nothing to say to you." Just moments ago, she had torn Shen Yuyao's limbs apart, and now Shen Yuyao approached her as if nothing had happened. Did she truly think Yun Lan was a fool? "Are you afraid?" Shen Yuyao smirked, her expression somewhat reckless. "What could possibly frighten me?" Her arrogance was palpable, yet Yun Lan's defiance was even more pronounced. Observing Shen Yuyao's awkward gait, she mused on how quickly one could forget pain after healing. Yet here Shen Yuyao was, attempting to provoke her once more. Yun Lan's words struck at Shen Yuyao's core, nearly breaking the composure of her expression. The atmosphere hung in a moment of tension as Shen Yuyao clenched her fist, gradually relaxing her shoulders. She leaned forward, lowering her head to Yun Lan. Her tone soft. "In the past, I have heard that you are eager to find your parents. Coincidentally, my family possesses some information regarding them." Chapter 83, A Hidden Scheme. Upon hearing these words, Yun Lan's gaze instantly sharpened with intensity. She seized Shen Yuyao's arm, her voice icily demanding, "What do you know?" Noting the fleeting triumph in Shen Yuyao's eyes, she smiled nonchalantly. "Now, I believe we have matters to discuss." Yun Lan keenly sensed the brief glimmer of success in Shen Yuyao's expression. Shen Yuyao gestured towards a cluster of dense woods not far away. "Let's converse there. If you are concerned, you may bring your companions. However, I trust you would prefer our conversation to remain private." With that, Shen Yuyao walked slowly into the thicket, her figure gradually fading from view. Yun Lan narrowed her eyes. Feng Jun gently patted Lu Yinshi's shoulder. "I will stay here and keep watch. You may proceed." Lu Yinshi picked up the sword resting beside her and rose to walk alongside Yun Lan. "Let's go." Yun Lan nodded slightly as she and Lu Yinshi entered the forest together. Observing their departure, Enrian from Tong Xiaoling's team felt a shadow of concern pass over his expression. He swiftly stood up and quietly made his way towards another shortcut leading into the woods. Lu Yinshi glanced at Shen Yuyao, a hint of apprehension in her eyes. "Are you certain you do not require my company? Regardless of the conversation, I shall merely listen." "Not necessary." Yun Lan cast a knowing glance at him and whispered in a volume audible only to the two of them, "She cannot harm me." Receiving Yun Lan's hint, the light in Lu Yinshi's eyes flickered momentarily, and then his gaze towards Shen Weiying turned icy. Indeed, Shen Weiying was a troublesome adversary. "If she insists on causing you harm, my shadow chaser can easily cleave her in two," Lu Yinshi stated with an impassive expression. Yun Lan waved his hand dismissively and turned to approach Shen Weiying. With her arms crossed, Shen Weiying, upon hearing footsteps behind her, turned her head and remarked, "I am growing impatient waiting." Yun Lan maintained a safe distance from Shen Weiying, their eyes meeting with a cool detachment. "Speak, what do you know?" "Umph." Shen Weiying toyed with her hair, a light laugh escaping her lips. "I know quite a lot." Yun Lan remained silent, patiently awaiting her words. Shen Weiying slightly parted her lips, as if articulating something word by word. However, due to the maintained distance and her deliberate lowering of her voice, Yun Lan could not discern her speech, prompting a frown. "Very well, I shall see what tricks you are up to today." Yun Lan took a step forward, closing the gap between them. At that moment, the voice of Xiao Hua echoed in her ear. "Master, be cautious. She carries the scent of Hehuan pollen." In the next instant, a sinister smile appeared on Shen Yueying's face as she abruptly waved her sleeve, seemingly intent on casting something forth from within. Naturally, Yun Lan would not grant her such an opportunity. With quick reflexes, she seized Shen Yueying's arm with force. A glimmer of green light flashing in her eyes as would element spiritual energy enveloped her entirely. A delicate, pale yellow pollen drifted from Shen Yuyao's sleeve, floating gracefully towards Yun Lan, only to be intercepted by the timely release of wood elemental spiritual energy from Yun Lan. In an instant, Yun Lan swiftly reached into Shen Yuyao's sleeve and extracted a pouch of pollen. This transpired almost in the blink of an eye, so rapidly that Shen Yuya was momentarily taken aback. Yun Lan glanced at the pollen in her hand and smiled at the dazed Shen Yuya. The Hahua flower is also a plant. You conspired against a wood elemental spiritual master with a mere plant? Shen Yuya, I may have restrained your limbs, but I certainly have not twisted your mind. Chapter 84. The vibrant colors of life before him. Shen Yuya sat unabashedly atop a mercenary, her naked form exuding a sense of abandon. She writhed her waist with fervor, her hands entwined around the mercenary's neck, her gaze dreamy and flushed, as if she were immersed in a realm of ecstasy. Surrounding her were several other mercenaries, seemingly her accomplices, their faces alight with avarice, their hands roaming down from her cheeks to explore every inch of her. Ah, truly a lady of wealth. Her skin is so tender, Miss Shen. Will you share some joy with me later? I want it too. What a stroke of luck tonight. It has been ages since I indulged, and now a lovely beauty has come to my door. TSK. What a supple waist. The lewd and libertine remarks of the mercenaries were utterly intolerable, and Ru Yin stood frozen, the scene before him deeply shocking his senses. This is this Yu Yao? The Yu Yao he cherished? Ah, hello, Yin Gu. You are truly remarkable. Shen Yuyao cradled the face of the man before her, showering him with affectionate kisses, a joyful smile gracing her lips. Yin Gu, you finally belong to me alone. Am I not more beautiful than Yun Lan? Am I not better at attending to your needs than she is? The mercenary pinched the tender flesh at Shen Yuyao's waist, teasingly scolding, little minx. Sitting on my lap, while still uttering another man's name? And Ru Yan's face paled, unable to bear the scene any longer. He stiffly turned to leave, eager to escape this moment. Just then, slender vines sprang up, swiftly wrapping around in Ru Yan's hands and feet, binding him tightly in an instant. What is this? And Ru Yan was taken aback by the sudden turn of events, his face draining of color. He struggled fiercely against the vines that ensnared him, but to no avail. They only tightened their grip. Ultimately, Ru Yan found himself helplessly bound, lying on the ground in a most humiliating position. With the slightest lift of his gaze, he could see the vivid scene before him. Do you like the grand gift I prepared for you, Ru Yan? A melodious voice reached his ears, freezing him in place. With great effort, he looked up to find none other than Yun Lan, clad in flowing azure garments. Her skirt danced softly in the night breeze as she crouched beside him, one hand firmly grasping his head, compelling him to gaze at Shen Yuyao. Look, the woman you adore is now riding atop another man, calling out your name. Shut your mouth. Be silent. And Ru Yan's eyes were ablaze with a fierce crimson, filled with a torrent of murderous intent. It must be you who is framing Yuyao. Yuyao is not that kind of person. Heh. Yun Lan chuckled upon hearing this, tightening her grip on Ru Yan's hand with a slight force. Her voice as frigid as ice. You would rather believe that I am the one scheming against Shen Yuyao than accept that this is a consequence of her own actions? You two, one a scoundrel and the other a shameless woman, could not be better matched. And Ru Yan gritted her teeth, seething. Yun Lan, you will undoubtedly pay for your actions today. Yun Lan's brows furrowed. With a forceful motion, she drove Ru Yan's head towards the ground, producing a dull thud as blood immediately oozed from his forehead. You want me to pay the price? Fine. Yun Lan laughed wildly. Who will prevail in this contest remains to be seen. I shall await the outcome. With that, she released Ru Yan and turned to leave. Where Lu Yan she stood waiting for her at a distance. Have you dealt with it? Lu Yan she, sword in hand, raised an eyebrow at Yun Lan. Yun Lan smiled. With this lesson learned, they should momentarily fall silent, too afraid to scheme against me again. Lu Yan she paused before countering. But what if they retaliate? Then they have only themselves to blame when I eradicate them completely. Chapter 85. Sacred Domain as dawn approached. The once fervent sounds of moans echoing through the dense forest gradually subsided. The mercenaries, having had their fill, departed one by one, carelessly discarding Shen Yuyao, who was nearly reduced to a puddle of helplessness, onto the ground. The vines that had ensnared Ru Yan had long since loosened, yet he remained sprawled on the ground. His gaze fixed intently upon Shin Yu before him. The rustling sound grew louder, drawing nearer, as the second elder, clad in black, approached the scene. As he drew closer, he detected an absurdly lascivious aura lingering in the air, a sight that made him frown. To think that, under the bright daylight, such abominable acts could transpire in the wilderness. However, as the second elder neared, he was taken aback to discover that it was Shin Yu who lay prostrate on the ground. Shin Yu was utterly bare, her skin marred by vivid crimson marks. Whether they were love bites or bruises was unclear. She lacked the strength to rise, merely gazing ahead with eyes that flickered uncertainly, as if her very essence had been shattered. The second elder was struck with astonishment. Could it be that this Shin Yu, witnessing her disheveled state? He could not bear to look directly and averted his gaze, retrieving a garment from his storage ring to drape over her. What have you done? Shin Yu did not respond, her expression somewhat vacant. The effects of the Hahuan flower pollen had dissipated, pulling her from the depths of the illusion. In that delusion, she had believed herself to be entwined with Enthralling. He was attentive, he was gentle, and she had been consumed by an overwhelming infatuation for him. Yet that had been mere fantasy, a deception far removed from reality as she awakened from the dream. The truth dawned upon her. The man she had shared intimacy with the previous night was not Enthralling, but rather a group of unfamiliar men. Her purity had been ruthlessly stripped away by these strangers. Shin Yu strained to curl her fingers, biting her pale lips until they bled, her eyes ablaze with venomous resentment, her heart engulfed by an overwhelming hatred. Yun Lan, it is you who have ruined me. It has ruined everything for me. I shall not let you escape, even in death. Tong Shaoling waited through the night, yet the promised retribution from Shin Yu never arrived, leaving her feeling deceived and furiously cursing. Meanwhile, the Yun Lan team had already departed at dawn, continuing their journey deeper into the Wnln Gorge. Upon truly entering the gorge, Yun Lan experienced the essence of peril. For instance, lurking within the grass were groups of spirit beasts, watching them with predatory intent. The cultivation methods of these spirit beasts were markedly different from those of humans. A first-tier spirit beast possessed strength equivalent to a decade of human cultivation. If attacked by such a beast, unless one was exceptionally powerful, escape was nearly impossible. Thus, the importance of teamwork became evident. With a swift motion, Lu Yin thrust his sword into the heart of a spirit beast, which struggled briefly before falling still. He flicked the blade, shaking off the beast's blood, and surveyed the scene strewn with the corpses of spirit beasts. This was my first encounter being surrounded by so many beasts. It was truly terrifying. Feng Jin, utterly exhausted, sat on the ground, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Mu Hua, also struggling, leaned against a tree and weakly gestured to Rong Tanji. Tanji, I need your light energy to recover. Rong Tanji promptly approached, releasing his light energy to his comrades. Under the influence of this healing energy, Feng Jin and Mu Hua's complexion improved slightly. Thank you, my good brother, Feng Jin exclaimed, clapping Rong Tanji on the shoulder. Without you, it would take us much longer to fully restore our energy and heal our wounds. With a gentle smile, Rong Tanji remarked, we are teammates. It is only natural for us to assist one another. Mu Huan took a deep breath and turned her gaze back to Rong Tanji, inquiring, may I ask a question? Will you be joining the Holy Domain afterward? Yun Lan, seated cross-legged on the ground in meditation, opened his eyes just in time to hear Mu Huan's words and raised an eyebrow. The Holy Domain? Indeed, Mu Huan replied softly. The Holy Domain is a significant force within the realm of Bi Luo, revered as sacred and inviolable. It primarily nurtures cultivators with light spirit roots. It is said that any cultivator possessing a light spirit root is taken under the wing of the Holy Domain. Before Rong Tanji could respond, Lu Yinchi sheathed her sword with a cold demeanor, interjecting, I have heard some unsavory rumors about the Holy Domain during my time at Wanjian sect. Rumors? Feng Jin inquired with curiosity. What sort of rumors surround the Holy Domain? Though it appears sacred and untouchable on the surface, it engages in many underhanded dealings behind closed doors. However, not all light elemental masters are eager to join the Holy Domain. Many of those who declined its invitation have mysteriously disappeared or met untimely ends. Upon hearing this, Feng Jin and Mu Huan's expressions grew solemn. Yun Lan narrowed his eyes, contemplating. So the Holy Domain is indeed a dictatorial force. If they cannot utilize someone, they would rather strike first to eliminate future threats. Lu Yinchi nodded in agreement. Precisely. Rong Tanjia spoke in a low voice. Indeed, I have heard similar rumors. Such tales do not arise from mere whimsy. I shall never pledge my loyalty to a force that indiscriminately slaughters the innocent. Yun Lan noticed a fleeting glimmer of hatred in Rong Tanjia's eyes and smiled slightly. She was resolute yet principled. She had not misjudged her companion. Mu Hua expressed her concern. In the future, the sacred domain will undoubtedly send someone to seek you. Having rejected them, it is likely that they will not relent easily. Yes, I understand, Rong Tanjia nodded. Do not worry. I will diligently cultivate my skills and strive for advancement. Only by becoming stronger will I have the confidence to face the sacred domain. Luo Yinshi placed a reassuring hand on Rong Tanjia's shoulder. His handsome visage revealed no excessive emotion, yet his words resonated with conviction. I will stand by your side. Thank you, Rong Tanjia replied with a smile. Feng Jin raised his fist in solidarity. We are a team. We cannot idly watch you fall into danger. I will assist you. Mu Hua added. I too am willing to lend a helping hand. Rong Tanjia gazed at her teammates, warmth swelling in her heart. Yun Lan stood up and addressed Rong Tanjia. Jin is right. We are a team and cannot remain indifferent. Therefore, we shall offer our support, ensuring you do not fight alone. This is the very essence of why I formed this expedition team. Rong Tanjia's eyes brightened. Very well, let us fight together. We must continue our journey, Yun Lan remarked, glancing at the sky. We need to reach the next way station before nightfall. The teammates tidied themselves up briefly, while Feng Jin continued to gaze at the scattered corpses of the spirit beasts, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Jin? Yun Lan observed Feng Jin's fixation on the surrounding spirit beast bodies with surprise. What is it with the spirit beasts? After a moment's contemplation, Feng Jin replied. Perhaps we could extract the beast cores from these creatures. They are all third-level spirit beasts, relatively common, and their cores hold no significant value for alchemy or forging. At best, we could amass a considerable quantity and exchange them for currency at the mercenary guild. Upon hearing this, Yun Lan's eyes glimmered slightly. Exchange for money? Indeed. While I do not condone the wanton slaughter of spirit beasts, we bear no animosity towards them. If they choose to attack us, we cannot be blamed for retaliating with force. As Feng Jin spoke, he concentrated his lightning energy into a blade and turned to Yun Lan, seeking her consent. What do you think, Captain? Chapter 87. Treasure Hunt in the Snowy Mountains. Yun Lan did not deliberate for long before nodding. A splendid idea. Throughout their journey, they had encountered numerous spirit beasts attempting to assault them. Some were inherently aggressive, deriving pleasure from attacking and killing humans. The indiscriminate killing of spirit beasts would disrupt the delicate balance between humanity and the beast tribes. Therefore, as long as they refrained from senseless slaughter, reclaiming the valuable resources from these aggressive creatures could not be deemed a transgression against the natural order. The other teammates, witnessing this, also expressed their agreement, collaborating to extract the beast cores from the myriad of spirit beast corpses strewn across the ground. After collecting the beast cores, Yun Lan placed them into a cloth bag. Although the quantity of beast cores was not substantial at present, after accumulating for a month, it might yield some delightful surprises. Once the bag containing the beast cores was secured within the storage ring, Yun Lan's team continued their journey. They passed by other students who were hastily rushing forward, seemingly in a great hurry. Observing this, Rong Tan stopped one of the students, inquiring, "What has transpired ahead?" "Don't stop me. I must hurry to seek treasure." The student replied urgently, attempting to brush off Rong Tan's hand. Luo Yinshi narrowed her eyes and swiftly raised her sword, positioning it against the student's neck. "Speak respectfully." Startled by the chilling blade, the student trembled, exclaiming, "What are you going to do? I am a good person. Please, do not kill me." Luo Yinshi remained silent. Rong Tan found the situation both amusing and exasperating, gently moving Luo Yinshi's sword aside, and asked earnestly, "What did you mean by seeking treasure?" The student, cautiously eyeing Yun Lan's team to ensure there was no threat, finally spoke slowly. "Do you not know? Last night, someone spotted a shimmering glass-like light on Tianshan Mountain. That light is extraordinary. It surely indicates the descent of some rare and precious treasure." Yun Lan raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion of rare treasures. "I have shared all the information I possess. Could you allow me to leave now?" The student, his gaze fixated on Luo Yinshi's sword, felt a cold sweat forming. He thought to himself, if I delay even for a moment, the treasure might be seized by others. I, too, wished to partake in this venture. With an impassive expression, Lu Yinshi sheathed his sword, and the students fled in a flurry, as if pursued by some monstrous beast. Yun Lan withdrew a map to examine. The Tianshua mountain mentioned by the students was a snow-capped peak nestled within the Wanling Gorge, situated just before their intended rest stop. Since it lay conveniently along their path, why not take a look? Proposed Rongtanji. The Yun Lan team unanimously agreed, promptly setting forth towards Tianxua Mountain. With light-hearted steps, they arrived at the mountain's base by afternoon. Within the Wanling Gorge, Tianxua Mountain stood as a modest hill, its height scarcely exceeding 100 zhong, crowned with a perennial blanket of white snow. It was said that this snow was the result of the condensation from the divine beings of the celestial realm, hence its name, Tianxua. At that moment, a throng of cultivators and expedition teams, drawn by the rumors, had gathered at the foot of the mountain, each face alight with barely contained excitement, eagerly anticipating the revelation of the so-called treasures. Upon the arrival of the Yun Lan team, several intrepid cultivators combined their spiritual energies to forge a substantial opening in the mountainside. Within the cavern, a path emerged, seemingly leading into the depths of Tianxua Mountain. Let us venture forth. A treasure hunt. A dig for riches. The crowd surged forward, greed unmistakably etched upon their faces. Chapter 88. Guardian Beast. Once most of those outside had entered the cave, Yun Lan and his companions leisurely followed suit. Xiaolan. Why did we wait for those individuals to enter before we made our move? Mu Hua inquired softly, her gaze surveying the cavern's interior. Yun Lan smiled softly. This entrance has just opened, and if someone is willing to pave the way for us, why not embrace the opportunity? Moreover, if there truly exist rare treasures within the snowy mountains, I surmise they would be safeguarded by formidable guardians or protective formations. My sole advice, should you lack confidence in your own abilities, is to refrain from reckless actions. Feng Jin suddenly comprehended. You are indeed correct. Most earthly treasures are guarded, making it unlikely for one to acquire them effortlessly. Mu Hua's eye sparkled with thought. Then, those who rush in first may very well encounter the guardians or protective formations before us. Lu Yin interjected with an indifferent tone. No sooner had the words escaped her lips than a chilling scream pierced the air, accompanied by the furious roars of spirit beasts. Indeed, calamity had struck. Before long, they beheld several individuals strewn across the ground in disarray. Yun Lan recognized them as youthful participants in the monthly trials, their faces previously alight with youthful exuberance, now marred by blood and the marks of beastly attacks. Limbs were mangled, and their pallid visages were frozen in expressions of sheer terror, transformed into lifeless corpses. They have. Mu Hua instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with horror. Yun Lan gazed upon the grim scene, shaking his head. They are all dead. There is no saving them. The faces of the other teammates turned pale with dread. These guardians were not to be trifled with. At that moment, Yun Lan detected a faint, chilling aura laced with the stench of blood. Moreover, the surrounding environment began to turn frigid, as if one had plunged into an icy abyss. It was an ice attribute spirit beast. The astute Lu Yanxi, adept at manipulating ice energy, immediately deduced the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Lan retrieved several pills from her storage ring and distributed them among her companions, instructing everyone, consume these. Rongtanji gazed in astonishment at the white pills nestled in his palm, exclaiming, third-grade cold dispelling pills. These can dispel the icy aura. Our current strength is insufficient to withstand the formidable ice energy of the spirit beast. Yun Lan replied succinctly. These cold-dispelling pills were given to me by my grandmother along with the storage ring. I initially thought they would not be needed anytime soon, yet here we are. The teammates exchanged glances, and without hesitation, swallowed the cold-dispelling pills. Xiaolan, why aren't you taking one? Rongtanji noticed Yun Lan had not ingested a pill. Yun Lan shook her head. I do not require a cold-dispelling pill. Her teammates looked on in confusion. Yun Lan smiled enigmatically, for she possessed the pure crimson lotus fire, a flame so exquisite that it naturally defied the chill of winter. Let us proceed ahead. I will explain later, she said, choosing not to elaborate further as she set forth. As Yun Lan's team advanced, the air grew increasingly rarefied. It was evident that the ice energy of the guardian beast wielded immense power. Gradually, the sounds of human screams and gasps faded into silence. The entire cavern fell into an eerie stillness, sending shivers down their spines. Chapter 89. The shadowy ice line and the unsettling stillness cast a momentary pallor over the faces of the comrades. Could it be that those who had ventured into the cave before them had already? Yun Lan furrowed her brow slightly as she walked forward with cautious steps. The narrow path gradually widened. Not far ahead, a colossal beast of pure ice loomed above, resembling a frenzied lion, its fur shimmering with a piercing cold light. Before it lay a man, collapsed on the ground, He clutched a weapon, trembling uncontrollably, still engaged in a final struggle. With a thunderous roar, the beast unleashed its fury upon the man, eliciting a terrified scream. Upon realizing that a few younger individuals had come to his rescue, the man's eyes suddenly reddened. You, what on earth has happened here? Yun Lan inquired coldly. Leally colorful light. The man stammered, pointing a trembling finger at the beast. That spirit beast is emanating leally colorful light. Yun Lan narrowed her eyes. The vibrant light indeed radiated from this spirit beast. The man cradled his head in despair, his expression wrought with agony. We all came seeking treasure, but this spirit beast has slain everyone who entered. My comrades from the mercenary group, all of them. My brothers were devoured whole. Why am I the only one left alive? Yun Lan's frown deepened. The number of cultivators and exploration teams that had entered the cave totaled nearly 30. Yet, the corpses strewn about the ground scarcely numbered that many. How many souls had the spirit beast truly consumed? Roar. The spirit beast noticed that its prey had been rescued and immediately fixed its piercing gaze upon Yun Lan. An icy aura enveloped the surroundings as it unleashed its frigid energy. What shall we do now? Muhua anxiously grasped Yun Lan's hand. Yun Lan's expression hardened. Escape was not an option, for the spirit beast was robust and powerful, making it impossible for them to flee. Thus, only one course remained: battle. Yun Lan would not allow her companions to risk themselves. Turning to her teammates, she commanded, "Stay here." With that, she pivoted and launched herself toward the colossal beast. Xiaolan, came the startled cries of her companions. Yun Lan's gaze sharpened as she summoned her wood energy in an instant. "Master, this is a shadow ice lion. Approximately a 10th level sacred beast," Xiao Hua's voice echoed in her ear. "Be cautious. The shadow ice lion can create shadow clones, generating up to 3 illusions. A 10th level sacred beast, just one step away from ascending to a divine beast." Yun Lan clenched her fist. Her senses heightened as she remained alert to the potential shadow clones of the beast. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she summoned tendrils infused with wood energy that surged upward like ethereal serpents, striking toward the shadow ice lion. The shadow ice lion suddenly opened its jaws, unleashing a torrent of frigid energy that transformed everything in its path into a thick layer of ice almost instantaneously. Even the tendrils manipulated by Yun Lan could not withstand such chilling force, shattering into countless icy fragments with a series of sharp cracks. The enraged shadow ice lion charged at Yun Lan, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at her vital points. "Missed," Yun Lan commanded fiercely. "As you wish." The ethereal voice of the youth resonated from all directions as a sinuous white serpent emerged from the depths of consciousness, its mouth agape, releasing a cloud of toxic mist. A howl erupted as the shadow ice lion immediately assumed a defensive stance, exhaling a chilling white vapor. The noxious mist collided with the frosty breath, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Chapter 90. The counterattack. The crowd gazed in astonishment towards the front, where Yun Lan, clad in azure attire, stood resolutely. A pristine white serpent coiling tightly around her arm. The serpent arched proudly, its jaws wide open in a display of dominance. Upon recognizing the form of the serpent, the shadow ice lion's azure pupils constricted, a flicker of trepidation crossing its features. Despite the innate deficiencies of the clear mist, it remained a creature of divine caliber. In contrast, the shadow ice lion was merely a 10th level sacred beast, yet to ascend to the divine realm, and thus felt a natural fear towards the higher-tiered clear mist. Hissing, the clear mist flicked its tongue, its wing-like appendages unfurling dramatically, exuding an air of superiority. In the next moment, the clear mist surged forth, its obsidian-flecked fangs aimed at the neck of the shadow ice lion. A roar erupted from the shadow ice lion, a thunderous sound that reverberated throughout the cavern. In mere moments, the two were entangled in a fierce struggle. The serpent's body coiled tightly around the much larger shadow ice lion, its muscles contracting with such force that the lion felt a profound sense of suffocation. In response, the shadow ice lion unleashed its own spiritual energy, a torrent of icy power cascading forth like a tidal wave towards the clear mist. Caught off guard, the clear mist was enveloped by the frigid aura, ice creeping up its elongated body. With a sharp crack, a crisp sound resonated, freezing the mist in place, its form still maintaining a menacing posture. The cold light in the eyes of the shadow ice lion flickered as it raised its forepaw high, striking towards the mist. A surge of alarm coursed through Yun Lan's heart. This was dire. In a flash, another small figure surged forth from Yun Lan's consciousness, its voice deep and icy. "Realm of all spirits, With a resounding thud, a powerful surge of wood elemental energy erupted, cascading outward in all directions. The deep green force of the realm firmly pinned the shadow ice lion to the ground, rendering it immobile. The lion roared in fury, as if crushed beneath a colossal stone, straining with its forepaws to break free from the overwhelming pressure of the realm of all spirits. Xiaohua floated before Yun Lan, her delicate hand raised, gradually amplifying the power of the realm. Observing this, Yun Lan swiftly dashed towards the fallen mist, wielding his thoughts to manipulate the red lotus inferno. The flickering flames instantly dissolved the ice encasing the mist. "Are you hurt?" Just as Yun Lan posed the question, he noticed a new wound on the mist, revealing a faint icy blue hue. It was frostbite. "Don't worry, master. I'm fine," the mist reassured Yun Lan, flicking its serpent-like tongue before turning its gaze back to the struggling shadow ice lion. It glanced at Xiaohua, its emerald eyes shimmering with a blend of complex emotions. "Xiaohua is truly remarkable. If only I were not inherently deficient. Perhaps I too could master my own realm abilities, like Xiaohua. With such powers, this diminutive sacred beast would pose no challenge at all." Instead of being powerless against a lesser spirit beast, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped Qingwu's heart. Yun Lan, bound by a covenant with Qingwu, immediately sensed her emotional turmoil and gently caressed her head, reassuring her, "Do not worry. Innate deficiencies can be compensated for. One day, you shall become as formidable as Xiaohua." Qingwu blinked her luminous green eyes and nodded. "As long as my master does not disdain me." Yun Lan chuckled helplessly. "How could I ever disdain you?" Meanwhile, Xiaohua furrowed her brow, sensing the surge of ice elemental energy emanating from the shadow ice lion. It was peculiar. How could a 10th-level sacred beast unleash energy surpassing that of its rank? At that moment, the shadow ice lion radiated a brilliant blue light, its energy erupting violently, instantly overshadowing the oppressive force of the myriad spirit domain. It suddenly surged forth, a glimmer of icy ferocity in its eyes, roaring as it struck down with its claw towards Yun Lan. Chapter 91. Luminous colors. Xiaohua's pupils constricted, and she exclaimed, "Master, be careful." As Yun Lan turned, she saw the shadow ice lion's sharp claw rushing at her. Her gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, her fingers curled, releasing strands of dark red intertwined with radiant gold that shot forth towards the shadow ice lion. The beast, sensing the ominous nature of the red and gold threads, changed its expression and swiftly evaded, summoning ice stones formed from elemental energy into the air. With a piercing sound, the red threads exhibited remarkable penetrating power, manipulated deftly by Yun Lan's slender fingers, shattering the approaching ice stones into fragments. The shadow ice lion was struck with a profound astonishment. This diminutive human had actually contracted two divine beasts and now produced this enigmatic crimson thread. How many treasures was she concealing? No, it simply could not afford to remain passive. It must vanquish her and devour her whole, seizing all the treasures she possessed. A glint of avarice flickered in the giant beast's eyes, and in an instant, 3 identical shadow ice lions emerged from the void. These were the shadow ice lion's shadow clones. Xiaohua retracted the realm of all beings, soaring to stand before Yun Lan, her voice low and earnest. Yun Lan's tranquil countenance betrayed a hint of murderous intent. "Then I shall strike until it can no longer utilize its cloning sorcery." No sooner had the words left her lips than she propelled herself forward, her movements swift and agile, as if her slender figure glided like a specter among the 3 shadow clones. With a graceful flick of her hand, the crimson golden flames of the red lotus inferno erupted, resembling a resplendent fire lotus blooming in the depths of hell, instantly incinerating the shadow clone before her, accompanied by the anguished cries of the shadow ice lion. One clone was consumed in a conflagration of flames. Her teammates were utterly astonished, never having anticipated that their captain possessed such formidable strength. Amidst their surprise, Rongtan remained cognizant of their surroundings and addressed the others. "The ice-type spirit beast has manifested clones. It seeks to engage Xiao Lan in a protracted battle. We must assist her and buy her more time." The others nodded in agreement, and the 4 young men and women promptly set off. For distinctly different spiritual energies surged forth, and Yun Lan's gaze brightened as she turned sharply to observe. Her teammates were aiding her. Warmth radiated from the light elemental energy, flooding into Yun Lan's body, and she felt all her fatigue dissipate in an instant. It was the light elemental energy of Tanshi. A surge of combat spirit ignited within her, quickening her steps to the point that the shadow ice lion could hardly keep pace. With a thunderous roar, the shadow ice lion unleashed a fearsome cry, its icy brilliance reappearing. Xiaohua narrowed her eyes, though it was merely a fleeting moment. She discerned the shimmering glassy light manifesting upon the lion's back. The true source of this luminescent glow was not the shadow ice lion itself, but rather the entity that clung to its spine. Master, strike its back. Xiaohua immediately communicated with her contract power. Yun Lan received Xiaohua's message. Swiftly clearing away the ice shards kicked up by the lion with a forceful palm, her gaze now fixed upon the creature's back. A faint glimmer of colorful light flickered in and out of visibility. So that was it. A cold smile graced Yun Lan's lips as she flew forward. The lion's front legs were pierced by Lo Yin's sword technique, while its hind legs were paralyzed by the lightning elemental energy unleashed by Feng Jin. A ball of flames enveloped in blinding light surged towards its abdomen, the sensation of being attacked from both sides igniting the shadow ice lion's fury. These accursed humans. They must be slain. All of them. The shadow ice lion roared in rage, just as something flashed before its eyes. A vine shot forth, wrapping tightly around its neck. Realm of all spirits. Yun Lan's voice rang out sharply, as an overwhelming surge of wood elemental energy forcefully pinned the shadow ice lion to the ground. The young maiden darted gracefully, alighting upon the back of the shadow ice lion, where she beheld the radiant hues of glass-like light emanating from its spine. Chapter 92. The Form of the Dragon. Yun Lan focused her gaze and was astonished to discover that a layer of soft armor clung to the back of the shadow ice lion. This armor was crafted from the scales of some beast, exhibiting a deep azure hue that seemed to exude a chilling aura, with flecks of iridescent light shimmering across its surface. Clearly, this armor was no ordinary item. It was this very armor that enabled the shadow ice lion to continuously harness the essence of ice-based spiritual energy. A glint of cold light flashed in Yun Lan's eyes as she waved her hand, summoning several tendrils that erupted from the ground, ensnaring the lion's foreclaws and abdomen tightly. Wisps of wood-based spiritual energy coalesced into a blade, which Yun Lan gripped firmly before plunging it into the lion's back. A chilling howl erupted from the shadow ice lion, its eyes ablaze with furious wrath, for this detestable human had the audacity to attempt to strip it of its treasure. Unforgivable! The lion gritted its teeth. A torrent of potent ice-based spiritual energy surged forth, wrapping around Yun Lan's legs like ghostly hands. The sheer force of the freezing energy caused her to shiver involuntarily, prompting her to activate the primordial crystal of the Red Lotus Inferno. Flames encircled her, as the pure essence of the Red Lotus Inferno feared no frost. Under the illumination of the flames, the lion's most cherished spiritual energy was completely dispersed. Meanwhile, her companions exerted every ounce of strength to restrain the shadow ice lion's movements, but its massive form, fueled by rage, soon overwhelmed them. Yun Lan heard the ominous sound of the tendrils snapping. This was dire. The vines she controlled could not hold for long. Yet, the soft armor remained utterly unyielding. No matter how she thrust the blade into it, its resilience surpassed her wildest imagination. With gritted teeth, Yun Lan forcefully drove the tip of her knife into the flesh of the shadow ice lion, blood spraying forth, with droplets landing on her slightly pale visage. At last, the shadow ice lion broke free from the entangling vines and the restraints imposed by her comrades. "Get back!" shouted Yun Lan, perched atop the shadow ice lion. As she called out to her teammates encircling them, the four young companions swiftly retreated. The shadow ice lion let out a ferocious roar and charged towards the mountainside, intending to dislodge Yun Lan with the force of the impact. "Be careful, Xiaolan. Master!" The cries of alarm echoed around her. The shadow ice lion collided violently with the rocky face, the tremendous force nearly shaking Yun Lan from its back. Nevertheless, she steadied herself, wiping away a trickle of blood that had escaped her lips, and once more plunged the blade into the beast's body. Crack! A sharp sound resonated, and she witnessed, with satisfaction, the soft armor loosening. Before she could revel in her success, the shadow ice lion surged towards the unforgiving mountainside once more, and Yun Lan could not suppress a surge of blood that erupted from her mouth. Xiaohua immediately sensed her contractor's injury. Her pupils narrowed in fury, transforming into slits as she prepared to unleash the spirit domain. Boom! A brilliant fire blazed, seemingly soaring towards the heavens. As crimson and golden light erupted from Yun Lan's chest, a powerful gale swept in from all directions, and that radiant light coalesced into a colossal dragon. This is... Her teammates stood frozen, astonished by the spectacle before them. Mu Hua was astonished. The radiant crimson light had manifested during the previous battle between Xiao Lan and the six-winged fire beast. The six-winged fire beast had remarked that this was a trace of the dragon breath from the divine beast, the celestial fire Xianlong. Could it be that this colossal dragon is indeed the celestial fire Xianlong? Yet, its form appeared somewhat transparent. Was it merely an illusion? The spectral iced lion was paralyzed with fear at the sudden emergence of the dragon, its formidable aura crushing it completely. Its forepaws went limp, and it could not help but collapse onto the ground. With wide, terrified eyes, it helplessly watched as the dragon transformed into a streak of fierce light, hurtling directly towards it. No, do not slay it. The spectral iced lion barely had time to plead for mercy before its body was cleaved in two by the searing beam. Seizing the moment, Yun Lan grasped a loose corner of the soft armor with determination, ripping it from her back with a sudden force. Coughing, Yun Lan tumbled onto the ground, rolling twice. Her azure garments soaked in beast blood. Beside her lay the remnant of the soft armor. Exhausted, she could muster no strength, her eyes half opened, struggling to perceive the world around her. She was utterly drained. Chapter 93. The dreamer Yun Lan succumbed to unconsciousness. In her slumber, she experienced a most peculiar dream. Within this dreamscape, she beheld a vast sea of flowers, with peach blossoms blanketing the hills, and a gentle breeze carrying the fresh fragrance of blossoms through the air. Where could this be? Gradually, two figures came into focus, one male and one female, though their features remained obscured, rendering them unrecognizable. Huan, come quickly to see our child. Isn't he adorable? He resembles you so much. Where do you see any resemblance? His eyes, nose, mouth, they all take after you. Yun Lan gazed upon the couple that entered her field of vision, the woman adorned in a flowing purple garment, a subtle fragrance of herbs wafting from her. The man beside her wore a deep crimson robe, his dark hair cascading over his shoulders. The woman cradled an infant in her arms, nestled against the man, whispering tenderly to him. The scene of this family of three exuded an aura of profound harmony. At that moment, the man produced a shimmering red-golden scale, prompting the woman to lift her gaze towards her husband. Must it truly be this way? She is our daughter. If fate is already sealed, even though I shall not be by her side, this dragon scale may serve as a substitute to protect her. Upon finishing her words, the man placed the scale against the infant's chest, and as it made contact with the child's skin, it transformed into delicate threads of golden red light that fused seamlessly with her. He then cradled the child, bestowing a gentle kiss upon her forehead. You are the treasure of both me and Qing'er. We cannot bear to part with you. The path ahead will be fraught with challenges, but my child, please endure. Hold on, for there will come a day of our reunion. The woman leaned closer to the infant, caressing her delicate face. Xian, you shall name the child. The man gazed towards the thick clouds on the horizon, then turned his attention to the tumultuous sea in the distance. After a moment's contemplation, he softly declared, let us name her Lan, in honor of your surname. Yun Lan, a fusion of the vast sky and the boundless sea. How does that sound? Yun Lan slightly opened her eyes, only to find herself enveloped in a lush and verdant forest. Towering trees rose majestically, their dense foliage obscuring the light of day, casting an air of somberness. Xiaolan, are you awake? Beside her, the voice of Mu Hua rang out with delight as she turned her gaze towards the girl with heterochromatic eyes, Xiaohua. Mu Hua supported Yun Lan, leaning her against the tree trunk, and anxiously inquired, is there anywhere that feels uncomfortable? Yun Lan massaged her throbbing temples and shook her head, saying, I am fine. It is just that my spiritual energy has been overly depleted, leaving me somewhat weak. In her battle against the Shadow Ice Lion, she had, for the first time, employed Xiao Hua's omnipotent domain. Although the power was immense, it had entirely drained the wood-type spiritual energy stored within her roots. Yun Lan scanned her surroundings and asked, where is everyone? I apologize for concealing the fact that I have contracted 2 divine beasts. Yun Lan coughed softly. Mu Hua patted Yun Lan's back and smiled. Before we became teammates, we were merely strangers to one another. It is entirely normal to keep your cards close to your chest. We understand and will keep your secret. Hearing this, Yun Lan smiled faintly, but then her expression faltered as another thought crossed her mind. By the way, that's soft armor. Mu Hua retrieved the soft armor from her storage ring and handed it over, saying, I have it here. Tan and the others said to give it to you once you awakened. The dragon breath of the heavenly fire Xianlong, along with its scales. What she had seen in her dreams, were those truly her biological parents? Chapter 94. The 9 divine artifacts. Noticing Yun Lan's dazed expression, Mu Hua assumed she had not yet recovered and gently poked her cheek with her finger. Are you all right? Do you need to rest a bit longer? What are you thinking about? Mu Hua inquired. The young girl paused, her hand resting on her chest as she murmured softly, I was just wondering. Whenever I encounter an unavoidable danger, will the breath of the fire celestial dragon emerge to protect me? Mu Hua remained silent for a moment before replying. Perhaps this trace of dragon's breath has become irrevocably intertwined with your very essence. Yun Lan recalled the figure of the man named Xian from her dreams, who placed a dragon scale upon the chest of an infant. Her eyes flickered momentarily, and she managed a bitter smile. It seems so. That man had called the woman in purple Qing'er, indicating that she was indeed her biological mother, the daughter of the war god Mansion, Yin Qing. The couple she had seen in her dreams were unequivocally her true parents. As for the dragon scale of the fire celestial dragon, whether it was obtained by her father through mere chance, or Yun Lan chose not to ponder further, for the more she thought, the more her head throbbed with discomfort. Upon seeing Yun Lan awake, they were filled with joy. Xiaolan, you're awake. Yun Lan offered a gentle smile. I'm fine. I apologize for causing you concern. It was truly a close call, yet fortunately, the great dragon appeared in time to vanquish the shadow-iced lion with a single strike. Rong Tanji mentioned the sudden appearance of the dragon, his eyes brimming with barely contained excitement, though that dragon was merely an illusion. The mere presence of such a phantom was enough to instill a sense of overwhelming pressure that compelled us all to kneel. Such an aura of majesty could only belong to the legendary divine beasts. All was evident on the faces of Lu Yinxi and Feng Jin as well. Yun Lan lowered her gaze, directing her attention to the soft armor in her hands before passing it to Feng Jin. This soft armor was torn from the back of a shadow-iced lion, and its shimmering, glass-like radiance is unmistakable. Can you discern the material from which it is crafted? As the sole direct disciple of the esteemed 9th-level weapon refiner, Feng Jin possessed a profound understanding of the materials used in crafting such artifacts. Upon receiving the soft armor, Feng Jin stroked it thoughtfully with his fingers, his expression gradually deepening. He then conjured a thread of lightning energy with his other hand, and, with a decisive motion, slashed at the soft armor. The violet lightning surged forth with a force akin to that of splintering bamboo, narrowly missing Feng Jin's hair as it arced past him, ultimately crashing into the tree trunk behind him. Remarkably, the soft armor remained completely unscathed. Feng Jin was astonished. It possesses a rebound attack effect and exhibits remarkable resilience. Could it be? Sensing that Feng Jin had discovered the secret of the soft armor, the others instinctively held their breath, eager for his revelation. Feng Jin surveyed his surroundings, casting a soundproof barrier before settling cross-legged, taking a deep breath, and stating, Have you heard of the 9 divine artifacts? Rongtan's eyes widened in surprise. You mean, the 9 unparalleled artifacts forged by the god of weapon refining during the ancient primordial era? Feng Jin clarified. To be precise, there are actually 8 artifacts. For the 9th is the divine forging hammer, Shenfeng, used by the god of weapon refining to create the artifacts. Yun Lan raised an eyebrow. Her knowledge of the 9 divine artifacts stemmed from scant references in ancient texts, which were limited and rendered the artifacts mere legends to many. Chapter 95. The deceiver. If it is merely a legend, then it implies that perhaps no one has ever laid eyes upon the so-called 9 divine artifacts. The widely circulated tales of these artifacts may well be nothing more than figments of imagination. Are you certain? Yun Lan inquired once more. Feng Jin stroked his chin thoughtfully and continued, I cannot assert with certainty, but I have never encountered any armor exhibiting such remarkable resilience. Moreover, armor that possesses a rebound effect typically derives this capability from an embedded array of formations. However, in the case of this armor, I have discerned no signs of any such formations, indicating that it inherently possesses the ability to rebound attacks. Feng Jin raised his gaze to his companions, stating, I once perused my master's notes on forging, which mentioned a now extinct spirit beast from the primordial era. It resembled a spider, cloaked in deep azure, with an impenetrable carapace and exceptionally strong silk. Furthermore, this spirit beast excelled in rebounding attacks. Taking a deep breath, Feng Jin returned the armor to Yun Lan, saying, This spirit beast is known as the Cold Spider, and the only one among the 9 divine artifacts that aligns with it is the Cold Spider silk armor. Yun Lan's eyes narrowed in contemplation. Cold Spider silk armor. Mu Hua exclaimed in realization, no wonder the shadow-iced lion, despite being merely a sacred beast, unleashed ice-based spiritual energy with the might of a divine beast. It is this Cold Spider silk armor that is at play. Feng Jin nodded in affirmation, precisely. The cold spider is an ice-type spirit beast, sharing the same elemental affinity as the shadow ice lion. The armor enhances the lion's attack power significantly. Yun Lan did not deliberate for long before handing the soft armor to Lu Yinshi. Lu Yinshi was momentarily taken aback. "Captain, you are the only one among us who is an ice element spirit master," Yun Lan replied, her gaze unwavering as it met Lu Yinshi's. "Moreover, you wield a sword and bear the brunt of close combat during battles. With this soft armor, even if your opponent is stronger, you can still defend yourself and conserve your energy." Lu Yinshi did not reach out to accept it, saying softly, "This armor was obtained at the cost of your life against the Shadow Ice Lion. You were injured for this armor. Out of respect and reason, I cannot accept it." Yun Lan chuckled nonchalantly. "Is there any training that does not come with wounds? In the future, we will encounter spirit beasts far more formidable than the Shadow Ice Lion. Should we abandon our progress out of fear of death?" "I did not mean that." Lu Yinshi attempted to explain, but Yun Lan, uninterested in hearing further justification, swiftly tossed the armor to him. Rising to her feet, her voice was cool. "If you truly regard me as your captain, then accept it with a clear conscience. If you wish to repay me, then strive to cultivate for me and for this team, just as you initially told me. You do not accept a captain weaker than yourself. I, too, will make it clear, I will not accept weak teammates." Lu Yinshi looked at the cold silk armor in his hands, and then raised his gaze to the young woman before him. Taking a deep breath, the usually stoic youth slowly revealed a smile. "I understand, Captain." This title, Captain, was spoken with sincerity. Yun Lan nodded in satisfaction. After speaking, she turned and ventured deep into the dense forest. Yun Lan sought out a pristine stream, crouching down to scoop a handful of water to wash her face. The surface of the water reflected her visage, freshly cleansed. Yun Lan gazed quietly at her reflection, pausing momentarily before retrieving an object from her storage ring. It was a medallion of black and gold, emblazoned with the formidable character for Ming. Instinctively, she placed a hand on her abdomen, recalling how the blazing orb had seamlessly merged with her being. The orb bore the life seal of Yi Wuming. Any fluctuations in her spiritual energy would be perceptible to him through that seal. Yet, despite her injuries, Yi Wuming had not appeared. If this were indeed a trial set forth by him, then why had he come to the academy seeking her during her previous misadventures, such as when she inadvertently entered a formation or encountered danger in the treasure vault? It was not that she wished for Yi Wuming to come to her rescue. Rather, she felt that a being of his caliber ought to be above such fickleness. This sentiment left her feeling as though she had been manipulated. Pouting slightly, Yun Lan returned the medallion to her storage ring, her emotions inexplicably souring. After a moment, she stood up and, in a fit of frustration, kicked a stone at the water's edge, exclaiming, "Fraud." Chapter 96. For you as night descended, and Ruyan groggily awoke to find that Shin Yuyao, who had been lying beside him, was no longer there. A sense of foreboding stirred within him, dispelling his lingering drowsiness. He immediately rose to search for Shin Yuyao nearby. After a thorough search lasting a quarter of an hour, and Ruyan finally spotted Shin Yuyao emerging from the underbrush. Her attire appeared somewhat disheveled, with traces of crimson still lingering on her cheeks, and her alluring gaze resembled that of someone who had just engaged in an intimate encounter. The moment Shin Yuyu laid eyes on Ruyan, her form momentarily stiffened. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere, during which Shin Yuyao gradually relaxed her tense demeanor and sauntered over to Ruyan. With a tender gesture, she draped her arms around his neck, her lips curling into a smile as she inquired, "What troubles you? Your countenance seems rather pallid. What have you been up to?" As she drew near, Ruyan caught a whiff of another man's scent clinging to her, causing his complexion to drain of color. Shin Yuyao chuckled playfully, releasing her embrace, and retrieved a sprig of spiritual herb from her bosom. Ruyan immediately recognized it, demonic silkworm grass. "Where did you acquire this?" "Just ahead, not far from here." Shin Yuyu responsively replied with a charming demeanor. Ruyan, as if suddenly recalling something, promptly produced a map to examine the delineated special zones. Shin Yuyao continued to observe him with a smile, remaining otherwise still. After a prolonged pause, Ruyan stiffly lifted his gaze. "There exists a location abundant with demonic silkworm grass, but it is patrolled by mercenary squads on orders. You cannot possibly..." "Cannot possibly what?" Shin Yuyu leaned closer, her voice a soft whisper. Ruyan swallowed hard, his throat constricting, momentarily rendered speechless. The demonic silkworm grass, an unremarkable spiritual herb, only flourished in the Valley of 10,000 Spirits, its appearance rather unassuming. For the human race, it could merely be utilized to invigorate the blood and dispel bruises. Yet, far superior alternatives abound, rendering it of little concern to alchemists and pharmacists. Nevertheless, this particular herb emits a unique aura that drives spiritual beasts into a frenzy. The madness of a single spirit beast may not be particularly alarming, but what if thousands of them were to collectively descend into frenzy? The sight of a stampede of beasts would not evoke awe. Rather, it would instill sheer terror. And Ru Yin had once heard a mentor from the academy recount a personal experience during a beast tide, regardless of whether they soared through the skies or prowled the earth. The spirit beasts, stripped of all reason, either turned upon one another or surged aimlessly, leaving a trail of mangled corpses in their wake. The overwhelming stench of blood seemed to shroud the entire expanse of heaven and earth. Such an intensely shocking scene requires no embellishment. Merely listening to the account is enough to evoke profound fear. It is precisely due to the perilous effects of the demon silkworm grass that each year, various academies dispatch personnel to the Wanling Gorge for cleanup, ultimately leaving behind only a small patch of demon silkworm grass, which is encircled by a barrier that isolates its aura. Moreover, a battalion of mercenaries is tasked with vigilant oversight, patrolling day and night to prevent any leakage of the demon silkworm grass. And Ru Yin, recalling Shun Yu Yao's recent demeanor, found it hard to accept. Her fist clenched tightly. Yu Yao, those mercenaries would never casually hand over the demon silkworm grass to you. Is it really that difficult to obtain? Shin Yu Yao replied with a light laugh. A little trade with the mercenaries, a few flattering words, and they would readily part with it. And Ru Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. What could you possibly offer in exchange with the mercenaries? Your body. Shin Yu Yao smiled silently, and Ru Yin felt as though something within her mind had exploded. In a fit of rage, she pushed Shin Yu Yao away, her eyes ablaze. You. Why would you stoop so low? You were never like this before. In Shin Yu Yao's eyes, a fleeting glimmer of malice flickered as she swiftly delivered a resounding slap across Ru Yin's face. I sacrificed my body, was it not for you? And Ru Yin, momentarily stunned by the blow, questioned, for me? You harbor a deep-seated hatred for that wretched Yun Lan, do you not? Chapter 97. The beast tied in Ru Yin's eyes widened in terror. Have you lost your mind? This is the month of trials, and the Valley of All Spirits is teeming with students from various academies. If you recklessly invoke the beast tied using the demon silkworm grass, it will lead to untold devastation. Then Yun Lan shall be branded a historical criminal. Shun Yu Yao's smile was sinister, her features taking on an inexplicable, eerie allure. It was she who had not experienced the beast tide for ages, and now it would suddenly erupt because of her. And we, she mused, shall merely play the role of the unfortunate survivors, with no one to cast blame upon us. Shin Yu Yao envisioned the scene, laughing maniacally, and Ru Yin found himself at a loss for words. He recognized his own moral shortcomings, yet there was no need to condemn countless others to death just to eliminate Yun Lan. A hand reached out, cradling his face, revealing Shin Yu Yao's exquisite visage. Did that hurt? Dear Yin? I apologize. Everything I do is for you. Her voice dripped with insidious intent. Yun Lan treats you this way, and me as well. You desire her demise just as much, do you not? And Ru Yin's lips parted, yet no words escaped him. The girl before him had undergone a complete transformation. She was no longer the Shun Yu Yao he once cherished. Shun Yu Yao disregarded Ru Yin's silence, embracing him tightly with a smile, declaring, no matter how many men I share intimate moments with, the one I love in my heart will forever be you, Yin Ge. You would not despise me, would you? An atmosphere of extreme peril brewed in the depths of the night, poised for its inevitable eruption. Elsewhere, Yun Lan perched atop a tree's canopy, vigilantly keeping watch, idly twisting a green leaf between his fingers. A sudden chill in the air caught him off guard, prompting an unexpected sneeze. Was the night too cold? He pondered, rubbing his nose. Beneath the tree, Rong Tanshi and Feng Jin rested with their eyes closed, while Mu Hua engaged in meditation and cultivation. Lu Yinchi absorbed the essence of the cold spider silk armor, merging it completely with his being. As the latter half of the night progressed, Lu Yinchi finally completed his absorption. He opened his eyes, feeling the ice element's spiritual energy around him deepen and intensify. Yun Lan noticed this change and gazed down at Lu Yinchi, inquiring, have you leveled up? The young man, sensing the moment, nodded in response, proclaiming, I am now a first-level Grand Spiritual Master. Impressive, Yun Lan remarked with a smile. Transitioning directly from a 9th-level Spiritual Master to a 1st-level Grand Spiritual Master indeed highlighted the significant benefits of the cold spider silk armor. Thanks to you, Lu Yinchi expressed his immense gratitude to Yun Lan. Yun Lan waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formalities. Lu Yinchi's gaze remained fixed on the girl atop the tree, his grip tightening around his treasured sword. The artifact, once it entered the world, would undoubtedly attract fierce competition from formidable adversaries, posing a grave threat to their lives. The most prudent course of action is to keep it to oneself, revealing nothing to anyone but oneself. Yet, she chose without hesitation to bestow her trust upon him. Such unadulterated faith profoundly moved Lu Yinchi. He was at a loss as to how he could repay Yun Lan. The only thing he could do was to diligently cultivate and grow stronger. She had her own desires, and as long as he drew breath, he would never refuse. Captain, Lu Yinchi attempted to continue speaking. But Yun Lan suddenly sensed something, narrowing her eyes as she gazed into the distance. Countless birds and beasts surged into the night sky, and the ground trembled violently, accompanied by chilling roars that sent shivers down one's spine. The previously clear night sky was abruptly shrouded in ominous clouds, oppressive and suffocating. What calamity was unfolding? Chapter 98. A precarious dilemma. Yun Lan immediately called to her teammates beneath the tree, urging, "We must depart swiftly." The tremors, growing ever closer, roused her comrades, who asked no questions and promptly gathered their belongings to leave. It was not only Yun Lan's team that was stirred. Other training squads from various academies were equally awakened by the commotion, each fleeing while casting anxious glances over their shoulders. Trees toppled, rocks crumbled, and dust billowed, obscuring everyone's vision. Lu Yinchi took to the skies on his sword, maneuvering it to a vantage point, where he beheld a colossal cloud of dust rushing toward them like a tidal wave. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the cloud was no mere dust, but a horde of frenzied spirit beasts. It was the beast tide. Lu Yinchi's expression changed dramatically. His teammates were stunned. The beast tide. How could this be possible? The inferno of despair is unfathomable. The only catalyst capable of inciting a tide of beasts is the moth silk herb. Yet, its current growth is confined to a mere fragment of land, diligently patrolled by mercenary squads. Rong Tan's gaze deepened with concern. Could it be that the moth silk herb has leaked? Yun Lan had heard whispers of the herb's power to drive spirit beasts into a frenzy. The throng of beasts arises from those already ensnared in a state of madness. And now the entire Wanling Gorge is teeming with students here for training. The emergence of such a tide heralds an apocalyptic calamity, a catastrophe for both the practitioners and the spirit beast populace. A group of 5 pressed onward with great effort, their breaths becoming labored, perspiration soaking their temples and backs. Appearing somewhat disheveled, yet none dared to halt. Soon, their movements grew increasingly arduous. After all, they were merely adolescents, their physiques unable to rival that of adults. Yun Lan found herself struggling to continue, resting a hand against a sturdy tree as she gasped for air, her body pushed to its limits, her limbs heavy as if burdened by colossal stones. The other team members paused momentarily to catch their breath. Mu's gaze turned to Yun Lan. "Xiaolan, what shall we do now?" Yun Lan cast her eyes forward. "Our only course of action is to press onward." No one could ascertain the number of spirit beasts that had inhaled the essence emitted by the moth silk herb. But judging by the tremors felt beneath their feet moments ago, the count would undoubtedly be considerable. After a brief respite, Yun Lan's team resumed their advance. Wherever the tide of beasts traversed, not a blade of grass remained. They dashed aimlessly until their strength waned and they collapsed in a cacophony. The 5 raced ahead, pursued by countless spirit beasts in relentless chase. At that moment, Yun Lan's keen eyes caught sight of 2 familiar figures in the night sky. It was Enrian and Shun Yuyao, that despicable duo. They were perched atop a flying spirit beast, their eyes fixated on the stampede of spirit beasts below. Clearly, they had also spotted Yun Lan and the others who were sprinting at the forefront. Shin Yuyao couldn't help but curl her lips into a smirk, a malicious grin of schadenfreude. Haha. Shin Yuyao, observing the disheveled state of Yun Lan's team, burst into uncontrollable laughter, reveling in their misfortune. It served them right. It was only fitting that this wretched Yun Lan would be trampled to oblivion by the mindless horde of beasts. After all the trouble she had caused Shin Yuyao, how could Yun Lan possibly escape unscathed? As Yun Lan gazed at Shun Yuyao's triumphant laughter atop the flying spirit beast, she realized that this wave of spirit beasts was undoubtedly linked to her, while she and Enrian leisurely sat atop their spirit beast, avoiding the chaos. It starkly contrasted with the frantic struggle of her team. The thought ignited a fierce crimson killing intent in Yun Lan's dark eyes. Suddenly, A cry from Rome 10 snapped everyone back to reality. Look out ahead. They turned their gazes forward, only to see two jagged cliffs that had split apart. Chapter 99. Killing intent. Yun Lan's expression changed drastically. Ahead lay the chasm, and behind them surged the tumultuous tide of beasts. This sudden predicament thrust them into a dire dilemma. As the cliffs loomed ever closer, Mu Hua, no longer hesitating, retrieved an item from her storage ring, a scroll. This is a spatial scroll. Feng Jin recognized the object in Mu Hua's hand at once. The spatial scroll possesses the extraordinary ability of teleportation, a treasure that is both elusive and more precious than even the most formidable weapons. In an instant, the expressions of Feng Jin and the others shifted as they regarded Mu Hua, their gazes trembling with complexity. What manner of identity does she possess? A spatial scroll is certainly beyond the means of an ordinary student. With no time for lengthy explanations, Mu Hua succinctly stated, "I will activate the spatial scroll, which will transport us to different locations within the Wailing Valley. Thus, it is highly likely that we will become separated." The teammates exchanged solemn glances, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon them. Separation implied they would have to navigate alone, although they could not act in unison. Dispersing was certainly preferable to perishing amidst the tide of beasts. Understanding this, they all nodded in acknowledgement. "Let us designate a rendezvous point." Rong Tan swiftly produced a map, scanning for the nearest location. "Here, at Mirror Fairy Lake, shall serve as our meeting place." She continued, "Remember, we are a cohesive team. All 5 of us must arrive intact at Mirror Fairy Lake. No one must be left behind." With no alternative available and the encroaching tide of beasts drawing ever closer, Mu Hua promptly activated the spatial scroll, unleashing a strange light from its depths. One by one, her teammates stepped into the scroll's embrace, with Mu Hua being the last to enter. She grasped Yun Lan's hand tightly. Yun Lan, however, was fixated on Shun Yuyao, who was laughing boisterously atop her flying spirit beast. Suddenly, she broke free from Mu Hua's grasp and forcefully pushed her into the scroll, exclaiming, "Wait for me at Mirror Fairy Lake." "No, Xiaolan." A sudden wave of panic surged within Mu Hua as she desperately attempted to grasp Yun Lan's hand. Yet the teleportation array within the spatial scroll had already whisked her away. Yun Lan stood silently, watching as the spatial scroll sealed shut, taking her companions with it. Subsequently, the young girl swiftly executed her footwork, utilizing the nearby trees to propel herself upward. And Ru Yin and Xin Yuyao, seated upon their flying spirit beast, were abruptly assailed by a fierce gust of wind. With a piercing scream, the spirit beast let out a harrowing cry, unable to suppress the agonizing pain in its abdomen, sending both of them plummeting toward the ground. With a resounding thud, and Ru Yin and Shun Yuyao crashed heavily onto the earth, left disheveled and covered in dirt. A sight most pitiful. Yun Lan wasted not a moment, offering the two no respite. A fierce green glimmer flickered in her eyes as a vine shot forth from the depths of the earth, ensnaring in Ru Yan's neck and lifting him high into the air. Xin Yuyao's face drained of color at the sight before her, Brother Yin, gasping for breath. And Ru Yin felt the vine constricting around his throat, his breaths becoming labored. He beheld Yun Lan approaching him slowly, gritting his teeth. "Yun Lan, I am the son of the general." Yun Lan let out a soft, mocking laugh, and the vine tightened suddenly around in Ru Yan's neck. The abruptness of the action nearly caused his eyes to bulge from their sockets, blood vessels erupting across the whites of his eyes, a truly horrifying sight. "This tide of beasts was conjured by the two of you, was it not?" Yun Lan inquired softly as she stood before Ru Yan. Xin Yuyao froze in place, for she discerned a terrifying murderous intent flickering within Yun Lan's gaze. Chapter 100. The death of Enruyan. Enruyan desperately gasped for air, yet the constricting vines tightened their grip with astonishing ferocity, rendering him utterly unable to escape. "I shall inquire once more." Yun Lan's eyes glimmered with a terrifying emerald light. "Was the beast tide truly orchestrated by you?" Instinctively, Enruyan's gaze shifted towards the fallen Xin Yuyao. Upon meeting her pallid visage, an inexplicable surge of courage welled within him. He let out a bitter laugh. "Yes, it was I. I wished to kill you thus." Cough. "I employed the demonic silkworm grass to incite the beast tide. You may kill me or mutilate me. Do as you please." Tears brimmed in Shun Yuyao's eyes as she bit her lips, drawing blood. "Brother Inshin." Yun Lan observed the exchange between Enruyan and Shun Yuyao with an impassive expression. After a prolonged silence, she slowly raised her hand and began to applaud. Well, well, what a noble love that would forsake oneself to preserve the life of a beloved. However, the corners of the maiden's lips curled into a chilling smile, as if it emerged from the depths of hell. Today, I shall not allow you to perish together. With that, the vines abruptly sprouted sharp thorns, piercing through Enruyen's fragile skin with malevolent precision. Blood erupted forth, splattering violently. As Enruyen's eyes widened in disbelief, his heart seemed on the verge of ceasing. He could not fathom that Yun Lan would truly take his life. No, Brother Inshin. A drop of scalding blood splattered across Shen Yuyao's cheek, and with a piercing scream, she recklessly reached out to grasp Enruyen. Before her fingers could even graze his sleeve, Shen Yuyao was ruthlessly kicked away by Yun Lan. She rolled several times on the ground, her body racked with pain, and lay there, utterly devoid of strength to move. Ignoring Shen Yuyao, Yun Lan extended her hand. Her fingers splayed before Enruyen as a cluster of dark crimson flames, entwined with resplendent golden hues, blossomed in her palm. Do you still recognize what this is? The girl chuckled lightly. The otherworldly flames reflected in Enruyen's eyes, causing his pupils to constrict. Red Lotus. Infernal fire. This is the Red Lotus infernal fire from the treasury of your general's residence. Enruyen, did you ever dream that the Red Lotus infernal fire would be in my possession? Yun Lan leaned closer to him, her smile radiant. Yes, the gathering spirit pearl from your general's treasury, the Red Lotus infernal fire, and numerous other celestial treasures. All of them are treasures I have pilfered. You. Enruyen gasped, struggling to articulate a complete thought, his chest heaving violently. Observing the panic-stricken expression on his face, Yun Lan slowly parted her lips. You wish to inquire why? The moment you dispatched your so-called experts from the general's residence to test me in the war goddess estate. You should have anticipated this day. This is the price of your reckless audacity in probing me. Suddenly, the Red Lotus infernal fire in Yun Lan's palm surged forth, expanding until it enveloped Enruyen entirely. With a whoosh, the flames, fueled by the hatred within the contractor's heart, consumed Enruyen's body completely. The speed of the inferno rendering even his scream too late to escape his lips, until she witnessed it with her own eyes. The once struggling Enruyen was instantaneously reduced to nothing but ashes amidst the crimson flames of the inferno, leaving no trace of bone behind. Shen Yuyao's expression twisted into one of sheer malice. With every ounce of strength, she rose to her feet and lunged at Yun Lan, exclaiming, "You killed Brother Yin. I will avenge him." Chapter 101. The good and the wicked Yun Lan's gaze was icy, her inner resolve hardening with murderous intent. With a graceful flick of her hand, several tendrils emerged from behind her, slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Shen Yuyao, in her desperate struggle, found her limbs still weak, her movements slower by a fraction. The tendrils pierced her body first, then surged forth from her flesh with reckless abandon. With a splatter, Shen Yuyao's blood gushed forth as her gaze fell slowly, her fading sight fixating on her lower abdomen. The slender tendrils, without hesitation, penetrated the spiritual root she had concealed within. It was reminiscent of that fateful night when the cool breeze danced near the cliffs of Panlong Valley, where she had ruthlessly severed Yun Lan's spiritual root, despite her pleas for mercy. Shen Yuyao distinctly felt her spiritual energy dissipating alongside her shattered root. And with a feeble attempt at a smile, she murmured, "Yun Lan, you have won. But Brother Yin and I shall await you in hell." Yun Lan coldly regarded Shen Yuyao as she concentrated her energy into a deadly blade, forcefully driving it into Shen Yuyao's heart. With a slight tilt of her head, Shen Yuyao succumbed to death. Withdrawing the blade, Yun Lan lifted Shen Yuyao's lifeless form and cast it over the cliff. In the blink of an eye, her body vanished from sight. The roar of the beast tide surged forth, prompting Yun Lan to turn and flee immediately. The torrent of beasts, surging forth in a frenzy, plunged down the precipice the moment Yun Lan departed, their anguished roars echoing amidst the cliffs. Countless spirit beasts fell to the abyss below, and thus this cataclysmic tide of creatures was quelled, leaving the world in profound silence, thick with the pungent scent of blood. Yun Lan was unaware of how long she had fled, only pausing when the cacophony of roars behind her began to wane. Leaning against a sturdy tree, she gasped for breath, her complexion pale and frail. Having slain both Enruyen and Shen Yuyao in quick succession, and then fleeing without respite, her stamina had been utterly drained. If she did not rest soon, she risked collapsing at any moment. Biting her lip in determination, Yun Lan was oblivious to the extent to which the aura of the demonic silkworm grass had spread within the Valley of All Spirits. Yet, should a few frenzied spirit beasts emerge at this juncture, she could only surmise the dire consequences. What those consequences might entail was a matter she had no time to ponder. Suddenly, a colossal creature leapt from the lush underbrush. Its glowing red eyes fixated on her, as though it had found its prey. Its maw, lined with sharp teeth, gaped open, drool dripping from the corners. Moments later, another spirit beast, equally ferocious and with eyes ablaze, emerged from behind a nearby rock. Surrounded on all sides, Yun Lan nearly unleashed a torrent of curses. What cursed fortune was this? A stroke of good luck gone awry. With no time to waste, Yun Lan had to shift into combat mode, her gaze darting to the spirit beasts circling around her. Their eyes glowed with crimson light, their expressions vacant, as if their minds were lost to frenzy. They were indeed spirit beasts in a state of madness. Undoubtedly, these two spiritual beasts have been profoundly influenced by the aura of the demonic silkworm herb. In their frenzied state, they are devoid of pain and fatigue, driven solely by the primal instinct to hunt. Unfortunately, she has become the prey in their eyes. Yun Lan clenched her fist, only to realize the feebleness of her strength. Eliciting a bitter smile, surviving the tide of beasts, she now faces the prospect of perishing under the assault of these two spiritual creatures in her weakened state. No, she cannot succumb. Her companions await her return. Chapter 102. Hand-to-hand combat. Yun Lan slowly raised her gaze, locking onto the two spiritual beasts that were fixated on her. Instinctively, she took a step back, seizing the moment to summon her two contracted beasts through the power of their bond. Xiaohua, Qingwu, come forth and assist me. However, there was a disconcerting silence in her sea of consciousness. Yun Lan paused, disbelief etched on her face, and called out again, Xiaohua, Qingwu. The familiar figures did not emerge from the depths of her mind. In an instant, she concentrated her spiritual energy. Yet her wood elemental energy flickered in her palms for a mere half-second before dissipating, akin to a flame extinguished by a torrential downpour. This was dire. Yun Lan pressed her trembling forehead, cold sweat trickling down her temples. Her current physical condition was dreadfully weak. She could not gather her spiritual energy, and her sea of consciousness had temporarily sealed itself, rendering her unable to summon her contracted beasts. Xiaohua had previously warned her to maintain a sufficient level of strength under any circumstance, lest she sever her connection with her contracted beasts. However, the sudden onslaught of the beast tide caught her off guard, and with Enrian and Shun Yao covertly causing chaos, she found herself utterly overwhelmed. Forgetting this matter and miscalculating her circumstances, Yun Lan sensed her vision beginning to blur, fearing that she might not be able to hold on much longer. She pinched her thigh with her fingers, the sharp pain jolting her back to a state of alertness. Even in the face of death, she refused to perish under the assault of these two spirit beasts. Lacking spiritual energy and contracted beasts, she had no choice but to engage in close combat. A flicker of fierce determination crossed the pale visage of the young girl as she lunged at the spirit beast, her fist clenched tightly, striking mercilessly at the creature's head. The spirit beast, rendered senseless by the demonic silkworm grass, was a moment too slow to evade Yun Lan's assault. With a thunderous crash, its massive body was sent flying by the full force of her punch. The other spirit beast, poised to attack, let out a terrifying roar, baring its razor-sharp teeth as it lunged forward. Yun Lan nimbly dodged, executing a swift roll, her long legs sweeping out to strike the beast's abdomen. With a howl, the creature was knocked to the ground, yet ignorant of pain, it struggled briefly before rising again, charging at her once more. Yun Lan seized a stone blade from the ground, perfectly sized for her grip, her face etched with a fierce resolve. With a fierce shout, she propelled herself forward. The stone blade, turning in her hand, its sharp edge aimed directly at the beast's throat, plunging down with unwavering force. The spirit beast let out a wretched cry, thrashing about as hot blood splattered across the young girl's face, trickling down her features. The murderous intent in her eyes surged, accentuated by the crimson stains that rendered her appearance both otherworldly and terrifying. Soon, the spirit beast ceased its struggles, blood pooling around it, lifeless in its finality. A fierce wind swept behind her as Yun Lan withdrew the stone blade from the throat of the spirit beast, instinctively preparing to evade. At the moment she rose, a wave of dizziness assailed her, and her vision momentarily blurred, plunging her into a brief darkness. Almost immediately, a sharp, Tearing pain shot through her waist and abdomen, causing her to stagger back several steps, blood trickling from the corner of her lips. Once her sight cleared, Yun Lan discerned distinct claw marks on her waist. The spirit beast she had previously sent flying had retaliated, wounding her with its claws. A low growl emanated from the spirit beast as it threatened Yun Lan. Gritting her teeth, she steeled herself against the pain and launched another assault. With an undeniable ferocity, the chilling night wind tousled the girl's hair. Each move she executed imbued with lethal intent. Seizing the fleeting moment when the spirit beast was caught off guard, she lightly tapped her toes on the ground, stone blade in hand, and soared towards its heart. With a piercing thrust, the sharp stone blade plunged into the spirit beast's heart, causing it to collapse, the crimson light in its eyes extinguishing with the ebb of its life force. Chapter 103. Lord of the Ghost Domain. Yun Lan gasped for breath. Beads of sweat mingling with blood, dampening her hair. She discarded the stone blade, clutching her wound as she turned to leave. Yet, after only a few steps, she faltered and fell to the ground. The aftermath of the beast tide lay scattered around her, the corpses of spirit beasts strewn haphazardly. The pungent scent of blood seemed to permeate the very air. Yun Lan crawled forward, each movement causing more blood to seep from her wounds. Would she perish here? Would she succumb to blood loss, or be devoured whole by a passing spirit beast? Yun Lan, feebly propping herself up, managed to roll over and lean against the trunk of a fallen tree. With heavy eyelids, she gazed up at the dim sky and made a decisive move. She retrieved a token from her storage ring. Gazing intently at the character Ming inscribed on the token, a bittersweet smile, tinged with resignation, curled at the corners of her mouth. She dipped her finger into the blood from her wound and smeared it onto the token. The token required an infusion of spiritual energy for Yi Wu Ming to perceive it. Yet, at this moment, she was incapable of channeling her energy. Perhaps her blood would suffice. Yun Lan endured for what felt like an eternity, but the figure clad in dark robes never materialized. Uncertainty clouded her thoughts. She did not even know what she was hoping for. Perhaps she merely longed for Yi Wu Ming to appear and extend a helping hand. Had he not claimed that their fates were intertwined? Now, faced with imminent peril, why did he not come to her aid? She did not wish to perish here. Xiaohua, Tianji, Yanxi, and even Jin, they were all waiting for her. A wave of profound disappointment surged over her, further clouding her mind. A sudden heat surged in her chest, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, her body slumping heavily to the ground, along with the black and gold token. It fell before her. The character Ming, adorned with swirling dragons and phoenixes, was stained with the brightest shade of crimson. From Yun Lan's perspective, the blood seemed to shimmer, emanating an eerie and enchanting light. Yi Wu Ming. Yun Lan parted her lips slightly, whispering, "You truly are a deceiver." With that, she closed her eyes, awaiting the darkness to engulf all her senses. The night wind continued to howl. At the bottom of the cliff, the scattered remains of spirit beasts lay strewn about, resembling small hills. Shen Yuyao's lifeless body had been cast down by Yun Lan from the precipice. A height of over 100 zhang, the impact was sufficient to shatter a corpse into countless fragments. Her head had landed on another patch of ground, her eyes wide open in eternal stare, seemingly gazing into the distance. The last expression etched upon her face was one of terror intertwined with resentment. Amidst the profound silence, a wisp of mist suddenly materialized in the air. Following this, a tall figure clad in a deep blue robe emerged from the fog, stepping forth with measured grace. His cascading black hair fell freely over his shoulders, a few strands brushing against his face as the night breeze swept by. His complexion was porcelain pale, with sword-like brows arching elegantly, and his elongated peach blossom eyes glimmered with a hint of subtle wickedness, exuding an aura of languid yet perilous charm. He was a blend of 3 parts allure, 3 parts enchantment, and 4 parts an insidious malevolence, all coalescing into one captivating presence. His gaze leisurely surveyed the field of corpses, and his lips, tinged with a hint of cherry blossom hue, parted slightly. This day, how tragic. Master. A shadowy figure appeared beside him like a wraith, bowing respectfully. I have scouted the area. There are no living souls near the base of the cliff. The man leisurely raised his gaze, directing it towards the steep cliff face, a light chuckle escaping his lips to fall from such a height. Even a level 10 spirit saint would struggle to endure. Naturally, there can be no living beings here. Huh. As he spoke, the man suddenly sensed something amiss, languidly turning his gaze towards the severed head on the ground. Master? The shadow beside him called out in surprise. The man gazed at the severed head for several moments, a peculiar glint flickering in his seductive peach blossom eyes. In a swift motion, he approached the head and slowly crouched down. The shadow, upon witnessing his master's fixation on merely a head, paused momentarily, bewildered. Master, what is it about this human girl's head that intrigues you? Wang Liang, do you not perceive anything unusual? The man suddenly interjected coldly. The shadow, addressed as Wang Liang, hesitated before bowing respectfully, lowering his head. I am incompetent, master. I have not sensed anything amiss. The man rested his chin on one hand, lost in contemplation. Wang Liang dared not utter a word, yet a bold thought surged in his mind. Could it be that the master seeks to indulge with a few human maidens? No, that could not be. Although many demon women yearned for a night of passion with him, he had always remained indifferent to such advances, not even casting a glance in their direction. Moreover, the face on this head appeared youthful and rather unremarkable, lacking allure. Surely, the master would not descend to such depths as to seek amusement with one so juvenile? Wang Liang was taken aback by his own audacious thought, shivering involuntarily. After a prolonged silence, the man extended a hand, his slender fingers delicately tracing the contours of the head's face. In that instant, a dark aura enveloped him, and a strange spectacle unfolded above the head, gradually revealing a wisp of transparent gas. Wang Liang instinctively rubbed his eyes in astonishment. This is the master's spirit summoning technique. It dawned upon him that the master had discovered a lingering remnant of the original soul still attached to the head, and was employing his summoning art to call forth this fragment of spirit. A truly rare sight to behold. The man gazed at the lingering soul before him, a hint of intrigue curling his lips. In the throes of death, her resentment had been so potent that she refused to depart this realm, transforming instead into a wisp of lingering spirit bound to this existence. Speak. What is it you desire? Revenge? The spirit trembled momentarily before a chilling female voice emerged. I wish to kill Yun Lan. She has wronged me so grievously. I cannot allow her to escape. Even in death, I shall torment her for all eternity. The man smiled, his peach blossom eyes revealing an unmistakable curiosity. It had been a long time since he had encountered a spirit so steeped in animosity. It seemed rather intriguing. I am Yuan, the lord of the ghost realm in the Yellow Springs. Yuan lifted a finger and gently touched the lingering soul. Who you were, who Yun Lan is. And the grievances between you two are of no concern to me. I summon your spirit solely out of interest. Since you seek vengeance, I shall keep you close until I have the fortune to meet this Yun Lan. At that time, you may exact your revenge as you wish. I shall not hinder you. The spirit quivered once more, her voice laced with an exhilarating anticipation. Thank you. Lord of the Ghost Realm, you are truly benevolent. Yuan chuckled at her words, though there was a certain coldness in his smile. Benevolent? Is that an appropriate term to describe me? After all, I am a demon who has lived for over 10,000 years, inherently endowed with the purest essence of malevolence. Most demons are inherently bloodthirsty, whether it be myself, Yuan, or Yi Wuming. We are no exception. The human race regards the demon clan with utmost aversion, perceiving them as an insurmountable threat. Is this lingering soul naive, or simply foolish to believe in his goodness? How utterly fascinating. In Chapter 105, Life on the Brink, Han Yu collects Shun Yu Yao's residual soul. Master, this lingering soul. Han Yu glances at the specter behind him and casually waves his hand. After contending with Yi Wuming for so many years, the days of conflict have grown exceedingly dull. I merely seek a new source of amusement. The specter remains silent. Having followed his master for so long, he should have recognized the master's penchant for mischief. Han Yu again turns his gaze towards the cliff above, his cherry blossom lips curling into a wickedly triumphant smile. On the very first day of arriving at the 10,000 Spirits Gorge, he had already cast a nefarious spell. The spell not only obscures his whereabouts from Yi Wuming, but also temporarily dissipates his own demonic soul power. Yi Wuming must be quite puzzled as to why his demonic energy has vanished, and perhaps even anxious. Han Yu is eager to witness Yi Wuming's flustered reaction. It promises to be quite entertaining. In high spirits, Han Yu gracefully brushes his sleeves. I've heard it's the month of trials for the younger generation of humans. This place offers little worth lingering for. I might as well join the festivities. With that, the mist envelopes him, and he vanishes in the blink of an eye. The specter, realizing this, immediately follows suit. Elsewhere, in the depths of the forest, a shadow of obsidian swiftly darts by. As the dark clouds in the night sky gradually disperse, the moonlight shines down, illuminating his handsome visage, rendering it even more pallid. He could not help but clutch his aching chest, bending over to cough softly a few times. A trace of crimson blood seeping from the corner of his lips. The malevolent spirit that had clung to Yun Lan suddenly dissipated. Moreover, the life-binding seal remained utterly undisturbed. Yet judging by his recent inexplicable coughing of blood, it was evident that she had sustained injuries, serious ones at that. The malevolent spirit, the life-binding seal. And even his identity token failed to accurately locate Yun Lan, engendering a sense of unease within him. Unease? Was it due to concern for Yun Lan? Yi Wuming exhaled a breath of murky air, wiping away the blood that trickled from his lips, his gaze darkening. It was imperative to find Yun Lan first. Yi Wuming continued his search through the vast forest, channeling his spiritual energy to sense the surroundings. After a brief moment, he detected a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy in the southeast direction and did not hesitate to proceed towards it. The further he ventured southeast, the more he encountered a trail of devastation and chaos. Trees lay toppled, rocks shattered, and the ground was littered with the corpses of spiritual beasts, giving rise to a nauseating stench of blood and decay, as if this place had endured an unprecedented calamity. Yi Wuming maintained a stoic expression as he navigated past the lifeless bodies of the beasts. After a while, he sensed a faint breath ahead. Human. Yi Wuming quickened his pace. At last, a frail figure came into view. The girl lay motionless on the ground, her disheveled hair obscuring her face, making it difficult to discern her features. She was drenched in blood, as if she had been pulled from a pool of it. Yi Wuming's gaze fell upon the black and gold token beside her. The character for Ming stained with dried blood. Yun Lan. Night Wuming's pupils constricted as he hurriedly approached to lift Yun Lan from the ground. His hand gently brushed aside the strands of hair from the girl's face, his gaze falling upon her pallid complexion, her eyes tightly shut. A subtle exploration of her breath revealed it to be faint, teetering on the brink of life and death. A sharp pain pierced Night Wuming's chest. The life-binding seal within her body transmitted this unbearable anguish to him. Cough, cough. Night Wuming's countenance suddenly paled. He turned his face aside and began to cough violently, blood erupting with each convulsion. Chapter 106. She must not die. Yun Lan was gravely injured, and due to the life-binding seal, the intensity of her pain reverberated between them. Night Wuming suppressed the agonizing torment within his chest, stowed away the command token, and cradled Yun Lan in his arms as he rose. He needed to find a clean place to tend to her wounds. Cough, cough. You must hold on. Night Wuming coughed softly, instinctively tightening his embrace around the young girl, his expression grim. She could not perish, even in death. It must be he who wielded the hand that ended her life, not in such a moment. The dawn was approaching, but the usual pale light on the horizon was absent, replaced instead by dark clouds, as if a storm lurked within the shrouded skies. Night Wuming discovered a relatively clean cave and carefully laid Yun Lan upon the ground. Placing his palm on her forehead, he closed his eyes, silently gauging her injuries. After a moment, he opened his eyes, his long brows furrowing as his gaze shifted to the claw marks on her waist. These wounds were inflicted by the Tempest Wolf, a rare venomous beast, its poison lurking within its claws and fangs. Timely treatment within half an hour could alleviate the toxicity. However, from the moment she was injured to his discovery of her, time had already surpassed half an hour. The poison had likely infiltrated her vital channels, exacerbating her injuries. Night Wuming retrieved a medicinal pill and placed it into Yun Lan's mouth, the pill dissolving instantly. Yun Lan's pallid face regained a hint of color. A faint sound, akin to the tearing of space, emerged beside Night Wuming, as Yaofeng stepped forth from the rift. Upon seeing Night Wuming, his expression brightened. Your Excellency, I happened to sense your presence nearby, so before Yaofeng could finish his sentence, Night Wuming turned to him, revealing a slightly ashen complexion, causing Yaofeng to gasp in alarm. Your Excellency, could it be that your old wounds have recurred? Night Wuming coughed, covering his mouth, and Yaofeng glimpsed blood seeping through his fingers. Cough. I am fine, Night Wuming insisted, wiping away the traces of blood. He quickly named several spiritual herbs, instructing Yaofeng to seek them out. Yaofeng committed them to memory, responding respectfully, Rest assured, Your Excellency, I shall depart at once. In that fleeting moment as he raised his head, Yaofeng noticed a young woman lying before his master, his gaze flickering. Wait a moment, this human girl is. Yaofeng realized, So, your excellency requires those herbs to treat this human girl's injuries. He dared not inquire further and swiftly exited the cave. Before long, torrential rain began to pour outside, as if the heavens had split open, unleashing a relentless downpour. Night Wuming summoned his spiritual energy to suppress the poison within Yun Lan, preventing it from advancing further. Should the toxin reach her brain, there would truly be no hope left. Moisture silently seeped into the cavern, and Yi Wuming cast a glance at the torrential rain outside, his expression darkening further. Cursed weather. Yi Wuming clenched his fist tightly, a chilling aura gradually enveloping him. The intensifying dampness inadvertently exacerbated his old injuries. Drawing a deep breath, he instinctively desired to distance himself from Yun Lan. When the cold poison flared, the chill would seep out, and with Yun Lan already injured, the cold would only serve to worsen her plight. However, in the next moment, Yi Wuming suddenly beheld a glimmer of golden-red radiance emanating from Yun Lan's chest. Chapter 107. Yi Wuming. You deceive me. Surprise flickered in Yi Wuming's eyes. This aura was the heavenly fire Shen dragon. Could it be that the blazing pearl she absorbed was taking effect? Yi Wuming narrowed his gaze. Something was amiss. Although the blazing pearl was derived from the beast core of the heavenly fire Shen dragon, by the time he discovered it, the dragon's breath had long since dissipated, rendering it almost lifeless. Its sole remaining purpose was to dispel the chill that emerged during the flare-ups of his cold poison. Yet, this faint aura did not originate from the same heavenly fire Shen dragon as the blazing pearl. In that moment, Yi Wuming finally comprehended that the reason lay in the fact that Yun Lan already harbored the dragon's breath of the heavenly fire Shen dragon within her. The blazing pearl, mistaking her for a kindred spirit, had thus been absorbed. The golden-red dragon's breath enveloped Yun Lan's form, and the searing warmth it radiated was sufficient to dispel the moisture throughout the cavern. As the dampness vanished, Yi Wuming felt the chill within him dissipate as well, and his old injuries no longer pained him as acutely. After pondering for a few seconds, Yi Wuming relinquished his intention to distance himself from Yun Lan and instead moved closer to her side, their separation diminished by a breath of dragon essence. Upon entering the cave, he beheld his esteemed master seated in a meditative posture beside the human girl, his eyes widening in disbelief. Good heavens! Could it be that he was not mistaken? His master was, astonishingly, in such proximity to this human girl. Neither he nor Anlin would dare face their master at such a close range. Master, I have procured the herbs. Yao Feng offered a handful of medicinal plants with both hands. Yi Wuming accepted them, his tone indifferent as he instructed, stand guard outside. No one is permitted to enter without my consent. Master, it is pouring outside, and the humidity may aggravate your old wounds. Perhaps I should. Yao Feng's words trailed off abruptly. Entering in haste, he had failed to notice his surroundings. It was only now that he realized the cave was devoid of moisture, even exuding a remarkable warmth, as if an invisible flame were quietly ablaze. Yi Wuming offered no explanation, his expression impassive as he fixed a stare upon Yao Feng. The latter, feeling the weight of the Dark Lord's gaze, was overwhelmed with trepidation and respectfully bowed before hastily departing the cave. With great effort, she stirred her fingers and slowly opened her eyes. Upon doing so, she was met with utter darkness. Am I still alive? Who saved me? Awakening. A familiar deep voice resonated in her ears. Yun Lan froze for a moment. The great demon? Without uttering a word, she became acutely aware of her parched throat, feeling as though she had swallowed a handful of sand, her voice rendered hoarse beyond measure. The other party fell silent for a moment, their melodious voice taking on a chill. You seem to have become quite addicted to that title. Yun Lan felt a tumult of emotions. She had summoned him using his token, yet despite her efforts, she had lost consciousness without his arrival. But now, he was by her side. Yun Lan's tone was heavy. Did you save me? Who else could it be if not me? Yi Wuming retorted. I thought I was destined to become a meal for some spirit beast. Yun Lan parted her lips, her voice tinged with a subtle grievance and accusation that she herself did not fully recognize. Did you not say that as long as my spiritual energy fluctuated or I was injured, even from 1,000 miles away, you would sense it? I even used the token you gave me, yet I waited for so long without your arrival. Yi Wuming, you deceived me. Yi Wuming remained silent. Indeed, as the esteemed lord of the demon realm, to him, she was merely a human who could be extinguished with a mere flick of his hand. To expect an explanation from him was utterly fanciful. Yun Lan awkwardly turned her face away, preparing to close her eyes and ignore him when he spoke softly, I apologize. It was my failure to arrive in time that caused you to suffer such grave injuries. Chapter 108. I misjudged you. Yun Lan thought she had misheard. Yu Wu Ming was apologizing to her. This proud and haughty demon lord was actually lowering himself to express contrition to a human girl? Yun Lan felt certain she must be imagining things due to fatigue, so she shut her eyes. As I opened my eyes once more, I was met with an abyss of darkness, as if my vision had been cruelly stripped away. What has happened to my eyes? Yun Lan murmured. Poisoned. She pondered, perplexed by the origin of such a toxin. The beast that injured you, the Gale Wolf, possesses the capability to conceal venom within its claws. A faint smile crept across Yun Lan's face as she realized the source of her predicament was indeed that very creature. Will my sight be restored? The atmosphere lingered in silence for a moment before the young girl cautiously inquired again. Night Wu Ming, sensing her despondency, allowed his gaze to flicker with a hint of sympathy as he replied softly, "This is merely a temporary condition. There is no need for concern. In a few days, as your body fully recuperates, your sight shall return." Upon hearing this, Yun Lan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had yet to fulfill her ambitions and did not wish to resign herself to a life of blindness. Rest now. The sound of rustling reached her ears. And although Yun Lan could not see, she sensed Night Wu Ming drawing near and covering her with something. As her fingers brushed against the fabric, she recognized the exquisite material. It was Night Wu Ming's outer robe. A subtle, elegant fragrance wafted from it, reminiscent not of heavy sandalwood or other spices, but rather akin to the delicate aroma of ethereal flowers and herbs. In that fleeting moment, Yun Lan's spirits inexplicably lifted. Complying, she reclined comfortably and turned her face toward Night Wu Ming's presence, contemplating whether to voice her curiosity. "Why did you arrive so late?" Night Wu Ming gazed back at her. His youthful visage still tinged with a pallor, his once bright eyes, rendered blind by injury, appeared vacant, their dark pupils lacking focus. The life-binding seal exhibited no fluctuations. Night Wu Ming elucidated. Moreover, a fragment of his demonic soul had detached and lingered within you. Yet inexplicably, it dissipated, rendering even the identity token incapable of sensing your presence. In search of you, I traversed almost the entirety of the Valley of 10,000 Spirits. Yun Lan pondered his demonic soul, his life-binding seal, and even his identity token were all unable to discern her whereabouts. This was exceedingly peculiar. Could it be that some force within the Valley of 10,000 Spirits obstructed Night Wu Ming's endeavors? Suddenly, Yun Lan recalled the words Night Wu Ming had spoken prior to the commencement of the trial month. His formidable cultivation left him with but one true adversary, his nemesis, the Lord of the Ghost Domain, Han Yuan. Was it Han Yuan who had covertly interfered? For now, let us rest. Night Wu Ming raised his 5 fingers, gently placing his hand over her eyes, his voice a low murmur. "The matters you wish to know will be revealed once you have recuperated." Yun Lan blinked, her long lashes brushing against his palm, inducing a slight tickle. Sensing this shift, the demon lord's obsidian eyes grew suddenly profound, and he swiftly withdrew his hand. He too had succumbed to a moment of folly. Engaging in such behavior, the demon lord pressed his lips together, closing his eyes and falling into silence. Yun Lan, unable to perceive the changes in Night Wu Ming's expression, tightened the cloak enveloping her, and after a prolonged silence, she spoke softly, just before losing consciousness. "There was a fleeting moment when I thought you truly would not come to my rescue, and in that instant, I cursed you countless times within my heart. You stand above all others, possessing formidable strength. Thus it is only natural for you to disregard the agreement between us. Fortunately, you have not gone back on your word. Oh, great demon, I have wronged you." Chapter 109. "You are in fever." Yu Wu Ming listened intently as the young girl articulated each word with care. It was not until he felt her breath steady and she slipped into a deep slumber that a gentle sigh reverberated through the silent cave. The torrential rain outside had persisted for quite some time, the downpour dense and the humidity oppressive, rendering the surroundings a hazy blur. Under normal circumstances, had he encountered such a damp and rainy day, Yu Wu Ming would have dispatched Yao Feng and Anlin to seek a dry refuge away from the rain, remaining there until the clouds cleared. However, influenced by the trace of celestial fire from the mysterious dragon breath of Yun Lan, he no longer harbored concerns about the cold toxins brought on by the humidity. Thus, this reclusive demon lord, who seldom approached anyone, found himself inexplicably lingering by Yun Lan's side for an extended period. In the dead of night, As the sound of rain outside began to subside, Yi Wuming, who had been closing his eyes in contemplation, suddenly heard a faint moan from the person beside him. He opened his eyes and turned his gaze towards Yun Lan. To his dismay, he noticed a peculiar flush on the girl's delicate face, beads of sweat dotting her smooth forehead, her expression one of discomfort. Yi Wuming furrowed his brow at this sight, reaching out to place his hand against her forehead, which was burning with fever. Yun Lan, he gently nudged her, attempting to rouse her from her restless state. Yun Lan slightly opened her eyes, her breath quickening as she hoarsely inquired, "What is it? Has a spirit beast entered?" Night Wuming paused for a moment and said, "You have a fever." "A fever?" Yun Lan instinctively reached up to touch her forehead, and upon checking her temperature, she weakly nodded. "Oh, it might be an infection from the wound, causing inflammation." As she spoke, she struggled to rise from the ground. Seeing her frail and helpless state, yet determined to stand up, veins bulged on Night Wuming's forehead. He quickly supported her and, with a weighty tone, insisted, "What are you getting up for? Lie down. I need water." Yun Lan had evidently overestimated her current physical condition. Her legs buckled, and she promptly collapsed. Night Wuming reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms, and she leaned into him. "You." Night Wuming's expression shifted repeatedly, yet he was unprepared for the girl in his embrace to suddenly grasp something. Boldly, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her face against his chest, murmuring softly, "So cool." Years of cold poison had rendered Night Wuming's body temperature low. In her feverish haze, Yun Lan vaguely felt as though she was leaning against a frigid wall. This chill alleviated the heat radiating from her fever. Night Wuming stiffened, and upon lowering his gaze, he saw the girl nestled closely against him. This Yun Lan. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming urge to push her away, even to abandon her to her fate. However, when his eyes fell upon the flush on her cheeks, that thought was ultimately suppressed. "Very well. Once you have recovered, I shall settle the score with you." Outside the cave, Yao Feng suddenly heard a faint rustling sound emanating from within. Could it be something has happened to the master? Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Feng turned and stepped into the cave. To his astonishment, he found Yun Lan pressed closely against his master, immobile, as if seeking solace in his embrace. Yao Feng was taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief. Good heavens! This. The master was actually being held by a human girl. Meanwhile, Yi Wuming's handsome face was contorted with a chilling expression. Uncertain whether he was incensed by Yun Lan's unconscious act of impropriety or by Yao Feng's abrupt intrusion into the cave to witness this exceedingly awkward scene. Chapter 110. The touch faced with a sight that could astonish him for a century, Yao Feng was momentarily at a loss as to whether he should retreat. Master. Get out. Yi Wuming shot a piercing glance at Yao Feng, who dared not utter a word, and quickly turned to exit the cave, fleeing far and fast, swifter than a spirit beast. At that moment, Yun Lan was blissfully unaware of her actions. She merely felt that the cool wall against her was rather comfortable, save for a slight discomfort against her cheek. She murmured a few words of discontent, her hands roaming across Yi Wuming's chest and waist. Ultimately, her head tilted, and unable to maintain her composure, she collapsed onto his legs, slipping back into a deep slumber. The demon lord, caught in this unsolicited embrace from Yun Lan, wore a countenance so dark it seemed as though it might precipitate rain. Recalling the delicate, almost boneless hand that had wandered aimlessly over his body, Yi Wuming felt a peculiar sensation rising within his chest. Was it anger? No. He did not find himself truly enraged by her impolite actions. Ultimately, even the well-versed Yi Wuming could not discern the nature of this strange emotion. Yun Lan had slumbered for a full 2 days, during which she experienced recurrent fever. Upon awakening once more, she found her temperature had subsided. Opening her eyes, she was greeted by an impenetrable darkness devoid of light. The poison within her body had yet to be entirely eradicated. After 2 days of lying down, she felt increasingly fatigued. Not sensing Yi Wuming's presence beside her, she resolved to rise independently. Straining to lift herself with her hands, she found her body devoid of strength, her arms trembling uncontrollably. Gritting her teeth, she realized that since her rebirth in this foreign realm, she had never felt so feeble. At that moment, a cold hand reached out before her, firmly supporting her. "What are you trying to prove?" The man's voice was somewhat icy, yet tinged with a sense of resignation. Yun Lan was taken aback. It was Yi Wuming. "I have merely been outside, not departed. If you wish to rise, simply call for me." Yi Wuming assisted Yun Lan in sitting up and draped his outer robe over her shoulders. She nodded gently, choosing silence. In the next heartbeat, she felt something added to her hand. As her fingertips brushed against it, it appeared to be a stone bowl. Drink, Yi Wuming instructed. Yun Lan, feeling parched, wasted no time in draining the water from the stone vessel. Night Wuming quietly gazed at the young girl's face. Although it appeared somewhat pale, her consciousness was clear, indicating she had endured the ordeal. After finishing her drink, Yun Lan wiped the moisture from the corner of her mouth and softly expressed her gratitude, saying, regardless of the circumstances, "I must thank you for saving me." Night Wuming's eyes flickered momentarily. After a few seconds, he replied somewhat coldly, "If you were to perish, there would be no one else to heal my wounds." Hearing this, Yun Lan smiled faintly. Although she could not see, she could easily imagine the expression Night Wuming wore when uttering those words. She reached out her hand towards him, prompting him to raise an eyebrow in curiosity. "What are you attempting to do?" he inquired. "Come a little closer," Yun Lan requested. Night Wuming, unsure of her intentions, nonetheless took a step forward and crouched down to meet her gaze. In the next moment, Yun Lan's fingers grazed his face. Night Wuming froze, and before he could voice a protest, her fingertip gently brushed against his lips. Yun Lan tilted her head and chuckled lightly. "Do you never accept the gratitude of others? Your lips are so soft, yet your words are so harsh. How peculiar." Chapter 111. Remorse. Night Wuming's body stiffened. He had never anticipated that this human girl would possess such audacity. Perhaps still weary from her ordeal, she soon fell asleep, her breathing becoming steady once more. Night Wuming scrutinized Yun Lan's delicate face. Her previous actions, executed with such familiarity, led him to wonder whether she had performed similar gestures with other men. Upon this realization, the countenance of the Dark Lord darkened. With a flick of his sleeve, he turned and exited the cave. "Master." Yao Feng emerged from the rift in space, and, upon seeing Yi Wuming standing with his hands clasped behind his back outside the cave, respectfully bowed and spoke. "Your foresight was indeed accurate. Within the Valley of 10,000 Spirits, multiple locations have been ensnared by malevolent sorcery, and within those formations resides the essence of the cold abyss." Yi Wuming responded with a faint acknowledgement. From the moment the cold abyss manifested within the Valley of 10,000 Spirits, it was likely that these dark enchantments had already been cast. Once the sorcery was established, it would become exceedingly difficult for him to trace the whereabouts of the cold abyss. Furthermore, the demon's soul, the life-binding seal, and the identity token, these three artifacts represented him. Yun Lan could not summon him through them, and correspondingly, he could not sense Yun Lan through these means. The dark arts of the cold abyss were entirely aimed at him. Yi Wuming closed his eyes momentarily and exhaled softly. Her injuries were a consequence of his entanglement. The conflict between him and the cold abyss had ultimately drawn this innocent into the fray. After waiting for a while without receiving further instructions from Yi Wuming, Yao Feng cautiously lifted his gaze to his master. The expression on Yi Wuming's face seemed to harbor a hint of guilt. Why should he feel guilt? Was it due to the human girl still lying within the cave? Yao Feng pondered for a few moments before speaking again. "Master, there is a matter I do not comprehend. I beseech you to enlighten me." Yi Wuming, keeping his eyes shut, replied, "Speak. Having followed you for many years, I have never witnessed any woman by your side, nor have I seen you permit any woman to approach you. What special identity does that human girl within the cave hold in relation to you, master?" Night Wuming slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the words, not looking at Yao Feng but gazing ahead as he spoke. "She is Yun Lan." Yao Feng, taken aback, exclaimed, "What?" The master had previously dispatched him and Anlin to investigate Yun Lan. This very Yun Lan ambushed the master before the medicinal pool in Panlong Valley and absconded with the blazing pearl intended to alleviate the cold poison. However, he had never beheld Yun Lan's true visage. His knowledge was restricted to her identity as the young lady of the war goddess manor from the records he had perused. Instinctively, Yao Feng turned his head to glance at the girl lying on the ground within the cave. It was no wonder the master had instructed him to seek the herbs. The blazing pearl she had stolen bore the master's life seal. Should anything happen to her, the master would inevitably be implicated. "During your investigation of Yun Lan, did you uncover any pertinent information?" Night Wuming inquired further. Yao Feng hesitated, momentarily perplexed by the master's line of questioning. "Well, I also discovered that Yun Lan was once betrothed." Night Wuming's ink-black eyes narrowed dangerously. "Betrothed?" Yao Feng trembled slightly, intimidated by the murderous aura radiating from Night Wuming. "Yes, indeed. The betrothal was to the son of the national protector of Lian Nation, general in Sichuan, named Enruyan. However, after Yun Lan abruptly lost her ability to condense spiritual energy, Enruyan came to annul the engagement. This rendered Yun Lan a laughingstock in Lian Nation. Chapter 112. The former fiancé? Kill him. As Night Wuming listened to Yao Feng's words, Yun Lan's exquisitely featured face suddenly flashed through his mind. A laughingstock? Humph. He snorted coldly. His ink-hued eyes tinged with deep violet due to his fury. The former fiancé? Kill him. Yun Lan's life, encompassing her very essence, belonged solely to him, Yi Wuming. Any who dared to infringe upon it would face death. Yao Feng felt a pang of dread. It had been a long time since he had witnessed such fury in his master. This was entirely due to that human girl, Yun Lan. Yao Feng dared not inquire further, clasping his hands in salute. I shall obey your command. He departed swiftly. Yi Wuming lingered outside for a while before re-entering the cave. Yun Lan was in a deep slumber, oblivious to the happenings beyond. Moments later, Yi Wuming gently brushed his robes and sat cross-legged beside her, his gaze fixed upon her serene face. The formidable ruler of the demon realm, for the first time, regarded a girl's beauty with such earnestness. Strangely, he found her peaceful repose rather endearing. At the very least, he found her presence not unpleasant. After resting for another 2 days, the poison within Yun Lan had nearly dissipated, and her vision had returned. The instant she opened her eyes, the first sight that greeted her was Yi Wuming's handsome visage. This great demon lord possessed an undeniably striking appearance, pleasing to behold. Yun Lan bestowed upon him a radiant smile, prompting Yi Wuming to regard her with a flicker of confusion. What is the reason for your laughter? Nothing, Yun Lan replied, her smile unrestrained, revealing her appreciation for beauty. I simply think you are quite handsome, quite charming. Yi Wuming raised an eyebrow, neither affirming nor denying her words. In the demon realm, countless demon women coveted his identity and looks, and some bold enough had attempted to ascend to his bed. Their fates had been grim, either met with his swift retribution or cast aside to feed the spirit beasts. Upon hearing these words from Yun Lan, he felt that what he had previously deemed insignificant was, in her eyes, rather endearing. Yi Wuming paused for a moment and gently inquired, do you like it? Without overthinking, Yun Lan nodded, of course I do. In the presence of such exquisite beauty, how could one not be fond of it? Yi Wuming replied with an air of nonchalance, I permit you to like it. Yun Lan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at him in surprise, pondering what he meant by permitting her feelings. It was rather perplexing. Still clad in Yi Wuming's outer robe, she contemplated for a moment before deciding to return it to him. Thank you. I am fine now and no longer need it. Observing the lingering pallor on her face, Yi Wuming furrowed his brow, his tone leaving no room for argument. Your injuries have not yet fully healed. After a brief silence, Yun Lan obediently donned his robe once more. What are your plans next? Yi Wuming asked, his gaze fixed on her, noting how well his robes suited her. The Mirror Fairy Lake? Yi Wuming mused momentarily. This lake lay within the Wanlin Gorge. What purpose could there be in going to the Mirror Fairy Lake? I am searching for my teammates, Yun Lan explained. Before the beast tide arrived, my companions used a spatial scroll, but it scattered us all apart. We agreed to meet at the Mirror Fairy Lake. Yi Wuming narrowed his eyes slightly. Your injuries are not yet healed. You should not remain in the Wanling Gorge. If you encounter danger again, would it not render my efforts to save you in vain? Chapter 113. Unaware of the peril, Yun Lan discerned the disapproval in Yi Wuming's tone. She composed her expression, her demeanor turning earnest. I will never abandon my comrades, not at any time. During her days of recuperation, they might have already reached Mirror Immortal Lake, concerned for her absence. Yi Wuming gazed at the young woman in silence. Her words stirred the still waters of his heart, creating ripples within. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Lan continued, I understand your concern for my injury, but I assure you, I am quite well now. If you have pressing matters, you may leave without hesitation. Yi Wuming lowered his gaze. With Han Yuan's nefarious nature, it was likely he had cast malevolent spells in Wanling Gorge, and he would not simply retreat. There was no telling where he might be lurking now. After much deliberation, Yi Wuming abandoned the notion of persuading Yun Lan, his voice as deep and melodious as ever, yet laced with indifference. Very well. I shall accompany you. Yun Lan thought she had misheard. What? You will come with me? He could easily forsake her to attend to his own affairs. Yet here he was. Yi Wuming acknowledged her with a sound, sweeping his sleeve as he turned to exit the cave. Let us not waste time. Seeing Yi Wuming about to leave, Yun Lan scratched her head, feeling a twinge of frustration. It was said that a woman's heart is as elusive as a needle in the sea, but this formidable demon's thoughts were even more inscrutable. Never mind, she resolved. It was imperative to hasten to Mirror Immortal Lake to reunite with her teammates. Mirror Immortal Lake is situated at the heart of Wanling Gorge. After a long day of travel, Yun Lan grew weary and decided to pause her journey for a moment of respite as night descended. A campfire flickered to life, and she gathered some wild fruits to quell her hunger. Once satiated, she settled cross-legged, attempting to harness her spiritual energy and enter a state of cultivation. Due to an injury that had kept her bedridden for several days, she had fallen behind in her training and now seized the opportunity to regain her progress. Night Wu Ming sat beside her, feeling the dampness and chill of the deep forest intensify as the night deepened. Only by remaining next to Yun Lan could his old wounds be kept at bay. After a period of meditation, he sensed a significant fluctuation of spiritual energy nearby and opened his eyes to observe. He noted that the wood elemental spiritual energy encircling Yun Lan had grown noticeably denser, indicating her advancement. Night Wu Ming nodded in satisfaction. Before long, a rustling sound emerged from the underbrush. Night Wu Ming's sharp gaze swept over, and he spotted a gray-robed man with a distinctive mustache stepping out from the foliage. The moment the man saw Yun Lan, his expression shifted dramatically. "It's you?" Coincidentally, Yun Lan had just concluded her meditation and opened her eyes to find the man before her was the second elder. Her impression of him was far from favorable. Their initial encounter had left an unpleasant memory, and his blatant bias against her during her sparring with Chu Jiao further solidified her aversion. Consequently, during her time at the academy, she had made a conscious effort to avoid interactions with the second elder. Yun Lan averted her gaze, refusing to meet his eyes any longer. The second elder's attention shifted from Yun Lan to Night Wu Ming beside her, raising an eyebrow. Who is this man? He instinctively sought to gauge Night Wu Ming's cultivation level. Night Wu Ming narrowed his phoenix-like eyes, pondering the audacity of someone daring to probe him. Truly, they were unaware of the consequences. Deep within the depths of his gaze, a flicker of purple light darted past as the second elder was struck by a fierce gust of wind that surged towards him. Caught off guard, he was unceremoniously hurled away. Coughing, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, his expression transforming from shock to horror. The prowess of this enigmatic figure was astonishingly formidable. Not only had it interrupted his probing, but the strike was executed with such swiftness that he had not even a moment to react. Chapter 114. A lesson for the second elder. Observing the second elder being sent flying by a blow from Yi Wuming, Yun Lan could not help but let out a derisive laugh. Hearing her uncontrollable laughter, the second elder's face shifted from dark to a purplish hue, exclaiming, "You insolent girl." With a rising intonation. Yi Wuming's piercing gaze locked onto the second elder, who suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure firmly grasping him. Unable to withstand such immense weight, he collapsed to his knees with a thud. A chilling glint flickered in Yi Wuming's eyes. How audacious to dare reprimand him in his presence. Yun Lan found herself quite entertained by the spectacle. The second elder was a narrow-minded individual, his reputation within the academy far from stellar. He only bestowed kindness upon students he favored. Those he deemed unworthy were regarded as worthless detritus in his eyes. In summary, the majority of students harbored a strong dislike for the second elder. Were it not for their fear of his formidable abilities, they might have long since banded together to confront him. Yi Wuming, astute in observing the dynamics at play, caught a glimpse of Yun Lan's amused expression and surmised a possibility. With intention, he prolonged the oppressive force bearing down on the second elder. Thus, the second elder found himself kneeling on the ground for a quarter of an hour. Yi Wuming slightly raised his hand, dispersing the oppressive aura. The second elder, drenched in cold sweat induced by fear, took deep breaths. Stiffly, he rose to his feet, bowing to Yi Wuming with cupped fists, and forced a smile onto his face. Expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, esteemed sir, for your mercy." Yi Wuming cast a disdainful glance at the second elder, his thin lips parting to utter a single frigid command, "Scram." Instinctively, the second elder glanced towards Yun Lan. He still had inquiries for this arrogant young woman. That night, he had encountered Rian and Shun Yuyao, particularly Shun Yuyao, who had evidently suffered a tragic fate after being assaulted. Subsequently, he overheard the delirious Shun Yuyao repeatedly uttering Yun Lan's name. This incident undoubtedly pertained to Yun Lan. Otherwise, why would Shun Yuyao venomously invoke her name? However, later, amidst the beast tide in Wanling Valley, he had been instructed by the Grand Elder to oversee Yun Lan's team, yet he lost track of them due to the chaos. After a prolonged search, he had only now located Yun Lan alone. Yet, to his surprise, she was accompanied not by her teammates, but rather by this formidable, enigmatic figure. The second elder felt a twinge of apprehension towards Yi Wuming. Merely a hint of his released pressure had rendered him powerless on the ground. After all, he was a 9th-rank spirit emperor, on par with the war god of the war god mansion. This mysterious individual appeared youthful, yet his cultivation was significantly superior. The second elder swallowed hard. The questions that had been on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back down. Without further ado, he turned and hastily departed. As the figure of the second elder vanished completely, Yun Lan exhaled softly. Who? Yi Wuming turned his gaze towards Yun Lan. She glanced sideways and smiled faintly. An elder from the academy. Yi Wuming fell into a brief silence before commenting in a low voice. So weak, yet they can hold the title of elder? His disdain was palpable. Yun Lan couldn't help but chuckle. A level 9 spirit emperor could undoubtedly be considered a top-tier powerhouse within the realm of Lian. However, to Yi Wuming, such a formidable figure seemed no more than an ant easily crushed. This Yi Wuming truly embodies arrogance. Yet, he possesses the merit to be so. Yun Lan's injuries had healed remarkably well, and her consciousness was once again able to traverse the sea of knowledge. She could finally enter the sea to seek out Xiao Hua and Qing Wu. Upon her soul entering the sea of knowledge, Yun Lan was delighted to see her contracted beasts, although they appeared somewhat frail, as if they had just recovered from a severe illness. Chapter 115, Opposing Forces. Seeing this, Yun Lan hurried over, her expression tense as she looked at Xiao Hua and Qing Wu. What happened to you? Why do you look so weak? Xiao Hua gently reached out to stroke the head of her master, saying, We established an equal contract, so when you are injured, we contracted beasts also endure equivalent harm. Qing Wu wrapped around Yun Lan's arm, resting his serpentine head on her shoulder, hissing softly as he spoke. Our spirit beasts possess a robust self-healing ability. Though we appear weak at present, we are already on the mend. Do not worry, my master. Despite Qing Wu's reassurances, Yun Lan's heart remained unsettled. She cradled both Xiao Hua and Qing Wu in her arms, her voice soft and low. I apologize. It is my weakness that has caused you both to suffer alongside me. Xiao Hua, sensing the contractor's profound guilt, lifted her eyes from the embrace and shook her head. This is not the master's fault. Furthermore, master, you are not weak at all. At merely 15 years of age, you have already attained the rank of a 10th-level spirit master, just one step away from becoming a first-level grand spirit master. Upon hearing this, Yun Lan reflected on her recent advancement from a 9th-level spirit master to a 10th-level spirit master after her training. She sighed. What does being a 10th-level spirit master even signify? Even the second elder, possessing the prowess of a 9th-level spirit emperor, appears as a frail novice before Yi Wuming. If he were ever to harbor murderous intent towards me, even 10 lives would not suffice to escape his wrath. Xiaowa reached out her small hand to touch Yun Lan's face, her voice sweet and reassuring. Master, how can you compare yourself to Yi Wuming? He has lived for over 10,000 years, and his current cultivation is a result of countless years of accumulation. Yun Lan remained silent. She was acutely aware that some highly skilled practitioners in this world choose to revert to youthful appearances to maintain their looks, thus creating the illusion of possessing immense power while appearing young. Xiaowa slightly smiled. Master, you cannot apply the human method of calculating age to the demon race. Indeed. That made sense. Yun Lan chuckled awkwardly. Xiaohua's words rendered it reasonable. Rest assured, master. The emerald-hued eyes of the petite flower gazed unwaveringly at her contractor, her tone imbued with utmost seriousness. Though you are still young, you shall undoubtedly evolve into a formidable force in the future. Yun Lan was uncertain why the petite flower possessed such unwavering confidence, yet the reassurance was pleasant to hear. I will strive to do my best. After departing from the sea of consciousness, Yun Lan retrieved the spirit-gathering pearl and resumed her cultivation. When dawn broke, she and Yi Wuming set forth again, embarking towards Mirror Fairy Lake. Along the way, a thought crossed Yun Lan's mind, prompting her to inquire, Yi Wuming, with your high level of cultivation, why did the second elder fail to recognize you? Your reputation as the lord of the demon realm should be sufficient to instill fear across the Zhangqiang continent, should it not? Walking alongside Yun Lan, Yi Wuming replied in a rather indifferent tone, It is not unusual for you humans to be unable to recognize me. as I seldom venture into the Bi Luo realm. Yun Lan acknowledged this with a simple O. It is said that the demon race is inherently bloodthirsty, and the human race's perception of them is predominantly negative, leading to a reluctance to associate with demons. The two factions, being adversaries, often maintain a respectful distance from one another, which is understandable. Yi Wuming cast a sidelong glance at Yun Lan's profile. The human race harbors a deep-seated fear of the demon race, particularly of the Lord of the Demon Realm, who commands countless demons. Yet, paradoxically, the one closest to him was a young human girl. Throughout their days together, he had never perceived even a hint of fear in her eyes towards him. How intriguing. Yi Wuming pondered silently. Chapter 116. I value my life highly. Most of the vast Spirit Valley lay ensconced within deep mountain gorges and forests. It was not until Yun Lan sensed an unusual fluctuation of spiritual energy in the air that she halted her steps and turned to glance at the handsome man trailing behind her. Night Wuming cast a faint glance ahead, where the sounds of combat resonated. Yun Lan nodded. Let us investigate. Night Wuming neither consented nor opposed. Instead, he took the lead, striding forward ahead of Yun Lan. Observing Night Wuming's tall figure, Yun Lan instinctively tightened the robe on her shoulders and hurried to catch up. As they approached, the fluctuations of spiritual energy and the clamor of battle grew increasingly vivid. Concealed within the grass, Yun Lan summoned her spiritual energy, commanding the surrounding flora to sense the situation ahead. As a wood-type spiritual practitioner, she possessed an innate affinity with plants. However, not all plants were willing to be tamed by a wood-type practitioner, as they possessed their own spirits. A practitioner capable of effortlessly commanding countless plants, like her, was indeed a rarity. Yun Lan closed her eyes, her spiritual energy surging as the plants conveyed all perceived information to her. To her surprise, a 5-member training squad was under assault by a colossal spirit beast. The spirit beast emanated a potent and vigorous aura, likely exceeding the 5th rank of sacred beasts. Such unforeseen incidents were not uncommon within the Wanfeng Valley. Yet, Yun Lan was unexpectedly drawn to a familiar figure within that squad, a girl with captivating heterochromatic eyes, her palm radiating a fervent glow of spiritual energy. It was Mu Hua. Initially, Yun Lan had no intention of intervening. However, with Mu Hua amidst the fray, she had no justification to refrain from assisting. Yun Lan promptly retracted her spiritual energy and turned to Night Wuming, declaring, "One of my teammates is in peril. I must aid her." Night Wuming glanced at the wound on her abdomen and replied in a low voice, "Even though your injury remains unhealed, you still intend to assist?" His gaze lingered momentarily on the smile at the corner of her lips, causing a subtle shift in his expression. He awkwardly turned his face away, refusing to look at her any longer. "Suit yourself," he coldly uttered, and in the blink of an eye, the demon lord vanished before Yun Lan. She gazed in the direction of his last disappearance, scratching her head in astonishment. She was well aware that Yi Wuming would not simply walk away. He was evidently displeased with her intention to assist Mu Hua, yet he did not seem truly angry. Yun Lan chose not to dwell on it further and turned towards the sounds of battle ahead. Roar! The spirit beast radiated a blinding light, and a brilliant orb of energy erupted from its gaping maw. With several explosive sounds, the dazzling orbs detonated, creating large craters on the ground. This light-type holy beast was indeed formidable. A boy clad in white wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired anxiously to the boy in black, "You buy? What shall we do next?" The black-clad youth, with an expressionless face, fixed his gaze upon the spirit beast, a glimmer of coldness flickering in his eyes. He then swiftly turned, his sharp gaze sweeping over the pink-clad girl in their group. "Did you provoke this spirit beast?" The girl in pink flushed deeply, tears welling in her eyes. "I." Upon seeing her on the verge of tears, the boy in white felt a pang of sympathy. "You buy. Please do not blame Shiyu. It was not her intention to attract it. This is the 3rd spirit beast you have summoned during our days in Wanling Gorge," the black-clad boy remarked, his demeanor discontented. The pink-clad girl bit her lip tightly. "Brother Yubai, I didn't mean to." Chapter 117. The noises infuriating the girl in pink felt both furious and anxious, her gaze piercingly directed at Mu Hua. "It's all her fault. Since she joined our team, we have consistently encountered misfortunes." Mu Hua's unique eyes flickered with a hint of anger. "I have my own training team and have not sunk so low as to abandon them for yours." Her gaze darkened slightly. If it were not for the beast tide scattering everyone, she would not have temporarily joined this training team. Thus, in order to survive, she had no choice but to act this way. Mu Hua clenched her fists tightly. Enough. The youth in black turned his head, his cold gaze fixed on the girl in pink, expressing his dissatisfaction. Su Xie, it was I who allowed Miss Mu to temporarily join the team. If you have any objections, you may address them to me instead of venting your frustrations on others. Su Xie gritted her teeth. Brother Yu Bai? That is not what I meant. Before she could finish her sentence, her expression suddenly turned to one of terror. Brother Yu Bai, watch out ahead. The boy in black immediately turned, only to see a massive shadow descending from above, a spirit beast with a gaping maw full of razor-sharp teeth, poised to strike. Yu Bai? Captain. Brother Yu Bai. Panic-stricken voices echoed all around. In that fleeting moment, Song Yu Bai felt as though death itself had enveloped him, his pupils dilating in shock. The next second, a vibrant green vine shot forth from somewhere, aiming straight for the spirit beast's midsection. Howl! Struck by the vine. Akin to a long whip, the spirit beast let out a pained roar, its colossal form staggering back a few steps, a deep gash revealing bone now marring its abdomen. Upon witnessing the elongated vine, Mu Hua's uniquely colored eyes sparkled briefly. This was a technique frequently employed by Xiaolon. She turned around in surprise, and a figure clad in white snow flashed by. The young girl soared into the air, her long legs sweeping powerfully, delivering a fierce blow that sent the spirit beast flying. Yun Lan's fingers clenched suddenly, and the trees in all directions rustled ominously. A chilling wind howled as countless green leaves, imbued with what elemental energy, transformed into sharp, blade-like shards. Go! The girl commanded sharply, and the leaf blades, glinting coldly, surged forward. The spirit beast, sensing the lethal intent emanating from the blades, narrowed its demon-like eyes and turned to flee in panic. Seeing the spirit beast escape swiftly, Yun Lan chose not to pursue further and ceased her attack. Mu Hua, upon recognizing the familiar figure before her, felt a surge of joy. Xiaolon. She was about to rush over and give Yun Lan a warm embrace when an arrogant voice suddenly rang out. Hey, who do you think you are? How dare you let our spirit beast escape? Su Xie leaped from the team, her face flushed with indignation as she pointed accusingly at Yun Lan. Do you realize that was a 6th-tier sacred beast, the Radiant Moon Beast? Its blood and hide are incredibly precious. If it weren't for you, we would have captured it. Yun Lan found the voice grating, a relentless buzzing echoing in her ears. With a swift glance, her icy gaze bore down on Su Xie. You're so loud. Chapter 118. Tolerant Su Xie felt an inexplicable chill spread down her spine under Yun Lan's piercing gaze, as if an abyss were watching her intently. The thought of that spirit beast escaping right before everyone's eyes filled Su Xie with a dissatisfaction that overshadowed her fear of Yun Lan. She vowed not to rest until she vented her anger. We had a plan to slay that Yao Yu beast, but you insisted on intervening. Now look. The spirit beast has fled, and the beast's blood and hide are gone. You owe us compensation. Compensation? Yun Lan's lips curled into a chilling smile. Were it not for my intervention, the captain of your team would have long been devoured by the spirit beast. It is one thing to be ungrateful, but to demand compensation for the blood and hide. Who asked for your rescue? The more Su Xie observed Yun Lan, the more her irritation grew, her tone unconsciously sharpening. Though it was their first meeting, she found this suddenly appeared girl exceedingly annoying, annoyed not only by her beauty, but even more by her arrogant tone. Yun Lan scoffed. Your lives or deaths are of no concern to me. The only ones I intend to save are my teammates. With that, she reached for Mu Hua's hand, disinterested in further conversation with Su Xie, and turned to leave. Su Xie, Song Yu Bai admonished her, causing her eyes to turn red with indignation as she gritted her teeth. Yu Bai brother. Miss, please hold on. Song Yu Bai disregarded Su Xie's protests and stepped forward to block Yun Lan's path. Yun Lan's gaze turned icy. What is it? Do you also wish for me to compensate you for the blood and hide? Song Yu Bai was taken aback for a moment before clasping his fists in respect towards Yun Lan. Not at all. It is my failure to manage my teammates, and I hope you will not take offense. Moreover, I wish to express my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I fear I would surely have perished at the hands of that spirit beast. The youth clad in black displayed an honest demeanor, contrasting sharply with the willful Su Xie. Yun Lan's indifferent gaze softened slightly as she remarked, I am not one to hold grudges. Let this matter rest. Upon hearing this, the youth smiled and introduced himself. I am Song Yu Bai, the captain of this team. These three behind me are my companions. Yun Lan nodded and then turned her attention to Mu Hua. Grasping Yun Lan's hand tightly, Mu Hua sought to clarify. After our team was dispersed, I was transported here and encountered young Master Song and his team. In order to search for you, I had no choice but to temporarily join young Master Song's team. Yun Lan, understanding the reason behind Mu Hua's explanation, gently patted her shoulder. For now, you can only utilize auxiliary techniques. Venturing alone could lead to peril, and I comprehend that. Mu Hua's gaze flickered, her heart swelling with warmth at the realization that Yun Lan was aware of her situation. Song Yubai surmised the reason for the separation of Yun Lan and Mu Hua. Could it be that the two young ladies were forced apart due to the beast tied a few days ago? Indeed, Yun Lan admitted without reservation, nodding in affirmation. Then, how about the two young ladies temporarily remain with my team until you locate your companions? Song Yubai proposed. Yun Lan raised an eyebrow, pausing before responding. Su Xia, taken aback, exclaimed, Brother Yubai, they are merely strangers to us. Why should we go to such lengths for them? A fleeting shadow of sorrow crossed Song Yubai's eyes. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Su Xia, his voice cold. If you disagree, you are free to leave the team. I will not stop you. You have successively attracted 3 spirit beasts, the horns and hides of which can fetch a handsome price. Do not presume I am unaware of your intentions, Su Xia. My patience has its limits. Chapter 119. I have a friend. Su Xia's pupils quivered, her countenance instantly transforming into one of utmost displeasure. The other 2 youths exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Ignoring Su Xia's reaction, Song Yubai redirected his gaze towards Yun Lan and Mu Hua. The Wailing Valley is fraught with peril. It would be prudent for you to accompany us for mutual protection. What are your thoughts on this? The flicker of sorrow that had briefly crossed Song Yubai's eyes did not escape Yun Lan's notice. His cordial invitation seemed to carry a deeper significance. Mu Hua also found merit in Song Yubai's reasoning. Xiaolan, after the beast tied, there may still be numerous spirit beasts affected by the demonic silkworm grass. If we encounter only low-level spirit beasts, we can manage, but should we face higher-level ones, it may not be easy for just the 2 of us to escape unscathed. Yun Lan understood Mu Hua's concerns. However, if they temporarily joined Song Yubai's team, a certain demonic lord who harbored a disdain for proximity to humans might not take kindly to it. Contemplating this, Yun Lan hesitated briefly before pursing her lips. After a moment of silence, she replied softly, I appreciate your invitation, but I have other friends accompanying me. Should we encounter danger, I believe we will be able to handle it. Mu Hua was taken aback for a moment. Other friends? Song Yubai, upon hearing this, displayed a hint of regret but did not press the matter further, nodding with a smile. Very well, I understand. What are your plans next? Yun Lan casually inquired. Jingxian Lake? Yun Lan exchanged glances with Mu Hua, astonished that Song Yubai's team was also heading to Jingxian Lake. The truth was, they were going there for my teammate. Before either of them could speak, Song Yubai continued softly. I have a teammate with a dual spiritual root constitution. The celestial treasure required to activate the 2nd spiritual root is rumored to have appeared at Jingxian Lake, and we plan to try our luck. Your teammate also possesses a dual spiritual root? Mu Hua expressed her surprise. Song Yubai nodded, and the young man in green from his team stepped forward, declaring, I am the one with a dual spiritual root. Yun Lan raised an eyebrow, pondering the serendipity of encountering another dual root holder. Even more fortuitously, the celestial treasure needed for activating the 2nd spiritual root was precisely located at Jingxian Lake. With this compelling reason, they found it necessary to journey together. Yun Lan contemplated briefly before stating, Since Mu Hua and I are already teammates, we shall not join your expedition team, but we can accompany you. Song Yubai was somewhat taken aback. This girl had just declined his invitation and now seemed to change her mind. The only explanation was that they, too, intended to go to Jingxian Lake. With a decisive nod, Song Yubai agreed to Yun Lan's suggestion of traveling together. As night fell, both parties decided to set up camp on the spot. While Song Yubai's team was busy establishing their campsite, Yun Lan greeted them briefly before taking Mu Hua into the depths of the forest. Xiaolan, who is that friend you mentioned? Mu Hua asked, her curiosity piqued. Just as her words faded, a sound of space tearing echoed, and Yi Wuming emerged from the rift, his gaze calmly fixed upon Yun Lan. Mu Hua was taken aback. This man, was he the friend that Xiaolan had mentioned? Yun Lan contemplated throughout the journey. She could hardly classify her relationship with Yi Wuming as friendship. Yet, she could not conjure a more suitable term, and thus, she resorted to the universally accepted label of friend for the time being. Yun Lan introduced to Mu Hua, Xiao Hua. This is him. A friend who has taught me some techniques of spirit masters. Mu Hua glanced at Yun Lan and then at Yi Wuming. The instantaneous teleportation resulting from the rift in space was a feat only achievable by formidable beings with profound cultivation. The friend referred to by Xiao Lan was certainly extraordinary. Mu Hua could sense that Yun Lan was concealing something, but she paid it no mind and clasped her fists towards Yi Wuming. Greetings, senior. I am Mu Hua. Chapter 120. Are they truly friends? Yi Wuming's gaze fell upon Mu Hua's distinctive eyes, raising an eyebrow in surprise. She was indeed a rare hybrid of the human and demon races, quite unusual. After assessing Mu Hua, Yi Wuming shifted his attention back to Yun Lan and noticed the emptiness on her shoulder. His sharp phoenix-like eyes narrowed. Where is my outer robe? Yun Lan was momentarily stunned. The outer robe? Oh right, before she drove away that light-type spirit beast. She had temporarily stored the outer robe that Yi Wuming had draped over her in her storage ring. Primarily, the robe was far too large for her, making her appear elongated and hindering her movements, thus she had to remove it for the time being. Yi Wuming took the robe without a word and draped it back over her. Yun Lan. Mu Hua covered her mouth, letting out a soft wow. The atmosphere grew heavier. The man spoke in a detached tone. It is draped. If you fall ill from the chill again, I shall not concern myself with you. Yun Lan sensed that Yi Wuming's current demeanor was somewhat peculiar. After all, this formidable demon had previously harbored a murderous intent towards her, seemingly wishing to inflict 1,000 tortures upon her. Yet now, he exhibited a concern for her well-being. The contrast was indeed striking, suppressing her astonishment. Yun Lan obediently donned her outer robe. Observing her compliance, Yi Wuming's expression softened. As he turned away, Mu Hua seized the opportunity to whisper to Yun Lan. What is going on? Yun Lan, momentarily perplexed, inquired what? This esteemed senior does not appear to be an ordinary person, and he seems particularly attentive to you. Mu Hua's eyes sparkled with curiosity, her demeanor suggesting she had caught a whiff of gossip. Is it truly just a friendship? Yun Lan, at a loss for words, gently tapped Mu Hua's forehead with her finger, admonishing her for daring to jest about the captain. Mu Hua giggled and darted away. Once the camp was established, Mu Hua hurried to gather information about Mirror Fairy Lake from Song Yubai, while Yun Lan succinctly relayed the matters concerning Song Yubai's team to Yi Wuming. After listening, Yi Wuming fell silent for a moment before calmly inquiring, what are the items required to activate the second spiritual root? Yun Lan retrieved the note written by the Grand Elder, Flame Phoenix Flower, Azure Water Heart Sand, and Azure Sky Dragon Beast Essence, a total of 3 items. Yi Wuming scrutinized the words on the note and called out into the air, Yao Feng. In the next instant, Yao Feng emerged from the shadows. He first glanced at Yun Lan before kneeling before Yi Wuming, declaring, Respectful Master, investigate. Yi Wuming instructed, handing the note to Yao Feng with succinct clarity. Yao Feng took the note, refraining from asking too many questions. I understand, my subordinate. Yi Wuming nodded in satisfaction and turned to Yun Lan, saying, This is Yao Feng, a subordinate of mine. Yun Lan was momentarily taken aback. Was Yi Wuming actually introducing his attendant to her? Even Yao Feng found this scene particularly unusual, as his master had never introduced him to any woman before. However, the very act of a formal introduction suggested that Yun Lan held some significance in his master's eyes. Observing the subtle cues, Yao Feng's demeanor towards Yun Lan became more courteous. Miss Yun. He then added, You may leave. Yi Wuming cast a glance at Yao Feng, who promptly nodded and swiftly vanished from sight. Once Yao Feng had departed, Mu Hua approached, having gathered her thoughts. Xiao Lan. Song Yubai mentioned that there were rumors of the Flame Phoenix Flower appearing near the Mirror Immortal Lake. Yun Lan pondered this, stroking her chin in contemplation. The Flame Phoenix Flower is of the fire attribute, a manifestation of extreme flames, whereas the Mirror Immortal Lake is a body of water, and water is the natural enemy of fire. This rumor seems rather implausible. Chapter 121. Let him be mine. Mu Hua nodded in agreement. I share your thoughts. Yet the fact that this rumor has spread from 1 to 10 and then to 100 indicates there must be some truth to it. Moreover, we had previously agreed to convene at the Mirror Immortal Lake. Regardless of the presence of the Flame Phoenix Flower, we must pay a visit. Yun Lan lifted her gaze to survey Song Yubai's team. After a brief interaction, she had gained a preliminary understanding of this group of adventurers. The 4 young men and women were all students from another esteemed Spirit Master Academy in Lian Kingdom, the Lingfeng Academy. Apart from Captain Song Yubai and the willful young lady Su Xia, the boy clad in white, is named Lu Jinshu, while the one in blue is Guzhou, the sole dual-spirit root bearer within the team. As night deepened, Song Yubai and the others rested in place, conserving their energy, leaving Lu Jinshu to keep watch. Mu Hua entered a meditative state for cultivation. Meanwhile, Yun Lan, whose injuries had yet to fully heal, obediently drifted into slumber under the watchful gaze of Yi Wuming. As she lay down, Yun Lan keenly sensed another gaze upon her, one laced with a hint of hostility. Instinctively, she turned her head to find Su Xie staring at her intently. Yun Lan understood immediately and tugged gently at Yi Wuming's sleeve. The ever-cold Yi Wuming slowly opened his eyes, his tone as indifferent as ever. "What is it?" "It seems someone over there is quite interested in you," Yun Lan teased. Winking at him with a mischievous expression, Yi Wuming, already aware of Su Xie's gaze, felt his expression darken at the sight of her playful demeanor. "So? I simply meant to say that your face is rather appealing," Yun Lan replied with a laugh. Yi Wuming. In times past, had anyone dared to gaze at him in such a manner, their eyes would have been plucked out. Yet, he had promised Yun Lan that he would not reveal his identity during their time together. Still, a sense of discomfort brewed within him. Did Yun Lan truly remain indifferent to the attention from other women? With this thought, a chilling aura emanated from Yi Wuming. After her playful banter with Yi Wuming, Yun Lan prepared to close her eyes and sleep, only to suddenly feel an icy chill approaching her, instinctively tightening her cloak. Yun Lan mused within herself. The weather in the Valley of All Spirits is indeed unpredictable. After a peaceful night, dawn broke, and everyone gradually awoke. Preparing for the day ahead, Yun Lan ventured behind the grass to locate a clean stream to wash her face. Su Xie surveyed Yun Lan with a scrutinizing gaze. Her arms crossed defiantly. "Is there something you need?" Yun Lan raised an eyebrow. Su Xie replied haughtily, "You let that radiant moon beast escape, preventing me from acquiring its blood and skin. This matter cannot simply be overlooked, can it?" Yun Lan discerned her underlying intent. What Su Xie truly desired was the blood and skin of the radiant moon beast to exchange for riches. Her actions from the previous day, causing the beast to flee, in Su Xie's eyes, equated to a loss of both wealth and opportunity. For a mere sum of money, would she resort to maliciously slaying spirit beasts? Yun Lan scoffed, pondering whether this was the fundamental lesson imparted by your esteemed Spirit Wind Academy mentors. Su Xie snorted dismissively at Yun Lan's words. The value of a spirit beast is but twofold. One is the binding contract, and the other is the extraction of its valuable resources. If it cannot be bound to me, then what harm is there in slaying it? A flicker of disdain ignited within Yun Lan. She did not wish to engage further with Su Xie and turned to leave. Yet, Su Xie grasped her arm firmly. "Out of the kindness of my heart, I shall not demand compensation from you. However, as a form of restitution, you must relinquish that dark-clad man who accompanies you." Chapter 122. The male companion Yun Lan had sensed since the previous night that Su Xie had set her sights on Yi Wuming, due to the need for companionship. She introduced Yi Wuming to Song Yubai's team, presenting him merely as a friend. From the very moment of the introduction, she could distinctly sense Su Xie's unwavering gaze fixed upon Yi Wuming. The intensity of that gaze was profoundly suggestive. Yun Lan even felt that, had a corpse been present, Su Xie's stare could have roused it from its slumber. However, she never anticipated Su Xie would be so audacious as to approach her directly for more information. Yun Lan, with a semblance of a smile, inquired, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Su Xie replied, lifting her chin with pride. "You claim he is your friend, yet I can discern that your relationship is far from that of mere friends. Allow me to guess. He is your male companion?" Yun Lan remained silent. Observing Yun Lan's reticence, Su Xie wore an expression of triumph, declaring, "See, I knew I was right. If the great demon lord were aware of how you are perceived by Su Xie, would he not be furious? I shall not waste any more of your time." Su Xie resumed her haughty demeanor. "My Su family still holds considerable influence in Lian country, and you would not wish for me to become a nuisance, would you? Besides, he is merely a male companion. By utilizing a male companion to resolve a troublesome matter, you would actually be profiting." Yun Lan cast a glance at Su Xie, who, despite her youthful appearance and radiant beauty, revealed through her words a fervent enthusiasm for seeking male companions. Humanity is indeed a tapestry of contradictions, rendering it the most intricate of beings. Consequently, Yun Lan lost any desire to continue the conversation with Su Xie, responding, "I regret to disappoint you. He is not my male companion, nor do I indulge in such proclivities." Moreover, Yun Lan took a step forward, raising a finger to jab at Su Xie's chest. Her tone shifted, and a chilling smile formed on her lips. He is my invaluable companion. If you wish to take him from me, you must consider whether you possess the fortune to do so. An air of arrogance and defiance radiated from the young woman. Su Xie inexplicably felt a shiver run down her spine and instinctively took a step back, her expression revealing signs of distress. Pleased by the pallor of Su Xie's face, Yun Lan chose to disregard her and turned to leave. Su Xie glared at Yun Lan's nonchalant departing figure and stomped her foot in frustration. What nonsense! Just a mere male concubine, and you guard him so fiercely? I shall not let you have him so easily. Humph! Night Wooming cast a casual glance at Yun Lan. Why have you been gone for so long? Has something occurred? It seems that only Su Xie could refer to the dominator of the demonic realm, who could slay gods and Buddhas alike, as merely a male concubine. Night Wooming observed Yun Lan's joyful demeanor with a quizzical brow, but chose not to inquire further, dismissively turning away and curtly uttering, "Let's go." Yun Lan draped the dark robe over her shoulders and followed Night Wooming's strides alongside Mu Hua. Meanwhile, at Mirror Fairy Lake, beneath the shade of a grove, Rong Tanji stood with a dark-clad shadow guard kneeling respectfully behind him. "Young master, this is the situation," the shadow guard spoke with his head bowed. Rong Tanji gazed intently ahead, his handsome face etched with seriousness. After a moment, he turned his head to the shadow guard. "What has been the reaction from grandfather and father regarding the repeated provocations from the holy domain towards the Rong family?" Chapter 123. The past of the Song family. The Dark Guard remarked. Both the master and the lord are aware of the rumors surrounding the sacred domain, and they hold great affection for the young master. They would never entrust you to the sacred domain. However, what is it? Rong Tancher's eyes darkened slightly. However, Elder Qi harbors significant objections regarding this matter. Rong Tancher's expression revealed little surprise. He lifted his gaze and sighed softly. Is that so? The Dark Guard observed Rong Tancher's countenance and confirmed, indeed. Elder Qi believes that the rumors concerning the sacred domain lack substantial evidence and should not be hastily asserted. The Dark Guard nodded. Your words ring true, young master. I shall comply. Shortly after the Dark Guard departed, Lu Yinchi emerged from another thicket, sword in hand. Rong Tancher looked up, asking, "Did you find them?" Lu Yinchi shook his head. "No." "I see." Rong Tancher lowered his eyelids, a sense of worry rising within him. It had been many days. Xiaolan, Xiaohua, and Brother Feng had yet to appear. Had they encountered some misfortune or delay? Lu Yinchi approached and gently patted Rong Tancher's shoulder. "Do not fret. I believe the three of them are surely on their way here." Rong Tancher remained silent. After the beast tide incident, he and Lu Yinchi had been transported to the same location. They had then proceeded directly to Mirror Fairy Lake. Yet, several days had passed, and the other three members of their party had still not shown up. Although they had all searched the vicinity separately, each time they returned empty-handed. May they not encounter insurmountable dangers. Yong Tan sighed, silently praying in his heart. At this moment, Yun Lan and her companions continued their journey toward the Mirror Immortal Lake. Along the way, Songyubai recounted numerous experiences their team had faced within the Wanling Canyon. Although the canyon was fraught with peril, fear did not deter them. This was their second participation in the trial month. A bashful smile graced Song Yubai's face as he expressed, "As the younger generation of our families, we all aspire to achieve breakthroughs swiftly and bring honor to our clans." Yun Lan perceived a commendable ambition in this young man. "Your family shall take pride in you. By the way, I have yet to learn your name, fair maiden." Song Yubai scratched his head awkwardly. The girl did not conceal her identity. "I am Yun Lan." The name sounded somewhat familiar to Song Yubai. "Oh, I hail from the war goddess residence. My grandmother is Jun Fu Huang." Yun Lan smiled lightly. Song Yubai's expression transformed into one of astonishment. "So you are the granddaughter of the renowned war goddess, Jun Fu Huang?" Yun Lan nodded affirmatively. "My younger sister greatly admires the war god. She even once aspired to visit the war goddess residence to seek her as a mentor." A glimmer of realization sparked in Song Yubai's eyes. "Oh, is that so?" Yun Lan felt a swell of pride at the mention, for though her grandmother no longer graced the battlefield, her legendary reputation as a war goddess remained revered. "And what of your sister? Why has she not pursued mentorship anymore?" Song Yubai fell into a moment of silence, closing his eyes, his tone betraying an unmistakable sorrow. "Last year, my younger sister accompanied me during the trial month, but tragically, she perished at Mirror Fairy Lake." Chapter 124. Mirror Fairy Lake. Yun Lan furrowed her brows. Another mention of Mirror Fairy Lake? Mu Hua, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, instinctively exchanged a glance with Yun Lan, both surprised to discover that this lake had previously claimed a life. It appeared that Mirror Fairy Lake was far from the innocuous name it bore. Song Yubai shook his head, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Initially, I had no intention of returning to Mirror Fairy Lake, fearing that it would evoke painful memories. However, this year, a rumor surfaced claiming that the lake possesses flame phoenix flowers. Moreover, my teammate Guzhou happens to require these flowers. As the captain, I cannot retreat. I must face the challenge head-on. With a deep sigh, Song Yubai turned his gaze back to Yun Lan and Mu Hua, speaking softly. When my sister departed from this world, she was about your age. Perhaps that is why I am reluctant for you to encounter danger. Thus I invited you to join me. After all, traveling together is far preferable to venturing alone. Yun Lan finally grasped the depth of Song Yubai's earlier sorrow. In the two young girls before him, he saw the reflection of his late sister. After a brief silence, Yun Lan asked, though it may not be appropriate, I still wish to inquire about something. Song Yubai nodded. Please, Miss Yun, ask away. What led to your sister's incident at Mirror Fairy Lake? What events unfolded before her tragic accident? Mu Hua was perplexed. Sudden disappearance? What does that mean? At that moment, my companions and I were camping near Mirror Immortal Lake. My younger sister expressed a desire to wash up by the lake, so we parted ways. However, upon arriving at Mirror Immortal Lake, I discovered that there was not a soul in sight, including my sister, who had mysteriously vanished. I initially suspected she had accidentally fallen into the lake. Yet the accompanying elder and mentor sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy within the waters of Mirror Immortal Lake. After listening to Song Yubai's account, Yun Lan's expression turned grave. The inexplicable disappearance of Song Yubai's sister at Mirror Immortal Lake seemed profoundly eerie. Could it be that there was some formation or malevolent beast lurking beneath the surface, silently ensnaring passing cultivators to meet their demise? As the sun began to set, the group finally reached Mirror Immortal Lake. The lake was vast and tranquil, its surface undisturbed, surrounded by a plethora of verdant plants radiating life in all directions. Gazing at the lake before her, Yun Lan furrowed her brow. Her first impression of Mirror Immortal Lake was one of profound stillness, a silence so deep it felt lifeless. Though flora thrived along the shores, no other living creatures could be seen. The water was crystal clear, yet the absence of any breeze felt rather peculiar. This is Mirror Immortal Lake. Song Yubai gestured towards it. Mu Hua surveyed the surroundings, voicing her skepticism to Yun Lan in hushed tones. This eerie place hardly seems to harbor the flame phoenix flower. The rumors have been exaggerated beyond belief. Yun Lan nodded in agreement, sensing that something was indeed amiss with the lake. As Yun Lan was about to inquire of the well-informed Yi Wuming nearby, she suddenly caught sight of two familiar figures emerging from the thicket. Rong Tanji and Lu Yinchi strode out in succession. Upon noticing the two young ladies, the boys' faces lit up with joy. Xiao Hua, it's you. Mu Hua, filled with delight, hurried towards them, scrutinizing both with concern. Are you hurt? We're unharmed. We're both well, Rong Tanji replied with a gentle smile directed at Mu Hua, before turning to Yun Lan. Welcome back to the team, Captain. Seeing that both were safe, Yun Lan felt a wave of relief wash over her, and then offered an apologetic smile. I'm sorry for our tardiness. Lu Yinchi's expression remained composed. No matter, as long as we see you both safely reach the rendezvous point. Where's Jun? Yun Lan noted the absence of Feng Jun, her brow furrowing in surprise. Hasn't he arrived yet? Lu Yinchi shook her head. No, we have been searching for him as well. Yun Lan's previously relaxed disposition turned anxious once more. It appeared that Rong Tanji and Lu Yinchi had arrived at Mirror Immortal Lake quite some time ago, while Mu Hua had been slightly delayed due to her temporary involvement with Song Yubai's team. As for herself, she had to slow her pace to recuperate. Could it be that Feng Jun encountered some peril along the way, thus preventing him from reaching the assembly point? A sense of foreboding began to stir within Yun Lan. At that moment, the usually silent Yi Wuming suddenly spoke. There are faint fluctuations of spiritual energy in the lake. At his words, everyone fell into a stunned silence. Upon their first encounter with Yi Wuming, Rong Tan and Lu Yinchi simultaneously turned their gazes towards Yun Lan. Xiaolan, this is... Yun Lan chuckled awkwardly. This gentleman is a friend of mine whom I happened to meet, and he is accompanying me. Upon noticing Yi Wuming's immediate perception of the fluctuations in spiritual energy, Mu Hua's eyes flickered. Indeed, Lan's friend was a formidable figure with inscrutable depth of cultivation. Senior, what attribute does the spiritual energy you sense possess? Mu Hua inquired. Yi Wuming glanced at her, his tone unruffled. Lightning. The Yun Lan team was taken aback. Lightning. That can only mean the spiritual attribute of Feng Jin, right? Upon overhearing the conversation from the Yun Lan team, Su Xia furrowed her brow. This man, resembling a favored pet, could instantaneously detect the fluctuations of spiritual energy within the Mirror Fairy Lake. Moreover, that peculiar-eyed individual addressed him as senior. Su Xia scoffed dismissively. Hey, you aren't trying to scare us, are you? There's no spiritual energy fluctuation in this lake. I can't feel a thing. Yi Wuming narrowed his phoenix eyes, contemplating the audacity of this ignorant human to speak to him in such a manner. A surge of murderous intent began to rise within the demon lord. Closest to Yi Wuming, Yun Lan sensed the faint yet imminent surge of killing intent and swiftly grasped his sleeve. Please, hold your temper, calm down. Yi Wuming glanced down at the hand that grasped his sleeve. I am not a child, he replied coldly. Do not speak to me in such a patronizing tone. Yun Lan found herself in a somewhat bemused state. The formidable adversary had presented her with a staircase, and she decided to descend it. Very well, you are no child. With that, Yun Lan released her grip. Observing this scene were Rong Tan and Lu Yinshi, who were left speechless. Mu Hua stroked her chin, exclaiming, I told you. There is something between this senior and Xiao Lan. Song Yubai also sensed that Yi Wuming was no ordinary individual. He turned and glared at Su Shiyu, saying, refrain from speaking recklessly. Su Shiyu, incensed, bit her lip and retorted, Brother Yubai, why must you always side with them? Am I your teammate, or are they your teammates? Chapter 126. Dispute. Song Yubai's patience with Su Shiyu had reached its limit, and his tone turned frigid. It is precisely because I regard you as a teammate that I have repeatedly cleaned up your mess. You have provoked high-level spirit beasts 3 times, intending to slay them with the help of the other 3 of us to obtain what you desire. Su Shiyu, do not be so selfish. Seeing the usually affable Song Yubai speak to her with such coldness, Su Shiyu felt her eyes welling up with tears. Wah. What do you mean? I never thought that way. Brother Yubai, you are being unreasonable. Noticing that Su Shiyu was about to cry, Lu Jinshu quickly approached to console her, casting a glance of mild reproach at Song Yubai. Yubai, what are you saying? Shiyu is merely a bit spoiled. If you speak to her kindly, she will surely listen. However, your scolding is somewhat excessive. Song Yubai chuckled coldly. Lu Jingshu. During our days in Wanling Gorge, we have either been battling spirit beasts or traversing the perilous paths to confront them. Have you entirely forgotten the injuries we sustained and the ignoble retreats we faced when pursued by these creatures? It seems you, too, have been bewitched to the point of losing your senses. Lu Jingshu's countenance turned pale. Song Yubai, you. Song Yubai cast a glance at the tearful Su Xia before turning to Yun Lan and Mu Hua. Su Xia, you are but a young girl. Yun and Mu are also of similar age, yet they possess a maturity far beyond yours. Perhaps you have yet to comprehend that our participation in the trial month is to enhance ourselves, not to serve a pampered young lady like you. If you harbor any grievances against me, feel free to withdraw from the team. I am confident I can find companions superior to you. His words left no room for dignity. Su Xia's eyes widened in disbelief, her tears forgotten. Indignantly, she pointed at Yun Lan and Mu Hua. Very well. If you are so capable, why not recruit them into your little team? A spoiled girl like me is unworthy to be your companion. With that, she hurled her words like daggers and dashed away. See ya. Lu Jingshu glared fiercely at Song Yubai before hastily pursuing Su Xia. Song Yubai massaged his throbbing temples and turned to Yun Lan's team, apologetically stating, I apologize for subjecting you to such a scene. Please forgive the display. Yun Lan perceived that Captain Song Yubai possessed a commendable sense of responsibility. At the very least, he would set aside his pride as a leader and openly communicate all matters rather than allowing his teammates to harbor mutual suspicion. Whether to stay or leave was entirely left to the discretion of his comrades. He would not interfere. Treating their trials as mere trifles was indeed a form of indulgence. Lu Yinshi's tone was frigid. If she were to truly encounter danger, a person like her would have perished countless times already. Song Yubai glanced at Lu Yinshi, his gaze drifting downward to the sword she clutched tightly in her hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Yun Lan approached the tranquil shores of Mirror Immortal Lake, her gaze fixated on the placid surface. Night Wuming, possessing profound cultivation, had mentioned the presence of spiritual energy fluctuations in the lake. Thus, it must be indisputable. Feng Jin had yet to make an appearance, and the spiritual energy emanating from the lake happened to be of the lightning attribute. Could it be that he descended alone? Yun Lan clenched her fists, her expression grave. Feng Jin was her teammate, and as the captain, she could never abandon him. Until they fully understood the nature of Mirror Immortal Lake, they could not simply plunge into its depths. Rong Tanji sensed Yun Lan's intent to enter the lake and spoke in a low voice. "Do not worry," he reassured her. "The presence of spiritual energy indicates that Brother Feng is still alive. He will surely be safe." Chapter 127. Go to Hell. Yun Lan furrowed her brow once more, casting her gaze towards Mirror Immortal Lake. The night was fast approaching. "Let us wait until dawn to make our decision." Rong Tanji lifted his eyes to the darkening sky, acknowledging that nightfall would invariably be far more perilous than daylight. "We must first ensure our own safety before seeking Brother Feng." Yun Lan pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. The Yun Lan team and the Song Yubai team unanimously decided to take action after dawn. As the night deepened, Yun Lan sat cross-legged by the lakeside, closing her eyes to summon the wooden spirit root within her abdomen, attempting to manipulate the plants surrounding the Mirror Fairy Lake with her wood-based spiritual energy. However, the plants remained utterly motionless, completely unresponsive to her energy. Realizing this, she promptly withdrew her spiritual energy, opening her eyes and falling into deep contemplation. The moonlight was particularly enchanting that night, casting a soft glow upon her, as if draping her in a delicate veil, diminishing the aura of indifference that surrounded her. "Are you worried?" Yi Wuming gazed down at the young woman. Yun Lan nodded. "Yes, I am worried." "There's no need to be concerned," Yi Wuming replied. "The trace of thunder-based spiritual energy I sensed can only be released by the living." Yun Lan nodded in response. The true source of this energy, whether it originated from Feng Jin, remained uncertain. Yet, if it were not from Feng Jin, where could he possibly be at this moment? Rising to her feet, she caught a whiff of an unfamiliar fragrance that intensified slightly with her movement. Turning to Yi Wuming, she curiously inquired, "What is the source of the scent emanating from you?" "Scent?" A flicker of intrigue crossed Yi Wuming's dark eyes. "You can smell it?" "Ah?" Yun Lan was puzzled. The aroma was quite pronounced. Could it be that I shouldn't be able to detect it? Yi Wuming responded. "Unique? It seems to be found only in the demon realm." Yun Lan expressed a hint of regret. The name suggests it must be a beautiful flower. Yet I have never had the chance to behold it. Yi Wuming fell silent. The fragrance of the dark flame flower is perceptible only to the demon race. Yet, Yun Lan possesses no demonic lineage. How could she? Su Xie emerged from the thicket on the opposite side of the lake, her eyes swollen and red. A clear indication of recent tears. Upon witnessing Yun Lan standing alongside Yi Wuming, the anger that had just begun to subside surged within her once more. Why should she be favored by Brother Yubai? Was it due to her ability to send high-level spirit beasts fleeing with a single strike? Or perhaps her beauty? That male companion beside her likely obeyed her simply because of her looks. If she felt discontent, then Yun Lan would not find solace either. With a swift motion, Su Xie raised her hands and forcefully struck Yun Lan's back, her gaze fierce. "Die, you wretched woman." The impact sent Yun Lan stumbling, her shoes slipping as she toppled towards the Mirror Immortal Lake. In that critical moment, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Yun Lan's eyes. She swiftly unleashed her spiritual energy, entwining wood-type energy tightly around Su Xie's arm, pulling her into the water alongside her. Yun Lan, Yi Wuming's pupils constricted. He had no time to ponder, instinctively leaping into the lake. Splash! The sudden sound of 3 bodies hitting the water startled all members of both teams, halting their activities as they rushed to the lake's edge to investigate. Oh no! Mu Hua's face turned pale. It's Xiaolan and that senior. They've fallen in. Chapter 128. Deep beneath the lake, Lu Jinshu hurried over, gazing at the empty shore with a look of astonishment. Xia. Xia is gone too. In an instant, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. As Song Yubai was about to articulate his thoughts, a flash of silver light abruptly crossed his vision, followed by an unmistakable chill emanating from his neck. Lu Yinshi swiftly drew his sword from its sheath, the blade, imbued with a piercing coldness, poised menacingly against Song Yubai's throat. Lu Jinshu and Gu Zhou's expressions shifted drastically. "Stop this at once." Lu Yinshi's face remained impassive as he fixed his gaze on Song Yubai. "Your comrade is plotting against our captain." Rong Tanji and Mu Hua also regarded Song Yubai's team, with eyes brimming with hostility. The atmosphere grew tense, as though the very air crackled with the tension of drawn blades. Song Yubai remained silent. He could not refute Lu Yinshi's claims. Despite their quarrels with Susia, she undeniably remained a member of his team. The events had transpired. No matter how he explained, it would only exacerbate the situation. Guzhou, in a flurry of anxiety, grasped Song Yubai's arm. Yubai, this cannot stand. I have no other choice, Song Yubai replied with a wry smile. No matter the trouble Susia has caused, I cannot deny she is still one of us. If anything were to happen to her, my conscience would be troubled. Lu Yanqi's gaze turned frigid. With a swift motion, he sheathed his sword, his focus unwavering on the tranquil mirror immortal lake. Should she come to any harm, I will take the life of your comrade, leaving none alive. A cold breeze swept through, and the boy's deep voice resonated with an unwavering intent of slaughter. Lu Jinshu and Guzhou instinctively glanced at the sword in Lu Yanqi's hand, their hearts gripped by terror. With a long sword as his weapon, this boy hailed from the esteemed 10,000 Swords sect. For a powerful force like the Wanjian sect, even if Lu Yanqi were to truly take the lives of a few, none would hold him accountable. Otherwise, their own lives would be forfeit. Song Yubai remained silent. He placed a reassuring hand on Guzhou's shoulder before resolutely turning and leaping into the lake. Where is she? At the lake's bottom? Yun Lan propped herself up, only to realize that something felt amiss beneath her palms. It was then she discovered she was lying atop Yi Wuming. He lay on the ground, eyes shut tightly, his complexion pallid, one hand draped around Yun Lan's waist. Memories flooded back to her before she lost consciousness. She had been pushed into the mirror immortal lake by Su Xia. In retaliation, she ensnared Su Xia with her spiritual energy, pulling her down with her. Subsequently, Yi Wuming followed her into the depths of the lake. Now awakened, yet Yi Wuming. Yun Lan hurriedly checked for Yi Wuming's breath, pressing her ear against his chest. Though his breathing was faint, the rhythm of his heartbeat persisted. Yi Wuming, wake up. Yun Lan attempted to rouse him. However, the handsome man exhibited no signs of response. His complexion was visibly deteriorating at an alarming rate. Chapter 129. Ice and flame. Yun Lan felt a surge of fear. Helpless, she lifted her gaze to her surroundings. She had anticipated that sinking to the lake's bottom would reveal a world of azure waters. Yet what greeted her was not the expected hue, but a vivid crimson. Lava oozed through the crevices of the rocks, and the air was thick with an intense heat. The temperature soared sharply, scorching as if she had fallen into a furnace. Is this the depths of the mirror immortal lake? Yun Lan was taken aback. The bottom of the mirror fairy lake was devoid of even a drop of water. A soft murmur echoed from a short distance away, and Yun Lan turned abruptly to see Su Xia. She lay on the ground, her face glistening with sweat, her eyelids fluttering as if she were on the verge of awakening. Yun Lan gritted her teeth. Had it not been for Su Xia's push, she would not have fallen, and the Dark Lord would not be in such a state of unconsciousness now. A torrent of murderous intent surged within her. Just as she was about to rise and exact her vengeance on Su Xia, a sudden sharp pain pierced her abdomen. She looked down to find her wound had split open, the glaring crimson seeping through her pristine garment, resembling a blood-red flower unfurling its petals in a lavish display. On one side lay the unconscious Yi Wuming, and on the other, her gaping wound. Yun Lan strove to regulate her breathing and calm her mind, tearing her inner garment into strips to bind the wound and staunch the bleeding. She propped Yi Wuming against a stone, draping her outer robe over him, and resolved to scout the area. She needed to ascertain the nature of this cursed place. Just as she took a step, Yun Lan suddenly felt a gentle tug on her hand. A surge of joy filled her heart. The Dark Lord, you have awakened. Crouching down to meet his gaze, Yun Lan noticed that his eyes, once as dark as ink, now shimmered with a profound violet hue. What has happened to you? Yun Lan remembered that his eye color could change. Xiaohua had once explained that when a demon's own magic aura enveloped them, their irises would take on this violet shade. The human race relied on this characteristic to identify demons. Yi Wuming's thin lips moved, but before he could utter a word, Yun Lan suddenly noticed a trace of icy blue seeping from the skin of his neck. She reached out to touch, and beneath her fingertips lay a chilling cold akin to ice. Yun Lan suddenly realized the cold poison. It had flared up within him. A sense of urgency washed over her. This cursed place might have triggered the resurgence of his old injury. What should she do now? If she were to abandon him in this state, he would surely perish. Soon, the icy aura unleashed by the cold poison enveloped Yi Wuming entirely. Gradually, frost began to crystallize upon him, refusing to melt even in this sweltering environment, a testament to the terrifying potency of the cold poison. Hurry, leave. Yi Wuming gazed weakly at the frantic girl before him, straining to utter those two words. The cold poison's manifestation could very well harm her. Yun Lan resolutely shook her head. You are in this condition, yet you still wish to drive me away? In a moment of desperation, she suddenly recalled the dragon breath of the heavenly fire Xianlong she possessed. Indeed, this trace of dragon breath originated from a beast of divine rank, and combined with the extraordinary fire of the red lotus karma flame, it might just alleviate the cold poison. Yun Lan swiftly retrieved the source crystal of the red lotus karma flame, clutching it tightly in her hand, then drew near to Yi Wuming, cradling him in her embrace. The biting cold rushed towards her, causing Yun Lan to shiver uncontrollably. Whenever his old injury flared up, he had to endure this merciless, icy assault on his body. It was truly frigid. Gritting her teeth in silence, Yun Lan bore the chill, a glimmer of red-golden light emanating from her chest, intertwining and weaving with the red lotus karma flame. Chapter 130. The true form of the mirror fairy in the haze of his consciousness. Yi Wuming felt the bone-chilling cold gradually dissipate, replaced by a wave of warmth enveloping his entire being. How comforting, a sensation he had never experienced before. As Yun Lan observed the terrifying ice-blue hue on his skin vanish, her heart leaped with joy. Indeed, the dragon breath and the crimson lotus flame proved effective. Just then, a sound emerged from behind her. Her upper body was wrapped in a delicate blue garment, accentuating her ample bosom, undeniably captivating. However, her lower half bore the tail of a fish. Long, dark hair flowed like seaweed, swaying with the warm currents, while her slit pupils unmistakably revealed her demonic lineage. Yun Lan was taken aback. What was this? A mermaid? A sea witch? Yet, regardless of whether it was a mermaid or a sea witch, their habitat should be the ocean or a lake, not this sweltering inferno. Yun Lan cautiously fixed her gaze upon the creature, raising her hand to shield Yi Wuming behind her, and coldly inquired, "Who are you?" "I am the guardian of Mirror Fairy Lake, known as Jingxian," replied the woman, her voice melodious and gentle, akin to celestial music. "Lost cultivator, do you seek my assistance?" Yun Lan furrowed her brow, instinctively distrustful of Jingxian. As the guardian of Mirror Fairy Lake, you must know why the surface and the depths of this lake present such starkly contrasting appearances. Jingxian paused momentarily, gracefully hovering in the void, and with a casual flick of her wrist, summoned a chunk of molten rock from the seething magma pool, grasping it delicately with her slender fingers. Yun Lan observed the mirror fairy's every movement with rapt attention. The molten lava, with its searing heat, seemed to be playfully manipulated by her delicate hands. The lake's surface was pristine and clear, while the flowing lava beneath added to the enchanting peculiarity of Mirror Fairy Lake. The mirror fairy spoke with an air of indifference, as though she had long since grown accustomed to such phenomena, akin to a vast mirror separating the upper and lower lakes, allowing none to see beyond its reflective surface. Yet, they remained oblivious. What they perceived was but a facade, with the truest essence of Mirror Fairy Lake concealed beneath the mirror's surface. Yun Lan fell into a contemplative silence before remarking, "You bear a striking resemblance to the merfolk from the tales. Merfolk are fond of water. You ought not to linger here." A flicker of intrigue danced in the mirror fairy's enchanting eyes as she replied with a light laugh, "And what of it? I have thrived here for a full century. That which may seem strange will, in time, yield to the currents of change." The mirror fairy inclined her head. "Please, follow me." Her cooperation was impeccable, leaving no room for criticism. Yun Lan regarded the mirror fairy's retreating figure with a hint of skepticism. Although she could not fully place her trust in the mirror fairy, she found herself without better alternatives. Yi Wuming remained in a state of delirium, and her own wounds had reopened, rendering her ill-suited for combat. Should danger arise, she would have to adapt swiftly. With this thought, Yun Lan reached out again to gauge the temperature of Yi Wuming's skin. It was no longer as frigid, indicating that the cold poison had been temporarily subdued. Supporting Yi Wuming, Yun Lan unceremoniously abandoned the motionless Su Xie, hastening to keep pace with the mirror fairy. "Not familiar," Yun Lan stated coldly. Su Xie had just contemplated ending her life, for she was not a paragon of virtue, nor would she be foolish enough to spare someone who harbored murderous intentions against her. The mirror fairy smiled, a fleeting glimmer of enigmatic light flashing in her beguiling eyes. Chapter 131. Reunion. The mirror fairy guided Yun Lan along a path that wound through a rocky terrain. As Yun Lan surveyed her surroundings, she mused to herself that the depths of Mirror Lake were truly vast and extraordinary. By the way, I have another question, Yun Lan said, fixing her gaze upon the mirror fairy. Have you encountered a boy who wields thunder-based spirit energy? He is likely of a similar age to mine. He is my companion, and I have lost him. The mirror fairy's mesmerizing eyes shifted, and she smiled while shaking her head. I have not seen him. To be honest, you are the first cultivator I have encountered at the lake's bottom in quite some time. It has been years since I last saw a member of the human race. Yun Lan regarded the mirror fairy intently. Is that so? The mirror fairy nodded. Very well, let us proceed. With that, she turned once more, her fishtail propelling her forward. Yun Lan squinted slightly and glanced at Yi Wuming, whom she was supporting. He appeared to be unconscious, resting his head on her shoulder, his eyes tightly shut. The formidable demon lord, who typically held an air of superiority, now seemed so vulnerable due to the sudden resurgence of an old injury. With a sigh, Yun Lan steadied him, lifting one of his hands and gently probing his pulse with her fingertips. Fortunately, his pulse remained steady. She then turned her gaze back to the mirror fairy, her eyes deepening with contemplation. After a moment of brewing tea, Jingxian led Yun Lan to a lava stone tablet. With both hands forming a seal, a radiant light surged into the tablet. Suddenly, an unusual sound echoed, and a teleportation array materialized on the stone. Yun Lan gazed at the array, which seemed capable of bending time and space, and refrained from stepping inside immediately. Instead, she inquired, what if something goes awry? Where will the teleportation array take us? Jingxian paused momentarily, then laughed. Do you doubt me? If you enter with me, I will trust you. That is unlikely to happen, Yun Lan replied nonchalantly. Jingxian lifted her gaze towards the sky, donning a helpless expression. I am the guardian of this realm, and cannot stray too far from my domain. Yun Lan chuckled softly at this. I merely wish for your company on the shore. It won't take much of your time. The warm smile that had graced Jingxian's face vanished in an instant. She drew closer to Yun Lan, her voice suddenly icy and sharp. You are quite clever. However, this is my territory, and you will find no advantage here. You have no choice but to cooperate with me. Realizing her true intentions, Yun Lan took a step back, steadying herself against Yi Wuming, one hand concealed behind her. She began to cultivate with elemental energy in her palm. Do not enter. A young man rushed towards them, and upon seeing the familiar figure, his anxious expression transformed into surprise. Captain. A surge of joy filled Yun Lan's heart. It was Feng Jin, who had long vanished. Upon witnessing Feng Jin emerge unscathed, Jingxian's expression twisted in disbelief. How is this possible? You were clearly imprisoned by me. How on earth did you escape? Chapter 132. Flight. A grim expression crossed Feng Jin's handsome face as he soared forward, his finger flicking to unleash a bolt of purple lightning aimed directly at the mirror fairy. How dare a mere human attempt to harm me? The mirror fairy, infuriated, let her long hair, reminiscent of seaweed, dance wildly as the water elemental aura around her surged violently. With a thunderous boom, the lightning was instantaneously engulfed by the tidal wave of her spiritual energy. Yun Lan furrowed her brow at this sight. Lightning can indeed be conducted through water, and the lightning element possesses a certain advantage against the water element. Yet, the mirror fairy's water energy effortlessly devoured Feng Jin's lightning energy. The prowess of this mirror fairy cannot be underestimated. Captain, I shall confront it. Feng Jin seemed to have anticipated that his spiritual energy would not affect the mirror fairy. Yet he still sought to buy Yun Lan time to evade. Yun Lan nodded in response, supporting the dazed Yi Wuming left her unable to assist Feng Jin, compelling her to retreat momentarily. Seeing Yun Lan turn to flee, the mirror fairy smirked coldly. Escape? Not a chance. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes as her claw-like fingers lunged towards Yun Lan's neck. Yun Lan swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack, prompting the mirror fairy to grit her teeth and charge again, this time aiming directly for Yi Wuming. However, the mirror fairy could not have anticipated that as her claws grazed Yi Wuming's collar, a surge of dark, powerful energy erupted from him, forming a protective barrier that instantly sent the mirror fairy flying backward. With a resounding crash, her body collided forcefully against the hard rock. Coughing violently, the mirror immortal could not suppress a mouthful of crimson blood, its complexion paling dramatically. Yun Lan was taken aback. The dark aura. It dawned on him that the garments of Yi Wuming emanated his own spiritual energy. Despite his current state of unconsciousness, this energy would safeguard him at critical moments, shielding him from external harm. After a prolonged absence, the captain had unexpectedly gained such a formidable cultivator by his side. However, this was not the opportune moment for inquiries. Feng Jin wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow and turned to Yun Lan, urging, "We must depart swiftly." The mirror immortal pressed a hand against its subtly aching chest, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Upon raising its gaze, it discovered that Feng Jin and Yun Lan had vanished without a trace. "Cursed human race! I shall see just how far you can flee." The mirror immortal's exquisitely beautiful face contorted with rage, rendering it utterly terrifying. It howled in fury, flailing its arms as the magma coursing through the crevices of the rocks surged violently in response to its escalating wrath, resembling a colossal, tumultuous wave clawing its way into every nook and cranny. The two fled for what felt like an eternity beneath the vast lake, until Yun Lan, utterly spent, was compelled to halt. Feng Jin gasped for breath, suddenly detecting a faint scent of blood in the air. Instinctively, he shifted his gaze toward the source of the metallic tang. There, he beheld a young girl with strips of cloth haphazardly wrapped around her waist and abdomen, blood having thoroughly soaked through the fabric, the vivid hue strikingly alarming. Feng Jin's face turned pale with shock. "You are injured." Was it the mirror immortal's doing? Yun Lan temporarily propped Night Wooming against a nearby rock, then retrieved a hemostatic pill from her storage ring and placed it in her mouth, deeming her injury to be insignificant. Feng Jin furrowed his brows, expressing his discontent. Insignificant? Is it still considered minor when so much blood is flowing? Yun Lan sat cross-legged, taking a moment to recuperate as the effects of the hemostatic pill quickly took hold. She opened her eyes, exhaled a breath of murky air, and turned her gaze to Feng Jin. "Enough about me. First, tell me why you are here." Chapter 133. The Flame Phoenix Flower. Upon witnessing Yun Lan's indifference to her own injuries while expressing concern for his well-being, Feng Jin could not help but pout, muttering, "I'm fine." "It's you who?" Yun Lan raised her hand slightly and smiled. "A minor injury won't be my demise. Besides, as the captain, my foremost consideration is always my teammates." Feng Jin's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing that he held such significant importance in the heart of this young woman. This was the first time, aside from his master, that anyone had cared for him so deeply. His emotions became complex, filled with surprise, and, more profoundly, gratitude. After a brief silence, he explained, "After the beast tide separated us, I was transported by the spatial scroll-s teleportation array to the vicinity of Mirror Fairy Lake." Such a coincidence. Yun Lan chuckled upon hearing this. "So, you have been waiting for us by Mirror Fairy Lake all these days?" Feng Jin nodded. "Approximately 3 or 4 days ago, I heard strange sounds emanating from the lake's surface. As I leaned in closer to investigate, unexpectedly, a hand suddenly emerged from the lake, and before I could evade, I was pulled beneath the water." Yun Lan paused momentarily, inquiring, "Is it the mirror immortal?" "Indeed," Feng Jin replied, his gaze deepening. "This mirror immortal excels in illusions. It imprisoned me and relentlessly unleashed its enchantments upon me. Yet, unbeknownst to it, I possess a natural immunity to such illusions, rendering its efforts utterly futile." Yun Lan expressed astonishment. "Immune to illusions? Such a skill is rather formidable. But why would the mirror immortal confine you?" Feng Jin squinted slightly, responding, "Because it requires sustenance from humans, using their essence to replenish its energy. In fact, within the confines of my prison, I discovered numerous skeletal remains of human cultivators. I surmised that these bones belonged to those unfortunate souls lured into the lake, only to meet a tragic demise at its hands." Yun Lan furrowed her brow. "Consuming humans. This means that Song Yubai's younger sister is likely." She continued, "That teleportation array must have been a trap set by the mirror immortal to lure you into its cage. Once ensnared, escaping becomes exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, I arrived just in time." At this, Feng Jin let out a gentle sigh of relief. Yun Lan, intrigued, asked, "And how did you manage to escape from that prison?" "The cage was equipped with mechanisms, and my expertise lies in dismantling such contraptions," Feng Jin replied, sticking out his tongue, a proud expression adorning his handsome face. Yun Lan couldn't suppress a smile. Feng Jin was the direct disciple of Feng Wuz, the master of the treasure pavilion, and the duo was intimately familiar with weapons. The powerful weapons required intricate assembly of multiple components, a process akin to the intricacies involved in disarming traps. Once again, it is the illusion of immunity and the dismantling of mechanisms. The Mirror Fairy would never have fathomed that it had captured an utterly formidable young prodigy who could counter it. After a brief respite, Feng Jin rose, his strength nearly restored, and turned his gaze towards Yi Wuming, who remained ensnared in unconsciousness. "So is this your friend?" Yun Lan awkwardly touched her nose. Feng Jin discerned a hint of concealment in her demeanor and, displaying his perceptive nature, refrained from pressing further. How are your injuries? The mirror fairy is likely still searching for us. We must find an exit before it does. Yun Lan lowered her gaze to the wound on her abdomen, noting that the bleeding had ceased. I'm fine. Let us continue. As she stood, her eyes were momentarily dazzled by a sudden flash. She turned to see a flow of molten lava not far away, where several ethereal flowers bloomed gracefully amidst the fiery torrent. In this searing environment, the flowers exhibited no sign of wilting. Their crimson petals resembled a phoenix soaring towards the heavens, vibrant and lifelike. Chapter 134. The Great Battle with the Mirror Fairy. The fiery radiance emanating from the ethereal flowers was sufficient to attest to their extraordinary nature. Centered around these flowers, flames seemed to dance in the air, the intense heat making it impossible to approach. Yun Lan gasped in astonishment. Could this be the flame phoenix flower? Feng Jin cast a glance at the blooming flowers amidst the lava. Is this one of the celestial treasures required for you and Xiao Huan to activate your second spiritual root? Indeed, Yun Lan affirmed with a nod, her eyes scanning the flowing molten lava as she clenched her fists. The flame phoenix flower has been found. She must traverse the molten lava to pluck the entire fiery phoenix flower, but the question remains, how can she cross the lava? The temperature of this lava is far beyond what a mortal body can endure. Her primary spirit root is of the wood element. In such a scorching environment, ordinary plants struggle to survive, and she cannot manipulate them to aid her. Ah, I have found you. At that moment, the two heard a sinister laugh emanating from the distance, belonging to the mirror immortal. Feng Jin's expression changed. This is bad. It has caught up. Yun Lan gritted her teeth in silence. The entirety of the lakebed was the mirror immortal's domain, making their capture as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. In this pressing moment, Yun Lan suddenly recalled the red lotus karma fire. She remembered that the red lotus karma fire could condense into crimson threads, which might allow her to control them to obtain the fiery phoenix flower. Without much time to ponder, Yun Lan clenched the source crystal of the red lotus karma fire tightly in her palm. Red lotus karma fire, lend me your aid. Hiss. Yun Lan twitched her fingers. The threads rapidly tightened. She aimed at the fiery phoenix flower above the lava, and with a surge of will, the crimson threads surged forth. With a soft whoosh, the threads ensnared the roots of several fiery phoenix flowers. A smile blossomed on Yun Lan's face. Success. The red lotus karma fire is a wondrous flame. No matter how intense the molten lava beneath the fiery phoenix flower, it cannot withstand the might of this extraordinary fire. Fire against fire. Naturally, the lava cannot overcome the red lotus karma fire. Little human, become my feast. The mirror immortal fixed its greedy, sinister gaze on Yun Lan and Feng Jin, its expression twisted and demonic, revealing a mouth filled with sharp fangs. As the aura surged, it lunged forward. Captain, I shall assist you in blocking it. Feng Jin was acutely aware of the profound significance the flame phoenix flower held for Yun Lan and Mu Hua. In this critical moment, he could not afford to disturb Yun Lan. His only recourse was to confront the mirror fairy alone. Behind him, the crackle of lightning and the spread of vapor heralded a clash of two distinctly different spiritual energies, creating waves of heat that surged forth. Yun Lan bit her lip. It was precisely in such moments that she needed to maintain her composure. At last, the roots of the flame phoenix flower were severed by the red thread. With a deft flick of her slender fingers, several flame phoenix flowers, ensnared by the red thread, flew toward her. She quickly produced a clean strip of cloth, wrapping the flowers within its folds. Some spiritual flora could disintegrate upon contact with human presence. Thus, for safety's sake, she sought to isolate herself from the flame phoenix flowers with the cloth. Just as she secured the flame phoenix flowers within her storage ring, she turned to witness Feng Jin pinned to the ground by the mirror fairy, its sharp fingers clutched tightly around Feng Jin's neck. A sinister grin spreading across its face. Poor thing, I shall devour your flesh and drink your blood, making you a part of me. Feng Jin's face flushed crimson as he struggled to free himself from the mirror fairy's grasp. Jin. Yun Lan's expression shifted dramatically in a moment of desperation. She brandished the red thread, which shot forward, piercing through the mirror fairy's chest in an instant. What? The mirror fairy felt a sharp pain in its chest cavity, enduring the agony as it turned around, but before it could fully comprehend the situation, a shadowy figure flashed past. In the next heartbeat, a fierce gust of wind struck. Thud. The mirror fairy was sent sprawling by Yun Lan's fierce kick. tumbling several times across the ground in utter disarray. Chapter 135. Flee quickly. After kicking the mirror fairy away, Yun Lan landed gracefully and hurriedly supported Feng Jin. Are you all right? Windswept bore wounds upon his face and body, particularly the deep, gruesome bruises encircling his neck, a terrifying shade of purplish red. Coughing, he struggled to draw breath, his strength waning, his visage paling. Do not concern yourself with me. Flee at once. Upon witnessing Windswept's dire state, Yun Lan clenched her teeth, her piercing gaze directed at the figure of the mirror immortal, slumped in the distance. The mirror immortal, with a fierce glint in its eyes, struggled to rise, a menacing crimson aura emanating from its being. A murderous intent surging around it. I shall carve out your hearts to serve as my feast. It howled fiercely and charged anew. The water-spirited energy around it seeming to boil in an instant, surging skyward. Yun Lan swiftly ensured Windswept's safety, raising her delicate hand as verdant wood energy wove before her into a colossal net. A tidal wave of vapor surged forth, the massive net barely withstanding the initial onslaught. Yet a second wave soon followed, sending Yun Lan reeling, a coppery taste rising in her throat, a sensation of suffocation akin to drowning in the abyssal depths. Weakened, Windswept managed to pry his eyelids open, faintly perceiving a figure clad in white shielding him from harm. The clash of azure water and emerald light erupted, a fierce wind sweeping across the ground. Small stones were whipped up, grazing the maiden's cheek, leaving a series of tiny lacerations, yet she did not flinch, resolutely standing her ground against the surging tide. Captain, you must escape. Before him, everything descended into darkness as Windswept's eyes rolled back, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yun Lan gritted her teeth, the relentless torrent of water energy battering her frame, blood seeping from the corner of her lips. Was there truly no way out? A hissing breath escaped her. At that moment, a slender figure cloaked in snow white burst forth from the sea of consciousness. The ethereal mist opened its serpent-like maw, and a flash of dark light glimmered beneath its sharp fangs as a dense cloud of ominous vapor erupted forth. The mirror fairy was caught off guard, the venom swiftly spreading as half of its face was corroded and eroded by the toxic mist, revealing ghastly, white bones beneath. It covered its face, a chilling scream reverberating through the depths of the lake. My face. My face. The ethereal mist? Yun Lan gazed in astonishment at the white serpent coiling before her. She had not intended to summon her contracted beast for assistance. The surrounding environment resembled a fiery inferno, and both Xiaohua and the ethereal mist, being wood-type divine beasts, would undoubtedly struggle to adapt to such a sweltering locale, adversely affecting their combat efficacy. The ethereal mist hissed, flicking its forked tongue, its elongated body darting forward like an arrow, seizing the opportunity while the mirror fairy was occupied with its face. The ethereal mist leveraged its physical advantage, swiftly wrapping around the fairy's arm before climbing up its neck, its sharp fangs piercing through flesh and skin with ferocity. In no time, the mirror fairy was riddled with gaping wounds, the skin surrounding them darkening ominously as a result of poisoning, a sight most macabre. Infuriated, the mirror fairy thrashed about wildly, heedlessly colliding with the surrounding rocks, sending the ethereal mist tumbling down. The mirror fairy immediately retaliated, exchanging blows in a fierce back and forth that spanned hundreds of exchanges. Observing its own myriad of injuries, the mirror fairy was both furious and anxious, astonished that a mere human could render it so utterly disheveled. Yet, Yun Lan was not faring much better. Her snow-white robe was drenched in blood, and the wound on her waist was particularly grievous. The mirror fairy summoned water vapor once more, coalescing it into numerous water arrows, all aimed at Yun Lan. You cannot kill me. It is time for this to end. The mirror immortal laughed grotesquely, the laughter contorting the half of her face ravaged by serpent venom, rendering it even more ghastly. Yun Lan knelt on one knee, biting her lip fiercely. A fierce wind surged, and she could only watch as several water arrows shot towards her. Chapter 136. A Bond of Life and Death. The God-slaying domain. A voice, imbued with a chilling intent to kill, suddenly resounded, and in an instant, it felt as though the entirety of heaven and earth had been shrouded. It was a presence that exuded both dominance and authority. Buzz. Several water arrows seemed to be grasped by an invisible hand, abruptly halting before Yun Lan's eyes. In an instant, the domain, steeped in an absolute aura of annihilation, unfurled and devoured the water arrows in one swift motion. Yun Lan's pupils constricted as she slowly turned her head. A figure cloaked in dark attire stood silently behind her, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surrounding him. His piercing phoenix eyes shifted from inky black to a deep violet, exuding an imposing presence that threatened to suffocate all breath. Night Wooming has awakened? Upon witnessing the cold, murderous glint in Night Wooming's violet eyes, the mirror immortal's expression shifted drastically, instinctively yearning to flee. With a resounding crash, the mirror immortal was forcefully pinned to the ground by the power of the domain, blood gushing forth. Annihilate. Night Wooming pointed a finger, and the ground fractured in an instant. The domain's oppressive force thrust the mirror immortal beneath the earth, causing the entire lake bed to tremble as if shaken by an earthquake. Dust swirled, rocks crumbled, and within a 100-mile radius, all objects were reduced to mere powder under this overwhelming force. Yun Lan gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. So this is Night Wooming's domain. How formidable! Yun Lan attempted to rise and speak, but the excessive blood loss and prolonged battle left her momentarily disoriented, causing her body to uncontrollably tilt backwards. She braced herself for a harsh fall onto the unforgiving stone floor when suddenly, a firm hand encircled her waist, steadying her as she leaned forward into his embrace. "Do not exert yourself," came the deep, melodious voice of Yi Wooming, causing Yun Lan to pause, instinctively lifting her gaze to behold the graceful line of his jaw. Her cheek rested against his chest, and she felt his coolness, a chill seeping through the fabric of his attire. It was the first time they had shared such close proximity while both remained conscious. For reasons unknown, Yun Lan felt a flush creeping to her face. Her hands found no place to settle, and she quickly steadied herself, whispering, I am fine now. You may release me." Yi Wooming cast a glance at the slightly pale girl, his eyes flickering as he gradually loosened his grip around her waist. That celestial being. She was likely buried beneath the collapsed boulders. "How fares your cold poison?" Yun Lan recalled this matter and met Yi Wooming's gaze once more. He closed his eyes, silently assessing. The cold poison within him had been subdued. "I am unharmed." Yet, it was indeed peculiar how the poison had inexplicably resurfaced at this moment. Yi Wooming opened his eyes, his expression solemn as he fell into contemplation. Seeing that his complexion had regained its strength, Yun Lan felt a measure of relief. "That is good. You saved my life before, and now I have aided in suppressing your cold poison. Does that not forge a bond of life and death between us?" Night Wooming heard the words of Yun Lan, cast a glance her way, neither affirming nor refuting her sentiments. Yun Lan, however, was indifferent to Night Wooming's potential reactions. Earlier, while she was gathering the flame phoenix flowers, she had discovered several fire attribute spiritual herbs flourishing amidst the magma, their quality appearing quite commendable. Although these herbs might not serve her purpose, her grandmother, a fire element spiritual master, would undoubtedly find them useful. With this thought in mind, Yun Lan once again manipulated the threads of the Red Lotus Inferno, deftly uprooting the spiritual flowers and herbs. Chapter 137. The so-called cooperation. Seeing the girl's face alight with excitement, Night Wooming discerned her intentions and chose not to impede her, patiently awaiting her next move. His cold gaze fell upon the wind as she was supporting, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. He raised his hand, releasing a stream of spiritual energy that silently enveloped Wind Ash, lifting him into the air in a state of unconsciousness. Yun Lan widened her eyes in surprise. "Wait." Before she could finish her sentence, an irresistible force suddenly locked onto her, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself swept into Night Wooming's embrace. "Night Wooming, what are you doing?" Yun Lan protested, feeling somewhat awkward as she struggled. What was this formidable being up to? Night Wooming glanced at her, his tone turning icy. "Are you even aware of your injuries?" Yun Lan remained silent. "The moment you are injured, I too will be affected. Remain still. Should you continue to fidget, I shall not hesitate to render you unconscious and carry you ashore," he warned, his voice frigid, laced with a hint of threat. Yun Lan, filled with trepidation, dared not move recklessly, fearing he might truly be rendered unconscious, and thus submitted to the embrace of the demon lord. Yi Wooming wielded his spiritual energy, guiding the paralyzed Yun Lan and the unconscious Phone Jin into the rift in space. After a moment of silence at the lake's bottom, an unusual sound abruptly emanated from the colossal rock that had entombed the mirror immortal. With a sharp crack, a hand adorned with sharp claws surged forth from the ruins. In a tumultuous cascade, the debris scattered, and the mirror immortal began to emerge, inch by inch. Its form was a mere shadow of its former self. marred by countless injuries, blood congealed upon its body, presenting a horrifying sight. Its disheveled hair draped messily around it, evoking the image of a malevolent spirit clawing its way out of the depths of hell. Coughing, the mirror immortal managed to advance a few steps before it could no longer maintain its balance, collapsing onto the littered stones, struggling to draw a deep breath. The man from earlier possessed an imposing presence and a formidable aura. Those eyes, bearing such a peculiar hue, could only belong to the demon race. Yet, how could a member of the human race coexist with demons? This was utterly unheard of. The mirror immortal's mind was engulfed in confusion, and before it could ponder further, a bizarre mist suddenly materialized before it. A slender figure emerged from the fog, and the mirror immortal weakly lifted its eyelids to behold a bewitchingly sinister visage, surrounded by an ominous aura. Its pupils constricted, and its body trembled. "It is you." TSK. Han Yu surveyed the mirror immortal, clicking his tongue in disdain, clearly reveling in its disarray. The mirror immortal, now devoid of any color in its face, was gripped by fear. "I have failed. Henceforth, I shall never again partake of the blood essence of the human race." Han Yuan merely smiled elegantly. "Isn't it obvious that such a fate would befall you?" No. The mirror immortal's eyes sparkled with a fierce light as it grasped the hem of Han Yuan's garment, its trembling voice laced with desperation. "You are the lord of the ghost domain. You can save me, can't you? You once stated that as long as I perform magic here, there would be an endless supply of humans for me to feast upon. Moreover, I have pledged to cooperate with you, allowing you to conceal yourself with your invisibility technique. You are the illustrious lord of the ghost domain. You wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Han Yuan merely chuckled softly at these words, neither affirming nor denying. However, in the next moment, a water arrow surged forth, instantly piercing through the mirror immortal's body. Blood splattered, and disbelief flickered across the mirror immortal's face. "Why? Do you know who it was that injured me just now with that domain? It's no secret. He is my lifelong nemesis, the lord of the demon realm, Yi Wuming." Han Yuan smiled, yet the mirth did not reach his eyes. "Yi Wuming has been afflicted by my cold poison. The closer I am to him, the more I can activate the poison. That is the purpose of our collaboration." Chapter 138. The death of the mirror immortal. Concealing myself here with invisibility is merely to facilitate the activation of the cold poison. I wish to witness Yi Wuming tormented to death by it, nothing more. Upon finishing his words, Han Yuan cheerfully kicked away the mirror immortal's hand that clutched his garment. The mirror immortal's body went limp, tilting its head, unblinking as it stared intently at Han Yuan, until his pupils turned pale and the last remnants of breath slowly dissipated. His body resembled a shattered mirror, fragmented and broken. The guardian of Mirror Immortal Lake ultimately met a tragic end, leaving him a corpse bereft of integrity. Han Yuan did not cast another glance at the dismembered remains on the ground, but instead directed his gaze towards the last place Night Wuming had vanished, his elongated eyes narrowing slightly. From the moment Night Wuming had plunged into the depths of the lake with that young human girl in his arms, he had concealed himself in the shadows, witnessing the entire ordeal, silently summoning the icy poison. He also bore witness to how the human girl aided Night Wuming in suppressing the frostbite. Remarkably, that young human girl was quite intriguing. Despite her tender years, her skills and agility were exceedingly peculiar. Furthermore, she possessed the breath of the celestial fire profound dragon and the exceptionally pure energy of the Crimson Lotus Inferno. It was through the dragon's breath and the Crimson Lotus Inferno that Night Wuming's icy poison was mitigated. Yet, this presented an even greater enigma. How could such a self-important individual as Night Wuming become entwined with a mere human girl? Han Yuan raised an eyebrow, pondering. Yun Lan? Is she the one you mentioned wanting to kill? Indeed, it was she who transformed me into this wretched state. Han Yuan disregarded the remnants of the soul's mutterings, remaining silent. Yun Lan. Could it be that Yun Lan is the name of the human girl? After a moment, a hint of amusement curled at the corners of Han Yuan's lips. His journey to the Valley of All Spirits had led him to encounter such a myriad of fascinating events. His anticipation grew ever more palpable. He found himself suddenly reluctant to see Night Wuming perish from the torment of the icy poison. He yearned to uncover the intricate ties that bound Yun Lan and Night Wuming together. Isn't the outcome of this exploration far more intriguing than the torment of Yi Wuming? On the shore, Rong Tanji and others awaited Sung Yubai's news with bated breath. However, as dawn approached, no one emerged from the lake. I must descend to search for Xiaolan. The more Hua waited, the more anxious she became, and just as she was about to leap into the Mirror Fairy Lake, She was restrained by Rong Tanji. Xiaohua, please remain calm. How can I remain calm? Hua's eyes were reddened with worry. Xiaolan's fate was uncertain, and Jean was also missing. Are we truly to wait here in despair? Rong Tanji pressed her lips together, while Lu Yinqi's expression grew increasingly grim. Lu Jishu and Gu Shou dared not utter a word, fearing that a single remark might provoke Lu Yinqi's wrath. At that moment, a sound that tore through the fabric of space resonated. Everyone present turned their gaze immediately, witnessing Yi Wuming emerge from the void, cradling Yun Lan. Xiaolan. Before anyone could approach, Yi Wuming waved his sleeve, and a figure was propelled towards them by spiritual energy. Feng Jin. Is this Brother Feng? Rong Tanji exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the unconscious Feng Jin. Yi Wuming's tone was dispassionate. He is injured. Tend to him. He then turned and gently placed Yun Lan beneath a tree, his delicate gesture starkly contrasting with the earlier act of unceremoniously casting Feng Jin aside. Rong Tanji, Lu Yinqi, and Hua exchanged glances, none daring to ask questions, and promptly set about attending to Feng Jin's injuries. On the other side, Lu Jinshu and Gu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Yun Lan safe and sound. However, they soon found themselves in a state of shock. Wait, Yun Lan has come up. But what about Song Yubai and Su Xia? Chapter 139. Show some mercy. Yun Lan leaned against the tree trunk, gazing at Yi Wuming, who was crouching before her. He scrutinized the wound on her waist with a pursed lip. Observing his somber expression, Yun Lan waved her hand dismissively. I'm fine. I just accidentally tore the wound when Su Xia pushed me into the mirror immortal lake. Yi Wuming remained silent, his fingertips gliding over the injury on her waist, and soon, the blood ceased to ooze from the wound. After administering his aid, he casually tossed a medicinal pill to Yun Lan. As she caught it, she noticed a distinct pattern engraved on the pill, leaving her both amused and exasperated. The pattern was indicative of a 5th-tier or higher medicinal pill, a rarity only possessed by formidable beings like the great demon lords. Who could afford to treat such high-grade pills with such casualness? Not one to stand on ceremony, Yun Lan swallowed the pill. As it slid down her throat, a peculiar warmth surged into her lower abdomen, enveloping her in a comforting sensation. She quickly settled into a cross-legged position, channeling her energy to fully integrate the warmth and expedite her recovery. Meanwhile, Feng Jin, having consumed a medicinal pill, soon regained consciousness. The moment he opened his eyes, he sat up abruptly, urgency lacing his voice. Where is the captain? Xiaolan is fine. Mu Hua gestured towards Yun Lan and Yi Wuming. As Yun Lan closed her eyes to heal, Feng Jin felt a weight lift from his heart, allowing him to exhale softly, murmuring, It's all right, it's all right. Curiously, he inquired, How did you end up at the bottom of Mirror Fairy Lake? Ling Tan asked in astonishment. Feng Jin took a moment to catch his breath before succinctly recounting all the events he had encountered. The three listened in shock, unable to fathom that the guardian of Mirror Fairy Lake was, in fact, a man-eating demon clan. Before long, Yun Lan gathered her spiritual energy, and the injuries on her abdomen healed completely thanks to the elixir. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the anxious faces of Lu Jinshu and Gu Zhou standing before her. Where's our captain? They questioned, their expressions tinged with urgency. Yun Lan, perplexed, asked, What do you mean? You were pushed into Mirror Fairy Lake by Xia, and the captain jumped in after you. Gu Zhou implored. Did you not encounter him? No. Yun Lan shook her head. The bottom of Mirror Fairy Lake is vast. We must have scattered at that time. The one who pushed her was Su Xia, and her fate was of no concern to Yun Lan. However, Song Yubai was innocent, and she did not wish for him to face danger while searching for her. As Yun Lan contemplated whether to descend into the lake again to find Song Yubai, the surface suddenly rippled, and two figures emerged from the water. Lu Jinshu looked up, joy illuminating his face. Captain. Xia. Su Xia appeared equally startled, as if she had just encountered something profoundly terrifying. How are you both? Are you injured? Lu Jinshu and Gu Zhou rushed towards them without hesitation. Song Yubai shook his head. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld Yun Lan sitting on the ground, unharmed. Initially taken aback, he then sighed in relief. It was a comfort to know she was safe. Night Wuming's cold, piercing gaze swept over, suddenly fixing upon Su Xia's face. A flash of purple light flickered in his eyes, and before Su Xia could catch her breath, her body was abruptly lifted into the air, uncontrollably soaring forward. With a sharp snap, Night Wuming seized her neck, a surge of dark spiritual energy clawing at her body like invisible specters, chilling her to the core and causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Let go. Su Xia gasped, desperately struggling, her face reddening as her eyes rolled back in weakness. Song Yubai, alarmed, wasted no time resting and quickly approached Nightwoman, clasping his hands in a gesture of supplication. Senior, please show mercy. Chapter 140, Negotiation. Nightwoman, his expression impassive, cast a glance at Song Yubai, his grip showing no sign of relent. Mercy? Where was the mercy when she had pushed Yun Lan into the lake? Song Yubai, in a state of urgency, implored, I acknowledge this is Su Xia's fault. We are willing to compensate. We will do anything. I beg you, Senior, spare Su Xia this time. Nightwoman did not spare him another glance. Turning instead to Yun Lan. How shall we deal with her? Shall we kill her, or strip her of her spiritual roots? Yun Lan was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated Nightwoman would entrust Su Xia's fate to her. Seeing this, Song Yubai immediately turned to Yun Lan, pleading, I earnestly request you, Miss Yun. Spare Su Xia. Yun Lan's gaze remained indifferent, unmoved by his entreaty. Song Yubai's complexion shifted subtly as he brushed aside his cloak, preparing to kneel. Yun Lan, quick-witted and agile, conjured a surge of spiritual energy to support him, inquiring, what is the meaning of this? Is a mere Su Xia worthy of such reverence? Song Yubai clenched his fist, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. However, during this trial, the Su family specifically instructed me to take care of Su Xia. No matter how much I detest her, I cannot bring myself to act with malice. Yun Lan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Why is that? Through gritted teeth. Song Yubai felt compelled to divulge the truth amidst the scrutinizing gazes of the onlookers. The Song and Su families have long been intertwined. Yet after the passing of the Su patriarch a few years back, Su Xia's father became the sole heir. Since then, he has relentlessly exerted pressure on my family. Now, the Song family's fortunes have plummeted, while the Su family has conspired with our former rivals to reap substantial rewards. With a heavy sigh, Song Yubai's gaze dimmed. I can no longer tolerate Su Xia. I plan to have her withdraw from the team after this trial. If she refuses, I will resign myself. I am truly at my wit's end. Yun Lan began to grasp the situation. The Song family was ensnared by the Su family's grip. Reluctant to instigate a conflict between their families, Song Yubai found himself repeatedly yielding to Su Xia. Her troubles were his own, and to protect the Song family, he must ensure her safety above all else. Lu Jingshu and Gu Zhou were unaware of the deteriorating relationship between the Song and Su families. After hearing Song Yubai's words, both of their expressions grew somewhat complicated. Yun Lan's gaze was indifferent. I understand the enmity between the Song and Su families. However, the incident involving Su Xia pushing me cannot simply be overlooked. What does Miss Yun propose to resolve this? Song Yubai felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing Yun Lan's cold tone. Yun Lan smiled faintly and said to Yi Wuming, I shall cripple Su Xia's spiritual roots and meridians, ensuring that she lives her life as a complete invalid. Song Yubai's countenance changed dramatically. That is unacceptable. If the Su family pursues this matter, you can tell the head of the Su family that it was I who incapacitated Su Xia. Yun Lan's voice was frigid. One repays kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. I, Yun Lan, have never been one to show mercy. If the head of the Su family possesses true capability, let him come to my war god manor for a visit. Though our stature is not what it once was, our reputation endures. It remains more than sufficient to eliminate a family discreetly. The girl's face radiated confidence and audacity, of course. I can also ensure the safety and peace of the Song family. You need not worry. Song Yubai was momentarily speechless. Indeed, he had nearly forgotten that behind Yun Lan stood the illustrious war god manor. If the war god manor truly desired to make a family disappear without a trace, it would be a trivial matter. Having been oppressed by the Su family for far too long, he and the Song family had been mere shadows of themselves. And after the passing of his younger sister, their plight had only worsened. He was on the verge of forgetting that he, too, was a young individual with lofty aspirations. Chapter 141, A Change Beyond Recognition. Song Yubai no longer hesitated and spoke in a deep voice. In that case, let Miss Yun handle it. Yi Wuming forcefully threw Su Xia to the ground, and before she could react, her limbs were suddenly immobilized by spiritual energy. No, Su Xia cried out desperately, glaring fiercely at Song Yubai. Song Yubai, when I call you Brother Yubai, you truly believe yourself to be a person of significance. You, of the Song family, are but a dog of the Su family in life and a ghost in death. You must obey my every command. You cannot treat me this way. Observing Su Xia's contorted features as she shouted at Song Yubai, a stark contrast to her former self, Lu Jinshu and Gu Zhou were left speechless. Is this still Su Xia? Song Yubai chose to disregard her, closing his eyes slowly, indifferent to her tirade. Yi Wuming was making his move. Spiritual energy weighed heavily upon Su Xia, and she could distinctly feel her meridian severing. Su Xia's face turned pale with pain. She had never anticipated that this man, akin to a mere plaything, possessed the terrifying cultivation capable of instantly shattering her meridians. She was afraid, truly terrified. Enduring the agony, Su Xia attempted to crawl forward, but Yi Wuming offered her no chance of escape, coalescing a blade of energy that plunged deeply into her spiritual roots. Let me go, please. Su Xia let out a blood-curdling scream before losing consciousness entirely. Having concluded the performance and regained his strength, Yun Lan no longer lingered. Rising to his feet, he dusted off his attire and addressed his companions. Let us proceed. Song Yubai opened his eyes, watching as Yun Lan's team gradually faded from view. He then cast a glance at the immobile Su Xia and declared in a measured tone, as the captain of the training team, I hereby announce that Su Xia is expelled from the team. Do the other two members have any objections? Lu Jinshu and Gu Zhou exchanged glances, particularly for Lu Jinshu. Any lingering sympathy evaporated upon witnessing Su Xia's true demeanor. We have no objections. The captain's decision is final, they replied in unison. Song Yubai nodded slightly. After a moment of silence, he retrieved a piece of white bone from his storage ring, gently stroking its surface with his fingertip, his expression somber. In the depths of the Mirror Fairy Lake, he had stumbled upon a nest, its entrance marked by evident mechanisms, now rendered inoperative. Upon entering the nest, he was confronted with an array of eerie white bones. Among these skeletal remains, he instantly recognized his younger sister's frame, adorned with the jade bracelet he had once gifted her. The bracelet remained intact, yet his sister was. Song Yubai closed his eyes the moment his eyelids descended. He stifled the tears threatening to spill forth. Henceforth, he would no longer have to endure a meager existence beneath the watchful eyes of the Su family. Night Wuming, unable to shake his concern for Yun Lan, chose to follow closely behind him. Thus, the teammates acquiesced to the presence of Yi Wuming within the squad, primarily due to the awe inspired by his ability to incapacitate Su Xia in an instant. A profound respect for this extraordinary powerhouse took root in their hearts, rendering them hesitant to voice any dissent. Time within the Wailing Valley passed swiftly, with only 3 days remaining until the conclusion of their training month. As night fell, Yun Lan sat beneath a tree, immersed in meditation and cultivation, while the Dark Lord stood nearby, hands clasped behind his back, on a separate patch of ground. Before him floated a communication stone, from which the voice of Yao Feng emanated. I have complied with your orders, my lord, and eradicated all dark sorcery within the Wailing Valley. With the cessation of these spells, your spirit will no longer be affected. Yi Wuming responded with a nonchalant hum, inquiring, what are the other 2 items besides the flame phoenix flower on the note? Chapter 142, Ascension of Realms. Yao Feng replied, the blue water heart sand has yet to be traced within the Wailing Valley, and thus remains unverified. However, the azure sky dragon beast has been documented in the Wailing Valley, specifically in the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest. Yi Wuming lifted his gaze, casting his sight far to the west. The Sunset Forest is a uniquely formed woodland within the Wailing Valley, situated in a place abundant in spiritual energy, flanked by mountains and waters, and teeming with lush vegetation, ideal for the cultivation of wood system spiritual masters. The azure sky dragon beast, a formidable entity among wood system spirit beasts, thrives in the Sunset Forest, making it an optimal habitat for them. Continue your search for the blue water heart sand. Next time, I do not wish to hear the phrase unverifiable again. Yi Wuming spoke coldly. I shall obey your command. The soft glow of the communication stone faded as Yi Wuming stowed it away, turning her gaze back to Yun Lan, her brows furrowing. She had been cultivating since sunset and had now dedicated a full 2 hours to her practice. Typically, to maintain the stability of her spiritual energy, she limited her cultivation to 1 hour. This extended session was unprecedented. Not only Yi Wuming, but her companions also sensed that Yun Lan's prolonged cultivation was unusual, causing them to worry. Could something be wrong with Xiaolan? Mu Huan murmured, suppressing her unease. We cannot forcefully interrupt her cultivation. Aside from her own withdrawal, we are powerless. Feng Jun replied softly. Let us have faith in her. Rong Tan nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must trust Xiaolan. Perhaps she is on the verge of a breakthrough. Luo Yanxi, while polishing her sword with a clean cloth, suggested, as the month of trials draws to a close. Why don't we share our current cultivation levels and assess our progress? Feng Jun raised his hand first. I shall go first. I am now a level 1 Great Spirit Master. I am a level 2 Great Spirit Master. Rong Tan smiled. Luo Yinchi chimed in. I am also currently a level 2 Great Spirit Master. Your cultivation progress is remarkable. Muhua covered her face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm still at level 10 Spirit Master. I apologize for holding you all back. Luo Yinchi shook her head, her tone earnest. At the onset of the month of trials, you were a level 6 Spirit Master, and now you have ascended to level 10, progressing more swiftly than any of us. Do not belittle your accomplishments. Muhua lowered her hands from her face, blinking her eyes and breaking into a smile. Is that truly the case? As long as I am not holding everyone back, that's all that matters. Just as her words fell, an ominous buzzing sound erupted from behind them, emanating from Yun Lan's direction. Everyone turned their gaze towards Yun Lan, and in the next instant, a dense wave of wood-type spiritual energy began to diffuse, intricately entwining with the surrounding flora. The trees rustled as a gust of wind swept through, sending down spiraling green leaves that danced toward Yun Lan. The leaves, now imbued with spiritual energy, suddenly pointed ominously at each person present, their tips faintly shimmering with a perilous glow. Luo Yinchi instinctively drew her sword, issuing a sharp warning. Everyone, be cautious. The leaves, propelled by fierce winds, shot forth with astonishing speed, resembling a flurry of flying daggers infused with violent force. Luo Yinchi instinctively prepared to unleash her ice-type spiritual energy to freeze the incoming leaf blades, but in the next moment, the blades abruptly halted in midair. Mere inches from their targets, the tips poised dangerously close to piercing everyone's eyes. Everyone instinctively held their breath, and even Yun Lan, who had kept her eyes closed, slowly opened them at that moment, revealing a deep green luminescence flickering within. With a graceful flourish of her hand, she drew forth an invisible force that absorbed the spiritual energy from the leaf blades, transforming them back into harmless green leaves that gently drifted downwards. Yuan Tan was the first to regain her composure, her eyes widening slightly. To be able to control so many leaf blades simultaneously. Could it be that her mental prowess has reached new heights? Yun Lan retracted her spiritual energy and approached the group with a beaming smile. My cultivation progress has been quite successful. I hope I didn't startle you, she said. Yi Wuming had been observing silently until Yun Lan rose. He sensed a subtle change in the young woman, his handsome face revealing a hint of astonishment. Has your mental prowess ascended? Chapter 143. Wuming Yun Lan smiled and nodded. Indeed. The realms of mental prowess are categorized into 5 stages: light rainbow, cloud treading, void ascendance, ultimate creation, and wandering dragon. When she was reborn, her mental prowess was at the light rainbow stage. Just moments ago, she successfully advanced to the cloud treading stage. And her spiritual energy cultivation had also progressed from a level 10 spiritual master to a level 2 grand spiritual master. Xiaohua once told her that mental prowess is indispensable for any cultivator. Only with a vast mental capacity can one attain higher realms and accelerate their cultivation progress. This time, she dedicated more time to her training than usual, but the fruitful results were worth it. Not only had her spiritual energy reached new heights, but her mental prowess had also improved. Her teammates immediately gathered around, their faces alight with joy. Congratulations. Yun Lan chuckled. As the captain, I must set an example. Otherwise, I wouldn't deserve this position. Then, Xiaolan, what is your current level of cultivation? Muhua asked with her sparkling, curious eyes. Yun Lan replied, I'm a level 2 grand spiritual master. At her words, her teammates displayed expressions of disbelief. Feng Jin exclaimed in astonishment, a level 2 grand spiritual master. Your rate of advancement is astonishing. Yong Tan was momentarily taken aback. You are younger than us, yet your cultivation level is not vastly different from ours. It seems that the one progressing most rapidly in their training is not me, but rather Xiaolan. Muhua grasped Yun Lan's hands and, with a beaming smile, proclaimed, in any case, congratulations on your advancement. Lu Yinchi cast a deep gaze at Yun Lan, and a subtle smile graced his lips, as expected of you, Captain. Listening to the genuine praises from her companions, Yun Lan felt a twinge of shyness and instinctively touched her cheek, warmth blossoming within her heart. She had never truly experienced the essence of friendship before. Her past teammates, assigned randomly during missions, had merely been that, teammates, devoid of any heartfelt connection. Humans are intricate and multifaceted beings. Yet, She firmly believed that these young men and women before her would never stand in opposition to her. As the night deepened, the Yun Lan team confirmed their next destination and each found a moment of repose. Just as Yun Lan settled herself cross-legged, she heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Yi Wu-ming was drawing near. Progress was commendable. With a flick of his garment, Yi Wu-ming took a seat beside her and spoke in a calm tone. Surprised, Yun Lan glanced at Yi Wu-ming and, lowering her voice, remarked, "The great demon. You can actually give compliments? The quicker your cultivation progresses, the sooner my old wounds will heal," the handsome man replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. He then raised a finger and gently poked Yun Lan's forehead, adding, "Change your address for me. I do not like it." Yun Lan instinctively recoiled, covering her forehead as she murmured, "Then what should I call you? Lord of the Demon Realm? Or perhaps, esteemed Demon Lord?" Having fought side by side through life and death, the term of address between them seemed a touch distant. Yi Wu-ming fell into a contemplative silence before uttering, "Name." "Name?" Yun Lan echoed softly, continuing his train of thought. Then, "Wu-ming." The young girl gently enunciated his name, syllable by syllable. A wave of indescribable emotion surged within Yi Wu-ming's chest, complex and profound. He tossed his outer robe over to Yun Lan, turning his face away to avoid her gaze. "Rest early," he instructed curtly. With that, the Demon Lord swiftly rose, his form flickering and vanishing before Yun Lan's eyes. Yun Lan glanced down at the robe in her arms, raising an eyebrow. If she hadn't misjudged, his ears appeared slightly flushed. Could it be that he was shy? Chapter 144. The Third Princess of Shuyue Kingdom at Dawn. Yun Lan's team embarked on a fresh journey. Their chosen destination was none other than the Sunset Forest. The group advanced towards the west, with 3 young men leading the way and 2 young women following behind. "Xiaolan, where did that senior go?" Mu Hua inquired curiously, having noticed Yi Wu-ming's absence. Yet she understood that he wouldn't simply depart without reason. Yun Lan speculated that he might prefer to observe them from the shadows, wishing to remain uninvolved in their training. Mu Hua nodded in agreement. "I can sense that the senior possesses remarkable cultivation. The distance between us and him is considerable. It is only natural for him to refrain from interfering with our training. Indeed, with him nearby, we would not gain the necessary experience," Yun Lan replied, simultaneously channeling her spiritual energy to manipulate the surrounding vegetation to sense their environment. Having just spoken, the plants infused with spiritual energy conveyed the message that someone was not far ahead of Yun Lan. Noticing Yun Lan's halted steps, Mu Hua realized there was something amiss. Perhaps a spirit beast? Yun Lan released a hint more of her spiritual energy, her eyes glimmering with a green light. Through the perspective of the manipulated plants, she vaguely discerned the silhouette of a young girl. The girl stood silently amidst the dense forest, seemingly alone. As if the entire world had been reduced to just her presence. She appeared to be of a similar age to them. Yun Lan furrowed her brow. She was likely another junior here to participate in the month of trials. The teammates exchanged glances, pondering a girl, alone in the Valley of All Spirits. "Should we go take a look?" Mu Hua suggested. Yun Lan nodded in agreement. "Let us go and see." Upon glimpsing the girl's face, Mu Hua expressed her astonishment. "You are the third princess of the Shuyue Kingdom?" When Rinchi cautiously scrutinized the Yun Lan team, before her gaze shifted back to Mu Hua, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "The sole daughter of the city lord of Sanshun, Mu Hua?" At this revelation, everyone's eyes converged on Mu Hua in unison. Mu Hua was actually the daughter of the city lord? The spatial scroll, with its inherent teleportation function, was exceedingly rare, its materials notoriously complex, making it nearly unattainable for the average cultivator. Only those of affluent backgrounds could possess such a scroll. Mu Hua turned to her teammates, offering an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to conceal my identity." "It's all right, we understand," they replied reassuringly. Yun Lan gently patted Mu Hua's shoulder, inquiring whether she wished her teammates to value her solely for her status. The other 3 youths simultaneously displayed expressions of understanding. Mu Hua's eyes brightened. "Everyone." She nodded and introduced her companions. "This is Wenren Xiao, the third princess of the Snow Moon Kingdom. The Launching Kingdom shares a close relationship with Snow Moon, which is how I came to know Her Highness." Curiously, she asked, "What brings you here alone?" Wenren Xiao paused for a moment before responding, "My team abandoned me." Chapter 145. Would you be willing to take me in? Upon hearing this, Yun Lan furrowed her brow. "They abandoned you? Why would they do such a thing?" Wenren Xiao lowered her gaze, a hint of sorrow gracing her delicate features. "Perhaps it is because my cultivation is too weak. They may have deemed me to be of no use." Muhua's expression darkened. What kind of teammates are they? That is utterly despicable. How could they leave you in the depths of the forest like this? Wenren Chao remained silent, and everyone could sense her deep despondency. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Lan proposed, how about this? For the time being, you can join us. Once we locate your original team, we can clarify the situation, and you can decide whether to stay or leave. Wenren Chao lifted her gaze, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes. You would be willing to take me in? Yun Lan fell silent, pondering the term take in. Given her status as a princess, it seemed somewhat demeaning. After reflection, she replied, actually, it is not exactly taking you in. You are free to leave whenever you wish. My teammate claimed that I am utterly worthless and even mentioned that he would surely find an opportunity to abandon me. I never anticipated that this day would arrive so swiftly. When Renji instinctively tightened her grip around her wrist, her eyes flickering with uncertainty, I yearned to become stronger. Only by becoming formidable will I earn the respect of others. Muhua raised her hand and gently patted Wen Renji's head, as one might comfort a small creature. You are not worthless. Do not think that way. Wen Renji managed a wry smile. She did not ponder for long before responding to Yun Lan. Very well, I shall temporarily join your training team. The cautiousness and sense of inferiority laced in her voice shattered Yun Lan's preconceived notions of her royal status. A pampered princess should not bear such burdens. This princess has evidently received far less affection, and perhaps her life has been filled with endless suffering since the moment of her birth. Yun Lan gazed deeply into Wen Renji's eyes, and after a moment, gently remarked, no one is without merit. Do not belittle yourself. Upon hearing this, Wen Renji's dim eyes suddenly sparkled. She clenched her sleeves tightly and offered Yun Lan a faint smile. I will strive to improve. With Wen Renji's inclusion, Yun Lan's team temporarily gained a new member. After mutual introductions, Wen Renji inquired, where are we headed next? Rong Tan pointed towards the west. We are going to the Sunset Forest. The Sunset Forest? Wen Renji murmured softly. Are we seeking spirit beasts or spirit herbs? Could it be that you are in search of the Azure Sky Dragon Beast? Yun Lan cast a glance at Wen Renji, inquiring, do you know? Wen Renji nodded. I have cherished reading since childhood, and I have some understanding of various intriguing tales and oddities. Yun Lan pondered for a moment before asking, how much do you know about the Azure Sky Dragon Beast? Chapter 146. The Azure Sky Dragon Beast. Her familiarity with spiritual beasts seemed to have reached an extraordinary level of proficiency. Muhua exclaimed with wide eyes. You know more than any of us. Who says you are of no use? I shall twist its head off and use it as a ball to kick. As she spoke, she brandished her fist in a feigned display of ferocity. Wen Renji paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. The others were also amused by Muhua's remarks, and the atmosphere within the group became jovial. Yun Lan reflected on Wen Renji's previous words. Realizing that the Azure Sky Dragon Beast was indeed a venomous creature, the feathers of its tail could be fashioned into crossbow bolts, suggesting that they contained venom that could be extracted. It remained uncertain whether the venom of the Azure Sky Dragon Beast surpassed that of the Clear Mist Serpent. After traversing the lush forest for some time, they finally arrived at the Sunset Forest. Upon entering, Yun Lan could distinctly sense a rich aura of wood-based spiritual energy permeating the air. This energy did not emanate from any wood-type spiritual master, but was a natural formation. For wood-type spiritual masters, this was an exceptionally favorable location for cultivation. However, the immediate priority was to locate the Azure Sky Dragon Beast. There would be time to contemplate cultivation later. Yun Lan gathered her thoughts, and upon entering the Sunset Forest, everyone became vigilant, scanning their surroundings attentively. Everyone, be fully alert. The forest at sunset is teeming with spiritual energy, which may attract high-level spiritual beasts at any moment. Yun Lan intoned gravely. At that moment, Wen Renxiang raised her hand, revealing a flow of watery hues at her fingertips, which eventually melded seamlessly into the air. What is this? Yun Lan pondered, perplexed. I am a water element spiritual master, she elucidated. The stability of my spiritual energy allows me to encompass everything. The water element spiritual energy enables me to sense the fluctuations of any spiritual beast or spiritual master nearby. Yun Lan contemplated Wen Renxiang's words and suddenly understood. So your spiritual energy is inclined towards exploration. Wen Renxiang appeared bewildered. What does that mean? Yun Lan released her wood element spiritual energy and manipulated a vine with it. Observe, my spiritual energy can control plants, but this requires me to actively release energy and exert control. The plants respond based on the extent of my energy release. However, You do not need to actively release energy or control anything to conduct your exploration, as moisture already exists in the air. The more moisture present, the clearer your exploration results will be. Clearly, you are a natural tracker. Yun Lan's eyes sparkled. Her training team was currently in need of a member who could track and explore without expending spiritual energy. Wen Rinxiang was the ideal choice. Indeed, Wen Rinxiang was exceptionally astute. She discerned the implication in Yun Lan's words, realizing it meant, "Am I important?" Yun Lan smiled and nodded, affirming, "Indeed, your extensive knowledge surpasses ours, and your advantageous position for tracking and exploration is invaluable to my team." Wen Rintang was momentarily taken aback, her mind racing with myriad thoughts. Could someone like her truly occupy such a pivotal role within a team? Before she could articulate her thoughts, an unexpected sensation washed over her. Her gaze instinctively darted skyward. Her expression shifting dramatically, a spirit beast approaches. Upon hearing these words, her companions immediately looked up. A fully emerald-hued dragon soared swiftly overhead, its tail feathers shimmering with an otherworldly brilliance. It was the Azure Sky Dragon Beast. Chapter 147. Breakthrough. The Azure Sky Dragon Beast flicked its crimson tongue, its piercing gaze fixated on the group of humans below, emitting a menacing hiss akin to a warning. It was neither a serpent nor a dragon, yet it possessed a venomous potency comparable to that of a snake, gracefully spiraling through the sky like a dragon. With unwavering determination, the Azure Sky Dragon Beast charged towards Yun Lan's team. Flee! The creature's speed was astonishing, leaving no opportunity for Yun Lan's team to react. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Yun Lan urged her companions to escape immediately, planning to regroup and strategize once they had distanced themselves. The group dashed through the forest, the relentless flapping of the Azure Sky Dragon Beast's wings echoing behind them. Wen Rintang, lacking stamina, soon found herself gasping for breath, repeatedly on the verge of being overtaken by the dragon, its elongated tongue almost grazing her back. I can no longer run. Wen Rinxian could sense the breath of the spirit beast behind her, cold sweat pouring down as her pace noticeably slackened. Yun Lan reached out and grasped Wen Rinxian, pulling her forward with all his strength. Just hold on a little longer. Stumbling, Wen Rinxian was dragged ahead by Yun Lan, losing her balance and falling towards Feng Jin. Quick as lightning, Feng Jin caught her with one hand, his peripheral vision catching sight of the Qing Tian Jiao Long beast, mouth agape, ready to lunge at Yun Lan. A fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Thunder call! Feng Jin bellowed, and a bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, causing the Qing Tian Jiao Long beast to swiftly evade. The purple lightning struck the ground, sending a spine-tingling crackle through the air. Hissing, the Qing Tian Jiao Long beast cautiously retreated a few steps, its gaze shifting to Feng Jin, and once again, it lunged forward with great speed. Yun Lan summoned his spiritual energy, and in the next moment, several emerald vines erupted from the ground, coiling around the Qing Tian Jiao Long beast like serpents. In a matter of moments, the vines tightly bound the creature, their barbs piercing into its flesh, causing it to emit a heart-wrenching cry. It attempted to spread its wings and flee, but alas, the vines controlled by Yun Lan were too constricting. Yun Lan shouted to his teammates, "Now is our chance, everyone. Unleash your attacks." The teammates nodded in unison, each channeling their spiritual energy. Lu Yinshi drew his sword, running his finger along the blade, causing a chilling frost to emanate. In a flash, he leaped onto the back of the Qing Tian Jiao Long beast, raising his sword high, the tip plunging deep into its flesh. With the fusion of the frost spider's soft silk armor, coupled with the affinity of the same attribute, Lu Yinshi's ice-type spiritual energy could be unleashed to its fullest potential. In an instant, every object within a 100-mile radius was encased in ice. Feng Jin snapped his fingers, and bolts of lightning descended one after another, catching the Azure Sky Dragon Beast off guard. It was neither able to flee nor evade, enduring the onslaught of lightning with sheer force. Enraged, the Azure Sky Dragon Beast's wood-type spiritual energy surged dramatically, causing the air to thicken with an oppressive force that enveloped all present, instilling a sense of awe-inspiring intimidation. When Rinshi noticed the sudden surge in the beast's energy and frowned, urgently advising Yun Lan, "It is about to break through. We must strike it down quickly, or it will be too late." Yun Lan also sensed the gravity of the situation. Again, Mu Hua employed a supportive skill, conjuring a brilliant flame in her palm, which she then infused into Rong Tan's body. "Tanji, unleash your most powerful attack." Rong Tan felt enveloped by a warm aura and, without hesitation, summoned his light-type spiritual energy, manifesting a formidable light spear in his grasp. With a swift motion, he took flight, the spear glinting with unparalleled sharpness. And the holy light surrounding him radiated with incredible intensity, blinding Lu Yinxi and others who instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes. Chapter 148. No need to know you. The youth, wielding the light spear, raised his arm in a throwing posture, and with a fierce shout, launched the spear. Imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill. Roar. The azure dragon beast unleashed a thunderous roar, as the wood-based spiritual energy coalesced into a protective shield, attempting to fend off the incoming light spear. However, to its dismay, the spear's power was overwhelming, shattering the shield with ease, the cracks spreading like a spider's web before it disintegrated entirely. The azure dragon beast's pupils constricted sharply, before it could hastily retreat with its tail tucked. The spear, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens, was aimed directly at its head. With a sickening sound, the spear penetrated the beast's body, emerging from within. The acrid scent of beast blood gushed forth, staining the frozen ground crimson. The azure dragon beast emitted a mournful and defiant wail as its colossal form gradually succumbed to the earth. Yun Lan was left astounded by the sheer potency of the light spear. Once all was said and done, Rong Tan's strength and spiritual energy had been utterly exhausted, leaving her momentarily incapacitated, her body tilting in the void as she helplessly began to plummet towards the ground. Be careful, Mu Hua shouted in alarm upon witnessing this. As Rong Tan was about to uncontrollably crash to the earth, Lu Yinxi and Feng Jin both felt a surge of concern and prepared to intervene. Just then, a gentle stream of water surged forth from an unseen source, resembling the silken veil of a goddess, softly cradling the descending Rong Tan. The onlookers instinctively turned their gazes to find that it was Wenrinchi releasing her water-based spiritual energy. Rong Tan, summoning her last reserves of strength, descended gracefully, then clasped her fists in gratitude towards Wenrinchi. Thank you. Wenrinchi was momentarily taken aback, a complex emotion stirring within her heart. It dawned on her that there was indeed a day when she would receive gratitude. You're welcome, she replied, a hint of bashfulness as she tightened her sleeves and spoke in a subdued tone. Yun Lan exhaled in relief, approaching Rong Tan with a raised fist, smiling as she remarked, that was a splendid strike. With a playful smile, Rong Tanji lightly tapped his fist against the girl's, their camaraderie as effortless as that of longtime friends. Feng Jin extracted the beast core of the azure sky dragon from his dagger, rinsed it with water, and presented it to Yun Lan. Here's the beast core, Captain, please take care of it. Yun Lan gazed intently at the radiant green core nestled in Feng Jin's palm. This is the beast core required to activate the second spiritual root. She extended her hand, her fingers gently caressing the core, feeling the warm wood elemental energy emanating from it. Such a precious item. Just as Yun Lan was about to accept the core, a thunderous voice suddenly erupted nearby. You cannot take that beast core. At the sound, Wenrinchi involuntarily shuddered, slowly turning to see three youths emerging from the underbrush. The leader, tall and imposing, held his head high with an air of arrogance, as if he could peer down upon others through his nostrils. A glimmer of sharp light flickered in Yun Lan's eyes. And you are? Humph. The youth, brimming with self-importance, placed one hand on his hip, declaring, I am Exine Luo, the young master of the Exine family. Yun Lan paused for a moment, then turned to her companions, tossing the question to them. So, who is he? Do you know him? Uft. Mu Hua could not contain her laughter, finding Yun Lan's reaction amusingly endearing. The trio of Rong Tanji, Lu Yinxi, and Feng Jin chimed in unison. We do not know him. Exine Luo was infuriated, his temples throbbing with rage as he stammered. You all. Yun Lan turned his head with a nonchalant "oh," and with a sly smile added, my apologies, but none of us are acquainted with you. Nor is there any necessity to be. So, on what grounds do you object to my accepting the beast core? Chapter 149. Insults grinding his teeth. Exine Luo's nostrils flared with fury, his expression akin to a ferocious beast. The illustrious name of the Exine family, a renowned mercenary clan. And you claim to have never heard of us. A bunch of hopeless bumpkins. The crowd fell silent. A mercenary family? They seemed to genuinely be unfamiliar with it. Notable in the underworld, Exine Luo, seething, took several deep breaths, his gaze sweeping over the fallen celestial dragon beast, and scoffed. And what gives you the right to deny me the beast core? This celestial dragon beast was discovered first by our team. Oh, Yun Lan chuckled at this. Your team discovered it? Do you possess any proof? Xian Luo retorted coldly, what proof is necessary? The name of the Xian family resounds throughout the mercenary association. Any mercenary worth their salt would steer clear upon seeing me. I declare this as my discovery. Who would dare to refute that? Your family's name may echo in the mercenary association, but this is not the mercenary association. This is the Valley of All Spirits. Yun Lan stepped forward, his finger jabbing into Xian Luo's chest, his audacious and carefree demeanor pressing against Xian Luo with palpable intensity. The celestial dragon beast was slain by our team. Where were you when we made the kill? Though it would have sufficed for you to remain silent. You dare to emerge at this moment and contend with us for the beast's essence. Even if I were to slay you here today, who could possibly hold me accountable? As the audacious words left her lips, a glimmer of green light flashed in Yun Lan's eyes, and several tendrils erupted forth, ensnaring Xian Luo and his two companions, rendering them immobile. A dagger, forged from the essence of wood, materialized in Yun Lan's palm as she abruptly pressed it against Xian Luo's throat, revealing a smile that was chillingly merciless. Do you submit? The icy blade, poised at his vital point, sent Xian Luo into a panic, his voice rising in fear. You cannot kill me. If you do, my father will surely. Before he could finish, the dagger was thrust with force, and a trickle of crimson emerged from Xian Luo's neck. He felt a sharp sting upon his skin. Grinding his teeth, the azure sky flood dragon beast was discovered by us first. Had it not been for your interference, we would have already slain it. Yun Lan frowned in irritation. How dare he attempt to seize what was hers? Fueled by rage, she prepared to act decisively when Wenrinchi's voice echoed. Xian Luo. Throughout this journey, you have already pilfered numerous spoils from various teams. How much more do you desire? Xian Luo's eyes darted, suddenly fixating on Wenrinchi. It was you? His gaze swept across each member of Yun Lan's team, and realization dawned upon him. You allied with another team. Yun Lan glanced at Wenrinchi and comprehended the situation. So it was this Xian Luo's team that had abandoned Wenrinchi alone in the woods. Wenrinchi clenched her fingers, her voice tinged with an uncontrollable fury. Was it not you and your team who forsook me first? What fault is it of mine that I chose to join another team? And what of your abandonment? You are not only a worthless wretch, but a universally despised one at that. Do you truly believe that your title as a princess elevates you above all others? Xian Luo sneered. The sordid tales of your past have long since spread to neighboring nations. Your mother was a lowly maid who, in a desperate bid to win the favor of the emperor of Shiyue, sold her virtue for a fleeting moment of affection, allowing you to claim the title of princess. Alas, your half-brothers are each far more formidable than you. In the grand scheme of the Shiyue throne, you shall find no place. You may even lose your title of princess in the future. It was out of pity that I allowed you into my team, yet you are truly inept, incapable of any endeavor. One must wonder how such a failure gained admission to Qingsong Academy. The elders there must be blind old fools. Chapter 150. I am more arrogant than you. The barrage of insults ignited a fire within Wenrinchi, her eyes welling with warm tears. As Xian Luo continued her relentless tirade, a storm of indignation surged within each member of the Yun Lan team. What kind of creature would demean a girl in such a manner? Truly, this was an affront that could not be tolerated. Entwined by the vines, Yun Lan was utterly oblivious to the concept of restraint. Just as she was about to sever Xian Luo's tongue with a swift stroke, a fist surged from behind her, striking Xian Luo squarely in the face with a force that eclipsed her own intentions. The ferocity of the blow propelled Xian Luo through the air, shattering the very vines that ensnared him. A large, discolored lump swelled upon his visage as he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Feng Jun lowered his fist and approached Xian Luo, casting a condescending gaze upon him. I am the direct disciple of the master of Wanbao Tower. Have you heard of Wanbao Tower? It is the renowned establishment where the majority of mercenaries procure their weapons and maintenance services. The reputation of Wanbao Tower is formidable enough to intimidate your meager Xian family, and indeed, the entire mercenary association. So, it is the Xian family, is it? With a mere command from me, not only will Wanbao Tower cease dealings with you, but even other weapon shops shall refrain from doing business with your family without my consent. With a firm grip on Xian Luo's collar, he hoisted him up, a proud smirk gracing his lips. To the victor belongs the spoils, and to the vanquished the ignominy. Today, I graciously impart this wisdom to you. You may be arrogant, but there are those far more audacious than you. With a dismissive flick of his wrist, he sent Xian Luo hurtling away, who, unable to brace himself, succumbed to unconsciousness in an embarrassing manner. Feng Jun, visibly repulsed, produced a handkerchief to wipe his hands, muttering under his breath, "What a vexatious creature. Boasting that cursing a young girl makes one a hero." In an instant, he noticed his comrades giving him enthusiastic thumbs up. "Impressive. Truly, it's all thanks to you." When Rinqian's eyes were fixed intently on Feng Jin, her crimson gaze glistening with tears. As Feng Jin approached her, the dark cloud of anger dissipated from his face, replaced by a radiant smile. "I have dealt with him for you, delivering a satisfying retribution. From this moment on, no one shall treat you in such a manner again." When Rinqian wiped her eyes, her heart swelling with boundless gratitude towards this small team, she turned her gaze to each member of the Yun Lan team, ultimately resting her eyes on Yun Lan, her words resonating with conviction. "I wish to join your team and become your companion. I will strive diligently to become a teammate worthy of you all." Thus, when Rinqian officially became the sixth member of the Yun Lan team. Meanwhile, they were but a step away from realizing Yun Lan's aspiration of a seven-member team. After imparting a lesson to the Xinhua team, Yun Lan stored the beast core in her storage ring, then proceeded to sever the tail feather of the Qing Tian Jiao Long beast. The poison contained within the feather was of immense value to Yun Lan. Moving forward, she intended not only to advance her cultivation, but also to focus on poison crafting and alchemy. However, Yun Lan now faced another dilemma. Both she and Mu Hua required the beast core from the Qing Tian Jiao Long, yet only one remained. At this moment, seeking a second Qing Tian Jiao Long beast seemed an impractical endeavor. Noticing Yun Lan's concerns, Mu Hua took her hand and smiled, shaking her head gently. "Little Lan, it's of no consequence. The Qing Tian Jiao Long is rare, and the beast core can be sought again. I have ample time." Yun Lan frowned, questioning, "Of no consequence? I hope we can activate the second spiritual root simultaneously, rather than adhering to a sequence of precedents in such matters." Mu Hua narrowed her eyes and spoke softly. "I possess the bloodline of the demon race, which has consequently altered my spiritual root, introducing numerous uncertainties. Even if we were to gather the 3 celestial treasures required, there remains a substantial possibility that the activation of the spiritual root may ultimately fail." Chapter 151. The conclusion of the month of trials. Upon hearing this, Yun Lan furrowed her brows even deeper. Mu Hua's reasoning held merit. The uncertainties stemming from the mutated spiritual root were indeed considerable. After painstakingly collecting the necessary items to activate the spiritual root, it would be disheartening to face failure in the end. Mu Hua gently patted Yun Lan's head, her face adorned with a smile, exuding optimism. "I assure you, I am truly fine. There will be opportunities to continue my collection later. For now, you are in greater need of this beast core." With no other option, and after careful contemplation, Yun Lan ultimately acquiesced. She retrieved a flame phoenix flower, which she had discovered at the bottom of the Mirror Fairy Lake, and handed it to Mu Hua. "Please accept this flame phoenix flower, which I risked my life to obtain." Mu Hua recognized the perilous nature of Yun Lan's endeavor to acquire the flame phoenix flower and received it with utmost care. As the month of trials drew to a close, Yun Lan's team chose not to linger any longer. After safely passing a night in the Sunset Forest, they proceeded towards the exit of the Wanling Gorge. On their journey home, Yun Lan's team encountered wave after wave of spirit beast attacks. These encounters provided ample opportunities for Yun Lan's team to collect more beast cores. On the final day of the month of trials, the Yun Lan squad arrived at the nearest way station to the exit of the Wanling Gorge, intending to exchange 2 large bags filled with beast cores for coin. Some mercenaries have a penchant for acquiring substantial quantities of beast cores, and although the quality of these 2 bags varied, they were distinguished by their diversity in species and elemental attributes, rendering them quite comprehensive. Ultimately, the total assessed value of these beast cores amounted to 150,000 gold coins. The mercenary standing before Yun Lan rubbed his hands together with a beaming smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Are you satisfied with this price? I won't boast, but if you believe my offer lacks generosity, feel free to consult other mercenaries. However, I assure you, their offers will not surpass mine." Yun Lan exchanged glances with her teammates. None expressed dissent regarding the price, and it seemed they all found it rather reasonable. "Very well, it's a deal," Yun Lan responded with a slight nod. The mercenary's eyes crinkled in delight as he promptly handed Yun Lan a box containing crystals. The crystals within equate to exactly 150,000 gold coins, universally accepted throughout the realm of Bi Luo. Yun Lan shook the box in her hand, and at that moment, Her peripheral vision was captured by something on the shelf behind the mercenary. It was not an extraordinary treasure, merely a sizable piece of dark ironstone. Dark ironstone is not a rare mineral in this world, but its durability makes it a favored material for crafting weapons. Are you willing to sell that dark ironstone? Yun Lan inquired once more. In high spirits from his recent lucrative transaction, the mercenary was more than willing to part with the modest piece of dark ironstone. Yun Lan smiled gently, expressing her gratitude. Feng Jin, noticing this, immediately approached her, inquiring, "Captain, what do you intend to do with this mysterious iron stone? Forge a weapon? If so, you must count on me." Yun Lan playfully flicked a fragment of the iron stone with her fingers, exchanging a knowing glance with Feng Jin. "Indeed, I seek your assistance in crafting something, yet I hesitate to label it as a weapon." Feng Jin, puzzled, scratched his head and exclaimed, "Not a weapon? Then what is it?" Chapter 152. Return to the War God's manor. Everyone in Yun Lan's team reaped substantial rewards, particularly Yun Lan and Lu Yinshi, one having achieved a breakthrough in spiritual power to the cloud-soaring realm, while the other had united with the legendary soft armor, the cold spider silk. They all expressed their understanding and bid farewell to Yun Lan. Rather than departing through the front, she stealthily circled to the backyard. In the bamboo grove of the backyard, Junfu Huang practiced martial arts, wielding a silver-white spear. With each thrust, the spear left its mark, carving deep grooves into the sturdy bamboo as fierce winds swept through. Yun Lan nimbly vaulted over the wall, preparing to surprise her grandmother with a delightful visit. However, in that instant, Junfu Huang sensed an intruder stealthily entering the War God's manor. "Impudent thief!" Junfu Huang exclaimed sharply, thrusting her spear forward. The spear tip erupted with a blazing red flame, sweeping through the bamboo leaves like a fiery tongue. In the midst of the chaos, Yun Lan narrowly evaded the searing flames, a strand of her hair singed. As she rolled away, wood-type spiritual energy surged from her palm, and the bamboo leaves around her danced to her command, transforming into a myriad of sharp needles infused with spiritual energy. With a swift motion, the bamboo needle, imbued with a chilling brilliance, clashed against Junfu Huang's spear. Flames erupted, and under the intense heat of the fire element spiritual energy, no matter how formidable the bamboo needle was, it remained merely a weapon forged from plant matter and could not withstand the overwhelming blaze. The bamboo needle was swiftly consumed by the flames. Yun Lan, with a light touch of her toes, adeptly employed her footwork, her figure becoming an elusive specter, navigating through the fierce winds that danced amidst the flames. A dagger, crafted from wood element spiritual energy, materialized in the young maiden's hand, her form nearly transforming into indistinct shadows. In mere moments, she appeared before Junfu Huang, deftly flipping her wrist as the sharp dagger slashed forward. Bang! The spear and dagger collided in midair, producing a shower of sparks. Junfu Huang, glancing at the green dagger bracing against the spear's tip, was met with a familiar visage, Lan Er. A wave of joy surged through Junfu Huang as she retracted her spear and approached the young girl with swift steps, her eyes scanning her up and down. "It truly is Lan Er. How has your cultivation?" In the midst of their exchange, Junfu Huang had already discerned Yun Lan's true cultivation level. She recalled that her obedient granddaughter had left the War God Mansion for Qing Tsang Academy with merely a 6th-level spiritual master status. How could it be that in just over a month, Lan Er's cultivation had ascended to a 2nd-level great spiritual master? Junfu Huang was taken aback. "Lan Er, your cultivation." Yun Lan giggled, wrapping her arms around the elder. "What's wrong? Is it that I have advanced too quickly for you, grandmother?" "Of course, I am delighted. How could I not be pleased? A month of rigorous training?" As Junfu Huang recalled the grand event held annually, she tenderly grasped Yun Lan's hand, her gaze filled with concern as she surveyed the young girl's face, revealing a hint of sorrow. "Is your training arduous? You seem to have lost some weight." Chapter 153. Belonging. Yun Lan sheepishly touched her stomach and smiled awkwardly. "To be honest, I am a bit hungry." Very well, very well. Grandmother will have the servants prepare a feast right away. Tonight, Lan Er must eat heartily." Junfu Huang held a long spear in one hand, while firmly clasping Yun Lan's hand with the other, leading her into the courtyard. With a single command, the household servants sprang into action. Yun Lan, observing the anxious expression on Junfu Huang's face, couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, steaming dishes were presented on the table. Starving, Yun Lan began to eat while recounting to her grandmother the events that transpired after leaving the War God's mansion, including the encounter with the Beast Tide and the slaying of Xin Yuya and Enruyan. Once the meal concluded, Junfu Huang grasped the essence of the situation. Anger surged within her as she slammed her palm onto the table, fury radiating from her eyes. Those wretched Shin Yuyao and Ruyan. They actually used the demon silkworm grass to create the beast tide, attempting to kill you with it? Yun Lan set down her chopsticks and placed her palm on the back of Junfu Huang's hand, soothingly assuring her, "Grandmother, do not worry. I am fine. I killed them with a single strike, so they cannot possibly return." "Well done." Junfu Huang gritted her teeth, her mind racing with thoughts about how the demon silkworm grass had been released. The beast tide was immensely powerful. Even the mightiest of warriors might struggle to withstand it. The two individuals are utterly indifferent to the multitude of young practitioners in the Wailing Valley. A single beast tide is sufficient to claim the lives of numerous cultivators and spirit beasts, yet they recklessly instigate disaster solely due to personal grievances, such folly and selfishness. Yun Lan coldly curled her lips. Indeed, these two foolish and self-serving individuals are perfectly matched. Thus, I shall send them to hell, where they can continue to be a pair of ghostly lovers. Junfu Huang, upon hearing Yun Lan utter this statement devoid of any emotion, felt an involuntary pang in her heart. Once, the war goddess Manor and the general S Manor had arranged a marriage between Lanner and Ruyan. Subsequently, Ruyan colluded with Shin Yuyao, and now Lano has avenged herself by eliminating these treacherous lovers. However, Lanner's parents had been absent since her childhood, and the lessons she and Jing Tang could impart to her are indeed limited. Will this child, for these various reasons, come to harbor thoughts of a life steeped in solitude? Lanner. Junfu Huang grasped Yun Lan's hands gently and said, "Although Ruyan is now deceased, remember that he is not the only man in this world, and not all men are as vile as he was." Yun Lan paused for a moment, then smiled. "Of course, grandmother, I can discern who treats me well and who does not." Grandmother means to say that while cultivation is undeniably important, she also hopes you will find a good place to belong in the future. Junfu Huang continued. Yun Lan, feeling a sense of helplessness, realized she understood her grandmother's concerns. In that fleeting moment, a tall figure flashed through her mind. Junfu Huang gently pressed her lips together, acknowledging that Lanner was indeed still quite young. It was only fitting for a prodigious child to venture forth into the world while youth was on her side. "By the way, grandmother, I have discovered several fire attribute spiritual plants in the Wanding Gorge that should be beneficial to you." Just as Yun Lan was about to retrieve those spiritual flowers and herbs from her ring, a guard suddenly rushed in from the courtyard. "Your Highness, the head of the Shun family requests an audience." Chapter 154. An unexpected visitor, the head of the Shun family? Junfu Huang and Yun Lan exchanged glances. Could his visit to the War God Manor at such a time be related to Shin Yuyan? Junfu Huang's fingers lightly tapped on the table as she pondered for a moment before instructing the guard. "Please escort the head of the Shin family to the reception hall. I shall join him shortly." The guard clasped his fists in respect and departed promptly. Watching the guard leave, Yun Lan turned her gaze back to Junfu Huang. The head of the Shin family received the news quite swiftly. "I suspect the general's manor has also been informed." Junfu Huang exhaled softly and patted the young girl's shoulder, inquiring, "Has Lanner mentioned the matter of Shen Yuyun and Ruyan's demise to anyone else?" Yun Lan shook her head, indicating that no one else was aware, but added, "My teammates might have an inkling, as we were dispersed during the Beast Tide incident." "You mean your training squad's companions?" Junfu Huang raised an eyebrow, prompting her granddaughter, "Do share with me who your teammates are." Yun Lan proceeded to succinctly introduce each member of her squad to her beloved grandmother. As Junfu Huang listened further, her astonishment deepened. The Rong family, the direct disciple of the Wanjin sect, the master of Wanchalu, a girl with dual spiritual roots, half human and half demon, and the third princess of the Shuiyue kingdom. Lanner, the companions you have chosen are indeed exceptionally gifted, each backed by formidable forces. Yun Lan replied nonchalantly, "Grandmother, my selection of allies is not based on their affiliations, but solely on their individual capabilities." Junfu Huang chuckled at this. Lanner speaks truthfully. On the path of cultivation, having a strong backing is advantageous, as it can alleviate numerous troubles. However, at certain junctures, such support may prove insufficient in those moments. It is one's own strength that will offer the most aid. With that, she rose and turned her gaze towards the reception hall, her expression darkening. "As for that Master Shin, I shall deal with him for you." Yun Lan also stood up. "There is no need for you to protect me, grandmother. I wish to accompany you to confront that Master Shun." Just as Junfu Huang was about to decline, She noticed Yun Lan's resolute demeanor and chose to say nothing further, merely nodding in agreement. The two entered the reception hall, with Shen Fu seated at his position, his untouched tea revealing a pallor of weariness. Upon seeing Jun Fu Huang and Yun Lan enter together, particularly the sight of Yun Lan, a fierce glint ignited in Shen Fu's eyes. Yun Lan, you, worthless wretch, dare to appear before me? Yun Lan's gaze sharpened. Worthless? It seems that Master Shen has aged and his memory has waned, forgetting how he scurried away from the war goddess mansion last time. Has he? You. He gritted his teeth and suddenly glared at Jun Fu Huang, saying, Madam Jun, I have kept the events of last time in my heart. But now, with my daughter Yu Yao meeting her demise in the Wanling Valley, shouldn't you provide me with an explanation? Jun Fu Huang replied coldly, Master Shen, your daughter's death in the Wanling Valley has nothing to do with my war god manner. Shen's father pointed an accusing finger at Yun Lan, his fury boiling over. Yu Yao is a prodigy. How could she possibly die without reason? It must be that Yun Lan took the opportunity during the trial month to harm Yu Yao. Ridiculous. Jun Fu Huang's aura surged violently, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in her eyes. Do you have any evidence? To speak recklessly without proof, and to implicate Lanner. What is your true intention? Shen's father was taken aback by the overwhelming pressure emanating from Jun Fu Huang, yet he clenched his fists and stood his ground. What evidence do you require? The disputes between Yun Lan and Yu Yao have not occurred just once or twice, aside from Yun Lan. Yu Yao could not possibly have offended anyone else. Chapter 155, A Catastrophic Disaster. Jun Fu Huang snorted softly. There is a saying, one may know a person's face but not their heart. How can you be certain that Shen Yu Yao has not concealed her enmities from you? Shen's father, exasperated, retorted, as her father, how could I not understand what kind of person my own daughter is? And what of Lana? Is she not the granddaughter I cherish most? Who could possibly know better than I whether she would harm Shen Yu Yao? Furious, Jun Fu Huang's aura intensified. And with a swift motion, a silver-white spear flew into her palm with a whoosh. With a swift motion, she pointed her sharp spear directly at Lord Shen. Her voice laced with an unmistakable thirst for blood. Do you think the War Goddess Mansion is a place where just anyone can enter? If you continue to impose baseless accusations upon Lanner and force her to confess, do not blame me for flattening your Shen residence. Lord Shen's face turned pale. Jun Fu Huang. You are being excessively unreasonable. Excessive? Jun Fu Huang revealed a haughty smile. You have yet to witness the true extent of my wrath. Should you dare to further insult the denizens of the War Goddess Mansion, you shall pay a far more grievous price. Now, leave the War Goddess Mansion. With a resounding crash, Jun Fu Huang slammed her spear against the ground, causing the solid white jade tiles to crack like spiderwebs, shattering upon impact. Lord Shen gritted his teeth in silence. Faced with Jun Fu Huang's intimidation, he recognized he was no match for her and truly lacked the courage to remain. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from outside the reception hall, the guards of the Shen residence who had accompanied Lord Shen to the War Goddess Mansion. No, this is dire. Master, this is bad. The guards rushed into the hall in a flurry. A few elders from Qingtsong Academy wish to see you. Lord Shen paused. An inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Elders from the academy? Why do they seek me? A few patrolling mercenaries, tasked with guarding the magical silkworm grass, recognized that the young lady had once used her beauty to deceive them into obtaining the magical silkworm grass, and had, in fact, taken it beyond the confines of the sealed barrier. The guard lowered his head, his voice dwindling to a whisper. The academy elders have come for this matter. Lord Shen's expression froze. Wait. Is it Yeo who seduced the mercenaries with her beauty to obtain the magical silkworm herb? If so, then the beast tied. Casting a sidelong glance at the cold-sweating Master Shen, Jun Fu Huang sneered. So it is true. The instigator of the beast tide is Shen Yeo, employing such despicable methods. The consequences of the beast tide are devastating, a cataclysm for both the human race and the spirit beasts. Master Shen, I must advise you to prepare yourself. For the sovereign will come to seek accountability. Master Shen trembled, his vision flickering between darkness and light, nearly collapsing under the weight of despair. If the sovereign truly pursued this matter, what fate awaited him and the Shen family? It is over. The Shen family is doomed. Watching Master Shen depart like a lost dog, accompanied by his attendants, Yun Lan's expression remained tranquil. The month of trials had just concluded, and the exact number of human casualties in the beast tide had yet to be fully calculated. However, that figure would undoubtedly be substantial. Since it was Shen Yeo who initiated this calamity, her demise would naturally compel the Shen family to bear the consequences. Thus, the original owner, who had perished with immense hatred, would finally be at peace. Yun Lan lowered her eyelids and let out a soft sigh. Jun Fu Wang gently stroked Yun Lan's hair and whispered, "Tomorrow marks the anniversary of your grandfather's passing." Chapter 156. The purple gold flame furnace. Yun Lan's eyes flickered as she grasped Jun Fu Wang's hands. "Grandmother, please do not grieve. Grandfather has not departed. He has always been watching over you from a place unseen." Jun Fu Wang listened to the words and smiled faintly. That smile was complex, not sorrowful, yet deeper than sorrow itself. Perhaps he had grown weary of me long ago, which is why he chose to leave first. Jun Fu Wang let out a soft hum, a trace of bitterness flashing across her weathered eyes. Yun Lan shook her head, saying, "How could that be? Grandmother, please do not think like that." Jun Fu Wang, unwilling to mention those matters in front of her beloved granddaughter, averted her gaze and gently caressed Yun Lan's cheek. "All right, grandmother is not sad. You must be tired today, so go rest early." With that, Jun Fu Wang grasped her long spear and turned to leave. Yun Lan watched her grandmother's slowly departing figure with concern, letting out a soft sigh. In the deep of night, after washing up, Yun Lan lay in bed. Images of Yun Jingtang interacting with the original owner flooded her mind. From the memories, she learned that Yun Jingtang was a person of gentle temperament, seemingly never having been angry. When the original owner was very young, Jun Fu Wang had to train the hidden guards of the residence and often found herself caught between the warlord's estate and the battlefield. Concerned that the original owner might feel lonely, Yun Jingtang would take her to the nearby mountains to gather herbs, adding a touch of adventure to her explorations of nature. Although Jun Fu Wang often lamented that Yun Jingtang abandoned her to go off alone, even calling him a heartless old man, Yun Lan understood that only in the stillness of the night would the female war god quietly sit in her room, caressing the trinkets given to her by her former partner, eyes closed in remembrance of their beautiful past together. Yun Lan sighed softly and closed her eyes. The following morning, Yun Lan rose early to practice. Having completed her training, she made her way to the ancestral hall within the residence. Jun Fu Wang had been in the hall for quite some time, standing before the spirit tablet of Yun Jingtang. Upon hearing footsteps behind her, she turned to look. Yun Lan bowed respectfully before the spirit tablet and offered 3 sticks of incense. The rising smoke enveloped the surroundings, obscuring Jun Fu Wang's vision. If your grandfather were still alive and saw how much you have grown, he would undoubtedly be overjoyed, Jun Fu Wang remarked as she gazed at the name inscribed on the tablet. Yun Lan smiled at this, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. "Grandmother, what about this?" she inquired, her gaze shifting to a deep purple furnace placed beside the spirit tablet. "Is this the alchemical furnace that grandfather used?" Jun Fu Wang nodded. "Indeed. This furnace is known as the purple gold flame furnace, once the exclusive alchemical tool of the esteemed alchemist Mo Qi from the primordial era. Your grandfather obtained it through a fortuitous encounter. It is said that the furnace contains the heart's blood of 9 celestial beasts, the legendary purple dragons. Should an alchemist's skills reach an extraordinary level, they might witness the spectacle of the 9 dragons merging into one." As she spoke, Jun Fu Wang sighed. Given your grandfather's exceptional talent in alchemy, he should have had the chance to witness the merging of the 9 dragons, an extraordinary phenomenon that every alchemist aspires to achieve. However, her voice trailed off, choked with emotion. Noticing a glimmer of unshed tears in Jun Fu Wang's eyes, Yun Lan gently patted her back in comfort. "Grandmother, I wish to stay here a little longer to keep grandfather company." Jun Fu Wang wiped her eyes and consented, turning to leave the ancestral hall. It was only when the door was softly closed behind her that Yun Lan turned her attention back to the spirit tablet before her. At that moment, an unusual mist began to rise from all directions of the morning hall. Chapter 157. Yun Jingtang. Everything around gradually became indistinct, and Yun Lan's expression shifted slightly. Her heart racing. What is this? A mechanism? Or perhaps an array? Just as she was about to channel her spiritual energy, she suddenly felt a gentle hand resting on her shoulder. Who could it be? Before her stood a man of striking features. His gentle brow and smiling lips exuding an air of kindness, clad in an ethereal blue robe. He floated silently before Yun Lan. Indeed, he was floating. His form appeared to be composed of a translucent mist, resembling a soul. Yun Lan was astonished. Yet her astonishment deepened upon recognizing the man's visage. He bore an uncanny resemblance to her grandfather, Yun Jingtang, from her memories. The only distinction was that the Yun Jingtang in her recollections was an elderly man with silver hair, whereas the figure before her appeared youthful, seemingly in his 20s. Could this be a glimpse of Yun Jingtang in his younger days? A possibility sprang to her mind as she scrutinized the man in blue, tentatively calling out, "Grandfather?" "It is I," he replied with a gentle smile, his expression as warm as the spring breeze. "Lanner, it has been a long time." Yun Lan's eyes widened slightly. Was she truly witnessing the spirit of Yun Jingtang? "Have I startled you?" He floated closer, inquiring with a smile. Yun Lan paused for a few moments before nodding and admitting, "Indeed, it startled me." Yun Jingtang burst into laughter, playfully swaying from side to side as if surveying the entire morning hall. "Fu Huang has arranged this place quite splendidly. Facing east, one can witness the sunrise each day." "Grandfather, how come?" Yun Lan calmly accepted her ability to perceive the souls of the departed. Having been reborn in a different world, she found that extraordinary occurrences were hardly surprising. Yet, she was genuinely puzzled as to why Yun Jingtang had not appeared when Jun Fu Huang was present. If Jun Fu Huang could see her partner once more, would she not be overjoyed? "Hush!" Yun Jingtang raised a finger to indicate silence, a smile dancing on his lips as he said, "Today, I wish to have a private conversation with Lanner. Your grandmother misses you dearly." Yun Lan regarded Yun Jingtang, questioning why she could not meet her grandmother. A tender glimmer appeared in Yun Jingtang's eyes as he spoke softly, "I miss her as well. She is unaware that I have always been by her side." As he spoke, his gaze drifted to the horizon painted with the hues of dawn, murmuring, "It has been 10 years since I perished due to a misstep in my self-cultivation. Your grandmother was once a girl who cherished beauty. Even in her later years, she maintained her appearance." With a gentle sigh, Yun Jingtang shifted his attention back to Yun Lan, saying, "But I find solace in knowing that Lanner has grown up. Henceforth, I entrust you with the responsibility of caring for your grandmother." Yun Lan nodded earnestly, "Grandfather, please rest assured, I will certainly do so." Yun Jingtang smiled gently and floated to the Zijin Yinhua stove, extending his hand to caress its surface. His eyes filled with nostalgia. "This Zijin Yinhua stove has accompanied me throughout my life. They say divine artifacts possess spirit, and now, due to my demise, it has remained in this corner for a decade, which is hardly a good omen. Perhaps it is time for a new master to bring it back into the light." Chapter 158. The most unforgettable longing. Having spoken, Yun Jingtang raised his other hand and waved gently at Yun Lan. A wisp of wood-based spiritual energy flowed from her wood spirit root in response to his gesture. Yun Lan quietly absorbed the sensation of Yun Jingtang manipulating her energy from afar. It felt warm and comforting, devoid of any discomfort. At 15, being a second-tier Grand Spirit Master is quite commendable. Yun Jingtang felt immense satisfaction. "Lanner, you truly deserve the title of genius. In this realm of Bi Luo, I doubt anyone else possesses your extraordinary talent." Yun Lan replied with a bright tone, "I will continue to advance along this path, living up to your and grandmother's expectations." Yun Jingtang nodded slightly, his finger curling, and the Zijin Yinhua stove, untouched for a decade, emitted a soft chime, before gracefully levitating and settling steadily before Yun Lan. "Lanner, extend your hand to receive the Zijin Yinhua stove. From this moment forth, you shall be its new master." Yun Lan was taken aback, then shook her head. "No, it belongs to you, grandfather. Moreover, I feel that I am not yet capable of wielding such a remarkable divine artifact." Yun Jingtang floated before Yun Lan, gently caressing the crown of her head. "You possess the red lotus karmic fire, a flame of unparalleled purity, most suitable for alchemical refinement. Until my last breath, I have never truly witnessed the marvel of the purple dragon in this world. Lanner, you may behold it for me." Yun Lan remained silent. Perhaps, in her encounter with Yi Wuming, having regained the red lotus karmic fire, her fate as an alchemist was already sealed. Regardless, Yi Wuming's old wounds still required her healing. He had granted her merely 3 years. The red lotus karmic fire combined with the purple gold flame furnace would greatly aid her. Yun Lan no longer declined. She extended her hand to accept the purple gold flame furnace. The moment her fingers brushed its surface, a faint purple radiance surged forth from the furnace. At that instant, Yun Lan felt a sharp sting in her palm, blood gushing forth, merging entirely with the purple gold flame furnace. The brilliance intensified, nearly illuminating every corner of the spirit hall. In the bamboo grove, Jun Fu Wang, practicing martial arts, caught sight of a beam of purple light piercing the heavens, dazzling beyond measure. That was Jingtang's spirit hall. A sudden tremor seized Jun Fu Wang's heart. Without a hint of hesitation, she immediately rose and made her way to the spirit hall. Inside, Yun Jingtang observed Yun Lan forging a bond with the purple gold flame furnace. As the purple light gradually faded, he sensed something, glanced towards the entrance, and softly said to Yun Lan, "Lanner, your grandfather must depart." "Depart? Where to?" Yun Lan cradled the purple gold flame furnace, gazing intently at Yun Jingyang. "Will you not see grandmother?" Yun Jingyang smiled gently. Longing is the hardest to forget. If she were to see me, she would surely be reluctant to part. As days turned into an endless cycle, a sense of despondency began to envelop me, which was far from my desire. She was a goddess of war, and I could not allow her to lose her formidable aura because of me. The ethereal form of Yun Jingyang gradually dissipated, and Lanner. The purple gold flame stove is a sentient artifact. It shall guide you on how to wield its power. Furthermore, please convey to your grandmother that I hold her in my heart, now and forever. The man's voice faded entirely, and the peculiar mist within the morning hall vanished alongside it. It all felt like an extraordinary dream. The door to the morning hall was hastily pushed open, and Jun Fuhuang entered, only to find Yun Lan standing motionless before the ancestral tablet, cradling the purple gold flame stove. "Lanner?" Jun Fuhuang exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the name inscribed on the tablet and then at the stove. What has transpired? A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere before Jun Fuhuang heard the girl articulate. Word by word, "Grandmother, I saw grandfather." Chapter 159. Powerless to resist, Jun Fuhuang was taken aback. Soon after, a gentle smile graced her lips. "Is that so? What did he say to you?" Yun Lan tenderly caressed the purple gold flame stove in her arms, speaking each word deliberately. "Grandfather bestowed the purple gold flame stove upon me, asking me to witness the remarkable spectacle of the 9 dragons uniting. He also mentioned," she glanced at Jun Fuhuang again, "he wishes for you to know that he holds you dear, now and forever." Jun Fuhuang silently turned her gaze towards the name on the ancestral tablet. After a moment of contemplation, she let out a soft huff, her eyes narrowing slightly. "That old man thinks it's some great skill to send messages through his granddaughter. If he truly has the ability, he should speak to me directly." While her words were sharp, Yun Lan could indeed sense that Jun Fuhuang's mood had improved. "To think your grandfather would pass the Zijin flame furnace to you. That is rather unexpected," she remarked, gazing at the alchemical furnace in Yun Lan's hands. In the past, he had intended to bequeath the Zijin flame furnace to Qing, but she had claimed that its overwhelming aura was unsuitable for her. Instead, she sought a furnace that was a better fit for her. "If the Zijin flame furnace could not be passed to your mother, then passing it to you is certainly a fortuitous outcome." Jun Fuhuang gently caressed Yun Lan's head and inquired with a smile, "Lanner, have you made up your mind to become an alchemist?" Yun Lan nodded earnestly. "Grandma, my resolve is unwavering." "Excellent, splendid." Jun Fuhuang embraced Yun Lan, gently closing her eyes. "I have always worried about you. Your mother and father have never truly cared for you, and I fear that you might harbor resentment towards them. Perhaps there are many things in this world that are beyond one's control." Jun Fuhuang felt a twinge of surprise. She had never anticipated that the young Lanner would possess such profound insight at her tender age. "I am fine, Grandma," Yun Lan reassured her, releasing Jun Fuhuang and speaking with a bright smile. "I will continue to diligently cultivate, both in my skills and in alchemy, and I will ensure that they remain firmly within my grasp. I have promised your grandfather that I will take good care of you from now on. All you need to do is await my growth, and I shall restore the esteemed reputation of the War God Manor." Jun Fuhuang chuckled softly, affectionately pinching Yun Lan's cheek. All right, Grandma is waiting." In the following days, Yun Lan remained at the War God Mansion, both to accompany her grandmother and to meticulously study the purple gold flame furnace. At night, she sat quietly in her room, placing the purple gold flame furnace on the table. Her grandfather had mentioned that the furnace would reveal to her how to utilize it. However, no matter how sentient the purple gold flame furnace might be, it could not speak, could it? If it could not articulate its wisdom, how would it impart knowledge to her? Yun Lan found herself momentarily troubled, her fingers gently caressing the surface of the alchemical furnace. Just then, she heard a faint, peculiar sound emanating from the purple gold flame furnace. Startled, she paused, then resumed tracing the edges of the furnace with her fingertips, repeating the motion several times. "Stop it. That tickles." A crisp voice, filled with exasperation, suddenly rang out in the room, causing Yun Lan to jump in surprise. She quickly turned and stood upright, her gaze warily fixed on the purple gold flame furnace before her. What on earth? The alchemical furnace spoke? In the next instant, a beam of purple light shot forth from the furnace, transforming before Yun Lan's eyes. It first morphed into a sphere of purple light, which then took form. Growing limbs and a head. With a swift motion, a small boy clad in ethereal purple attire floated in midair. Chapter 160. Spirit of the artifact. The boy appeared to be quite young, around 5 or 6 years old, with jet black hair tied high in a ponytail. And his face was as delicate as white jade. His expressive brows and large eyes held a depth that seemed capable of piercing into one's soul. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an undeniable charm. The young boy stood firmly in the void with his arms crossed, gradually shifting his gaze towards Yun Lan, his eyes narrowing slightly as he deftly floated to her side. They exchanged a moment of intense eye contact, a silent standoff that lingered in the air. In this slightly awkward atmosphere, the boy scrutinized the girl's face, a flicker of emotion flashing in his eyes, before suddenly declaring, "You are my new master." The granddaughter of Jingtang? Yun Lan finally comprehended the situation, her expression one of astonishment. "Wait, you are the purple gold flame cauldron?" The boy snorted softly, casting a condescending glance at Yun Lan. "A divine artifact possesses a spirit. Do you not understand this principle? I am the spirit of the purple gold flame cauldron, and you may regard me as the very essence of the cauldron itself." Yun Lan was momentarily at a loss for words. "Spirit? So, the assistance your grandfather mentioned refers to the spirit manifesting? My previous master was your grandfather, Yun Jingtang. I never imagined he would choose a new master for me, and that this new master would be his granddaughter." The spirit's eyes twinkled as it regarded Yun Lan. "From this day forth, you shall accompany me in mastering the art of alchemy. I shall devote myself to nurturing you, guiding you to become a formidable alchemist like your grandfather." Yun Lan raised an eyebrow and replied, "I do not aspire to be an alchemist like my grandfather." "What?" The spirit blinked in disbelief, thinking it must have misheard. "You do not wish to become an alchemist?" The girl smirked mischievously, a hint of arrogance gracing her features. "If I am to pursue it, I shall become an alchemist who surpasses my grandfather." The spirit of the artifact paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You are young, yet your words are audacious. Do you not realize that before your grandfather passed away, he had already attained nearly the pinnacle of a level 10 alchemist? A level 10 alchemist is the highest rank among alchemists, and your grandfather was but a step away from becoming a master in his field. However, that step requires an immense expenditure of time and effort. Even your grandfather could not surmount it. So how could you possibly reach such heights?" Faced with the spirit's unabashed mockery, Yun Lan remained unperturbed, merely smiling in response. "That is quite uncertain." The spirit chuckled again, but as it met the girl's clear and radiant gaze, it ceased its laughter and began to reassess her. There was an undeniable sense that this young maiden possessed a potential capable of transcending the limits. Was it merely an illusion? Perhaps. The spirit nodded slightly. "Very well. Let me witness the extent of your abilities that embolden you to speak so boldly." Yun Lan remained silent. In the next instant, a torrent of wood elemental energy erupted from her being, intertwining and coiling into a vibrant green aura that surged toward the spirit of the artifact suspended in the void. The spirit's expression shifted. It had not anticipated such a sudden assault from Yun Lan. It quickly raised its hand, fingers curling, and the wood elemental energy was instantaneously immobilized, as though ensnared by an invisible chain, rendering it unable to advance or retreat. Suddenly, several green leaves flew in through the window, transforming under the influence of the energy into razor-sharp blades capable of slicing through iron like mud. The blade tips were directed at the spirit tool, each positioned at a distinct angle, launching an assault from all directions. Chapter 161. Assisting you to surpass. The spirit tool was taken aback. These leaf blades were actually formed from leaves. Moreover, to manipulate such a multitude of leaf blades to attack it in an instant. This girl's mental prowess must be. Yun Lan's fingers curled slightly, launching her attack a fraction faster than the spirit tool. The leaf blades darted swiftly towards the spirit tool's body. Buzz. The blades halted mere millimeters from the spirit tool, tantalizingly close to piercing its vital point. In the next moment, the spirit tool floated gently over, raising a small hand to press against Yun Lan's forehead. "Do not move." After a brief pause, the spirit tool lowered its hand, squinting. "Your mental strength has already reached the cloud-treading realm." Yun Lan replied, "Indeed." The spirit tool pondered for a moment. No wonder this girl was so audacious. With dual spirit roots, a second-tier grand spirit master cultivation, and her mental strength having entered the cloud-treading realm. The most remarkable part was that she was merely 15 years old. Given this, she certainly had the credentials to be bold. Just the fact that she possessed mental strength at the cloud-treading realm was sufficient to prove that she could undoubtedly become an exceptional alchemist. Many cultivators aspired to be alchemists, yet without substantial mental strength to support them, achieving success proved exceedingly difficult. The spirit tool nodded in satisfaction. Very well. I will do my utmost to assist you in becoming an alchemist who surpasses your grandfather. Since Yun Lan had already formed a blood bond with the purple gold flame furnace, it had entirely become her possession, and she needed to bestow a name upon the spirit tool. After pondering for a while, Yun Lan ultimately decided to name the spirit tool Xian. Before returning to the academy, she shared a meal with Junfu Wang. After dining, she presented the fire attribute spiritual plants she had gathered from the depths of the Mirror Fairy Lake to Junfu Wang. Coincidentally, Junfu Wang was also on the verge of breaking through a bottleneck in her advancement and gladly accepted the gifts. These precious items were specifically collected for her by her beloved granddaughter, and she intended to find an opportune moment to absorb their essence thoroughly. Subsequently, Junfu Wang led Yun Lan to a certain location. As Yun Lan stepped into the spacious room, her gaze swept around, realizing it was the alchemy chamber previously used by her grandfather. Indeed, Junfu Wang confirmed. The alchemy chamber housed several tall wooden cabinets, filled with medicinal materials meticulously categorized by Yun Jingyang. Since Lano has resolved to become an alchemist, you should take these medicinal materials left behind by your grandfather. After his passing, they have lost their purpose. Rather than allowing them to gather dust in the cabinets, it would be better for you to utilize them in your crafting. Yun Lan did not refuse. Becoming an alchemist implied the necessity of collecting a greater variety of medicinal materials. As a novice, she would inevitably need to consume a substantial amount. She carefully stored all the materials from the cabinets into her storage ring for safekeeping. Upon inquiring further, Yun Lan discovered that these individuals were, in fact, relatives of the unfortunate juniors who had perished in the Great Beast Tide. Chapter 162. A storm is rising. My poor child died in the Great Beast Tide, and the root cause of this tragedy turned out to be none other than a student of Qing Song Academy. Where have the elders of Qing Song Academy gone? Come forth. We demand an explanation. Surrender the culprit. I shall take his life myself. Yun Lan stood at the back of the crowd, observing the anguished and furious cries of the bereaved relatives. It seemed they remained oblivious to the fact that the architect of the Beast Tide was none other than Shun Yuyao. Had the news of her reckless act of bringing the demon silkworm grass beyond the confines of the sealed barrier not yet spread? Seeing the entrance besieged to the point of being impenetrable, Yun Lan resolved to enter through the back gate of the academy. Rongtanji, upon hearing this, cast a glance at the weeping kin and let out a soft sigh. The younger generation of their families had perished in that devastating beast tide, some without even a complete corpse to mourn. It was truly heart-wrenching. During these days of respite, they had persistently sought justice at the academy's front gates, while the elders had nearly exhausted themselves in their quest for clarity regarding the matter. Yun Lan remarked, the elders must have already uncovered the truth, yet they have yet to disclose it to the public. Rongtanji paused, pondering why he believed this. The beast tide was orchestrated by Shin Yuyao. Yun Lan replied coolly. Rongtanji was taken aback. She was responsible? After absorbing this revelation, his expression grew grave. So this is how it is. At that moment, Xiaohua utilized a spatial scroll, and I witnessed Shun Yuyao and Enruyan escaping, leading me to suspect their involvement. Yun Lan's gaze turned frigid. Hence, I did not enter the spatial scroll but instead sought vengeance against them. The fiends who instigated the calamity deserve to perish. Rongtanji clenched his fist, a flicker of loathing crossing his eyes. Yun Lan's fingertips gently tapped the stone table as she inquired. However, the elders are clearly aware that the mastermind behind the beast tide is Shun Yuyao. Why have they not made this announcement? Rongtan pondered for a moment before responding. It is highly likely due to the general's residence. And Ruyan? Yun Lan raised an eyebrow, immediately grasping the implication in Rongtan's words. Are you suggesting that old man in Sichuan is exerting pressure on the academy's elders? Shun Yuyao and Enru Yin were allies. With Shun Yuyao's demise, the Shun family would scarcely stir the waters in the Lian kingdom. Yet, it was not only Shun Yuyao who had perished, but also Enru Yin. And in Sichuan was likely aware of this underlying reason. Rongtan's voice was cool as she remarked, and Sichuan is a man who values his reputation. As the Grand General of the Lian kingdom, he has basked in glory throughout his life. Should the citizens of Lian discover that his own son is implicated in the beast tide, he would certainly face their deep-seated hatred. To avoid tarnishing the general's residence for eternity, he is likely pressuring the academy behind the scenes to prevent the elders from disclosing the truth about the beast tide. Yun Lan furrowed her brow in silence, her expression growing increasingly grave. Rong Tan took a deep breath, rising once more to speak softly. However, this situation is not entirely devoid of possibilities for reversal. The sovereign is a wise and discerning ruler. The more this matter escalates, the more it will reach the ears of the sovereign. By that time, even the esteemed general's residence may not be able to extricate itself unscathed. Chapter 163. Star Dream Pavilion. Yun Lan did not possess a profound understanding of the monarch of the Lian Kingdom. However, to garner the unwavering loyalty of both the war god's mansion and the general's mansion, it is evident that Rong Tanjizi is a sovereign who genuinely cares for his subjects. Speaking of which, Rong Tanjizi suddenly had a thought and retrieved an invitation card from his storage ring, handing it over to Yun Lan. As Yun Lan accepted the card and examined it, she noticed the pristine white surface adorned with patterns of stars and a moon. "What is this?" she inquired. Upon opening the invitation, Yun Lan softly read the words inscribed, Star Dream Pavilion. Rong Tanjizi nodded in affirmation, stating, "This is the invitation to the Star Dream Pavilion, the largest auction house in the Lian Kingdom." Yun Lan lightly traced the texture of the card with her fingertip, raising an eyebrow as she glanced at Rong Tanjizi. "Your possession of this invitation suggests that there is an auction event at the Star Dream Pavilion soon?" "Indeed," he replied with a slight smile. "In 2 days, the Star Dream Pavilion will host a grand auction." A gleam of excitement lit up Yun Lan's eyes. "Is that truly the case?" "It is indeed," he confirmed. "That is splendid news." Rising to her feet, her gaze filled with gratitude, she declared, "I must acquire this by Shui Hai Xine Sha at all costs. I truly appreciate you for providing me with such valuable information." However, Rong Tanjizi shook his head, saying, "We are a team. It is only natural to assist one another. There is no need for formality." A flicker of delight danced in Yun Lan's eyes as she felt a surge of camaraderie. "Very well, let us remain unseparated." She raised her hand, reaching out towards Rong Tanjizi. A spark of brilliance flickered in his gaze as he lowered his eyes to rest upon her extended hand. From a young age, he was taught to distinguish between men and women, as though they were inherently incompatible. However, since joining this training team, his interactions with a young girl have profoundly revealed to him that not all matters necessitate such a division. Despite being a girl, she has proven herself to be an exceptional leader, capable of guiding her companions forward with unwavering resolve. She possesses a strength that rivals that of any man. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as Rong Tan smiled and raised her hand, firmly clasping Yun Lan's. 2 days later, the auction at the Star Dream Pavilion officially commenced. As night fell, the 6 members of the Yun Lan team journeyed to another grand city in Lian, Huayan City. The Star Dream Pavilion is situated at the heart of Huayan City. With Rong Tan's exclusive invitation in hand, the Yun Lan team entered the pavilion without hindrance. As dusk enveloped the surroundings and the full moon ascended, the Star Dream Pavilion sparkled like the most resplendent jewel under the night sky, radiating its alluring brilliance to the world. The opulent black wooden doors, intricately carved with elaborate patterns, swung open to reveal a magnificent glass lantern, suspended in midair, casting a warm, gentle glow. Beneath the luminous lantern, a straight corridor displayed an array of rare treasures, ranging from dazzling magical artifacts to precious beast cores of wondrous creatures. The surrounding walls, shrouded in darkness, were adorned with countless exquisite gems, resembling stars that embellished the night, exuding an aura of boundless mystery. It was not an ostentatious display of luxury, but rather a refined elegance infused with a touch of grace. As Yun Lan and her teammates gazed around, each pair of eyes sparkled with awe. The Star Dream Pavilion, undoubtedly the largest auction house in the Kingdom of Lian, stands in stark contrast to the Baiyang auction house, which pales in comparison. Its elegance is a testament to a family's heritage, refined over millennia. Yun Lan felt a surge of curiosity. Which esteemed family lies behind the Star Dream Pavilion? Chapter 164, The Sage. Rong Tanjin revealed, it is the Yin family. The Yin family. During her brief sojourn at the War God Mansion, Yun Lan had taken special care to inquire with her grandmother about the prominent families currently renowned in the Kingdom of Lian. If one were to envision the esteemed families of Lian as a pyramid, the Rong and Yin families would undoubtedly occupy the apex, revered by all beneath them. Yun Lan's party traversed the corridor and arrived at the auction site within the Star Dream Pavilion. This venue comprised 3 levels. The first level served as the auction hall, featuring a central auction platform crafted from exquisite blue jade ice. Surrounding this platform, thousands of seats were filled with guests eager to partake in the auction. The second and third levels housed private rooms, distinguishable by their signage. The second level bore the character for Earth, while the third level displayed the character for Heaven. Moreover, the design of the third level's private rooms was notably more opulent and refined than that of the second level. Rong Tanjin elucidated to her companions. The seating within the Star Dream Pavilion is stratified by status. Those seated in the main hall on the first level hail from lesser-known families or are solitary cultivators unaffiliated with any particular faction. The private rooms on the second level are reserved for more prominent families or cultivators aligned with any of the major houses. Seated in the private chambers on the third level are typically those of esteemed and powerful factions, such as the royal families of various nations, the three major sects, the Celestial Domain, and the Sacred Domain. Yun Lan displayed a look of understanding. So we are seated in. Rong Tanji pondered for a moment. Raising his gaze towards the private chambers on the third level, we were originally meant to be on the second level, but for some unknown reason. This auction hosted by the Star Dream Pavilion has arranged for us to occupy the third level. Isn't the relationship between the Rong family and the Yin family quite amicable? Perhaps this is the reason for the deliberate arrangement, Lu Yinchi remarked in a nonchalant tone. Rong Tanji chuckled wryly. While that may be true, it is still the first time I have encountered such a situation. Let us not dwell on this. We should head upstairs, Mu Hua exclaimed, one hand gripping Yun Lan and the other grasping Wen Rinxian, boldly making her way toward the staircase. Rong Tanji, Lu Yinchi, and Feng Jin exchanged glances, resigned, and followed the girl's lead. The private chamber of Yun Lan's group was situated in the center of the corridor on the third level. As they walked past, Rong Tanji's peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of one of the private chambers. Within it sat several practitioners clad in white robes, a scepter adorned with precious gems resting beside them. They were engaged in laughter and conversation, a rich aura of light elemental energy permeating the chamber. Rong Tanji's gaze suddenly deepened, and his hand, concealed within his sleeve, tightened slightly. What is the matter? Lu Yinchi observed the subtle change in Rong Tanji's expression. Arching her slender brow, Rong Tanji averted his gaze, his melodious voice taking on a cool tone. I didn't expect them to be here as well. As the companions entered the private room, Rong Tanshi reached out to close the door and softly uttered two words, Holy Domain. The Holy Domain. The expressions of everyone shifted. Yun Lan leaned against the window, tilting his head to glance at the private room they had just passed. Are you suggesting that individuals from the Holy Domain have also come to this auction? Rong Tanshi elegantly settled into his seat, his attire flowing as he replied nonchalantly, there can be no mistake. The attire of the saints from the Holy Domain is universally characterized by white robes and the bearing of a staff. Could it be that there is something at tonight's auction that they require? Feng Jin tapped the table thoughtfully, proposing a conjecture. Chapter 165, Young Mastering. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned synchronously towards Rong Tanshi. Every saint within the Holy Domain is undoubtedly a practitioner endowed with the light spiritual root. Their needs are primarily items that can enhance the cultivation of light spiritualists. And it just so happens that Rong Tanshi is also a light spiritualist. Noticing the collective gaze upon him, Rong Tanshi was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile. Indeed, a clear, melodious, youthful voice suddenly resonated within the private room, announcing, Tonight's auction does indeed feature an item that several saints from the Holy Domain are in dire need of. Who? Luo Yanshi, with remarkable agility, swiftly drew the sword from its sheath, the chilling blade aimed directly at the source of the voice. A slender hand rose, effortlessly pinching the advancing sword between two fingers. It was then that everyone discerned the presence of a young man standing in the corner of the private room. The young man, with a ponytail secured and a band resting on his forehead, exuded an aura reminiscent of a gentle mountain breeze. Clad in a black robe adorned with golden embroidery, he stood tall and upright like a pine tree. Beneath his arched brows lay a pair of deep-set, phoenix-like eyes that seemed to pierce through illusion with a gaze as fierce as a torch. A subtle smile graced his lips as he leisurely locked eyes with the lady before him, Lu Yinchi. Yun Lan narrowed her eyes sharply, pondering when this youth had entered the private chamber. She had not sensed even the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy, implying that he had appeared in the room without a trace. Upon catching sight of the young man's visage, Rong Tanji was momentarily taken aback before rising from her seat and striding towards him, her surprise evident. You are in Changfeng. It has been quite a while. The young man, with a flick of his garment, greeted Rong Tanji with a cheerful smile. Observing their interaction, Yun Lan remained silent for a moment before inquiring, Tanji, do you know each other? Yin Chanfeng raised his hand in a salute. I am Yin Chanfeng. I apologize for startling you just now. Yun Lan discreetly assessed the young man before her, realizing he was a junior from the Yin family. The revelation dawned upon her, and she understood why she had felt no trace of spiritual energy emanating from him. Fortunately, your progress in cultivation surpasses mine, she thought. Yin Chanfeng turned his gaze to Rong Tanji, remarking, since our last parting, during our exchanges, I held the upper hand. However, now I find myself unable to gauge your level of cultivation, which undoubtedly indicates that you have surpassed me. Chapter 166. The formation of the 7-person team. After taking a sip of tea, Yin Chanfeng looked at the others gathered. You all are friends of Tanji, I presume? Everyone, please take a seat. So, the invitation to tonight's auction, as well as this private room, were all arranged by you specifically to surprise Tangji. Yun Lan remarked while gesturing for his teammates to sit down, his gaze fixed on Yin Chanfeng. With a knowing smile, Yin Chanfeng nodded. Indeed, it is the exquisite Linglong Guozhi. Remarkably, it is a specimen that has existed for 30,000 years. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Tangji's eyes. The Linglong Guozhi? He inquired, taken aback. Yes, it is indeed the rare Linglong Guozhi, which has absorbed the celestial energy of the legendary Linglong Liuguang bird, transforming from an ordinary branch into a dazzlingly rare spiritual plant. Years ago, there had been several auctions featuring the Linglong Guozhi, but never had there been one of such ancient lineage. This treasure was coveted not only by the sacred domain, but also by other practitioners of light. However, the sacred domain was a formidable force within the Bi Luozi realm, and the thought of competing with them for the Linglong Guozhi weighed heavily on Tangji's mind, casting a shadow of seriousness upon his handsome features. Noticing Tangji's concerns, Yin Chanfeng chuckled lightly. What is the matter? Are you afraid? This is not the demeanor one would expect from the heir of the Rong family. Tangji replied calmly, I am not afraid. The rules of the auction dictate that the highest bidder secures the treasure. However, I wish to avoid animosity with the sacred domain over a single Linglong Guozhi. Yin Chanfeng picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Rong Tanji, the air filled with the fragrant aroma of the brew. After a moment, the young man spoke. The holy domain is unreasonable, yet your Rong family is not to be trifled with. If you wish to avoid enmity with the holy domain, have you not considered that the holy domain may also regard your family with caution? Rong Tanji gently traced the rim of his teacup with his fingertip, revealing a helpless expression as he shook his head slightly and took a sip of the clear tea. Yin Chanfeng then turned his gaze to the other members of the Yun Lan team, his eyes brightening. By the way, are you all students of Qingsong Academy? I submitted my application to transfer to the academy yesterday and will soon be a student there myself. Yun Lan nodded. Indeed, we are all students of Qingsong Academy, and we also form a training team. A training team? Yin Chanfeng pondered for a moment, then exclaimed, oh, right. The month of training just concluded not long ago. I couldn't participate this year. I will have to wait until next year. Since Tanji is in your team, could I possibly join as well? He pointed to himself and smiled broadly at everyone. My current cultivation level is that of a first-level Great Spirit Master, and I have not yet joined any team. Lu Yinshi looked at Yun Lan. Captain, what are your thoughts? Yin Chanfeng paused, taking a moment to reassess the young girl before him, momentarily taken aback. You are the captain? Chapter 167. Respecting orders rather than commanding them, Yin Chanfeng gazed intently at Yun Lan, then slightly narrowed his elongated phoenix eyes. The young lady appeared younger than him, yet he found himself unable to discern her cultivation level. The inability to perceive another cultivator's prowess can stem from two reasons. Either the individual is practicing a technique that conceals their true strength, or their cultivation level surpasses your own. Yin Chanfeng deemed the first possibility unlikely, for techniques capable of hiding one's cultivation are exceedingly rare. Even renowned families may not possess such methods. Thus, the only remaining explanation was the latter. Her cultivation was indeed above his. Intrigued, Yin Chanfeng reflected on the youth who had just attacked him with a sword. He likely hailed from the Wanjian sect. Tanji had also joined this small team, and the other members did not appear to be the typical scions of minor families. Perhaps, by joining such a team, he could foster significant growth. With a smile, Yin Chanfeng remarked, since you extend your invitation with sincerity, I shall graciously accept. The two parties reached an immediate accord, and Yin Chanfeng officially became the 7th member of the Yun Lan team. Yun Lan smiled, for at last, her 7-member squad was fully formed. with roles encompassing offense, healing, support, defense, control, reconnaissance, and stealth, essential positions in a competent training team. Her squad had it all. At that moment, a wave of uncontainable joy surged within Yun Lan's chest. Mu Hua, perceptive as ever, quickly discerned the source of Yun Lan's elation and joined in the merriment, saying, "We shall undoubtedly be the finest training team, Xiaolan. Wouldn't you agree?" "Absolutely," came the affirming response. In a moment of elation, Yun Lan did not forget to inquire of Yin Changfeng, "By the way, I heard from Tan that the upcoming auction will feature the coveted Bihue Haixin sand." Yin Changfeng nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, there will be Bihue Haixin sand." Yun Lan then asked, "Is there only one piece of this Bihue Haixin sand?" After a brief contemplation, Yin Changfeng responded, "Yes, there is only one." Hearing this, Yun Lan's gaze fell, revealing a hint of disappointment. "Is it so? Do you have a pressing need for the Bihue Haixin sand?" Yin Changfeng, noticing Yun Lan's melancholic demeanor, offered, "If you require it, I can arrange for my family shadows to keep a vigilant watch." Mu Hua grasped Yun Lan's hand and addressed Yin Changfeng. "Since you are now a member of our small team, I shall not withhold the truth. Both Yun Lan and I are dual spirit root bearers, and among the items necessary to activate the second spirit root, the Bihue Haixin sand is precisely what we seek." Yin Changfeng expressed his astonishment. "Dual spirit roots?" "Indeed," confirmed Rong Tanji, nodding at Yin Changfeng. "For those with dual spirit roots, it is essential to fully activate both to harness their maximum potential. Changfeng, your Star Dream Pavilion has no rivals in treasure hunting. If possible, we would greatly appreciate your vigilance." Without hesitation, Yin Changfeng replied, "No problem. But the Bihue Haixin sand is no ordinary item. I cannot assure you that I will find it, but I shall endeavor to do my utmost." Yun Lan and Mu Hua exchanged glances, mentally preparing themselves for the outcome. "It is perfectly fine. If we can find it, that would be splendid, but if not, we shall manage." During their idle chatter, the auction commenced. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Let us commence with the first item of tonight's auction." The auctioneer clapped his hands, and a stunningly beautiful woman ascended the stage, elegantly bearing a tray draped with a crimson cloth. This inaugural item for bidding is none other than a beast core from the formidable griffin python. Observe, as the auctioneer dramatically unveils the cloth, a vibrant green light bursts forth from the tray. The radiance emanates with such intensity that even the members of the Yun Lan team, situated on the third tier, can distinctly perceive the formidable and overwhelming aura enveloped within that green glow. The luminous spectacle nearly steals the breath from all present. Yun Lan inhaled deeply. This is the essence of wood-type spiritual energy. Every individual in attendance is utterly captivated, their gaze fixated on the green beast core, which is roughly the size of an infant's fist, resting upon the tray. The auctioneer elaborates. This beast core has been meticulously evaluated by the chief appraiser of the Xingming Pavilion, originating from a fifth-tier divine beast, the griffin python. As you all are aware, beast cores are repositories of a spirit beast's most potent energy, representing the most crucial element of their being. Should one manage to absorb and transform this energy, especially for wood-type spiritual practitioners, an elevation and cultivation level is assured. Casting a glance across the seated audience, the auctioneer noticed several attendees stirring with excitement and smiled. Such a beast core begins at a base price of 1 million gold coins. Ladies and gentlemen, let the bidding commence. No sooner had he spoken than guests in the audience began to call out their bids. 2 million gold coins, 3 million gold coins, 3.5 million gold coins, 3,700,000 gold coins. Meanwhile, Yun Lan leisurely sipped tea, observing the fervent bidding unfold. The fifth-level divine beast spirit, the giant eagle python beast Dan, happens to be a wood-type spiritual creature. To be honest, Yun Lan is quite eager to possess it. However, her true objective for the night lies in the Bai Shui Hai Xin Sha, and she cannot ascertain the price she must pay to secure this precious item. To err on the side of caution, it would be wise for her to refrain from acting impulsively. In her consciousness, a gentle voice echoed. "That of Qin Wu. Can I have that giant eagle python beast Dan?" Yun Lan paused momentarily in her tea drinking. Engaging in dialogue with Qin Wu through their contract? "You wish to have it?" Qin Wu replied, "Yes, since the giant eagle python is also a serpent-type spiritual beast. Should I absorb it, it might enhance my strength." Xiao Hua chimed in. Indeed, like the giant eagle python, Qin Wu is also a wood-type serpentine divine beast, making the absorption effect undoubtedly optimal. Yun Lan raised her gaze toward the auction stage in the hall, where the bidding for this beast stand had escalated from 1 million gold coins to 5 million. Although the prospect of parting with such a sum was painful, contemplating Qingwu's inherent deficiencies spurred her resolve. Gritting her teeth, Yun Lan decisively raised her bidding paddle, 5,100,000 gold coins. The auctioneer swiftly shifted his attention to the private room on the third floor, his eyes flickering momentarily. Wait, this appears to be the exclusive room that the young master had previously instructed to be reserved for a friend. Many ceased to bid thereafter. This was merely the first precious item of the evening's auction, yet it had already reached the staggering price of 5,100,000. What would the subsequent treasures fetch? The crowd dared not dwell on such thoughts, hastily checking their own reserves of gold coins and crystal cards to ascertain their financial readiness. The auctioneer, observing the absence of further bids, proceeded to confirm the final price, 5,100,000, once, 5,100,000, twice, 5,100,000, thrice. Congratulations to this esteemed guest for successfully acquiring the spirit python beast Dan. Yun Lan set down her bidding paddle, and her teammates gazed at her with rapt attention. Xiaolan, do you wish to enhance yourself with the beast Dan? Spending 5,100,000 on a single beast Dan certainly seemed extravagant. However, upon reflection, the beast Dan possessed wood attributes, and their captain was a wood element spiritual master. Thus, it was reasonable to utilize the beast Dan for level enhancement. Teammates. In Chapter 169, titled Crystal Waterheart Sand, the incredulity of spending over 5 million gold coins merely for a beast Dan for her contracted beast to munch on was palpable among the teammates, who wore expressions of helpless amusement. They could only express gratitude that Xiaolan hailed from the War God Mansion. Otherwise, a typical small family would hardly dare to spend money in such a manner. After Yin Changfeng joined the team as a new member, he gradually discerned the backgrounds of his companions. This should be acceptable, right? Yun Lan touched her nose. She had yet to disclose to her grandmother that she had contracted 2 divine beasts. If her grandmother were to discover this matter, she would likely be profoundly astonished. Within the realm of consciousness, Qingwu observed the events unfolding beyond, her serpent-like eyes reflecting a measure of emotion. She had merely expressed a desire, and her master had indeed procured it for her. Qingwu silently resolved to strive diligently to overcome her inherent shortcomings. She must never become a burden to her contractor. Soon, the auctioneer summoned a captivating woman to present an array of rare treasures. Although her teammates exhibited little interest in these exquisite artifacts, they nonetheless indulged in the visual delight. Next, we unveil another exquisite treasure, a relic of extreme cold, the azure waterheart sand. As the crimson cloth is lifted from the auction table, the crowd beholds a transparent crystal sphere. Within this sphere lies a layer of fine sand, radiating an ethereal blue glow, reminiscent of stars and flowing water, elusive and ever-changing. Yun Lan squints her eyes. This is indeed the azure waterheart sand. She turns her gaze towards Yin Changfeng. From where did the Star Dream Pavilion acquire this azure waterheart sand? It seems to be from a cultivator hailing from the kingdom of Wanjing, does it not? Yin Changfeng rests one hand on the railing, his eyes fixed on the crystal sphere held by the auctioneer. He mentioned a pressing need for funds, which is why he entrusted the azure waterheart sand to the Star Dream Pavilion for auction. The kingdom of Wanjing. Yun Lan furrows her brow in contemplation. This kingdom is but a small realm, situated a staggering distance of 100,000 miles from Lian Kingdom. If that cultivator indeed extracted the azure waterheart sand from some location within the kingdom of Wanjing, does it not imply that their team may also need to journey to the kingdom of Wanjing? Do not worry, Yin Changfeng assures her. I will instruct the shadow guards of the Star Dream Pavilion to pay close attention. If we can acquire the azure waterheart sand nearby, it would be most fortuitous. Yun Lan nods. However, I must also prepare for the worst-case scenario. As they converse, the auction on the first level of the hall commences. The azure waterheart sand can only be found in pristine streams or places blanketed in snow, making it one of the purest treasures of the ethereal realm. As for its uses, aside from being absorbable by water and ice elemental masters, it possesses the remarkable ability to activate spiritual roots. The official auction for the azure waterheart sand begins now, with a starting bid of 500,000 gold coins. The auction commenced, yet the esteemed guests below displayed a palpable lack of interest. The azure waterheart sand, being a pure substance, could primarily benefit water-type and ice-type spiritual practitioners. However, treasures more easily absorbed than this were abundant. As for its ability to activate spiritual roots, it was either for those whose roots were damaged and required reforging, or for dual root bearers. Otherwise, the average individual would find it altogether unusable. After all, who doesn't naturally activate their spiritual roots upon birth? Furthermore, not everyone possesses the extraordinary fortune to be born with dual spiritual roots. Thus, the allure of the azure water heart sand was far diminished compared to other auction items. Observing this, Yun Lan perceived a splendid opportunity. The lack of attraction meant that no one would contend with her for the azure water heart sand. Just as she lifted her bidding paddle, a languid voice unexpectedly resonated. 1,000,000 gold coins. Chapter 170. A flicker of cold light appeared in Yun Lan's eyes as she cast her gaze out of the window of her private chamber, directing it towards the source of the voice. It was a third-floor chamber, unshielded by curtains, allowing a vague glimpse of a figure clad in white robes. Standing by the window, wielding a golden scepter adorned with glistening jewels, Yun Lan furrowed her brow, dressed in white and brandishing a scepter. This was a saint from the Holy Domain. Saints within the Holy Domain were invariably light-type spiritual practitioners, rendering the azure water heart sand of little significance to them. Yet, this saint was bidding. Could it be that he was a dual root bearer seeking to activate his spiritual roots? Without allowing Yun Lan further contemplation, she raised her bidding paddle high. 1,100,000 gold coins. The sage in the private chamber was evidently taken aback, completely unprepared for the presence of a rival in the bidding war. 1,200,000 gold coins. The sage proclaimed loudly. Yun Lan followed closely. 1,300,000 gold coins. 1,400,000 gold coins. 1,500,000 gold coins. The onlookers in the hall could not help but lift their gazes in curiosity. Such a common item as the azure water heart sand, seemingly of no use to ordinary individuals, was unexpectedly the subject of such fervent bidding. Truly remarkable. However, when the crowd caught sight of the figure in white robes standing by the window of the private chamber, along with the scepter he held, their expressions shifted dramatically. Clad in white robes, wielding a scepter, this was indeed a sage from the sacred domain. The sacred domain primarily nurtures cultivators with light-type spiritual roots, who are referred to as sages. They typically exude an air of sanctity that is not to be trifled with, considering themselves the most loyal devotees of the divine. Unlike the celestial domain and the three major sects with their profound histories, the sacred domain has only been established for a century yet has secured a formidable position within the azure realm, a feat attributed to the merits of its esteemed leader. These sages from the sacred domain often leverage their esteemed reputation to wield power and influence, embodying arrogance and pride that one cannot afford to offend. The sage tightened his grip on the scepter, his piercing gaze sweeping towards Yun Lan's team in the private chamber, coldly declaring, "You would do well to recognize. We hail from the sacred domain. Competing with us for this item may not end favorably for you." Yun Lan responded with a cold smirk. "Are you suggesting you cannot afford to keep bidding? Who says I cannot afford to bid?" The sage gritted his teeth, about to raise his bid once more, when another female sage behind him promptly tugged at his sleeve. What truly matters tonight is not the azure water sea heart sand, but rather the exquisite luminous branch. Yet, this had been a specific directive from His Highness the Saint's son. The sage frowned. The female sage cast a glance at the elegant chamber occupied by the Yun Lan team, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes as she calmly remarked, "I will explain to His Highness the Saint's son afterwards. He will not hold us accountable. Understand that the exquisite luminous branch, which has existed for 30,000 years, is the treasure we must secure, far surpassing the azure water sea heart sand in value." Upon hearing this, the sage relented, retracting his bidding paddle with a huff, and turned to stride toward the chamber. With the sage withdrawing from the bidding, Yun Lan successfully acquired the azure water sea heart sand for 150,000 gold coins. As Yun Lan slowly set down the bidding paddle, she turned to see the slightly grave expression on Rong Tanji's face. She had anticipated that the sacred domain would also seek the azure water sea heart sand. Lu Yinxi's tone was cool, questioning the purpose of such bidding if they had no use for it. After a moment of silence, Rong Tanji replied, "Perhaps there are sages within the sacred domain who possess dual spiritual roots, yet this information has not been disclosed publicly. Their sudden withdrawal from the bidding for the azure water sea heart sand must be in preparation for the final exquisite luminous branch." Yun Lan remained silent, a vague sense of foreboding stirring within her. For reasons unknown, she felt that the sacred domain would soon emerge as a formidable force posing a threat to their team. She hoped that her apprehensions were merely unfounded. Yun Lan pondered. Chapter 171. The fish that escaped the net after the exquisite aquamarine sand. 3 or 4 more treasures along with various elemental master techniques were auctioned. Rong Tan, Lu Yinxi, and Feng Jin all successfully acquired several corresponding techniques. The collection of elemental master techniques within the Qing Song Academy's library is, after all, limited. The most expedient way to obtain these techniques is through auction houses, purchasing them at reasonable prices. Xiaohua, Xiaotang, do you not desire any elemental master techniques? Yun Lan inquired, glancing at the other 2 young women in the team. Mu Hua smiled and shook her head, not at the moment. The techniques I carry are sufficient for now. I wish to master them before acquiring new ones. Wan Rin Tang lowered her gaze, her slender fingers tightening around her sleeves as she softly replied, I do not need any. Observing Wan Rin Tang's downcast demeanor, Yun Lan's gaze shifted to her attire. Though she was a princess, the fabric of her garments was not as sumptuous as one might expect. It stands to reason, a princess who lacks favor would naturally not receive ample resources. Yun Lan tapped her fingers lightly on the table before retrieving a crystal card from her storage ring, which she then extended towards Wan Rin Tang. Wan Rin Tang was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the crystal card, her eyes widening in surprise as she exclaimed, Xiaolan. The crystal card contained 200,000 gold coins. I noticed several water elemental master techniques that would suit you perfectly, and the current auction price is quite reasonable. Yun Lan said, nodding towards the auction stage. Consider it a loan for you to purchase these techniques. When you have the means in the future, you may repay me. When Rinchi felt a surge of emotion as she gently reached out to accept the crystal card, whispering her thanks. Yun Lan patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, No need to be so polite. It is only natural for us to assist one another. When Rinchi nodded lightly, capturing a few volumes on water system spirit techniques. In the elegant chamber of the holy domain, the expression of the female saint grew grave upon witnessing Yun Lan's team acquire several tomes on light system spirit techniques. Was there truly a light system spirit master within this chamber? Most of the light system spirit masters in the current realm of Bi Luo had already been absorbed into the holy domain, while the few who refused to join had been discreetly dealt with. How curious that today one might encounter a fish that slipped through the net. Can we ascertain who is present in that chamber? The female saint inquired, turning to another saint accompanying her. The saint shook his head, lowering his voice. It is impossible. All seats on the 3rd floor have been issued strict orders against mutual investigation. Those who defy this will be expelled from the Star Dream Pavilion. The female saint pressed her lips together, a flicker of displeasure crossing her gaze. We can wait until the auction concludes, and then take action when those in that chamber exit the Star Dream Pavilion, suggested the saint. The female saint narrowed her eyes. Those seated on the 3rd floor of the Star Dream Pavilion cannot possibly be ordinary individuals. The saint lowered his head, reluctant to speak further. Very well. Our primary concern today is that exquisite light branch. Everything else is of little significance. The female saint lifted her teacup, taking a delicate sip. Just as she spoke, she noticed a stunning woman approaching, gracefully holding a tray. The auctioneer clapped his hands, his face radiant with excitement. Esteemed guests, behold. This is the most thrilling item of tonight's auction. In an instant, everyone craned their necks, fixated on the tray draped in crimson silk. This exquisite treasure, the luminescent branch, was serendipitously discovered by our Star Dream Pavilion's treasure hunting team, boasting an astonishing age of 30,000 years. The auctioneer slowly unveiled the crimson silk, and as he did, a blinding radiance gradually emerged. Chapter 172, The Luminescent Branch. The entire Star Dream Pavilion erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Yun Lan and her companions could not resist gathering at the window to gaze upon the spectacle. There, upon the tray, floated a delicate, golden-hued branch resembling coral thriving beneath the sea, neither too large nor too small, surrounded by twinkling motes of light. A profound aura of light energy emanated from the luminescent branch, and as the crimson silk was entirely removed, this energy surged forth like a flash of blades, sweeping outward with startling intensity. The guests nearest to the luminescent branch were caught off guard, flung away by the force, landing in disarray, utterly disheveled. Goodness! The energy of this luminescent branch is incredibly overwhelming. It is said to be a favored nesting material of the legendary luminescent radiant bird. Truly, it is a top-tier treasure with an age of 30,000 years. This evening has been an eye-opening experience. Auctioneer, quickly announce the starting bid for this luminescent branch. I am determined to claim it. The air in the Star Dream Pavilion was charged with an atmosphere of urgency as a series of impatient calls echoed throughout the hall. The auctioneer gestured for calm and spoke in a measured tone. Ladies and gentlemen, the exquisite Linglong light branch is an exceedingly rare treasure. Our treasure hunting team has exerted considerable effort to procure it, so I must emphasize the following. This Linglong light branch will be auctioned without a reserve price, meaning that if the bids do not meet our expectations, the Star Dream Pavilion reserves the right to withdraw it from sale. Furthermore, this extraordinary item will only be available tonight. Should it remain unsold by the end of the evening, we will not conduct a second auction. With that, the auction commenced. Upon hearing the auctioneer's words, a moment of silence enveloped the room until a voice broke through. I bid 3 million gold coins. The initial bid sparked a frenzy among the attendees, who seemed to awaken from a stupor, quickly following suit. 4 million gold coins. 5 million gold coins. 6 million gold coins. The chorus of escalating bids reverberated through every corner of the Star Dream Pavilion. Each participant's eyes glowed with fervent desire. Fixated on the Linglong light branch, their minds consumed by insatiable greed. After all, this was a treasure forged over 30,000 years. Even those who were not light element spirit masters, unable to absorb the light energy it emanated, might still reap other benefits. Perhaps even immortality or the revival of the lifeless. The excitement in the room surged, and with it, the bids soared ever higher. Rong Tanjia listened to the rising tide of offers, her emotions tumultuous and far from settled. Yin Changfeng glanced at Rong Tanji's trembling hand and smiled. How do you feel? Are you not thrilled? Rong Tanji took a deep breath and nodded, naturally excited. This is the first time I've encountered such a high-grade light attribute treasure. The sacred domain is likely preparing to start the bidding. Leaning on his hand, Yin Changfeng wore an expression of eager anticipation. Once the Linglong light branch makes its appearance, I predicted its value would be nothing short of extraordinary. Tanji, you must brace yourself. As he finished speaking, the sacred domain indeed commenced the bidding. 10 million gold coins. The bidder was a female saint, who raised her bidding paddle high, casting a haughty gaze over the crowd in the hall. The moment the audience witnessed the sacred domain's offer, their previously ignited excitement was doused as if a bucket of ice water had been thrown over them, extinguishing the fervor instantly. The voices of bidding dwindled, leaving only a sparse few still daring to contest with the sacred domain. 13 million gold coins. 14 million gold coins. The female saint's tone noticeably chilled as she narrowed her eyes. How dare they compete with the sacred domain for this treasure, utterly oblivious to the peril they faced. Chapter 173, each according to their wealth. The female saint's piercing gaze swept sharply towards those few individuals contesting the bid. A sense of primal fear washed over the competitors, akin to being hunted by a beast. They fell silent, trembling hands lowering their bidding paddles. The female saint, upon witnessing this, raised her chin with a sense of satisfaction. Casting aside the bidding card, she grasped her staff, spreading her arms like a savior, and spoke softly. Esteemed guests, the Holy Prince is in dire need of this exquisite luminescent branch. I kindly request that you cease bidding and grant my holy domain a modicum of respect. In the future, should any of you encounter difficulties, my holy domain will undoubtedly extend its utmost assistance. A profound silence enveloped the room as everyone exchanged glances, each pondering the sincerity of her words. While eloquence flowed freely, the implementation of such promises remained uncertain. Nevertheless, the presence of the holy domain instilled a palpable fear, rendering all hesitant to voice their thoughts or continue bidding. The female saint narrowed her eyes slightly, relishing the silence that enveloped the crowd, confident that no further bids would arise. She then turned her gaze towards the auctioneer, inquiring, might the price of 14 million gold coins satisfy the Star Dream Pavilion? I bid 15 million gold coins, came the unexpected reply. The smile on the female saint's lips froze as all eyes shifted towards the source of the bid. From the third-tier VIP box, a young man clad in ethereal white stepped into view, his expression composed. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? This is the extraordinarily talented young master of the Rong family, Rong Tanshi. While everyone speculated who might dare to undermine the holy domain, it turned out to be the formidable Rong clan. The female saint's eyes widened in disbelief. It was indeed the Rong family. She had initially wondered which oversight had eluded the holy domain's attention, only to discover it was the illustrious Rong Tanshi, blessed with a luminous spirit root. Rong Tanji rested his hands on the railing, casting a glance at the female saint with a smile. although His Highness the Saint Sun requires the exquisite luminous branch. As a light element spirit master, I too am in need of such a rare treasure. I propose we each rely on our financial means, esteemed saint. What are your thoughts? The female saint clenched her teeth in silence, pondering his implication. Did it mean he no longer wished to grant her the respect of the sacred domain? Rong Tongji feigned innocence, saying, "Your words are misdirected, esteemed saint. The rules of the major auction houses dictate that the highest bidder claims the treasure. I have my needs, and I am fortunate enough to possess the financial capability to support them. Why should I not make my bid? The sacred domain, a paragon of integrity, would undoubtedly refrain from engaging in treachery, would it not?" The youth spoke lightly, yet he placed particular emphasis on the phrase integrity. The female saint's gaze darkened slightly, her grip on the staff tightening involuntarily. "So, esteemed saint, will you continue to bid?" Rong Tongji inquired with a tone of gentlemanly politeness. The female saint shot him a cold glance, declaring, 16 million. 17 million gold coins. Rong Tongji replied leisurely. 18 million. 19 million. He continued, maintaining his pace. 20 million gold coins. The female saint nearly spat out the words through clenched teeth. Rong Tongji, unhurried, accepted a cup of tea from Yin Chafeng, taking a gentle sip before stating, 21 million gold coins. Witnessing Rong Tongji's carefree demeanor, even pausing to sip tea during the bidding, cold sweat trickled down the female saint's back. This auction at the Star Dream Pavilion had only granted the Saint's son a mere 20 million gold coins. No longer possessing excess gold coins to continue bidding, it was evident from Rong Tongji's demeanor that the gold he carried far exceeded 21 million, perhaps even more. Chapter 174. Humiliation. Ultimately, the female sage reluctantly withdrew from the bidding. The exquisite Linglong Guoji was effortlessly claimed by Rong Tongji. Yin Changfeng clapped his hands in congratulations, exclaiming, "Congratulations to our young master Rong for securing the Linglong Guoji." The other teammates couldn't help but give Rong Tongji a thumbs up, remarking, "Truly worthy of being from a prestigious family, young master Rong. Such financial prowess and ambition have thoroughly embarrassed the proud holy domain." Rong Tongji smiled at his companions, then cast a glance at the darkly scowling female sage. The onlookers had witnessed this spectacular bidding war and regarded Rong Tongji with newfound respect. Simultaneously, they cast scornful glances at the several sages present. The dignity of the holy domain? What was that? Apologies, but young Master Rong had no interest in it. The female sage, acutely aware of the derision directed at her from all sides, felt a surge of hatred. With a fierce glare at Rong Tongji, she slammed her sleeve and declared ominously, "The holy domain shall remember this day." With that, she tightened her grip on her staff and turned to leave the elegant chamber, accompanied by a few fellow sages. At that moment, the auction drew to a close. Yin Changfeng led his teammates to another inner chamber of the Xingming Pavilion to verify the auctioned items. "My lord." The auctioneer had been waiting in the inner chamber for quite some time and bowed respectfully to Yin Changfeng. Yin Changfeng waved his hand in acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, the auctioneer approached promptly. After hearing a few instructions from Yin Changfeng, he displayed a hint of surprise but refrained from asking further questions. Instead, he bowed to the other members of the Yun Lan team, stating, "It turns out that you are all friends of the young master. I apologize for my lack of hospitality." Yun Lan, exasperated yet amused, replied, "Not at all. We are merely here to broaden our horizons." The auctioneer proceeded to confirm the auctioned items with each individual and distributed the bills. As Yun Lan gazed at the sum of gold coins on her invoice, she was momentarily taken aback. She had acquired a beast core for 5,100,000 and 150,000 for a piece of water-heart sand, amounting to a total of 6,600,000 gold coins. Yet, the final bill indicated that she only needed to pay 5 million gold coins. This discrepancy was not unique to her. Her teammates who had also purchased items faced the same situation. They collectively cast puzzled glances toward Yin Changfeng. With a smile, Yin Changfeng reassured them, "The bill is correct. The deducted amounts are covered by my Star Dream Pavilion." Yun Lan raised an eyebrow, but, "Is that really appropriate?" "It's nothing." Yin Changfeng waved his hand with great generosity. "This sum is well within my family's means. Furthermore, I am fortunate to have the opportunity to team up with all of you, since my friends are patronizing my Star Dream Pavilion. It is only fitting that I extend some discounts. Wouldn't you agree?" Yun Lan paused for a moment, then nodded, "We graciously accept your kindness. From now on, we shall share both fortunes and hardships together." Yin Changfeng's eyes crinkled with a smile, agreed. After refreshing herself, she entered her sea of consciousness, clutching the beast core of the giant eagle python. Master, the ethereal mist, known as Qingwu, slithered its elongated form towards Yun Lan, flicking its tongue in greeting. Yun Lan affectionately patted Qingwu's head and placed a beast essence before it, saying, "Absorb it at an opportune moment." Overjoyed, Qingwu promptly devoured the essence and curled up to commence its absorption. Observing this, Yun Lan chose not to intrude, exiting the sea of consciousness with the intention of cultivating before resting. Upon emerging, Yun Lan detected a familiar and enchanting fragrance wafting through the air. It was the scent of the dark flame bud from Yi Wuming's robe. In the next instant, a shadowy figure emerged from the rift in space. Chapter 175. The blooming orchid Yi Wuming opened his eyes, his profound gaze fixated intently on the young woman seated upon the bed. Since the conclusion of the trial month, Yun Lan had not encountered Yi Wuming. With a cheerful smile, she greeted him. "What wind brought the esteemed demon lord here tonight?" Yi Wuming approached Yun Lan with measured steps, stating, "Yao Feng has discovered the location of the Bai Shui Hai Exine Sha." Upon hearing this, Yun Lan's spirits lifted. She sprang from the bed, grasping his sleeve with eager eyes sparkling. "Where is it?" As she leaned closer, the faint scent of her freshly bathed hair enveloped him. Instinctively, Yi Wuming felt the urge to retreat. Yet as his gaze fell upon her delicate hand holding his sleeve, he pressed his lips together, ultimately choosing to remain still, permitting her proximity. "The Medicine King Forest," he uttered softly, pausing briefly before revealing the 4 words. Yun Lan blinked, processing the name, Medicine King Forest. Simultaneously, Shangwan Qinghe and the first master of the Zijin Yao, revered as the ancestor of spiritual elixirs, Mo Qi, were also mentioned among the alchemists. In the forest of the King of Medicine, countless spiritual herbs and flowers flourish, drawing numerous cultivators and mercenary groups to venture forth in pursuit of these exceedingly rare botanical treasures. However, no one dares to harbor excessive greed towards the spiritual plants within this mystical forest. It is said that the soul of the late Shangwan Qinghe still lingers in the depths of the forest of the King of Medicine. Should he detect anyone excessively plundering the spiritual flora, that individual would meet a silent and untimely demise within the forest's embrace. Their ultimate fate, of course, would be a tragic end within the forest, marked by gruesome circumstances. This tale serves as a cautionary legend, deterring any further attempts to covet the spiritual plants of the forest. If all proceeds smoothly, Muhua might also acquire the coveted Bai Shui Hai Exine Sha. Yi Wuming gazed at the radiant smile upon the young girl's face, and even his usually tranquil heart revealed subtle ripples of emotion. Her features were exquisitely delicate, and her smile was captivating. Unaccountably, Yi Wuming felt a warmth creeping to his ears. He turned his face away, paused for a few seconds to compose himself, and then coldly instructed, "Raise your hand." Yun Lan, perplexed, wondered what he intended to give her this time. She did not overthink the situation, nor did she believe that Yi Wuming would harm her, so she obediently raised her hand. Yi Wuming produced an object and placed it upon her wrist. "What is this?" Yun Lan inquired in astonishment, observing a ghostly blue seed floating above her wrist. A sharp sting pierced her skin, causing her to gasp as she watched the vine burrow into the flesh of her wrist. Witnessing this scene, Yi Wuming's gaze deepened with an increasingly profound intensity upon her. Indeed, fortunately, the pain did not linger for long. The vine seemed to have taken root and sprouted upon Yun Lan's wrist, blossoming into a delicate, azure 5-petaled orchid, exuding an exquisite beauty intertwined with an unsettling aura. Chapter 176. The prison bone. Yun Lan gazed wide-eyed at the enchanting orchid flourishing on her wrist, her elegant brows knitting together as she turned to Yi Wuming and inquired, "What on earth is this?" "A rare magical plant from the demon realm, known as the prison bone orchid," Yi Wuming replied, gently caressing the petals of the flower. He continued, "It thrives on your flesh and blood, coexisting with you. Moreover, it possesses formidable offensive capabilities." Yun Lan was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his absence these past few days was devoted to searching for the prison bone orchid for her. The young woman stared at the azure flower adorning her wrist and murmured softly, "It grows by relying on my flesh and blood?" At first glance, it sounds rather parasitic. Are the plants in your demon realm all so domineering? Yi Wuming, upon hearing this, merely curled the corner of his lips, neither confirming nor denying. "Rest assured, it will not harm you," he assured her. "Although it feeds on your flesh and blood, it will also grow stronger alongside your cultivation. When you are ready to utilize it, you will come to understand its essence." Yun Lan's eyes sparkled with realization. According to Yi Wuming, the prison bone orchid had absorbed her flesh and blood, becoming an inseparable part of her being. Thus, she would no longer need to expend her spiritual energy to control the plant. In the face of danger, she could summon the prison bone orchid from her wrist with but a thought, unleashing its attack. Truly, it was a remarkable asset. Without hesitation, Yun Lan secured the token. As she contemplated, she realized that the items which should solely belong to Yi Wuming, such as the prison bone orchid, the identity token, the demon's soul, and that fateful binding seal, had gradually become intertwined with her existence, unbeknownst to her. Alas, it was evident that she was still insufficiently strong, causing Yi Wuming to worry about her incessantly. A fierce determination ignited within Yun Lan. She must strive diligently in her cultivation. Furthermore, there is a matter I wish to inquire about, Yi Wuming stated, his hands clasped behind his back, his profound gaze sweeping over the young girl. Are you aware that there exists a trace of the celestial fire Xuanlong's dragon breath within you? Taken aback by Yi Wuming's unexpected question, Yun Lan paused in silence before nodding. How did you come by this dragon breath? The demon lord inquired further. Yi Wuming raised an eyebrow in surprise. She did not know. Suddenly, a thought struck Yun Lan, and she turned her gaze back to Yi Wuming. By the way, with your vast knowledge, do you know of any formidable beings whose name contains the character Xian? Upon hearing this, Yi Wuming fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Yun Lan patiently awaited his response. After a moment of stillness enveloped the room, Yi Wuming narrowed his phoenix-like eyes and spoke in a low voice. The dear friend of the Lord of the Demon Domain is known as Mo Xian, who is an exceedingly divine beast of the celestial fire Xianlong. Yun Lan was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at him. What? Mo Xian is an exceedingly divine beast of the celestial fire Xianlong. Yun Lan felt her heart tremble involuntarily for a moment. Mo Xian. In that dream, she heard her mother call her father's name, which was Xian. Besides that, there were the dragon scales of the celestial fire profound dragon. The more Yun Lan pondered, the more her head throbbed, and she instinctively covered her head in discomfort. Chapter 177. Mercenaries. Yi Wuming turned his head and noticed the girl clutching her head, her face contorted in pain. An inexplicable concern welled up in his heart, and he gently supported her, asking, "What is it?" Yun Lan closed her eyes and endured the discomfort for a while. Once the intensity of the headache lessened, she slowly lowered her hand and weakly forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing. Perhaps I'm just a bit tired." Yi Wuming gazed at the pallor that had crept onto her delicate features, and the questions he had intended to ask faded away, unspoken. Rest first, he insisted firmly, helping Yun Lan to the bed. Yun Lan sat quietly at the edge of the bed for a moment, then nodded obediently, lying down and covering herself with the blanket. Yi Wuming watched her close her eyes, and when he felt her breathing steady, he chose not to linger any longer, vanishing from sight in an instant. After a while, she realized that her father's name was Mo Xian, and his true form was that of the celestial fire profound dragon, a being of extraordinary power. The faint trace of celestial fire profound dragon essence within her originated from one of his dragon scales. This meant that she, like Mu Hua, possessed a dual lineage of half-human and half-demon. Yun Lan concluded that it would be best to inquire about her parents' identities with Xiao Hua. After all, Xiao Hua held the ancestral memories of the previous generation and was well aware of her parents' true natures. However, Xiao Hua once mentioned that only by becoming stronger could she have the right to know the truth behind everything. Perhaps she chose to conceal matters concerning her parents, fearing that they would impede her progress and cultivation. Yun Lan's emotions gradually settled as she turned over and closed her eyes once more. Xiao Hua was correct. Her skills were insufficient to delve into matters regarding her parents. It was best to focus her thoughts on diligent cultivation. Everything else could be addressed later. The following day, having successfully completed his transfer application and enrolled, Yin Changfeng eagerly summoned his teammates. There was a lead on the Bai Shui Hai Xian Sha. He handed a note to Yun Lan, who read the words Medicine King's Forest inscribed on it, matching the location Night Wuming had provided her. Mu Hua's eyes brightened. The Medicine King's Forest lies on the border of Lian country, significantly closer than Wanqing country. Yin Changfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed. Furthermore, there is another matter to inform everyone. Recently, the authorities overseeing the Medicine King's Forest have issued new regulations, permitting only mercenaries to enter. If we wish to venture into the Medicine King's Forest, we must register as mercenaries in advance. Register as mercenaries? Rong Tanji stroked his chin. realizing that this would require processing the necessary applications at the Mercenary Association. We should finalize our plans for the Medicine King's Forest soon and register our mercenary status simultaneously. Upon hearing this, the teammates turned their gazes towards Yun Lan, their captain. After a moment of contemplation, Yun Lan nodded. Very well. We shall depart 3 days hence for the Medicine King's Forest, with the goal of acquiring the Bai Shui Hai Xian Sha, within the forest of the King of Medicine. The abundance of spiritual flora, while not as perilous as the dragon's abyss of the myriad spirits, still presents considerable dangers. To avoid prolonged uncertainties, it is imperative to swiftly acquire the precious azure heart sand. With a decisive resolution, the Yun Lan team commenced their preparations. 3 days later, after briefing the elders of the academy, the Yun Lan team proceeded to the Mercenary Association within the nation of Liaonan to complete their registration as mercenaries. Almost every nation boasts 3 principal associations: the Pill Association, the Mercenary Association, and the Beast Tamer Association. These 3 associations correspond to the 3 professions of humanity: alchemist, mercenary, and beast tamer. To gain entry into either the Pill Association or the Beast Tamer Association, one must meet certain prerequisites. As both alchemists and beast tamers necessitate a formidable mental prowess, those lacking sufficient mental capacity are barred from membership. Conversely, the Mercenary Association imposes no such entry barriers. Every 3 days, the Mercenary Association updates its tasks, which vary in difficulty and include hunting spirit beasts, gathering spiritual plants, and extracting minerals. The more challenging the task, the greater the risk to life, yet the rewards are proportionately substantial. Upon becoming a mercenary, individuals can earn remuneration by successfully completing various missions, making it the most expedient avenue for practitioners to acquire resources. The Mercenary Association of Liaonan is bustling with activity. After the Yun Lan team finalized their registration, they received a mercenary token crafted from dark iron, signifying their status as mercenaries. Yin Changfeng had obtained the map to the Medicine King's Forest ahead of time. As he unfurled the map, he conferred with Yun Lan. We shall commence our journey from the Mercenary Association, following this route, and we should be able to reach the Medicine King's Forest by noon tomorrow. Yun Lan scrutinized the path marked on the map, raising an eyebrow. Must we traverse these several small forests? After a moment's contemplation, she acknowledged the potential dangers of crossing through the forests. Although they were merely small woods, they undoubtedly harbored numerous spirit beasts. Standing beside Yun Lan, Lu Yinchi glanced at the route on the map and remarked with a hint of indifference, "In truth, this is the preferred route for most mercenaries heading to the Medicine King's Forest. The small forests are rich in resources, beneficial for mercenaries to accomplish their tasks." Yin Chafeng concurred. "Indeed, I also wish to search for some medicinal herbs in those forests." Upon hearing this, Yun Lan cast a glance at him, inquiring, "What do you intend to do with the medicinal herbs?" To her astonishment, she discovered that this young master of the Dreamstar Pavilion was, in fact, an alchemist. "Well, you are an alchemist," Mu Hua exclaimed, her face radiating envy. "Alchemists are highly esteemed in the world. You must have joined the Alchemy Association, right?" Yin Changfeng scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Well, I haven't officially joined the Alchemy Association yet, but I might consider it in the future." Yun Lan regarded Yin Changfeng in silence, her lips parting slightly. "In the future, I shall seek your guidance on alchemy." "Huh." Yin Changfeng paused for a moment, realizing the implication of Yun Lan's words. "Captain, do you aspire to be an alchemist as well?" As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, and he smiled. "Indeed. Both your grandfather and mother are formidable alchemists. It is only natural that you wish to inherit their legacy. I have heard that a mystical flower in the forest of the Apothecary King is about to bloom. What kind of flower is it?" The other mercenaries gathered curiously around. The mercenary's expression revealed a hint of excitement. "It is the fire Lingxiao." "Wow." The entire mercenary guild seemed to ignite in an instant, bursting with fervor. "Good heavens! It is indeed the fire Lingxiao. The fire Lingxiao, a supreme spiritual flower of the fire attribute. It is akin to the exquisite radiant light branch of the light attribute. Let us hurry and form a party to venture into the forest of the Apothecary King. An invitation to join the expedition to the forest of the Apothecary King. The spoils will be shared equally." The mercenaries eagerly pulled others into form teams, the atmosphere buzzing as if a grand festival were upon them. Listening to their chatter, Yun Lan's eyes glinted subtly. The supreme spiritual flower of the fire attribute. It seems to possess the potential to counteract the chilling poison of Yu-Wuming. Chapter 179. The Holy Sun. Seeing Yun Lan's flickering gaze, Rong Tanji gently inquired, Little Lan. Are you interested in the Fire Ling Xiao as well? Yun Lan did not conceal her thoughts. Yes, a friend of mine has an old injury, and the Fire Ling Xiao may prove beneficial for him. Your friend? Rong Tanji paused. Is he the senior who accompanied us during the trials of the moon? Yun Lan nodded. Since the Fire Ling Xiao resides in the forest of the Apothecary King, why not take a detour to see this supreme spiritual flower that can rival the Radiant Light Branch? Feng Jun suggested. A glimmer of anticipation flickered in the eyes of their companions. Yun Lan gazed at everyone and nodded, saying, Very well. Let us take a detour to have a look. If we can acquire it, that would be splendid. If not, it matters not. After all, the Bai Shui Hai Xian Sha is the essential item we must procure from the Medicine King's forest. The Yun Lan squad tidied their belongings and prepared to set off. Feng Jin summoned his contracted beast, the Purple Thunderwolf, which let out a fierce howl and carried the 7 members of the squad toward the direction of the Medicine King's forest. In the realm of Bi Luo, within the sacred domain, a heavy thud echoed as a body fell to the ground inside the Holy Sun's palace. The female saint was struck by a powerful surge of light-based spiritual energy, causing her body to uncontrollably soar through the air before crashing heavily onto the floor. Coughing, she spat out blood, her complexion turning ashen. Before her stood another young man clad in a pure white robe, handsome in appearance. His icy demeanor fixed upon the female saint, seemingly indifferent to her plight. The female saint trembled as she rose from the ground, too fearful to lift her gaze. She could only shiver as she bowed before the man. It is my failure to fulfill the Holy Sun's orders. I deserve death. The Holy Sun, with hands clasped behind his back and eyes narrowed, replied, It is one thing if the Bai Shui Hai Xian Sha has been lost. But now you dare to tell me that the most crucial Linglong Light Branch has also been seized by the wrong family? 30,000 years of the Linglong Light Branch. How could you fail to accomplish such a simple task despite my repeated admonitions? What use is there for you in the sacred domain? As the Holy Sun contemplated the likelihood that the exquisite Linglong Guoji had been absorbed by Yang Tanjizi, an uncontrollable surge of envious rage ignited within his chest. The Linglong Guoji is the key to my breakthrough. You have halted my progress, and I shall surely report this matter to the esteemed master. Upon hearing the Holy Sun's declaration, the female sage felt as though the very blood coursing through her veins had ceased to flow. To report to the esteemed master. Her fate would be more dreadful than death. The female sage immediately crawled towards the Holy Sun, grasping his garment with one hand. Her face awash with tears of terror. Your Highness, the Holy Sun, I beseech you, grant me another chance. A flicker of disdain crossed the Holy Sun's eyes as he raised his leg and kicked the female sage aside, devoid of any compassion. Another chance? A chance for you to betray me once more. The female sage, struck by the force of the kick, spat out blood, yet disregarded her injuries. Crawling again to bow repeatedly, I harbor no ulterior motives against you. I implore you to trust me once more, allowing me to atone for my misdeeds. The Holy Sun scoffed, preparing to speak when suddenly another voice rang out from outside the hall. Your Highness, the scouts have returned with news. Oh? What news do they bring? A sage hurriedly entered the Holy Sun's chamber, first bowing respectfully before addressing the Holy Sun with deference. The scouts have discovered that the Lord of the Demon Realm, Qixing, is soon to journey to the Medicine King Forest.